Reverend Insanity Chapter 539 to Chapter 589. Black Banner Army and White Banner Army engaged in a direct confrontation. Both sides had been enemies since the founding of the army. They had competed for hundreds of years, with victories and defeats on both sides. Right now, the two armies were fighting, both sides were using their killer moves, they were evenly matched. Seeing that his final trump card was restrained, He Lulan's expression was ashen. He. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily, he was full of joy. Right now, the other side had exhausted all their tricks, his side was also in the same situation. But the grass soldier army could barely block the mutated beast wolf group, they could still hold on for some time. Meanwhile, He tribe's higher-ups were already showing signs of defeat, especially Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Ouyang Baisang, and Emo Kwang's four-man group. The situation was very clear. Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang might not be good at cooperation, but their individual strength was higher than the other side. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai fought 2 against 1, with their tacit cooperation, they would have a slight advantage. But now, they were suppressed and could only defend, they were in a passive situation. Anyone could see that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's defeat was close at hand. Once they lost, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang would be like tigers that were released from their cage, they would reinforce the other battles. This way, the slight advantage would accumulate and eventually lead to the upper hand in the battle. Once Lu tribe army gained the upper hand, He tribe would no longer have any backup, they would have no way to turn the situation around, they could only let the other side gain the upper hand while their side continued to fall into a disadvantage. Eventually, the other side's advantage would turn into victory, and He tribe army would be defeated. He Lulan could see the situation was bad, he was sweating profusely from anxiety. In the main tent, he was the only one left. At this stage, he could only rely on his own strength, his figure suddenly vanished from the main tent, at the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the grass soldier army. He wanted to kill Bai Chao Chuan, he did not have lurking soul coat gu, his location was very easy to find, as long as he killed him, the grass soldier army would instantly collapse. That way, this intense battle would turn into a situation of mutual attacks again. In the end, it would be like the first battle, they would have to stop fighting and reorganize. Killer move, Dark Vortex. He Lulan had just activated her killer move when a white light appeared in front of him, revealing Lu Wenwu's true body. He Lulan was rank 5 in Dark Path, while Lu Wenwu was rank 5 in Light Path, the two fought several times and were evenly matched. However, this time, the refined Lu Wenwu revealed the smile of a victor. Brother Lulan, today's battle is about a sliver of time. My grass soldier army will be defeated sooner or later, but your high-level forces will lose even faster. What a pity. The strength of the two armies is very close. You're courting death. He Lulan roared and charged toward Lu Wenwu. The two of them fought fiercely, exchanging blows. From time to time, dazzling radiance or majestic thunder would erupt. Strange, in my previous life, it was indeed He tribe that defeated Lu tribe, but now it seems that Lu tribe has the advantage. Could it be that some sort of change has occurred because of me? Fang Yuan hid in a corner and pondered. He cultivated both enslavement and strength path, he naturally did not display his full strength. In fact, he did not even use his enslavement path strength to its fullest. Right now, the grass soldier army was in a precarious situation. As long as he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, he would be able to defeat Bai Chao Chuan. But Fang Yuan did not move, he chose to watch from the sidelines. Most of his attention was on Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang. Once he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a high chance that Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang would give up on Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to chase after him. To speak the truth, the current Fang Yuan already had some success in strength path, he did not fear Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang's close combat. But, my vision cannot be limited to the battle before me. The Imperial Court contest is a competition between super tribes, a game controlled by Gu immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if I win this battle, when the other side receives reinforcements from Gu immortals, they will definitely target me. At that time, my trump cards will be exposed, and my control over the situation will fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan was concerned about the imperial court, he maintained his calm and was not disturbed by the intense and dangerous battle in front of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Right now, although the battle situation is extremely tense, both sides have not used their trump cards. At least, I know that Tai Baiyunqing has a rank 5 Gu man as before. The less I expose my strength, the better, so once I attack, it must be a fatal blow. Now is not the time. Fang Yuan's heart was not shaken. On the intense battlefield, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. But in his eyes, these were only the numbers of casualties. On this battlefield, many people were roaring in anger because of the death of their friends and family. Many people were cheering after killing strong enemies. Some Gu masters were escaping in a sorry state under the urge of fear. And some Gu masters were fulfilling their ambitions, wanting to become a person above others. At this moment, at the edge of life and death, human emotions burst out violently, crazily, and so unbridled and ostentatious. Looking at the malevolent expressions of the surrounding people, listening to their miserable screams and shouts, Fang Yuan felt a kind of tranquility. His heart was as calm as an ancient pond, without a single ripple. Fight, kill, a person is born to fight. Win, lose, to continue walking on one's own path, one has to step on the corpses of others. Let the blood boil, let the sweat drip, the unbridled life is all at this moment. Take this is my killer move, Qi devouring 6 directions. In the battlefield, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out. The voice attracted the gazes of countless people as they subconsciously focused their attention. Not good, leave quickly. An intense sense of danger surged in Gao Yang's heart as he shouted. He furiously activated his Gu worms, wanting to move, but the surrounding air was as dense as a city wall, making it difficult for him to move. Mo Shikuang floated in the air, opening his arms and slowly closing his fingers in front of his chest. Dao Yang and Zhu Zai immediately felt an immense pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Inconsolable shock and fear froze on their faces. The premonition of certain death filled their hearts. Leave. The instant death approached, Zhu Zai burst out with the strength of 3 Grand Emperor boars, creating a hole in the wall like air. Brother! Dao Yang felt the world spinning, and when he reacted, he found he had already been thrown away by Zhu Zai, out of the battlefield. And Zhu Zai, under Mo Shikuang's killer move, was crushed into minced meat and blood by the terrifying air pressure. Brother! Dao Yang screamed, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and large amounts of tears gushed out like a flood. Mo Shikuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not complete yet, don't casually use it in the future. Ouyang Bai Sang quickly rushed over and supported him in the air. Mo Shikuang vomited blood as he laughed, I was having a good time just now, I didn't even think before using it, ha ha ha. Ouyang Bai Sang helplessly shook his head, alright, let's continue to kill that Gao Yang, and after finishing the battle here, we'll reinforce the other groups. Lu Wenwu, who also saw this scene, laughed, and announced in high spirits, from now on, it is the beginning of our Lu tribe army's continuous victories. Brother Lu Lan, you are already powerless to reverse the situation. Is that so? The one who responded was not He Lulan, but Tai Baiyunqing, who was in another battle. Tai Baiyunqing, who had been mainly dodging, suddenly burst out with speed, pulling apart the distance between him and his opponent. He then stretched out his palm, and a silver light shot out from afar. The silver light accurately shone on the pile of flesh belonging to Zhu Zai. Rank 5, man as before, in an instant, the silver light flashed, forcing people to close their eyes. After the silver light dissipated, Zhu Zai returned to the battlefield, completely unharmed, and his primeval sea level was at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai had returned to the state he was in at the start of the battle. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of countless Gu masters at the same time. Among them were Lu Wenwu, Mo Shikuang, and Ouyang Bai Sang. Man as before Gu's peerlessly powerful healing effect made almost everyone feel shocked. Man as before Gu was a time path healing Gu, it could allow the target to return to a state of the past. Good, what a great healing Gu. He Lulan laughed heartily, he had not expected Tai Baiyunqing to still have such a powerful trump card. As long as this Gu was around, the battle between He tribe's higher-ups could be delayed for a long time. Good, now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu and flew out. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Goo and Rank 4 Wolf Howl Goo. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and howled, the wolf howl resounding through the clouds. Under the shroud of the wolf howl, the mutated wolves' bodies visibly swelled up, their eyes turned red, and their battle strength directly increased by 5 times. Go! Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield as he muttered softly. The wolf tide suddenly erupted, creating a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. Bei Chaochuan was furious, he resisted with all his might, but the grass soldier army was like a fragile piece of paper against the wolf tide. They could not even last for a few breaths of time before being torn to pieces. Bei Chaochuan did not have time to escape either. A frenzied wolf pounced on him and tore his rattan armor with its sharp teeth before biting his throat. Bei Chaochuan struggled with all his might, sending this frenzied wolf flying. Just as he was about to grab his throat and get up, 3 white-eyes wolves pounced on him and tore him apart, turning him into a mutilated corpse. Once the grass soldier army was defeated, Fang Yuan manipulated the wolf group and charged towards the white millipede army. The white millipede army and black flag army were in a deadlock, fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Now that the mutated wolf group was attacking from behind, they suffered heavy casualties. Ha ha ha, Lu Wenwu, it seems I have the last laugh. The battle situation suddenly changed. He Lulan was surprised and joyful. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's expression was distorted as he shouted crazily, like a gambler whose eyes were bloodshot. He turned into a white light and flew towards Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang. Here, big brother! Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of us 3 brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, his speed not slowing down as he charged towards Emo Kwang and Ouyang Baisang. The latter 2 laughed loudly, their bodies bursting out with green and gray radiance. Green, gray, and white radiance collided with each other, and with a loud sound, the radiance dissipated, revealing a humanoid monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 6 meters tall, its muscles were intertwined, and its skin was like copper. The 3 heads were Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Kwang. This is? Seeing such an unimaginable scene, countless people stared with their eyes wide open. Let me teach you, this is our killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. Tremble, tremble, fear to your heart's content. This will be the final moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke at the same time. Humph, shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating treacherous cloud wave goo. A streak of grayish-white cloud light shot towards the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. But halfway through, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot out 2 beams of light that pierced through the cloud. Swoosh, with a sonic boom, 3 heads 6 arms suddenly appeared in front of Gao Yang. Such speed! Gao Yang's pupils shrunk, his long years of battle experience caused him to activate his defensive goo crazily. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier, while the other arm landed on Gao Yang's head, like a watermelon being smashed. At the next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Zhu Zai saw this and was extremely furious, losing all reason as he pounced towards the monster. Ga-ga-ga, the cry of an ant. Emo Kwang's head laughed loudly, bending the index finger of one arm and lightly flicked at Zhu Zai. Bam! Air currents exploded, the strong impact directly plowed a wound that was thousands of steps long on the battlefield. Zhu Zai was directly blasted apart, exploding into flesh and shattered bones that splattered in all directions. The goo masters who were affected by the aftermath all suffered heavy casualties. This kind of power is at least 6 times that of a single person, and at least 9 times faster. The 3 of them fused at the same time, using Azure transformation to stack chi path attacks and light path effects. Fang Yuan saw this and felt an intense battle intent rise in his heart. I have all-out effort goo, and together with rank 5 amplify attack goo, I can burst out with 500 June of strength. I wonder who would come out on top if they fought against this monster. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan suppressed his fighting spirit and flew down, hiding among the exotic wolf pack once more. Man as before goo, at this time under the illumination of 2 silver lights, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were reborn and restored to their original state. Old bastard! The monster's 6 eyes were either overflowing with coldness, filled with killing intent, or seething with fighting intent. All of them shot at Tai Baiyunqing at the same time. Tai Baiyunqing hurriedly retreated. Although he had mana as before, it could only be used on others and not on himself. The entire army has orders, protect Tai Baiyunqing. He Lulan rushed over while shouting, seeing the crux of this battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang Baisang's head laughed arrogantly. At the next moment, the monster turned into a green light and shot towards Tai Baiyunqing like lightning. Tai Baiyunqing hid behind everyone, but no one could stop the monster. It was invincible as it charged forward. Any human or beast that dared to obstruct it turned into a pile of minced meat. Benefactor, leave quickly. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over and blocked Tai Baiyunqing behind them. Annoying little thing. The monster waved its 6 arms. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could only see 6 shadows flashing by. With 2 bangs, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang exploded again. Look at my Soul Blade Gu. Pan Ping rushed over and activated Soul Blade Gu. Soul Blade Gu succeeded this time. The monster's body shook slightly and a shallow wound appeared on its chest. Interesting. The monster sneered, and just as it finished laughing, the wound healed completely. Next, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air exploded, blowing Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Baiyunqing, where are you going? The monster cackled, the voices of the 3 heads gradually fusing into one. Before Tai Baiyunqing could move far, the monster had already blocked in front of him. Swoosh, the waterfall surged as Hao Ji-Lu stepped on the waves. The monster pushed with its 6 palms, causing the water to collapse. Hao Ji-Lu screamed miserably as he was sent flying at an even faster speed. Seeing this, Bian Xian, who was rushing over, immediately stopped, not daring to move forward. Dark vortex, He Lulan descended from the sky, a huge black ball of light pressed down like a mountain. The monster roared, its 6 claws aimed at the ball of light from afar. Killer move, 6 directions Qi devour. The air solidified like a wall or a mountain. He Lulan's face turned purplish red, but he could not advance no matter what. Next, the air enveloped him from all directions, forcefully swallowing his killer move. The killer move that Mo Shikuang could not use alone was suddenly perfected in the hands of the monster. Hell, the mutated wolf group swarmed over, but He Lulan succeeded in delaying the monster. In the blink of an eye, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster. A bloody battle erupted with a loud rumble. The mutated wolf group with rank 4 battle strength fearlessly charged at the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The monster roared repeatedly, falling into a berserk state as it tangled with the mutated wolf group. Every move he made was filled with great power. Light path, Qi path, transformation path, these 3 goo worms were used together. Their coordination was incomparable, as if he was cultivating 3 paths at the same time. The mutated wolf group died one by one, but the monster's attacks were still incomparably fierce. Lord Alliance Leader, I will lend you a hand. At this time, a Lu tribe Gu master expert rushed over to help. But at the next moment, he was beaten to death by the monster who had lost his mind. Young Master Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has already gone crazy. The battlefield was in an uproar. Lu tribe army's morale plummeted. Our tribe has suffered disastrous losses. We lost a third of our Gu masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth our lives? Retreat first. The casualties have already reached the standard. If we retreat now, we will not go against the poison vow. The situation of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Deserters started to appear in He tribe and Lu tribe. The Black Banner Army and White Hair Army that had been suppressing the troops were fighting intensely. How could they have the time to suppress these people? What do we do? He Lulan asked Commander Ji. This monster was giving him a huge headache. No matter. The so-called killer move, although powerful, consumes a huge amount of primeval essence. Moreover, this killer move has a clear flaw. The monster has already lost his mind. A strength without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly, his voice rousing everyone's spirits. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, we have already won this battle. Tai Baiyunqing added. But just as he finished speaking, an accident happened. The three-headed six-armed monster suddenly split into three people, pouncing in three different directions. Lu Wenwu and Emo Kwang missed, but Ouyang Baiseng's eyes shined as he shouted, "Chang Shanin, I finally found you. Die." It turned out that when the three of them fused into a three-headed six-armed monster, their souls would mix together, and although their battle strength would rise sharply, it could not last for long. The longer it dragged on, the more chaotic memories it would cause, and eventually, they would lose their sense of self, turning into a lunatic or an idiot. When they killed their own reinforcements, Lu Wenwu and the rest were shaken and barely regained a trace of clarity. Relying on this clarity, they still wanted to turn the situation around. Compared to killing Tai Baiyunxing, killing Chang Shanin was no doubt more useful. Their investigative goo worms were not ordinary. Through careful deduction of the battle situation, they obtained 3 possible hiding spots for Fang Yuan. Finally, Ouyang Baiseng found Fang Yuan's hiding spot. Oh no! If Wolf King dies, the wolf group will collapse. Lu tribe army will turn the situation around, and our army will be defeated. Seeing Ouyang Baiseng pouncing towards Chang Shanin with a sinister smile, He Lulan screamed in his heart and frantically rushed to help, but there was not enough time. Die. Ouyang Baiseng actually still had primeval essence and could use Azura transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shirhan was afraid and happy at the same time. Oh no! Chang Shanin is going to die. Tai Baiyunxing and the rest turned pale. Father! In a moment of desperation, Chang Jiyu roared. Seeing Ouyang Baiseng pouncing over, Fang Yuan's face showed a strange smile. Rank 4 Eagle Rise Goo and Rank 5 Amplify Attack Goo. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew on Fang Yuan's back, and with 5 times the speed, he soared into the sky. Ouyang Baiseng was stunned for a moment before chasing and shouting, "Don't think of escaping." But his speed was not fast enough, and he could only helplessly watch as the distance between them continued to increase. "Let me!" Lu Wenwu shouted, his body turning into a white light as he rushed over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged him. At this time, Emo Kwang also rushed over and started chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body was extremely nimble, at times like a butterfly flying through flowers, at times like lightning, at times like the gentle wind, at times like a phantom. He played the 3 in circles. This is a master-level flying technique. Everyone raised their heads, dumbstruck. Goo masters nurture goo, use goo, and refine goo. No matter which of these 3 aspects, they were all profound and broad. They were clearly using similar goo worms, but some goo masters were able to use them extremely well, to the point that it had reached the level of art. People often referred to such a person as a master. To think that Wolf King is not only an enslavement master, but also a flying master. After watching for a long time, everyone let go of their worries and exclaimed in admiration. "Wolf King, don't run!" Ouyang Baiseng shouted. "Chang Shanin, if you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds." Emo Kwang furiously shouted. "Damn it!" Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's flying technique left them in the dust. What made them even more discouraged was that while Fang Yuan was avoiding them, he was actually controlling the wolf group to exterminate Lu tribe army. "Damn it, if I knew you could fly so well, why would we fight like this?" Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful and relaxed appearance, He Lulan and the others could not help but feel resentment. As for Lu tribe's 3 brothers, they were already completely speechless. Lu Wenwu lost. He was very unwilling to accept his loss, but the truth would not change according to his will. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baiseng and Emo Kwang all had flying methods. But in terms of flying attainments, they were far from Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the sky, they could move up, down, left, right, east, west, north and south, they could dodge and move freely. But on the ground, the space for people to dodge was much smaller. No matter how Lu Wenwu and his brothers chased and intercepted, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. And while Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf group army and slaughtered large numbers of Lu tribe army. Lu Wenwu and his brothers had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan and reinforce the low-rank goo masters to slaughter the wolf group. But this was exactly what He Lulan, Fang Yuan, and the others wanted. using the Wolf King or mutated wolf group's lives to expend the three Lu brothers' precious primeval essence. This was very worth it and was very beneficial to Fan Yuan. As long as a Gu master did not advance to immortal, his or her primeval essence was limited. Once a Gu master expends all their primeval essence, his or her battle strength would fall sharply and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide surged unceasingly. The more wolves the three Lu brothers killed, the more their primeval essence was consumed. The wolf group's scale was huge and endless. The three Lu brothers killed until their hands were tired and their primeval essence was also depleted. When they had to conserve their primeval essence, they could no longer fight as they pleased. He tribe's higher-ups were finally in high spirits and suppressed them. Hey Lulan, I did not lose to you today, I lost to Tai Baiyunxing and Chang Shanin. Lu Wenwu's hair was disheveled, he was riddled with injuries and had no elegance left as he shouted in an unresigned manner. He felt, the three brothers' killer move 3 heads 6 arms was extremely strong and could suppress the entire battlefield. If they had found Fan Yuan at that time, with their absolute speed, they could have killed Fan Yuan and caused the wolf group to collapse, defeating He tribe army. But Tai Baiyunxing's rank 5 healing Gu man as before had superb effects, it greatly weakened the effect of their killer moves. When they chased after the Wolf King, they found out in despair that the enslavement master Chang Shanin was actually a flying master as well. The three brothers could not catch up in time, so they could only watch as the situation deteriorated. In the end, Lu tribe was routed and chased by He tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and countless surrendered. As for Lu Wenwu and the others, they were all captured due to the exhaustion of their true essence. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing with each other. The tension between the two super tribes was something everyone in Northern Plains knew. However, although He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu and the others, she did not kill them. Instead, she wisely exchanged them for a huge amount of war reparations from the Lu family. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's Gu immortal seeds. Killing him would violate the bottom line of this imperial court contest. Most importantly, He tribe won this battle by a narrow margin and suffered heavy losses. If they did not have Lu Wenwu as an important bargaining chip, just ordinary war reparations would not be enough to restore He tribe's alliance's strength. This was very disadvantageous for the upcoming imperial court contest. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy arrived and brought Lu tribe's members and the tribes that submitted to them back to the Blessed Land. As for the exhausted He tribe army that suffered heavy casualties, they set up camp on the spot and reorganized the surrendered members, rebuilt the alliance, tabulated the battle merits, distributed resources, and digested the spoils of war. Inside the large lizard house Gu, Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, cultivating with his eyes closed. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu flew out of his body as he willed. The wolf soul Gu was only the size of a thumb and looked like a gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air and was covered in a layer of eerie blue light. The primeval sea in Fan Yuan's aperture fell by a small amount. The wolf soul Gu received the primeval essence and expanded rapidly. Hell, the wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, the size of an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and let out a soundless howl, charging towards Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily shaken? The wolf soul collided with his 1,000-man soul and immediately stopped, being suppressed by the 1,000-man soul. The two souls rumbled and formed a soul fog. After a while, the 1,000-man soul merged with the wolf soul and appeared again. The 1,000-man soul now had a pair of long wolf ears on its head, its body was thinner than Fan Yuan's, and its nose was also taller. But its waist-length hair, wolf eyes, and wolf tail had not appeared yet. Ever since the imperial court contest, I have been using wolf soul Gu every day to refine my soul. Now, I have some success, about 30% of the wolfman soul is complete. Once he completely transformed into a wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would undergo a qualitative change. Not only would the number of wolves under his control increase, he would also be able to control them as he pleased. After an intense battle, the fatigue of his soul would also decrease by a lot. However, according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the wolfman soul, the imperial court contest will have already ended. I only have rank 4 wolf soul Gu, the efficiency of soul refinement is too low. Fan Yuan sighed. If it was rank 5 wolf soul Gu, it would be better, matching Fan Yuan's current situation. but rank 4 wolf soul goo was like a burly man chopping a tree with a knife. Actually, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation efficiency was already extremely fast. Ordinary goo masters would need at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius goo master with the clan's support could at most be like Dongfang Yuliang, shortening the time to around 10 years. Fang Yuan possessed Danghun Mountain, his soul foundation was advancing at a rapid pace, he had already trained his foresight. If I can obtain Luopa Valley through that thieving heaven inheritance. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted, he could not help but daydream. But a moment later, he retracted his thoughts. In Hu immortal blessed land, Danghun Mountain was being eroded by the gruel mud, only a small portion of the mountain was left. His urgent matter now was to save Danghun Mountain. As for Luopa Valley, he could only explore it after the imperial court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought Anai Shui Tong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house Gu. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Wolf Wang. Chang Biao's voice was deep, his attitude was respectful as he explained to the guarding Gu master. 2 rank 3 Gu masters stood at the 2 sides of the door with indifferent expressions. One of them replied, Wolf Wang De is cultivating, we cannot enter the house to inform you, you can only wait. Hehe, it is only right to wait. Chang Biao laughed, trying his best to hide the bitterness and desolation in his heart. He had a deep grudge with Chang Shanin, he was not willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to submit to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his tribe name and directly merge with Lu tribe. This request was hard for Chang tribe's elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large tribe, once he gave up his tribe name, he would directly become a Lu tribe member, it would be the same as Chang tribe completely perishing. Moreover, He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and to express her goodwill to Chang Shanin, who had contributed the most in this battle, she also stated a specific request to subdue Chang tribe in the war reparations. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial pawn in the transaction between Lu tribe and He tribe. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would definitely be hunted down by He tribe's army. Forced by the 2 tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lulan, becoming He tribe's captive. The grudge between Chang Shanin and Chang tribe was now known to everyone. He Lulan captured Chang tribe and handed them to Fang Yuan to deal with. After Fang Yuan got this news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lulan, but he did not care. He was only using Chang Shanyan's identity to impersonate and enter imperial court blessed land. Wolf King's grudge had nothing to do with him. But if he dealt with it carelessly, it would not match his current identity and would attract suspicion. Today, Fang Yuan summoned Chang tribe's current tribe leader Chang Biao and the rest. Chang Biao waited from dusk until the middle of the night. At this time, Northern Plains night was already extremely cold. Chang Biao and the other 2 had their goo worms confiscated, they had primeval essence but could not resist the cold. Under the night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao pretended to be calm, but Anai Shui Tong had a guilty conscience and could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and full of vigor, his nose was red from the cold and his body was shivering, but his eyes were still bright and his expression excited. Since young, he had grown up hearing the great name Wolf King Chang Shanin. Others called him Hero's son, he was given a unique halo from birth, this brought him trouble, pride, and also opportunities. When he first heard that Wolf King Chang Shanin had reappeared and was not dead, but wanted to take revenge on Chang tribe, his mood was extremely complex. When he knew he was going to fight with his father, his fighting spirit wavered intensely. Earlier, Chang Shanin did not agree to the appointment and instead beat up Sun Shirhan, this made Chang Ji feel both disappointment and admiration. Lu tribe lost and he became a captive, this instead made him heave a sigh of relief, he finally did not need to fight with his father. Now that Lu tribe was defeated, he could finally see his own father. Chang Ji was extremely excited. Even if he was left outside and suffered from the cold, it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. Oh father, who gave me all of this, what kind of person are you? He was curious, but also had traces of confusion and panic. After using 3 wolf soul goo, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The room was warm, and the sound of cold wind could be faintly heard from outside the window. Fang Yuan wanted to give Chang Biao a show of strength, but looking at the time, it was about time. Thus, he transmitted his voice while manipulating the large lizard house goo to open the door. Wolf Wangda's cultivation has ended, he is summoning you three. The guard goo master at the door received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused, he was extremely nervous as he walked in first with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, he would die a horrible death, and even more frightening would be losing all his reputation. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, if he wanted to take revenge, slaughtering the entire Chang tribe would only take a word from him. Being meat on someone else's chopping block, this was the helplessness of the current world. Fang Yuan sized up the three people kneeling in front of him. Chang Biao lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Anai Shuetong's face was pale and her body was trembling. As for Chang Jiyu, his breathing was rapid, and his gaze kept on sneaking glances at Chang Shanin with an agitated expression. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. His laughter reached the three's ears, causing their bodies to shake. Chang Biao closed his eyes, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom, waiting for Fang Yuan's judgment. Fang Yuan observed Chang Biao and the other two's expressions. Regarding Wolf King Chang Shanyin's past, Fang Yuan knew most of it but he did not know the true culprit who framed Wolf King. But even if he knew, he did not have the mood to take revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fang Yuan, the so-called Chang Shanin was just a mask. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Fang Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shook, he opened his eyes and quickly kowtowed. Chang Biao greets Lord Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan nodded, the matter back then needs to be investigated thoroughly. But now is not the time, we need to wait until the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only Supreme Elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be Chang tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the first tribe elder. Anai Shuetong, our fate is over, continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of the tradition set by Giant Sun Immortal, in Northern Plains, women had low status, they were often traded as goods. Sometimes, when an esteemed guest came to the tribe, the master would send his wife to the guest's side to serve him in bed. Ah? Chang Jiyu was stunned, standing on the spot. Anai Shuetong did not speak. Chang Biao endured the shock in his heart, kowtowing again, this subordinate obeys. All of you can leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, ordering them to leave. He needed to make the best use of his time and continue cultivating. The three walked out of the large lizard house in a daze, only when the cold night wind caused them to shiver did they wake up. I passed the test just like that? Chang Biao's heart was filled with boundless joy. But the matter back then, I did it flawlessly. Even if there were some traces, they have been washed away over these years and are long gone. Back then, I purposely got close to Chang Shanin and became good friends with him. Now that Chang Shanin has gone through a huge change and we have not met for many years, it is normal for our relationship to drift apart. Chang Biao thought rapidly. The current situation was several times better than he had expected. Even though I've been demoted from clan leader to clan elder, I still have most of my authority. Chang Shanin asked me to be the first elder, it shows that he still trusts me. And he had appointed Chang Jiyu as the new patriarch of Chang clan, it could be seen that he still cherished old friendships deep in his bones. As long as he still remembers our friendship, everything will be easy. The more Chang Biao thought about it, the more excited he became. He was immersed in his own world and did not notice the complicated expression on his wife Anai Shuetong's face. In the past, Chang Shanin was infatuated with her beauty, but just now, Chang Shanin did not even look at her. On the way here, Anai Shuetong was extremely worried that Chang Shanin would snatch her back to his side. In this way, she would be separated from her beloved Chang Biao. How painful would this be, but now, the situation was much better than Anai Shuetong had expected. Not only did Chang Shanin not pursue the matter back then, he even asked her to continue being Chang Biao's wife. This was what Anai Shuetong had been dreaming of. She should be happy, but for some reason, there was a lingering fear in her heart, as well as a sense of loss that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he fell into great joy, doubt and bewilderment. I finally saw father, he is just a few steps away. He is much more dignified than I had imagined. Father did not acknowledge me as his son, but called me by my name. Does he not know that I am his flesh and blood? But father, why did he make me the Chang clan leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation, can I do it? I understand now. This should be father's test for me. He is testing me, this son that I have never met. If I can manage Chang clan well and complete his test, will he feel gratified and acknowledge me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiyu could not help but feel excited. Thinking up to here, Chang Jiyu couldn't help but become excited in his heart. He made a firm resolution that he would definitely do his best and perform well in the future imperial court struggle. Fang Yuan would not have expected that his simple arrangement would cause such a huge change in the hearts of Chang Biao and the other two. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Chang Shanin helped Ma Hongyan ascend to the throne of the imperial court lord, he also regained control of Chang clan. Different from Earth, when strength could be attributed to an individual, the stronger the strength, the greater the authority. Today, Fang Yuan was no longer a low-rank Gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and exploited by the system. Now, he could manipulate and willfully change the authority structure of a tribe. It could be said that he was already standing at the peak of the mortal world. He was well aware that this was all because of the great strength he possessed. Right now, my first aperture has already adapted to northern plains, and can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. The second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. Both apertures' aptitudes are a grade 90%, and with the 2 sets of Gu worms, my primeval essence is abundant. But the enslavement and strength path Gu worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, ever since I obtained rank 5 amplify effect Gu, my explosive strength has become high enough, but my body is unable to bear it. Earlier, when he fought against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move 3 heads 6 arms, Fang Yuan could use his strength path to compete with them. But Fang Yuan was clear that once he exerted 500 Jun of strength, not to mention his opponent, just his own body would not be able to bear it. My bones are impermanence bones. The skin on my body is turtle jade wolf skin. To be able to bear 500 Jun of strength, this is far from enough. But if I want to modify my muscles and tendons to suit strength path, it will not suit enslavement path. What suits enslavement path cannot suit strength path. In the end, it is still enslavement and strength path, although they complement each other, the degree of compatibility is too low. It is not like soul path and enslavement path, or soul path and wisdom path. This problem had been troubling Fang Yuan all along. If he could not resolve it, then Fang Yuan's enslavement and strength path could only reach a profound level, but would not reach the peak of strength. Although Fang Yuan currently had information regarding Luopa Valley's inheritance, the future was uncertain, anything could happen. Fang Yuan was a cautious person. Before obtaining Luopa Valley, he could not make up his mind to cultivate soul path, thus he still needed to perfect enslavement and strength path. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered for a while before slowly opening his eyes and taking out East Window Gu from his aperture. This Gu was a storage Gu, used to store information, obtained from Land Spirit of Xianxia. East Window Gu had detailed information regarding the killer move 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Quan to turn into giant monsters, their battle strength rising to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they requested for this killer move, thus this was included in the war reparations that Lu tribe had to pay. Soon after, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for this killer move. These days, when Fang Yuan had nothing to do, he had been pondering over this killer move. When Gu masters activated multiple Gu worms at the same time, the effects of the Gu worms would complement each other, forming an even more powerful effect. This was what Gu masters commonly called killer moves. The killer move 3 heads 6 arms required 18 Gu worms to be activated at the same time. From rank 3 to rank 5 Gu worms, the consumption of primeval essence was extremely high. At the same time, 3 Gu masters were needed, a single Gu was not enough. Fang Yuan could not use this killer move. But this did not mean it had no value to Fang Yuan. Killer moves or Gu recipes were the essence of using Gu worms. Why could these Gu worms have such an effect when they were used together? Why could these Gu worms not be used? If one of these Gu worms was replaced with another, what would be the effect? If the enemy used this killer move again, what method could be used to break it? Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu bodies contained the minute laws of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. Understanding Gu meant understanding the great Tao, understanding the natural laws of this world. It was like on earth, using experiments to obtain the laws of science. This Gu recipe gave Fang Yuan great inspiration. If I grow 3 heads and 6 arms, what will happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like a new window had been opened. His body was like a foundation stone. Enslavement and strength path were pavilions built on the foundation stone. This foundation stone was not big now, the 2 pavilions could only be built as low-rise buildings. If this foundation stone was enlarged, would it be able to support 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance. What handsome, beautiful or ugly, those were just the opinions of others. What did other people's opinions have to do with him, as long as he had great battle strength? So what if he was seen as a monster? Northern Plains, 7th month. The weather was getting colder, frost had condensed into ice, and it was raining endlessly. All the armies had gone through many fierce battles, their numbers had already decreased to less than 50. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, their vitality was injured. They stopped at the camp like a wounded beast, making use of every moment to rest and recover. Mid-July. Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the encirclement of the 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. However, in this battle, the greatest contributor was Qi Lian tribe's hidden elder in Yi Lui army, Qi Lian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the confrontation between the armies, he entered the enemy's camp several times and assassinated the enemy leader, successfully assassinating 2 rank 5 experts and 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 armies to be in a state of panic and low morale. Northern Plains, 8th month. After Yang tribe recruited the enslavement path master Jiang Baoye, their strength rose greatly, they had been victorious all the way. After several great victories, they became a hot topic in the later stages of the imperial court contest. The newly advanced enslavement path master, Leopard King Nuer II, led his army and threatened Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army suffered setbacks in the selection process. Alliance leader Tao Yu judged the situation and knew that he had no hope of ascending to the position of imperial court lord. Thus, he chose to submit to Nuer Tuesday. After Nuer II's army annexed Tao tribe, their military strength rose greatly. In the middle of the 8th month, He Lulan gave the order for the army to set off again. By the 9th month, the situation of the imperial court contest was clear. Only 5 armies were left, they had the most hope. He tribe with Wolf King Changshan and Tai Baiyunqing, Nuer tribe led by the newly advanced Leopard King, Yang tribe with Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, and Yi Lui army led by Yi Lui Sang who had an immortal Gu. In the beginning of the 9th month, Nuer army fought with Yang tribe. The Leopard group could not withstand the double attacks of the Eagle group and Rat group. After defending for half a month, Nuer II lost. In the beginning of the 10th month, while Yang tribe was digesting the war reparations, Yi Lui Sang took the chance to attack. In Yang tribe army, some wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, and some wanted to retreat. Because of the difference in opinion, the army was at a loss and Yi Lui Sang succeeded. After Yi Lui Sang obtained victory, he was not complacent for long before he was targeted by Ma tribe. Ma tribe moved rapidly for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang unprepared. The same scene played out on him. Yi Lui army was defeated by Ma tribe before they could digest the war reparations. Yi Lui Sang led his remaining troops and fled, taking the initiative to submit to He tribe army. In the beginning of the 11th month, He tribe army rapidly moved north, building 8 defense lines along the way and starting the decisive battle with Ma tribe in the middle of the month. Only the victors could enter imperial court-blessed land, while the losers would have to pay reparations. In regret and disappointment, they welcomed the 10 years of blizzard in Northern Plains. At once, this decisive battle attracted the attention of countless people in front and behind the scenes. In the first few battles, He tribe had a slight advantage, while Ma tribe lost 2 defense lines and retreated to the 3rd defense line. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge. He continued to provoke his subordinates, causing Ma tribe army to shut themselves in and their morale to plummet. Ma tribe was helpless, they had to seek help from snowy mountain-blessed land behind them. The main peak of the majestic snowy mountain pierced through the clouds. Around it, the other peaks were like stars surrounding the moon, revolving around it. In the sky, there was a light blue light. Fluttering fine snow, floating on the ground. This was a pure and flawless place, even the buildings on the peaks were carved from ice crystals. This was snowy mountain-blessed land. The base of Northern Plains' demonic path Gu Immortals. There were dozens of Gu Immortals, they occupied different peaks of the snowy mountain. On a snowy mountain peak that was covered in green pine trees, there was an ice crystal 7-tower pavilion. On the pavilion's signboard, there were 3 large words, Snow Pine Pavilion. The owner of this place, Xianxia, was a famous demonic path rank 6 Gu Immortal. He was tall and thin, wearing a light blue robe, his snow-white hair fell to the ground. Right now, he was at the top floor of Snow Pine Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain peak that belonged to him. His eyes were deep blue, his gaze penetrating 1,000 li, inspecting his territory. The snow pines are growing well, the snow willows that were transplanted last year have already expanded to over 10,000. This year's Gu worms have also produced close to 300 rank 5 Gu. These water path and ice path Gu worms can be used for research, there are still leftovers, I can sell them for at least 2 or 3 immortal yuan stones. Of course, my main source of income now is still the snowman slave trade. On Xianxia's mountain peak, there were 6 variant human tribes, all of them were snowmen. Snowmen were a type of variant humans, they lived in the icy environment of the snowy land. Their skin was snow white, their eyes were ice blue, and their hair was blue. After they died, their bodies would turn into ice sculptures. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. However, the tears left by snowmen, they would instantly condense into ice tears. Ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material, Gu masters loved them greatly. After Xianxia inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. Snowmen looked expressionless, but in Xianxia's opinion, they were the variant humans with the closest intelligence to humans. Many Gu immortals raised snowmen, and in order to obtain ice tears, they would often torture them. They would carry out inhumane torture. Gu refinement materials like ice tears were used in many places. In jewel yellow skies, the trade of ice tears was very popular. Many Gu immortals schemed for profits in order to obtain ice tears. He used all means to slaughter and torture the snowmen. Xianxia had done this before, but he soon discovered that the market for Gu immortals to obtain the ice tears was much higher than the ice tears themselves. From then on, he began to raise snowmen and sell them to jewel yellow skies. Let the other Gu immortals torture the snowman. A snowman could only shed tears of ice 3 times in his life. There were no more than 60 of them. Every time it cried, the snowman's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and a great deal of its life essence would be lost. If the snowman shed too much ice tears, he would age rapidly and die faster. However, the cost of raising snowmen was much lower. In addition, Xianxia owned this mountain peak. It was convenient for planting cedars, snow trees, and raising snowmen. Therefore, selling snowmen was much more profitable than selling ice tears. He was good at making money, his business had been booming these years, and he had accumulated a large amount of immortal yuan stone. He could be considered a wealthy person among Gu immortals. But he had a huge regret, he had been a rank 6 Gu immortal for decades. But he still did not have an immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal yuan stones he had, he could not buy an immortal Gu. Because immortal Gu were unique, others would not sell them even if they had them. At most, they would exchange immortal Gu for immortal Gu. Ma tribe has reached the final step now. If I can defeat He tribe and enter the imperial court, I might be able to obtain the first immortal Gu in my life from 88-point Xinyang Tower. Xianxia was thinking about this when he suddenly had a feeling, and waved his hand. Space tore open, and a letter Gu flew out. Xianxia opened it, it was Ma tribe's request for help. They finally couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He had been paying attention to this imperial court contest, and knew about Ma tribe's loss. Earlier, he had contacted Ma tribe, but they could not make up their mind. Now that the situation was tense, Ma tribe sent a request for help. It was equivalent to agreeing to his request. This way, it is time for me to make a move. Xianxia's smile gradually disappeared, and he activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses flew far away, towards the 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, the 3 snowman Gu masters immediately got up and rushed towards the mountain peak. A moment later, they knelt in front of Xuesong Pavilion, saying in unison, Xue Hua, Xue Mi, Xue Ming, greets immortal. Xuesongzi did not show himself, but took out some Gu worms and sent them to the 3 snowmen. Bring these Gu worms and the D battalion, go to the outside world and find Ma tribe, help them win the battle. Xuesongzi sent another divine sense. Yes. The 3 snowman Gu masters quickly received the order. Xuesongzi had 4 battalions, A, B, C and D, formed from the experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led the D battalion out of snowy mountain blessed land, but before they reached Ma tribe, they were discovered by He tribe's Gu immortals. Brother, this Ma tribe is indeed related to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu immortals. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Lu tribe's external Gu immortal Tan Baiya is not wrong. In the blessed land, He Bai said to He Qing. These 2 were He tribe's Gu immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance, middle-aged, clumsy on the outside but elegant on the inside. And He Qing had been publicly recognized as a genius in He tribe since he was young, handsome and competent, and was also He Lolan's father. He Qing glanced at He Bai, saying calmly, Brother, you don't need to worry. Demonic path Gu immortals always move alone. Snowy Mountain might be strong, having dozens of Gu immortals, but only 2 or 3 truly support Ma tribe. He Bai nodded, Brother is right. But the current Ma tribe is indeed very strong. Previously, they did not receive the support of demonic path Gu immortals, they fought their way into the decisive battle on their own. Once they receive the support of Gu immortals, they will definitely become even stronger. He Qing grunted, before asking, have you investigated who are the demonic path Gu immortals supporting Ma tribe? Not yet, but it will be done soon. Go and do it, we have bought over 500,000 wild wolves and 300 mutated wolves these days. 2 wolf emperors, thousands of Gu worms, as well as the prepared resources, hand them over to He Lulan. Yes, brother. Also, instruct He Lulan to finish the battle quickly, so as not to complicate matters. He Bai's expression was clear, he nodded and left the blessed land without saying anything. War was not just about human lives, it was also a competition of foundation and consumption. The struggle for the imperial court. At the final stage, He Qing and He Bai, who had been supporting He Lulan all along, were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Although Gu immortals were wealthy, they could not support the entire army for such a long time. The amount of resources and mortal Gu was enormous. A portion came from the blessed land, while the majority was from the consumption of immortal yuan stones. They were bought from jewel yellow skies. Large amounts of immortal yuan stones were scattered. Be it He Bai or He Qing, they were actually feeling heartache. The struggle for the imperial court, in essence, was a game. But not all Gu immortals could afford to play this game. Many Gu immortals wanted to obtain an immortal Gu, so they participated in this grand gamble. Finally, the person they chose did not enter the imperial court, thus they lost miserably. There were even cases where they went bankrupt. But if they won and obtained an immortal Gu from 88-point Xianxia Tower, then all the investments would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they could not buy an immortal Gu. 10 days later, He tribe and Ma tribe's armies started fighting again. The huge battle formation was endless, forming a grand army. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking at the opposite side as he said with heroic spirit, we did not manage to hurt Ma tribe the last 2 times, let us teach them a lesson this time. It is not so easy to advance into a super tribe. Humph. Who will go first? Before he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and greeted, Lord Alliance Leader, this subordinate is willing to be the vanguard. He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. Along the way, participating in the struggle for the imperial court, until now, Hao Ji-lu had killed countless people and had outstanding battle merits. Pei Yanfei had also submitted to He tribe after Lu Wenwu's defeat. But Hao Ji-lu's position as the number 1 rank 4 battle general had never wavered. This was He tribe army's old general. Adding on Hao Ji-lu's repeated intention to submit, if there were no accidents, after He tribe takes over the imperial court, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe. He tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a super force, one of the giants of northern plains. If Hao Ji-lu joined He tribe, it would be like relying on a big tree. Just like Wind Demon Tan Wufeng who submitted to Dongfang tribe. Hao Ji-lu went to the battlefield and shouted. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him, "This water demon again, who will teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance Leader, let me go deal with him this time." A boorish man stood up. It was Ma tribe's fierce general, a transformation path rank 4 Gu master expert, Qinghu. Ma Shangfeng nodded in agreement. Qinghu impatiently went to the battlefield and fought with Hao Ji-lu. Hao Ji-lu's methods were ruthless, his attacks were vast and the water currents surged. Because he had exchanged battle merits for many rare Gu worms, Hao Ji-lu's current battle strength had already far surpassed the initial stage of the imperial court contest. Both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Hao Ji-lu gradually gained the upper hand. Qinghu was suppressed and felt stifled. He roared and activated a killer move, turning into a fierce tiger. The tiger's might was fierce and ferocious, immediately reversing the disadvantage. Hao Ji-lu was famous for his ferocious attacks, but now he could not block the fierce tiger's attack. He could only retreat again and again, changing his fighting style. From the previous fierce attack, he changed to a defensive counterattack. P.S. I am adjusting and adapting to the rhythm of the double update, trying to write articles that guarantee both quantity and quality. But humans are not machines, they can instantly adjust to whatever power they need. Thus, I gave myself a month to adjust and adapt. Thank you everyone for your concern and understanding. I am very touched and will do my best. Swoosh swoosh. A blue torrent shot out. The suspended-eyed tiger roared, emitting a thunderous sound. This was the rank 4 tiger roar Gu. The tiger roar's sound waves rippled in the air, forming visible ripples. The sound waves collided with the torrent, causing it to collapse into a heavy rain. Qinghu transformed into the suspended-eyed tiger. His attacks were peerless, immediately showing an unstoppable aura. Tiger roar Gu emitted sound waves. Tiger claw Gu, extremely sharp. Tiger skin Gu, outstanding defense. Tiger tooth Gu, sharp as a spear, piercing and showing off its might. Tiger tail Gu, hard as a steel whip, able to move freely. Transformation path Gu masters, to form killer moves, would collect the corresponding Gu worms. Once they collected all the Gu worms, they would be able to transform, and their battle strength would increase greatly. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the higher the value of the corresponding Gu worms, and the harder it was to collect them. Even if Gu masters could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs, with 1 head and 2 arms. If they transformed into another form, not being used to it would be the most natural reaction. Like flying, only a lot of training and talent could make use of the transformed form well. Gu masters nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. These were the profound aspects of using Gu. Both armies' gazes were focused on the battlefield. Hao Ji-lu and Qinghu's battle had already reached a crucial moment. Qinghu used his killer move, transforming into a suspended-eyed tiger, firmly holding the upper hand. Water demon Hao Ji-lu could only focus on dodging, changing from his previous wild attacks. He was in a difficult situation. However, as time passed, the battle was still in a deadlock. Although Qinghu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Most of the Ma tribe's soldiers were still cheering, but the people in Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good, this water demon is crafty. Qinghu is in danger. Xianxia said. Many of the experts present nodded in agreement. Killer moves were strong, but in fact, they were activated by many Gu worms at the same time. This way, the primeval essence expenditure would increase by several times. Thus, it was a double-edged sword for Gu masters. Qinghu activated his killer move, but water demon Hao Ji-lu had rich battle experience. He changed his style of fighting with brute force. Qinghu would not be able to deal with the water demon in a short period of time. Once his true essence was depleted, he would have no choice but to transform into his human form. At that time, it would be time for Water Demon Hao Jilu to counterattack. Ma Shangfeng's expression was calm, but his heart sank. If it was in the past, Qinghu's failure would have nothing to do with him. However, Qinghu's victory or defeat was no longer his personal matter. Instead, it concerned the morale of the entire army. The Ma family had already lost 2 battles in a row. Ma Shangfeng knew very well that the major tribes that had sided with the Ma family were already wavering in their hearts. The Ma clan's army was led by the Ma clan, with the other clans as support. Once people's hearts wavered, the situation would become dangerous. Ma Shangfeng naturally did not wish to see Qinghu fail. But seeing that the battle was still in a stalemate, and that the possibility of Qinghu's defeat was increasing, Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart and call out, "Fei Xingqing." Fei Xingqing immediately stepped forward and placed his right palm on his chest. He saluted and said, "Your subordinate is here. The second battle will be your turn." Ma Shangfeng said. To eliminate the influence of Qinghu's defeat, he had placed his hopes on Fei Xingqing. Fei Xingqing was a valiant general. He had been ostracized by Fei tribe before, and was not doing well. Ma tribe sowed discord and used him as a spy. While Fei tribe was weakened due to the internal conflict, they launched a sneak attack and annexed Fei tribe. After Fei Xingqing sided with Ma tribe, he could be said to have met a wise leader. He made many contributions and was heavily nurtured. Immediately, he went to the front of the formation and scolded loudly. "The one who came is Fei Xingqing. Since the imperial court contest, he has already killed 8 rank 4 experts. In the previous battle, he used numbness goo and fought against 3 rank 4 experts alone. His performance was stunning." In He tribe's main tent, Sun Shirhan spoke. Yi Lui Sang, who was at the side, had a cold expression. The battle-cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan was talking about was the battle between Ma tribe and his Yi Lui alliance. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a loner. The Qi Lian tribe and other tribes that had submitted to Yi Lui Sang all ended up joining Ma tribe. Numbness goo was a rare rank 4 goo, its value comparable to rank 5. Once a goo master is hit, their whole body would be numb and their value could rival rank 5. Once a goo master is hit, their whole body would be numb and they would be unable to move. He Lulan grunted and looked around, asking, "Who can fight?" Just as he said that, someone laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd. "Fei Xingqing is only SOSO, I am willing to fight and clear all obstacles for you." He Lulan took a look, it was none other than Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Pan Ping had been killed by Lu tribe's 3 brothers' killer move earlier, but was saved by Tai Baiyunqing's man as before Gu after the battle. Not only him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were also saved. "Alright, go ahead." He Lulan nodded in agreement. If it was at the start of the battle, he would not be optimistic about Pan Ping's chances. But after more than 10 battles, Pan Ping was no longer the same as before. He had rapidly grown to become an expert on Pei Yan Fei's level. "Fei tribe's lad, you are only a shameless traitor who seeks glory and glory. Your survival is a disgrace, come and accept your death." Pan Ping went up and scolded loudly, his battle intent surging. Fei Xingqing was furious, he hated it when people called him that. "You are only a bastard of the demonic path, you were so arrogant earlier because you did not meet me." Immediately, the two fought fiercely. At once, the scene was intense, neither side winning nor losing. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Actually, these two circumstances were very similar. At the start of the imperial court contest, they were both people who could not achieve their ambitions. Pan Ping was a demonic Gu master, wandering from place to place. Fei Xingqing was suppressed by the tribe and could not achieve his ambitions. But because of this imperial court contest, the two's reputation rose, they made a fortune from the battle and their strength improved greatly. Previously, Pan Ping's only good Gu was Soul Blade Gu. But now, he exchanged his battle merits, the Gu worms on him were all exquisite and luxurious, his battle strength rose by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like before, when he only had Soul Blade Gu to hold the fort. And Fei Xingqing was roughly the same. Previously, he was ostracized in the tribe, although he had all his Gu worms, he lacked powerful methods. He had also obtained benefits from the battlefield, accumulating his battle merits and exchanging for the rank 5 equivalent numbness goo. Combining it with his own goo worms, his battle strength rose sharply. The two figures fought endlessly, but they were both wary of each other. Pan Ping was wary of Fei Xingqing's numbness goo, while Fei Xingqing had been guarding against Pan Ping's soul blade goo. Speaking of soul blade goo, it could be said that Pan Ping was lucky. Because this goo was attached to the curved blade, and not the goo master's aperture or body. After Pan Ping was blasted into pieces, soul blade goo luckily survived. Afterwards, Tai Baiyunxing saved Pan Ping, the latter revived, but all his goo worms were destroyed, only soul blade goo was left. Fortunately, Pan Ping had many battle merits and had not used them before. As for Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, they were not so lucky. After they were killed, all their goo worms were destroyed. The most regrettable thing was that Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous wave cloud goo was also destroyed. Rank 5 man as before goo could only target the human body, it could not revive goo worms. But the two were calm, being able to revive was a great fortune. Afterwards, the two borrowed battle merits and basically replenished their goo worms. After several battles, not only did they pay back all their battle merits, they even had some left over. The intense battle between the two pairs of rank 4 experts attracted everyone's attention. Ma tribe saw that Fei Xingqing and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, and sent out 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted them one by one, sending out Pei Yanfei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, and others. When the 6th pair of experts fought, Qing Hu was finally defeated. Water demon Hao Ji-lu was powerless to chase, and could only watch as he safely retreated. He tribe's morale rose, but soon, in the third group, Ma tribe won, and the situation was reversed. Both sides sent out more experts, and in front of the two armies, more than 30 battle rings were formed. That is to say, close to 70 rank 4 goo masters appeared to fight. This was a grand scene. The huge northern plains had billions of people, and most of them were mortals. There were only a few hundred rank 4 goo masters, and less than half a hundred rank 5 goo masters. It was because of the contest for the imperial court that these people gathered together, clashing and competing with each other. In the intense battle of life and death, stronger goo masters were born, and the weak were ruthlessly eliminated. The contest for the imperial court had reached the final decisive battle. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both Leviathan-like giants. Not counting goo immortals, the scale of any army greatly surpassed the forces of a super tribe. Everyone in the two armies felt their hearts and minds shaking, their chests surging. Only Fang Yuan was calmer. He had seen an even bigger scene in his previous life, that was the chaotic 5 regions war, the chaotic era. Lord Alliance Leader, subordinate requests to fight. A young rank 4 goo master stepped out, unable to restrain his battle intent. This person was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally a rank 3 goo master, but after the baptism of the war, he survived and his strength increased greatly, advancing to rank 4 not long ago. He Lulan was slightly stunned, before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the supreme elder of Gu tribe and Chang tribe, these two tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lulan's questioning gaze, and lightly ordered, Gu Guang, step down, you are the tribe leader, how can you take such a risk? Gu Guang complied and retreated. Fang Yuan asked again, where is Chang Biao? Lord, subordinate is here. Chang Biao had a sickly expression, his injuries from the previous battle had not healed. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, only saying, go and fight. Chang Biao opened his mouth to speak, his heart filled with anger. Ever since he joined He tribe army, he had been ordered to fight by Fang Yuan in every battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not endure such high-intensity continuous battles. Damn it. Chang Shanin, this guy, is he ordering me around like a beast? I hate that I am weak now, I cannot defy his orders. I will endure it for now, there will be a long time in the future. 10 years ago, I framed you, 10 years later, I will truly put you to death. Seeing Chang Biao enter the battlefield, Ma tribe also sent a female expert. This person was called Shi Shui. She was a rank 4 peak stage expert, a famous ice path expert. She had a rank 5 flying snow goo. Once activated, it would cause snowflakes to fall like goose feathers, turning everything within a few thousand steps into an icy domain. Chang Biao saw this person and thought, bitter. If he was in his peak condition, he would have to be careful against this woman. Now that he was injured, he was even less of a match. The two fought. Shi Shui attacked fiercely, while Chang Biao dodged and stalled for time. This way, he was unavoidably at a disadvantage. The battle continued. As time passed, rank 4 Gu masters continued to be defeated, retreating with injuries, or dying at the enemy's hands. Both sides had casualties, but overall, it was a draw. Gradually, the rank 4 Gu masters in the two main tents became few and far between, not enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, I would like to ask for your help now. He Lulan's gaze landed on the person sitting in the main tent. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an earth path Gu master. He had once piled rocks into a mountain and caused great trouble to He tribe army. At one point, He Lulan even had the thought of retreating. But eventually, Tai Bai Yunqing arrived and He tribe won, while Gu tribe joined He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shook Ma tribe army. This was the first rank 5 expert to move. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Qing tribe leader Qing Long. This person was a rank 5 transformation path expert, Qing Hu's elder brother. Seeing Qing Long, Gu Guolong bowed and said politely, "So it is Qing tribe leader, please enlighten me." Qing Long chuckled, "I don't dare to enlighten Gu tribe leader, but let's exchange pointers." The two fought with great momentum, immediately suppressing everyone and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Guolong had both offense and defense. He was honest and steady. Qing Long moved freely in the sky, fierce and calm. After the two fought for 12 rounds, He Lulan sent the rank 5 expert Luo Bojun. Luo Bojun had sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost to He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe immediately sent a rank 5 expert to fight. Compared to the lineup of rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior. In the past, Nu Er's army swallowed up the Tao family, and the Yang family defeated Nu Er. Then, Yelu family defeated the Yang family, but in the end, the Ma family defeated Yelu family's army, becoming the final winner. After this round of battle, there were many large clans in the Ma family's army, including the Qilian family, Qing family, Zhao family, Lu family, Tao family, Yang family, and many other powerful forces. At the same time, they had Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun, 3 enslavement masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly held high authority. Their tone and attitude were much calmer and more amiable than the murderous aura of rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they held back 30% of their strength and 20% of their feelings. Once they died, the tribe would be leaderless and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were enemies, what they truly cared about was the interests of their own clans. Even though they were bound by the poison oath, there were still unspoken rules. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and watched quietly. Although he only displayed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he was an enslavement path master. He was a crucial person who could influence the battle. Thus, his status was special, even higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really made a huge move. What a brilliant scheme. Personally participating in the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan's emotions grew more and more. Giant Sun Immortal left behind an inheritance for his descendants. He built 88-point Xinyang Tower and also established the tradition of Imperial Court contest. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort and thought into it. Not to mention 88-point Xinyang Tower. Just looking at this Imperial Court contest, every time it was held, it was a purge. Huangjin tribes swallowed other tribes to strengthen themselves. At the same time, the concentration of resources formed a developed battle merit economy during times of war. It was an abnormal prosperity. And through the war reparations, they formed an exchange of techniques and greatly deepened the foundation of Huangjin tribes. Most importantly, it was survival of the fittest. It allowed Gu masters to think at the border of life and death, to work hard and become experts. For Huangjin tribes, they would select Gu immortal seeds. Giant Sun Immortal, although he was no longer in the world, his influence still ruled over the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to an immortal venerable, the current me is as insignificant as an ant. But I also benefited from this Imperial Court contest, otherwise my strength would not have advanced so rapidly. Fang Yuan was slightly distracted as he thought of this. He sent his mind into his aperture. Inside the aperture, there were several new goo worms, most were rank 4, one was rank 3, one was rank 5 Azura Corpse Goo, and one was rank 5 Earth Overlord Goo. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained inspiration from 3 Heads 6 Arms Killer Move, he had combined his own foundation and ideas to research and obtain some results. He then condensed these results into a killer move. He named it 4 Arms Earth King. Once he activated this killer move, a new pair of arms would grow from the sides of his body. When he used all 4 arms, his battle strength would rise sharply and he would be comparable to the killer move 3 Heads 6 Arms of Lu Tribe Brothers. However, compared to 3 Heads 6 Arms, my 4 Arms Earth King form can only last for a shorter time. Only when my feet are on the ground can I display my full strength. Once I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move was only created by Fang Yuan, it was not perfected yet. Only after testing it in battle could he add some new goo and replace the unnecessary old goo, or directly remove them. Only then could the killer move be gradually perfected. The sun gradually rose high in the sky, and before the snowstorm, the usually blazing sunlight seemed cold and powerless. On the battlefield, however, killing intent was surging and accumulating to the limit. Dozens of battle circles burst out with colorful fireworks as the two sides were locked in a stalemate. In He Tribe's main tent, there were only a few Goo Masters left. If they were not fighting, they had retreated and were recuperating, or they had died on the battlefield. But overall, He Tribe still had a slight advantage. All along, He Lulan had received the support of He Bai and He Qing, 2 Goo Immortals. And Ma Tribe had only asked Xue Songzi for help during this huge battle. These Ma Tribe bastards are really resistant to beatings. He Lulan snorted coldly, his gaze was malevolent and he was gradually becoming impatient. He looked at Fang Yuan and was about to speak when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma Tribe's camp. On the left, tens of thousands of horses galloped, their hoofs trampling on the ground like rumbling thunder. There were countless rats on the right side of the road. They were densely packed, and the sight of them sent chills down one's spine. And at the center, a group of eagles soared up like dark clouds, giving off a feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoye, and Eagle King Yang Ping, these 3 enslavement path masters made their moves at the same time. The beast groups rushed over and immediately dispersed most of the battle groups. It turned out that Ma Shangfeng saw that Ma Tribe was at a slight disadvantage in the challenge, so he wanted to use his advantage in enslavement path to suppress He Tribe army and change the disadvantageous situation. Facing the simultaneous attack of 3 beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up. He stared closely at Fang Yuan. Wolf King, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan nodded and slowly stood up from his seat. He slowly walked to the head of the twin-headed iron rhino and looked down from above at the 3 beast groups. All of them were malevolent and ferocious, and their scale was vast. No matter which path the enslavement path masters were on par with him, they were formidable opponents that did not lose to him in enslavement path. In fact, the enslavement path goo worms they possessed were even more comprehensive and outstanding than Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement goo worms. Under the situation of not exposing his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan's 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. In the previous 2 battles, the wolf group had been suppressed by the 3 beast groups and suffered disastrous losses. And Ma Tribe had relied on this advantage to leave behind beast groups to bring up the rear, allowing them to safely retreat into the defensive line twice. But at this moment, Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his heart filled with battle intent. Although his enslavement path goo worms were slightly weaker than these 3 enslavement path masters, before this battle, he had obtained the support of He Tribe's Goo Immortals, and the wolf group scale had increased by more than 10 times. These wolf groups were all hidden in the army, using the power of goo worms, the enemy could not detect them. Wolf King. Yang Ping is here, do you dare to fight? In the sky, Yang Ping was standing on a giant eagle. He looked heroic and upright, like a spear soaring into the sky. He took the initiative to challenge and wanted to restrain Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group was looking down from above, attacking the wolf group was very advantageous. Ha ha ha, old Yang, you have to go easy on him. After all, brother Chang Shanin is an enslavement path master like us. You have to leave some face for him. On the right, Rat King's mocking laughter could be heard. And in the horse group on the left, Ma Zun, who was not good with words, advanced with a muffled voice. There were large numbers of Gu master experts around him, each riding on a warhorse to protect his safety. Enslavement pathmasters still needed to be in this situation to command the beast groups, only then could they display 120% of their battle power. The three masters came out together, taking the risk and personally leading the beast group to attack. This was like 3 heavy punches. If they could not block it properly, He tribe's army could be beaten senseless, the situation would collapse and they would not be able to turn back. After all, the battlefield was full of unpredictable variables. There were too many examples of the weak winning against the strong. Moreover, He tribe's side only had a slight advantage now. Brother Xianxia. He Lulan could not help but reveal a worried expression. Although the wolf group scale had increased and completely surpassed the 3 beast groups, he was worried that Feng Yuan did not have enough control over it. After all, Feng Yuan had never controlled such a large wolf group. If he did not control it properly, it would instead cause chaos. Even if he could control it, with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he last? Feng Yuan stood on the iron rhino's head, with his back facing He Lulan. He did not speak. Looking at the 3 beast groups majestically pouncing over, attacking from the sky and on the ground, the Wolf King still did not move even though they were right in front of them. He Lulan felt even more uneasy and urged, "Brother Xianxia, quickly attack." Feng Yuan still did not speak, as if he did not hear anything. The 3 beast groups surged over. They were less than 200 steps away and would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was shaken. He Lulan was anxious. "Brother Xianxia." Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. "This is a good opportunity. The enemy is trying to suppress me with their beast group, but they do not know they are digging their own graves. Alliance leader Lulan, I want to congratulate you." "Congratulate me for what?" "This battle has been won, the situation is set, alliance leader entering the imperial court is a foregone conclusion," Feng Yuan said lightly. He Lulan could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. He almost shouted, "Damn it. Where did this ridiculous confidence of yours come from? Quickly command the wolf group. What time do you have to talk now? The enemy is already pouncing over." But at the next moment, his eyes protruded even wider. It was like someone was punching behind his eyes. That was because he felt an astonishing change in Feng Yuan's aura. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage, from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage, from rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage, and from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. At this moment, Feng Yuan slowly removed the concealment of breath concealment Gu, no longer suppressing his true cultivation. Rank 5 peak stage, the real deal. Wolf King Xianxia was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement master. He Lulan stared at Feng Yuan's back in a daze. The Gu master guards near the main tent also looked over with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu, and the broad eagle wings brought him to the sky. In the air, he held towards the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu, and Wolf Howl Gu. The wolf howl resounded in the sky, directly suppressing the cries of the beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The long howl of the wolves was followed by the response of the pack of wolves. Feng Yuan flew into the sky. "Yang Ping, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun, today is the day you die," he said plainly, but his voice was loud and clear, resounding in everyone's ears. Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya sneered, "Humph, shameless boasting. He is actually rank 5 peak stage, Xianxia, you concealed yourself so deeply." Yang Piying's expression was grim, his eyes burning with flames, "But this stimulates my fighting spirit even more. This kind of battle is more interesting." However, at the next moment, when the wolf group charged out, his fighting spirit froze. Many. Too many, a vast number of wild wolves were like the tide of the sea. First came the first wave, then the second wave, the third wave. It seemed to connect heaven and earth, endless and vast. Ma Zun was moved, the eagle group's movements paused, and Yang Piying's expression froze. Such a large wolf group, oh heavens, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoya was pale with fright, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. "Retreat, my rat group was only 600,000 at most. After so many battles, I did not have time to replenish them, I have less than 200,000 now." This is my final force, I cannot lose them, retreat retreat retreat, we must retreat. Jiang Baoyu was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely selfish, he immediately turned around and led the rat group to retreat. There were three aspects that affected an enslavement path Gu master's battle strength. One was the size of the beast group, the second was the combination of enslavement path Gu worms, and the third was the soul foundation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation, because of Dang Hun Mountain's help, was on the same level as these three enslavement path masters. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were weaker than the three, it was only by a small margin. But the size of the wolf group in his hands was a huge amount of 1,560,000. In contrast, the three had huge losses in their beast group due to the consecutive battles, especially the first two battles. The rat group only had 200,000, the eagle group had 180,000, and the horse group had the most at 360,000. Altogether, it was only 740,000. 740,000 was not even half of 1,560,000. However, could different beast groups be added together so easily? As mentioned earlier, it could not. Different beast groups mixed together, unless there was a method like three hearts combination soul, it would be a mess. A large number of wolves rushed out. Previously, some of them were hidden in underground pits, some were covered by Gu worms, and some were hidden in carriages. Now, all of them had appeared, even the taciturn Ma Zun couldn't help but exclaim, why are there so many wolves? Originally, the three of them had teamed up to bully Fang Yuan. As a result, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness suddenly became a huge iron plate. The Gu master guards beside him were all shouting, Lord Ma Zun, quickly retreat, the enemy is too strong, we cannot fight them head-on. Ma Zun was not a hot-headed person. He immediately controlled the horses to change direction and retreat. However, a herd of horses was different from a herd of rats. Most rats were small in size and could easily change directions. The horses galloped, but it was difficult to stop. Especially when Fang Yuan purposely did not release them earlier, waiting for the horse group and rat group to reach the front of He tribe army before suddenly mobilizing the wolf group. His intentions could be said to be sinister. But Ma Zun was an enslavement master after all, his attainments were astonishing. He knew the condition of his horse group like the back of his hand. He carefully mobilized the horse group, drawing an arc on the ground, brushing past He tribe army and slanting outwards, attempting to break out of the encirclement. However, how could Fang Yuan let the fat meat in his mouth fly away like this? Ma Zun was an enslavement master, so was he. With a thought, the mutated wolf group roared and chased. Mutated wolf group? So many! The Gu masters beside Ma Zun turned around and looked, their faces turning pale. Ma Zun also had a mutated beast group, called Pegasus, but their numbers were far less than the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of them were terror claw horses and other kinds of ordinary horses. How could these horses outrun the mutated wolf group? Ma Zun repeatedly changed the direction of the horse group, attempting to shake off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group suddenly split into two and attacked from the left and right, finally intercepting the horse group. Next, a vast number of ordinary wolves pounced over and surrounded the horse group. Such a spectacular interception, as expected of a master. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally letting go of all her worries towards Changshanin. On the other side, the Rat King was escaping, but there was also a mutated wolf group behind him, leading a vast number of wolves as they chased. They continued to devour the rat group that could not escape in time, like a giant beast trampling on the ground, devouring the rat group bit by bit. Fang Yuan took a glance and ignored the Rat King, instead looking at the sky in front of him. The wolf group stepped on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. Dealing with the eagle group was beyond the ability of the wolves. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a much better situation. Damn it, now two of the beast groups are subdued, the horse group is surrounded, and the Rat King has escaped, only the main army is left. Yang Ping felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this battle, the horse group and rat group were extremely precious battle strength, losing any one of them would reduce Ma tribe's chances of winning by half. I am the only one who can save the situation now. I need to use the eagle group to attack and distract most of Changshanyan's attention. While Yang Ping was still thinking, Fang Yuan had already manipulated a group of 100,000 wolves, advancing majestically towards Ma tribe's main tent. Yang Ping fell into a dilemma. If it is a one-on-one battle, my wolf group will naturally be at a disadvantage against your eagle group. But this is a huge battle. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu masters, no, even if I expend a large amount of their primeval essence, it will still be a great victory. Yang Ping, what should you do? Fang Yuan's eyes were calm as a lake, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Yang Ping's mind worked rapidly, but the more he thought, the colder his heart felt. Chang Shanyan's move was truly vicious, attacking the enemy's weakness. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain the Wolf King. But this way, without the Eagle Group's obstruction, the Wolf Group successfully charged towards Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was ashen. He quickly mobilized the enslavement path Gu masters and set up a temporary defensive line. But the Wolf Group was huge, and with mutated beasts charging, such a defensive line was easily broken through like paper. This is a huge mistake in my decision-making. But we have not lost yet, everyone, the situation is dangerous, let's take a gamble. Follow me, we still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted. Shuihua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true forms. At the same time, there was an elite battalion made up of snowmen. Seeing such strong reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale rose, they calmed down from their panic and shouted, following Ma Shangfeng into the battlefield. At once, the wolf group howled and blood splattered. First, the central army engaged in battle, followed by Ma tribe's left and right Gu masters, who also started their assault. He Lulan laughed loudly, he waved his hand and the elite troops under him moved first. Next, the tribe leaders led their troops and charged into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in an all-out battle. Beast groups, humans, tangled with each other. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path, and other Gu masters fought fiercely. Experts laughed malevolently as they slaughtered their enemies. And the weak helped each other, forming groups and struggling with all their might to fight for a chance to survive. The Eagle group screeched and attacked Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had He Lulan's personal guards, and also Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping, and other experts, guarding the area tightly. The Eagle group's attacks did not show any results, but Fang Yuan used Wolf Care Gu agilely. He was not obstructed by vision. He used the wolf group to attack fiercely, slaughtering the horse group, rat group, and humans. The situation is urgent, Wu Yi, all of you attack and disturb the experts around Chang Shanin. On the eagle's back, Yang Ping was sweating profusely as he quickly ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat, he was one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Originally, among the 3 flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pekong was the son of Dongfang tribe's concubine. He had returned to the Blessed Land. Water Immortal Song Qingyin died in battle. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was recruited by Ma tribe. He was left to deal with the new flying master Chang Shanin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we move out and the enemy attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Ping smiled proudly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagle group, I am very safe. Even He Lulan cannot break through my Thunder Eagle defense instantly. Don't worry and go, don't forget we still have Killer Wu Ming. Wu Yi and the rest heard this and their hearts shook. These people all had flying abilities, they charged down and increased the pressure on He Lulan and the rest. Be careful, they are interfering with us, don't move out easily. Don't forget, they still have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted coldly, while retaliating, she warned. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu master. Yi Lui Sang was able to defeat the 7 armies because he assassinated many enemy leaders, causing panic and low morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was also quite good, many rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, and even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was already hailed as the #1 assassin of the present age, his reputation had already surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Si Xian. Right now, he had not shown himself, who knew where he was hiding in the battlefield. He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming assassinated Fang Yuan, the wolf group would collapse and the situation would be reversed. Charge over and kill Wolf King Chang Shanin. Not only He Lulan and Yang Ping, Ma tribe's experts also quickly realized the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu Master experts charged towards He tribe's main tent. Whoever can kill Xianxia, I will reward him with 5 million battle merits. I will give him the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder and he will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng shouted as he killed the wolf group. Soon, He Lulan and the rest felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good, the enemy has gone crazy, I can't hold on for much longer. Black Banner Army, quickly come and support us. Pei Yan Fei, Zhong Fei Yu, Tang Miao Ming, quickly come and protect Wolf King. We can't keep defending like this, we need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the battle will harm Wolf King. Ma tribe was not willing to lose. Once they lost, they would be finished, they started to put their lives on the line, and most of them were brave men who were greatly rewarded. Thus, the situation quickly broke away from He Lulan's control, and the situation quickly turned into a battle against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's life was directly related to the outcome of this battle. The rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters of both sides squeezed together, forming a huge chaotic battle. This was a grand scene rarely seen in the previous imperial court contests. In this battle, rank 4 Gu masters were reduced to supporting characters. Even rank 5 experts were involuntarily trapped in a quagmire. He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the rest could slightly take care of Wolf King at first. Soon, they found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by flames, frost, sound waves, and other chaotic attacks that danced wildly in the battle circle. Their opponents were not fixed, they fought whoever they could find. Sometimes, their own people would even hit their own people. The number 1 assassin, Wu Ming, stood far away, helplessly looking at this huge chaotic battle. He was an assassin, an expert at sneaking close to his target and dealing a fatal blow. But at this moment, all the Gu masters in this battle were crazily fighting, all kinds of investigative Gu were sweeping around, killing whoever they could find. The situation had already gone out of control, the attacks were overwhelming, some rank 4 experts were already hysterical in order to protect themselves. Wu Ming suspected that if he sneaked in, he would be discovered in a few breaths of time. Who knows, the person attacking him might even be one of his own people who was dazzled by the battle and had no time to think. In this situation, even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will not be able to protect himself. Wu Ming sneered, watching the show from the sidelines. Soon, his eyes brightened, he saw a rank 4 Gu master on his side getting close to Wolf King. It's Jinghu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost cried out in excitement. Qinghu was attacked from behind by an unknown person, and was sent flying to Fang Yuan's feet. Originally, Fang Yuan was guarded by Bian Xian. But just now, Bian Xian took the initiative to lead away Fei Xingqing. She was not a defense Gu master, and had no intention of sacrificing her life for Fang Yuan, this was the wisest choice for her. Which bastard sneak attacked your father? Qinghu fell to the ground and immediately got up. He angrily roared and turned around to attack. This? Wu Ming didn't know what to say when he saw that. However, Qinghu had only taken 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly froze on the spot as if he had been struck by a spell. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Yuan, who was right in front of him. After being stunned for a few breaths, he finally reacted. Which bastard ambushed me? I love you to death. Ahaha. Qinghu's pores opened in excitement, he looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at 5 million battle merits, as well as endless fame and fortune. Howl, he pounced forward, and the moment his 4 limbs touched the ground, he transformed into a multicolored tiger. A transformation path killer move, the fierce tiger roared and charged towards Fang Yuan with a fishy smell. Oh no! Quickly dodge! Bian Xian screamed as she looked back. Success! Wu Ming's blood surged as he saw this, his whole body trembling in excitement. The fierce tiger opened its bloody mouth and jumped into the air, pouncing down. Its huge figure covered Fang Yuan's face. Its tiger mouth opened wide, and its sharp teeth were about to bite through Fang Yuan's head. To think that such an earth-shattering contribution would fall into my hands, eh? The fierce tiger's eyes flashed with astonishment. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, making it unable to move. Humph! Qinghu snorted in his heart. His years of battle instincts allowed him to move his two sharp tiger claws without thinking. Bam! With a muffled sound, the next moment, his two tiger claws were also grabbed by a pair of steel hands. Why does he still have arms? Qinghu looked over in bewilderment, only to see Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, his expression was calm like ice, and two brass arms had grown out from his sides. Two large brass hands firmly grasped his tiger claws. Humph! Qinghu snorted, immediately moving his tiger tail. The tiger tail tore through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow, nimbly and craftily sweeping towards Fang Yuan's head. Slap! With a crisp sound, Fang Yuan's head was not injured, but his tiger tail was numb from the pain, already losing all feeling. Qinghu had a killer move, but so did Fang Yuan. Killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. 14 goo worms were activated, including the rank 5 Amplify Effect goo. In this state, Fang Yuan's defense was 4 times stronger than before. His strength had reached 800 Jun. Moreover, once he stepped on the ground, his strength would flow endlessly. Are you done playing? Fang Yuan sneered, calmly looking at Qinghu with a mocking and cold gaze. An intense chill rose from Qinghu's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Fear, even if Qinghu was usually carefree and proud of his bravery, facing Fang Yuan's deep and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to explode. The fierce tiger's throat moved, a sound wave attack was about to be unleashed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan lightly sighed, such a boring trick, sigh, you should just die. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was saying something insignificant. Swoosh, at the next moment, the brass hands forcefully tore. The multicolored tiger was torn into two, blood gushed out and its innards scattered everywhere. Two irregular tiger bodies fell to the ground, turning into two human halves. And the fierce tiger's head turned into Qinghu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, showing the fear of death. Fang Yuan crushed his head with one claw, slowly raising his head, his gaze went past the crowd and landed on Yang Piying. Yang Piying's hair stood on end, an intense sense of danger surged in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped the eagle wings on his back, flying into the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, quickly mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect himself. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, with just these rank 4 battle strength, they want to stop me, hee hee. Bam bam bam, he directly charged, exploding all the Thunder Eagles along the way. When the Goo Masters in the chaotic battle reacted, Fang Yuan had already broken through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife through butter, going straight for Yang Piying. You! Yang Piying's face was drained of blood, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. His head was in Fang Yuan's hand, his whole body was lifted up by Fang Yuan without any strength to resist. Fang Yuan lightly squeezed. Poochie! Eagle King Yang Piying's head was like a watermelon, easily crushed by him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, the eagle group was instantly dispersed. The eagle group escaped, the clear sky appeared again. The huge commotion attracted the attention of countless people. What? The Wolf King killed the Eagle King with his own hands? Many people cried out in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Now, it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landed on Ma Xun. Ma Xun was protected by the horse group 10,000 steps away, but he felt a terrifying feeling of a great calamity descending on him. Stop him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together, pincer attacking Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash, how can you stop me? Fang Yuan snorted in disdain, flapping his wings, he easily shook off Shi Shui and crashed into Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so fierce. He overestimated his defense, and at the same time underestimated Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks. The defensive light barrier only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing completely. Wu Yi instantly sensed something amiss, his flying master attainment allowed him to make evasive maneuvers that others could not do. If it were anyone else, they might have returned empty-handed. But Fang Yuan was also a flying master. Bam, with a muffled sound, half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into powder, his bones were broken into pieces, and half of his internal organs were crushed by the huge force. He widened his eyes helplessly and fell from the sky. A flying master of his generation, a demonic path expert, died just like that. Fang Yuan did not even look at him, pouncing towards Ma Xun. Roar, a thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon blocked Fang Yuan's path. This huge dragon had a golden horn, 3 claws, and its eyes were like lanterns, emitting the flames of revenge. Chang Shanin. You dared to kill my brother, you will pay the most terrible price. It was a rank 5 transformation path Gu master, Qinghu's elder brother, Qinglong. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted, his speed did not decrease, but instead increased, his body leaving an afterimage in the sky, colliding with the huge dragon. Bam, a loud sound was heard, deafening even the deaf. The sound wave spread in all directions, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone's heart shuddered. Looking over, they saw that Fang Yuan's body had expanded to twice its original size, his whole body was covered in a layer of bronze light, and his 4 arms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He stood proudly in the sky, his hand holding the broken dragon horn. And the 3-clawed golden horned dragon fell down like a kite with its string cut. Along the way, it fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dragon blood and dragon scales splattered everywhere. What? Far away, Ma Shangfeng's pupils shrunk, shouting in disbelief. Even Qinglong was not his match in one move. This killer move. He Lulan was dazed. From Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads, 6 arms. Ma Zun, I, Wolf King, will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice piercing through the sky, his calm tone as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. However, everyone could feel an invincible spirit from his words. Uncle Ma Zun, leave quickly. I will defend here. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Xianxia, who was beside Ma Zun, shouted. Facing the persuasion of the surrounding people, Ma Zun's expression was ashen as he resolutely rejected. No, my Ma tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle, not cowards who run away. I am one of Ma tribe's banners. If I run away, it will be a huge blow to the army's morale. I can't leave, we haven't lost yet, I still have the Pegasus group. Saying so, he willed, and for a moment, the Pegasus flew up like a white cloud. The incomparably handsome Pegasus had snow-white fur, their manes fluttering in the wind and their pure white wings spread out. These Pegasus were the pride of Ma tribe. Seeing these Pegasus, a sense of heroism rose in the hearts of the Ma tribe clansmen, their panicked emotions quickly calmed down. That's right, we still have Pegasus. Ah? Ma Xianxia had just said half of his words when he screamed in fear. Fang Yuan flew over like a meteor without any intention of dodging, fiercely crashing into the Pegasus group. Pegasus with rank 4 battle strength exploded into flowers of blood. The Pegasus group let out panicked and sorrowful neighs, their pure white feathers were trampled on and their feathers fell along with the horse corpses, drifting helplessly in the air. He was invincible, unstoppable. Fang Yuan was unreasonable. He pierced through the Pegasus group and arrived above Ma Zun and the rest. Ma Zun was stupefied. The Gu masters around him looked at Fang Yuan with their mouths wide open, their hearts filled with extreme shock, helplessness, and panic. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their hearts, never to be erased. No, I haven't lost yet. Ma Zun lost his composure and shouted. He was about to activate his killer move but was stopped by Ma Xianxia. Uncle, let me do it. Once this killer move is activated, your realm will fall. Ma tribe can do without me, Ma Xianxia, but it cannot do without you, uncle. Ma Xianxia shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Hero. Ma Zunxiong's body trembled. He looked at the disciple he admired the most and was most pleased with. He could feel his determination to die. Ma Zun, of course, did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. However, just as Ma Xianxia had said, the Ma family could do without Ma Xianxia, but they needed Ma Zun to command the horses. Now that the eagle group had collapsed, the rat group could not be counted on. If they lost the horse group as well, the Ma family would definitely lose. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Uncle, leave quickly. After Ma Xianxia finished speaking, he calmed down and frantically mobilized his primeval essence, pouring it into several Gu worms. Killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shui Songzi had specially prepared for them. Nay nay nay, the horses around him raised their front hooves and neighed crazily. Large amounts of blood and sweat oozed out of their bodies. Soon, they fell down one by one, losing their lives. But at the same time, colorful horse souls that were as beautiful as rainbows emerged from the corpses. A mutated horse soul. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Normal souls could not be observed by the naked eye. And these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their heads, and their sizes varied, similar to when they were alive. Moreover, they shone with colorful light, only a blind person could not see them. The dragon horse floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan at a rapid speed. Fang Yuan flew far away, pulling apart the distance while probing his attacks. These horse souls were quite troublesome. Because they were souls, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against them. At the same time, once they self-detonate, each of them would have the power of the shark fin wolf's soul explosion. Although Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful, it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-detonate at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only a 1,000-man soul. But, why should I fight them head-on? Fang Yuan sneered and slowly landed on the ground. He was not a pure strength path Gu master, he also had enslavement path methods. At the next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolf group beside him. The wolf howled and the wolf group's battle strength increased by several times. The wolf group was like hungry sharks, charging towards Ma Yingjie and Ma Zun. Damn it! Ma Yingjie immediately experienced Fang Yuan's treachery and shamelessness. In order to activate the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit, he sacrificed most of the horses around him and formed mutated horse souls. But Fang Yuan did not fight the horse souls head-on, and directly sent the wolf group to their deaths. The wolf group used their lives to exhaust the horse soul's strength. The mutated horse souls' bodies dimmed in order to resist the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dissipated, some self-detonated. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp decrease in the number of horse souls. Fang Yuan displayed the essence of enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, expending the primeval essence in the aperture, or perishing together with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie was helpless against Fang Yuan. The mutated horse souls were strong and slaughtered large numbers of wolves in a short time, but they were no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave quickly. You are Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly. Ma Yingjie screamed, urging Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's face was covered in tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth until they almost broke, and moved his body with difficulty. Driven by reason, he led a group of horses away from Ma Yingjie and retreated towards Ma tribe army. Eh? Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's traces. Ma Zun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more important than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning Ma Yingjie and chasing after Ma Zun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjie was anxious, and quickly urged the horse souls to soar into the sky to stop him. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, his body drawing an exquisite arc in the sky, leaving all the horse souls behind. He was a flying master, and these mutated horse souls were merely Ma Yingjie's puppets. Seeing the death god Fang Yuan chasing after them, the Gu master guards beside Ma Zun were scared out of their wits. Helpless, Ma Zun also activated his killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his command, the mutated horse souls formed a defensive line, cooperating with each other, and were much more threatening than Ma Yingjie. Even if Fang Yuan had the attainments of a flying master, it would be hard for him to break through. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar resounded. A huge shadow shrouded Fang Yuan. The 3-clawed golden-horned giant dragon, once again attacking Fang Yuan's back, Qinglong was defeated by Fang Yuan in one hit, and was thrown into confusion. After climbing out of the pit with much difficulty, he was attacked by several people. Qinglong and Fagin used all their strength to disperse these obstructions, and under the urge of anger and vengeance, they charged forward. You actually came looking for death. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at the flashing indestructible dragon claws grabbing at him, unmoved. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he brushed past the dragon claws. Using the exquisite flying technique, he played the giant dragon in circles. Not good, I am not the Wolf King's match in the air. When Qinglong realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Fang Yuan grasped the flaw, and flew to the dragon's head. The two giant brass arms on his side were like war spears and sharp swords, fiercely smashing into the giant dragon's two dragon eyes. The next moment, the dragon's eyes shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon instantly went mad, the intense pain causing him to let out a miserable roar. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his whole body was covered in scarlet blood, and his two arms went deep into the eye sockets, straight for the brain. The other two arms were like heavy hammers, fiercely smashing down. Bang, 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 with a loud sound, Fang Yuan used the dragon's head as a war drum, beating it continuously. The giant dragon fell from the sky, and frantically struggled on the ground, like a golden snake, twisting its body into a fried dough twist. Mud and stones tumbled, both man and beast were sent flying by the dragon's tail. Fang Yuan's beating did not stop at all. After 20 to 30 times, he finally got his wish, and completely smashed the giant dragon's head. White brain matter and blood sprayed all over his body. He took a deep breath, the thick smell of blood made him feel satisfied. Especially the giant dragon's corpse under his feet, it silently bore witness to his conquest. Men, no matter which world they live in, they all live to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although dead, the transformed dragon body still remained, showing Qinglong's profound attainment in the transformation path. His head is quite hard, but he is an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan evaluated indifferently, and once again looked at Ma Zun. He even killed Qinglong. Is this still the Wolf King? Isn't he an enslavement master? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the dragon's corpse shocked many people. Most people simply could not believe their eyes. How could the Wolf King turn around, and turn from an enslavement master into a fierce warrior that dominated the battlefield? At the same time, the wolf pack howled, and clashed left and right. Wave after wave of continuous charge, showing Fang Yuan's superb beast-taming skills. Ma Zun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually drying up, and he struggled to maintain the killing move Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls formed a military formation, forming a tight defensive line. The wolf pack charged forward wave after wave, and then died. Fang Yuan was unmoved by these sacrifices, and only sneered in his heart, "Now, I will let you see the true power of enslavement and strength dual cultivation." With a thought, the wolf pack's attack suddenly changed, and divided into several groups, like a sharp cone breaking through. The mutated horse souls formation was inevitably pulled apart. Seeing the defensive line thinning, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Zun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the mutated horse souls to intercept. Like this, the defensive line became chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed, and changed the direction of his assault. At the same time, he urged the wolf pack to attack, approaching 300 steps. Ma Zun blocked left and right, and soon could not hold on. If he defended against Fang Yuan's assault, he would not be able to let go of the wolf pack. If he defended against the wolf pack, he would not be able to take care of Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan found an opening, and fiercely charged in front of Ma Zun. The first punch broke through his defense, the second punch heavily injured him, and he lost the ability to escape, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement master. Ma Zun was dead, the horse group collapsed, and the Ma family army's morale was extremely low. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I definitely would not believe this. The Horse King was actually killed by the Wolf King, who was also an enslavement master, using a decapitation tactic. The terrifying strength that Fang Yuan displayed made the entire Ma tribe army feel an immense pressure. Despair spread rapidly in their hearts. We can only rely on Rat King now, only the rat group can resist the wolf group. Ma Xiangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Zun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But as Ma tribe leader, he had no other choice, he could only turn his gaze towards Jiangbaoye. However, at the next moment, the last bit of hope in Ma Xiangfeng's eyes vanished. Rat King actually ran away. Oh heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Qinglong, Qinghu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. If I don't run away, how can I still be alive? Jiangbaoye ran while bleeding from his 7 apertures. He had no choice, he had sworn a poison oath and submitted to Ma tribe army. Now that he fled, he would naturally suffer the backlash of the poison oath. But even if he had to risk the backlash, Jiangbaoye had to retreat, Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had completely crushed his remaining fighting spirit. Rat King, quickly come back! Ma Xiangfeng shouted. But Jiang Baoye kept on running, ignoring him. Blood spurted from his 7 apertures, splattering along the way, showing his unparalleled determination. His escape brought the people around him along with him. Soon, large numbers of Ma tribe Gu masters started to retreat, and large numbers of tribes retreated from the battlefield. Outsiders are really unreliable. Ma Xiangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision turning black as he fainted on the spot. Ma tribe's defeat was a foregone conclusion, even with the Snowman elite troops. They could not turn the tide. Gu master experts also retreated one after another. I almost broke the seal and used my true body to fight. Lucky. Lucky. In the battlefield, He Lulan, who had been besieged all along, was gasping for breath. He was riddled with injuries and his primeval essence was being consumed intensely, but the fierce light in his eyes was becoming sharper. Under his command, He tribe army started a merciless chase. The more people they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. This was a logic that even fools understood. Fame and fortune had stimulated He tribe like a ruthless hungry wolf. At first, there were elite troops from all directions, but soon, He tribe's elite troops returned and restrained the enemy's elite troops. The Ma family's army was finally defeated. Countless people fled in all directions. Fang Yuan did not move. Instead, he pulled the wolves around him to protect him. My internal organs are bleeding, and my soul has been weakened to the level of a 500-man soul. Fang Yuan examined his body and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Waves of dizziness kept attacking him. The 2 brass arms quietly disappeared. The after effects of this killer move 4-arm Earth King were more severe than he had imagined. The previous few experiments were all superficial. This time, he pushed it to the limit, even exceeding the theoretical time limit. Then, he discovered a problem. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. Killer moves were the perfect combination of goo worms. But it was not a killer move that could be perfected just by thinking of it. Only through continuous practice and adjustments could a perfect killer move be formed. And this process of perfection might take a very long time, several generations, or even more than a dozen generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. The 4-armed Earth King was the result of Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience from his previous life, as well as a little inspiration. It was done hurriedly, and was an experiment. Fang Yuan soon understood where the severe aftereffects came from. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on fighting on the ground. The longer one stays on the ground, the smaller the after effects. But in this battle, almost all of it was flying. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems that this 4-armed Earth King killer move still has many flaws. From today's battle, flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Gu, and also poses a greater threat to the enemy. Since I have master level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this advantage. He was not willing to give up on flying. In this case, the 4-armed Earth King killer move would need to undergo a huge revision. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor's back, quietly thinking as he watched the He tribe army's reckless pursuit. Damn it, they are really vigilant, not giving me any chance. Killer Wu Ming was hiding far away, observing Fang Yuan from afar. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack while the Wolf King was chasing after him and was careless. Once he succeeded and killed the Wolf King, there would still be a chance for Ma tribe to regroup. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance, as if he had seen through his plan. Wu Ming waited quietly for a while, finally unable to endure the He tribe experts moving around more frequently, he quietly retreated. Ma tribe escaped in defeat, and in the process, Ma tribe leader Ma Xiangfeng woke up. He did not give up, and after escaping into the defensive line, he tried to rely on the defensive line to defend. But Tai Baiyunqing's mountain as before Gu made his plan fail. He tribe army broke through the defensive line, Pan Ping used Soul Blade Gu, and luckily took Ma Xiangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. Ma tribe leader died, and Ma tribe lost their will to fight. Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. During the process, most of He tribe's attention was unavoidably drawn. Run, faster, faster. Zhao Lianyun urged from inside the carriage. Fei Kai acted as the coachman, whipping the horses with all his strength, and the two wheels of the carriage spun rapidly behind him. As Ma Yingjia's personal servant, Fei Kai was in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's daily life, and naturally had to follow the army. Zhao Lianyun had no home to return to, and could only follow him. Ma tribe was routed, and the two of them, along with other mortals, could only escape. But with just this horsepower, the carriage's speed could not compare to Gu Master's. The moment they escaped, they were left far behind by Gu Masters. But precisely because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, Ma tribe's pursuing army let them go. The battle merits of killing mortals were negligible. Of course, if they met a Gu Master who was in a bad mood, or a Gu Master who loved to kill, or a wild wolf that did not differentiate between mortals, they might casually give them one or two moves, and die without a burial ground. But Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck was not bad. Not only did they not encounter such a situation, they even escaped from this battlefield under the watchful eyes of countless Gu Masters. The two escaped with all their might. The old horse pulling the carriage was so tired that it was foaming at the mouth, and finally fell on the grass. The carriage also overturned, and broke into pieces. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were battered and exhausted as they crawled out of the carriage's fragments. Although they were injured, the soft grass made their injuries not serious. Where should we go next? Without pursuers and Gu Masters, facing the vast world, Fei Kai was at a loss. Zhao Lianyun only breathed roughly, and did not speak. She also felt flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chang Shanin, in this world, there is actually such a strong monster. Damn it, if I knew you were so fierce, I wouldn't have persuaded my father to join Ma tribe. Thinking of Feng Yuan's terrifying and invincible figure in the midst of the army, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind shuddered. Thinking of his father who died in the battlefield, as well as his pitiful and cruel fate, Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel sorrow, and started sobbing. Xiaoyun, don't cry, don't worry, I am here. Fei Kai quickly consoled her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head between her knees, and cried even louder. Fei Kai was flustered, and repeatedly consoled and apologized, but his speech was extremely clumsy. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, and suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am so pitiful, why did I come to such a world? Now that we are in a desperate situation, we have nothing to eat, and nothing to drink. At night, the stench of blood on the battlefield will attract batches of wild beasts to hunt for food. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Ah? Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with a pleading gaze. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes, and shouted angrily, you are really trash. You are older than me, can't you think of a good idea? Relying on me to think of everything, do you think I am Dongfang Yuliang? Fei Kai lowered her head from the scolding, and only dared to look at her own feet. Suddenly, he raised his head, and his eyes shone. I thought of a good idea. Oh? What idea? Zhao Lianyun raised her eyebrows in surprise. This idiot could actually think of a way? I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can leave the battlefield. Without the stench of blood, we can avoid those wild beasts. Zhao Lianyun kicked Fei Kai's leg in anger. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? You idiot, you big idiot. What good idea is this? I also want a horse, can you get one for me? Fei Kai jumped on the spot from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, look, there is a horse there. Zhao Lianyun looked back and was stunned. She cried out involuntarily, Motherf **Ker, there really is a wild horse. But she quickly reacted, actually, Northern Plains does not lack wild horses, what we lack is a way to capture and tame them. Fei Kai, what idea do you have? Fei Kai let out an ah sound, he pointed to the front and shouted, quickly look, there is a person on the horse's back. Zhao Lianyun concentrated and saw there really was a person. When the horse got close to the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide, recognizing the identity of the injured person on the horse. It is Ma Yingjia. Congratulations brother, He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe has the support of Gu immortals, they are powerless to reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw through the investigative Gu that He tribe had started to tidy up the battlefield, and finally could not restrain the excitement in his heart, congratulating He Qing. He Qing laughed lightly, same to you, same to you. This kid He Lulan did not let us down. Oh, right, the demonic path Gu Immortal supporting Ma tribe has already been found, it is Snowy Mountain's 6th peak Xianxia. He Bai's expression immediately sank, so it was him. If he had not interfered and fought with me over wooden chicken goo, causing the immortal goo to break free and disappear without a trace, I would have obtained wooden chicken goo long ago. He Qing consoled with a smile, brother, don't disturb me, if we could use 88-point Xinyang Tower to obtain wooden chicken goo, it would be the same. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, you will become an expert among goo immortals. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. He Bai heard this and immediately bowed deeply towards He Qing, saying sincerely, if not for brother's guidance and help, how could I, He Bai, be as wealthy as Xianxia? Brother is truly wise and far-sighted, throwing out large amounts of immortal yuan stone, it is truly moving. Then, you amassed the wolf group and sent them out to help, truly catching Xianxia unprepared. Now, even if Xianxia wants to continue helping, he has no one. Ha ha ha. He Qing laughed heartily, sighing, without investment, how can there be profits? Pausing for a moment, he continued, it is also fortunate that in this imperial court contest, the other super tribes did not make a move. Earlier, I also received information from female immortal Tan Baiye and learned of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Furthermore, this Wolf King Chang Shanin is also an outstanding junior, his performance is breathtaking and he is the brightest in this contest, suppressing this generation of northern plains. He Bai nodded in agreement, I have already investigated Chang Shanin, he is a member of Chang tribe and has an illustrious reputation, even us Gu immortals have heard of him. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, evidently having a fortuitous encounter. Now, he is a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator, I have seen the killer move just now, the after effects are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan's injuries could be concealed from the surrounding people, but it could not be concealed from Gu immortals. He Qing was silent for a moment before saying, this is a Gu immortal seed, I intend to take him into He tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, I will properly inspect him. If he is willing to pledge his loyalty, he might even become an external supreme elder of our He tribe in the future. He Bai smiled, becoming a Gu immortal is extremely difficult, brother has overestimated him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunxing is also not bad, he can be persuaded to pledge allegiance to He tribe. Yes, but he is a bit too old. He Qing nodded. When Ma Yingjia woke up from his slumber and finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Fei Kai's ecstatic smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, young tribe leader, you are finally awake. The honest voice warmed Ma Yingjia's heart. The latter struggled to sit up, the intense pain made him open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, asking with difficulty, where is this? Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, I also do not know where this is, but we should have escaped from the battlefield. Battlefield? Ma Yingjia was shocked and immediately asked, how is the battlefield? We failed, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people are escaping, and even more have surrendered. Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjia's face turned extremely pale, his body shook and he almost fainted again. Thankfully, Fei Kai supported his back from behind. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at the once glorious Ma tribe young tribe leader now in such a pathetic state, he did not feel good. Sigh, this Ma Yingjia is actually young and promising, but unfortunately he encountered Wolf King Chang Shanin. It is not that you did not work hard, but the opponent is too abnormal. Ma Yingjia closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. After a long time, he opened his red eyes and turned to look at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking with a hoarse voice, you two saved me? Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded at the same time. Young tribe leader, what should we do now? Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjia's expression was gloomy as he said, we return. Ma tribe lost this round, but we still have a portion of tribesmen in Warm Pond Valley. Back then, before the Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe schemed to cause internal strife in Fei tribe, annexing them and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, as a precaution, placed a portion of the old, weak, and sick in Warm Pond Valley. If the Ma family won, they would bring them over. If the Ma family failed, they would be the seeds to continue the tribe. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we had no water or food. It's such a long journey. Zhao Lianyun frowned. Heh, little girl, as long as I'm here, there will be enough food and water. You don't have to worry, Ma Xianxia said. The three of them traveled together. Along the way, they came across many Ma family members who had escaped, and they were all taken in by Ma Xianxia one by one. Young clan leader, I never thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would be able to see you again. Ma Yuliang cried uncontrollably when he saw Ma Xianxia. He was a rank 3 elder of Ma tribe. He was lying on a stretcher, missing an arm, and his right calf was broken. His injuries were severe. When Ma Xianxia saw him, tears of excitement welled up in his tiger-like eyes. Elder Ma Yuliang, it's great to see you. Although he had taken in many clansmen along the way, most of them were mortals. Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured, but he was a Gu master after all. After this battle, Ma tribe suffered a huge loss. Before the battle, they were a large-scale tribe with deep foundations that could charge into a super tribe. But after the battle, Ma tribe had completely turned into a small-scale tribe. Their strength had fallen to the bottom and they were on the decline. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was the tribe's most precious strength and hope. Lord Young clan leader, old clan leader has already died in battle. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly, bringing the grievous news to Ma Xianxia. Ma Xianxia's body shook intensely. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with endless grief and sorrow when he heard this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemed to have turned into an iron statue. After a moment of silence, he forcefully wiped the tears in his eyes. Then, from today onwards, I am Ma tribe's leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Although our Ma tribe lost, we did not perish. Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun had set a rule that we cannot slaughter the Huangjing tribe's bloodline. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle, now even He tribe cannot exterminate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley, we need to climb back up from our defeat. I believe Ma tribe's glory will not disappear because of this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young clan leader in front of him, and in his blurry vision, he seemed to see Ma Shangfeng and Ma Xun's figures. He stopped sobbing, hope rising in his heart again. The next moment, he used his deepest voice to reply, Lord Clan Leader, I also believe you. Winner takes all. While Ma Xianxia was fleeing miserably, in the countless tents of He tribe's alliance army, there was a celebratory banquet. There were cheering crowds, warm bonfires, and rich delicacies. We won, we won. Ma tribe's ambition was too great, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. It was this ambition that destroyed them. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of the Imperial Court. Honorable Wolf Wangda, please allow this lowly one to toast you a cup of wine. In the main tent, there was also a lively atmosphere. Other than wine and delicacies, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing to their heart's content. Everyone present were the leaders of He tribe's alliance army, experts of all sizes. Their cultivation level was at least rank 4, and they could be said to be the brightest talents of the current generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan sat on the main seat, and on his left was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's seat had been pushed to the back due to the arrival of Tai Baiyunxing, as well as the other rank 5 clan leaders. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and fought against 3 enslavement masters by himself, killing Qinglong, Wu Yi and other experts. One could say, He tribe's victory over Ma tribe was 70% due to Fang Yuan. He tribe was shocked by Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and on that night, they adjusted the ranking in the main tent. No one objected to this. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the experts who toasted him, but he only drank a small mouthful each time. This was not the demeanor of a forthright Northern Plains warrior, but at this moment, when placed on Fang Yuan, it displayed the arrogance and solitude of Wolf King. In the main tent, there was a joyous atmosphere. The Gu master who toasted him was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. In the battle, he had used Soul Blade Gu and luckily obtained Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head. Thus, on the battle merit board, he was only inferior to Fang Yuan, ranked 2nd. Seeing Fang Yuan drink a mouthful of wine, Pan Ping retreated gratefully. Northern Plains people admired warriors. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance was rarely seen even in the previous imperial court contests. Flying master and enslavement master, the halo of two masters shrouded his body. Such enslavement and strength dual cultivation would give any of his enemies a headache. He watched as Pan Ping respectfully retreated with a satisfied and excited expression. The gazes that were directed at him were filled with respect, adoration, or fear. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup without batting an eyelid, sighing inwardly, unknowingly, I have already reached this step. Relying on the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose rapidly. At this point, he was already at the peak of immortal realm. To mortals, this was already the peak. Any higher and it would be the immortal realm. In the previous battle, he slaughtered famous experts, unstoppable and unstoppable. Such a performance was rarely seen even among rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. He Lolan's elegance was completely taken away by Fang Yuan. Enslavement and strength dual cultivation had a huge flaw. For Arm Earth King killer move, even if it was hastily created and not perfect, was enough to be the foundation for Fang Yuan to stand proudly in the mortal realm. On Three Kings Mountain, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master experts. But now, he used his own strength to do it. Even if it was Tai tribe's previous leader, Tai Mubai, Fang Yuan had the confidence to kill him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose explosively. This huge achievement that others could not achieve in their lifetime was built on his 500 years of experience, who immortal blessed land and painstaking planning. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What is the peak of the mortal realm? If I am not a Gu immortal, I will always be a chess piece. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, I have not even saved Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his heart surging with the raging fire of ambition and lofty aspirations. He glanced at Tai Baiyunqing beside him. To save Danghun Mountain, he needed Tai Baiyunqing's immortal Gu landscape as before. This was his main goal in this trip to Northern Plains. In fact, 88-point Xianxia Tower was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then the inheritance in 88-point Xianxia Tower would make up for his losses. But to take away other people's Gu worms was a troublesome matter. The life or death of a Gu worm depended on the owner's thoughts. For example, Fang Yuan only needed one thought and even the immortal Gu Spring Autumn Cicada would easily self-detonate. Precisely because of this, when Gu masters died in battle, the Gu worms obtained from their corpses were negligible. As for Tai Baiyunqing's situation, it was even more troublesome. Landscape as before, this immortal Gu had yet to appear. It was an immortal Gu created by Tai Baiyunqing after he became a Gu immortal, using river as before and mountain as before Gu as the main materials. Thus, there were two plans in front of Fang Yuan. The first was to capture Tai Baiyunqing alive and use soul path Gu worms to search his soul, searching his mind for the Gu recipe of landscape as before. Then, he would refine it himself. This plan was too risky. Firstly, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Baiyunqing alive. Capturing and killing were two completely different concepts. Especially when Tai Baiyunqing had high prestige and was also a time path Gu master, if he failed, the impact would be huge. Secondly, even if he was captured alive, would he be able to obtain river as before and mountain as before Gu? If Tai Baiyunqing had a thought and made these two Gu self-detonate, Fang Yuan's efforts would be in vain. Finally, it was unknown whether Tai Baiyunqing had the Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal coming up with an original immortal Gu recipe was too small. Especially when Tai Baiyunqing was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Tai Baiyunqing became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth resonated, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration burst forth, causing the two Gu to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal Gu. If that was the case, then the Gu recipe of landscape as before simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape as before could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then, what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Tai Baiyunqing became a Gu immortal after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a Gu immortal and obtained an immortal Gu. This meant that Fang Yuan wanted to use the identity of a mortal to harm a Gu immortal. If a mortal schemed against a Gu immortal, what were the chances of success? Even though Feng Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, he could not surpass the gap between mortal and immortal. Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, no mortal could have a deeper understanding of this gap than him. Fortunately, in Feng Yuan's plan, he did not dare to fight a Gu immortal alone. He wanted to borrow the power of 88-point Xianxia Tower. His previous life's precious experience gave him guidance, as well as the precious information provided by land spirit Xianxia, giving him more confidence in his plan. This way, there was a 20% chance of obtaining landscape as before immortal Gu. 20% was the highest among the 3 plans to save Danghun Mountain. Only immortal Gu could resist Gruel Mud immortal Gu. With his 500 years of foresight, Feng Yuan knew that there were only 3 immortal Gu that could save Danghun Mountain at this moment. The first was Earth Path rank 6 Gu immortal Sun Vinegar. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal Gu, called Comeback Mountain. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal Gu, called Comeback Mountain. It was kept in Eastern Sea's Xianxia blessed land. The third was the Time Path rank 6 immortal Gu landscape as before. This Gu had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunxing, was only a rank 5 Gu master in Northern Plains. To obtain Petrification Gu, Feng Yuan would have to deal with Gu immortal Sun Vinegar, who had been an immortal for more than 10 years. If he tried to obtain Comeback Mountain, the situation would be even worse. Feng Yuan would be under the watchful eyes of a group of Gu immortals. Using the identity of a mortal to exchange for an immortal Gu? This was no different from a child carrying gold and going to the black market. Thus, the third plan regarding landscape as before Gu had the lowest risk and the highest possibility. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing became a Gu immortal, he would only be a newbie Gu immortal, he would not be familiar with attainment realms and qualitative changes. Such an opponent would be much easier to deal with than the veteran Sun Vinegar and the group of Gu immortals in Xianxia blessed land. Northern Plains, 12th month. The snowstorm was getting stronger, the frequency increasing. Even without the wind and snow, pure white frost covered the entire Northern Plains. Even though the sun had risen into the sky, the blazing sunlight of the past had become weak and powerless. The day of the 10-year blizzard was getting closer and closer. Tianchuan, Warm Pond Valley. Patriarch, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the spirit spring that had dried up to the bottom and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie frowned deeply. Spirit Spring Sea was one of the 3 remaining in Warm Pond Valley. Now that it had dried up, the only thing supporting the Ma family was the A and B springs. This was bad news for the Ma tribe. Northern Plains Spirit Spring was different from Southern Border Spirit Spring. Most of the northern springs had very little spring water. The spring mouth was narrow, and the water gushed out violently. The foundation was thin, and the duration was the shortest. The east spring was ample, the south spring gurgled, the north spring was vigorous, and the west spring was pure. In the southern border, a small to medium-sized tribe could continuously use a spirit spring for more than 10 years. As long as the spirit spring of the southern border was not overexploited, it could be used continuously. But it was different in Northern Plains. Northern Plains spirit spring formed quickly and also dispersed quickly. Adding on the intense war in Northern Plains, a small to medium-sized tribe needed at least 3 to 4 spirit springs to be able to support it. After Ma Yingjie returned to the tribe, he became Ma tribe's new clan leader. Ma tribe failed to become a super force, and was now reduced to a small tribe. Even the huge Warm Pond Valley seemed empty. Ma tribe had rations and water, and they had made ample preparations. But Spirit Spring was a currency, and was an essential resource for Gu masters to cultivate. Once the snow disaster came, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the last refuge. Not only beast groups, but also other Gu masters would come to rest. As the landlord, Ma tribe not only had to resist the blizzard, but also had to negotiate with these people. The Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was the backbone that supported the Gu masters' battle strength. Now, one of Ma tribe's 3 backbones was broken. The weakened Ma tribe only had 30% of its strength left. Because the Spirit Spring Sea dried up, its confidence immediately dissipated by 10%. However, facing such a difficult problem, Ma Yingjie had no countermeasures. If he had a river as before Gu, he could immediately restore the Spirit Spring Sea to its original state, and this problem would be solved immediately. But Ma Yingjie did not have one. Lord Clan Leader, is the spirit spring really so important? On the way back, Fei Kai asked. After he returned to the tribe, as Ma Yingjia's savior, he was immediately released from his slave status, and was now a free man. At the same time, he was still Ma Yingjia's personal attendant. Ma Yingjia nodded with deep worry. The drying up of a spirit spring has a huge impact on Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as the main force to resist all kinds of disasters during the blizzard. And after the blizzard, we need Gu masters' battle strength to snatch new resources and develop the tribe. Fei Kai gave an "oh" sound, and asked while walking, then can we find a new spirit spring? I mean, look, our warm pond valley is so big, maybe there are more than 3 spirit springs. Fei Kai's words were filled with an optimistic spirit. Ma Yingjia laughed bitterly. Northern Plains spirit springs will indeed form in a short period of time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley. But this possibility is too low, almost impossible. You have to know, every time the 10-year blizzard arrives, the spirit springs in all parts of Northern Plains will dry up and die. After the blizzard subsides, new spirit springs will appear in large numbers. At that time, all parts of Northern Plains will have lush water plants, and every 100 li, there might be a spirit spring. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to develop and strengthen. So it's like this. Fei Kai finally understood. He had lived for so long, but was still ignorant and not familiar with these situations. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed and fell down from the roadside. They were walking on the side of a cliff, but fortunately, it was not a cliff, but a gentle slope. Fei Kai lost his footing and rolled down the slope, letting out continuous screams. You! Ma Yingjia was amused by Fei Kai's comical screams, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. You have no sense of direction, you don't even know how to walk now? Hurry up and climb up. Eh? Ma Yingjia suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he looked in disbelief at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the gentle slope. This spirit spring's mouth was originally covered by a mountain rock. However, this mountain rock was knocked to the side by Fei Kai, who was tumbling down. The spirit spring that was covered by the mountain rock was then revealed. Very clearly, this was a spirit spring that had formed recently. Otherwise, Ma tribe's investigation before the war would not have missed it. This spirit spring had a huge amount of water, and in a short time over 100 yuan stones sprayed out along the spring water, landing on the surrounding ground. This is a new spirit spring, directly surpassing the A-grade spirit spring. Ma Yingjia was overjoyed, even his eyes were slightly red. Is this the so-called extreme misfortune followed by happiness? Longevity heaven above, this must be the blessing of the ancestors. Clan leader, I'm here. At this time, Fei Kai rushed up with a grin, and after seeing the new spring, he also opened his eyes wide. Strange, why is there suddenly a spring here? Ma Yingjia laughed loudly. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star given to me by the heavens. From today onwards, you will change your name. Don't be called Fei Kai anymore. Fei Kai, trash, how can I, Ma Yingjia, have trash by my side? From today onwards, you will be called Hong Yun. Fei Hong Yun. This indicates the good fortune of our Ma tribe, extreme misfortune followed by happiness. However, Ma Yingjia was not happy for long. 7 days later, He tribe's army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. On the night that He tribe's army set up camp, the 3 spirit springs in Warm Pond Valley turned into black water at the same time, completely polluted. A letter to persuade them to surrender was then sent to Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia did not expect that He Lulan had clearly obtained the final victory, but still did not let him go. The spirit springs polluted by goo worms could no longer produce yuan stones, they were all useless. Although there were still yuan stones in storage, Ma tribe had already lost the possibility of continuing to live in Warm Pond Valley. To think that He Lulan would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In his letter, he requested our Ma tribe to surrender. This does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then. Damn it, damn it. Ma Yingjia clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness, and powerlessness. He Lulan, known as the Black Tyrant, has always been violent and crude. It seems that he is wary of our Ma tribe because of the previous battle. But due to ancestor giant sun's rules, he wants to place Ma tribe under his eyes and continue to suppress Ma tribe. Ma Yuliang sat paralyzed on the chair and analyzed with a low voice. After a pause, Ma Yuliang continued, actually, this is also not bad. Ma tribe surrenders to He Lulan, we can also enter imperial court blessed land. Ma Yingjie shook his head, this is the sinister part of He Lulan's intentions. Ma tribe can enter imperial court, but what about the others? Let me ask you, in the current tribe, how many relatives surnamed Ma are there? Ma Yuliang's face paled, only around 130 people. That is correct. Ma Yingjie nodded with a heavy expression, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, we need to recruit outsiders, we need to wantonly marry and have a large number of children. But as long as He Lulan gives an order, we are not allowed to accept outsiders, and will only be allowed to marry within our tribe. At that time, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yuliang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huangjin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his idea. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, we will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders, and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huangjin bloodline will really. Ma Yuliang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huangjin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe, it will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Yingjie said. The carriages rumbled, the horses neighed. The grand group, numbering in the millions, moved towards the imperial court area at the center of northern plains. The snowstorm raged outside, the big-stomach horses could not even raise their heads. The snow on the ground was knee-deep, every step was much more difficult than usual. Bluefield slug goo after Bluefield slug goo were moving slowly. Their stomachs were filled with all sorts of resources, causing their bodies that were 3 times the size of elephants to grow to the size of small hills. Groups of carriages followed behind the Bluefield slug goo. The latter blocked the incoming snowstorm for these mortals, their bodies were covered in icicles. To prevent the slug goo from freezing to death, there were 3 goo masters in charge of 1 slug goo, removing the frost on them while using fire path goo worms to keep them warm and maintain their body temperature. The army moved towards the imperial court area. The increasing snowstorm caused the army's speed to slow down. Large numbers of mortal slaves fell along the way, unable to get up again. Although He Lulan could order goo masters to save them, he did not do so. Even though the imperial court blessed land was huge and could hold 5 million people. But from He Lulan's point of view, the resources in the blessed land belonged to him. Why would he give them to these lowly slaves? Every additional person meant that he had to give away more benefits. Using the snowstorm to purposely sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was the unspoken rule of the imperial court lords. The lives of mortals were not worth cherishing. They were like weeds, after the snowstorm, they would grow rapidly and spread, devouring the resources of northern plains like locusts, until the next 10-year snowstorm arrived. The cold wind became stronger, the people moved forward against the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house goo, he could hear the howling of the wind outside the window. Inside the large lizard house goo, it was warm like spring. Urging it to move forward in such an environment consumed 5 or 6 times more true essence than before. But to Fang Yuan, just a rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture was more than enough to sustain this expenditure. Moreover, his second aperture had recently advanced to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan came to the window and cast his gaze through the translucent, sealed crystal window to the front left. It was the Ma family's team. Ma Yingjie inherited the position of clan leader, Ma Hongyan also appeared, and even Zhao Lianyun was by his side. On this point, Fang Yuan had already secretly inquired about it and instructed the people of Ge family to take care of Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. In his memories, Ma Hongyan had received an inheritance from the giant sun immortal in the 88-point Xianxia tower. In Fang Yuan's next plan, he would be a very useful chess piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, he was still a kid and posed no threat. At the same time, he was very close to Ma Hongyan. Fang Yuan decided to observe him first. 500 years ago, Ma Hongyan appeared. Now, even with my influence, Ma Hongyan still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still have the same achievements as in my previous life? After experiencing rebirth, Fang Yuan had a deep interest towards the topic of changing history. The flow of history had inertia and also changes. Based on his personal experience, the butterfly theory on Earth seemed to be a little biased. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyan was bestowed with a surname and allowed to cultivate. It was because he obtained a relic gu in the wild and offered it to Ma Xianxia. Now, because of He Lulan's coercion, Ma Xianxia made a decision. This decision created Ma Hongyan once again. The process was different, but the result was the same. This matter made Fang Yuan ponder. He could not help but think of a word. That was fate, fate. This word was even more mysterious and ethereal than space and time. In the rumors, Gu Master Path seemed to have a path called Luck Path, but until now, nobody could be sure. However, there were many important people who were connected to fate. Clearly recorded Fate Gu. The second generation immortal venerable of the celestial court, the creator of Wisdom Path, grasped this gu and schemed against the three demon venerables of the later generations. When Fang Yuan was in Three Kings' blessed land, he was told by the land spirit, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was actually a great hero. He broke the restraints of fate and let the people of the world control their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had even vaguely heard this rumor in his previous life. Giant Sun Immortal controlled a luck path gu worm, thus on his path of cultivation, he was able to avoid calamities and welcome blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that tightly connects all living beings? Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a gu immortal, he had only uncovered a corner of this world's mysteries. Be it his previous life or this life, the more he moved forward, the stronger he became, the more he felt his own insignificance and ignorance. The more he felt insignificant and ignorant, the more joy he felt in moving forward, the more he wanted to move forward. Compared to this world, I am just an ant. Pride and modesty, stubbornness and understanding coexisted in Fang Yuan's blood. Putting away his overflowing thoughts, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the present. Imperial Court blessed land rejects gu immortals from entering. I am already at rank 5 peak stage. This might be the first and last time I can enter Imperial Court and personally come into contact with 88-point Xianxia Tower. Hehe, maybe I can obtain an immortal venerable's luck path inheritance in the tower, who knows? But this time, He Lulan took the initiative to go to Warm Pond Valley and forcefully force Ma tribe to surrender. This is quite strange. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn. Ma tribe had already suffered a huge loss, and they also had the Huangjin bloodline. Why did He Lulan do this? It was understandable in his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma tribe's strength had not declined. They were a tough turtle shell that was hard to chew. He Lulan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was in an extremely weak state, He Lulan mobilized his army and spared no effort to force Ma tribe to surrender. To deliberately suppress Ma tribe like this, did he have a deep grudge against Ma tribe? Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was no evidence to support this guess. Forget it, maybe this is He Lulan's whims and wants to show off his contributions. This is only a minor detail, my own strength is always the most important. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sent his mind into his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move 4-Arm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had also made some slight modifications. The original Earth Overlord Gu was changed to Wind Overlord Gu. The other gu worms that he used were also slightly modified. This way, he did not need to step on the ground, and it was best to fight in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he could display, and the smaller the repercussions of using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This was only a concealment and compromise, the flaw of this killer move had not changed. If he fought in a windless environment, the result of activating the killer move would not be any better than before. For gu masters, there were too many methods to restrict wind. Once this weakness was exposed, the killer move would no longer be terrifying, and the threat it posed to enemies would fall to rock bottom. Actually, no matter how much this move is modified, I will not be satisfied. My true goal is to resolve the flaw of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. This killer move 4-arm Earth King is only the initial result. But this result could not escape the barrier of transformation path. Fan Yuan's goal was to completely and permanently modify his body. And not this kind of temporary transformation. However, to reach this step, Fan Yuan had already used up 500 years of accumulation. After all, Fan Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal in his previous life, he had only dabbled in strength path and enslavement path. If possible, Fan Yuan also wanted to quickly become a blood path Gu immortal. But ever since his rebirth, the situation was different. His vital Gu was no longer a blood path Gu worm. One of the keys to becoming a Gu immortal was the vital Gu. Originally, Fan Yuan had obtained the second aperture and had a new opportunity. But that crucial blood path vital Gu was still buried in the inheritance, it had yet to appear. Fan Yuan could not wait, the situation was pressing on him, he could only choose to strengthen himself first to deal with the upcoming tests and enemies lurking in all directions. Survival, this was the most important thing. Fan Yuan also realized that his foundation in strength path and enslavement path was insufficient. His extensive knowledge in his previous life allowed him to easily control Gu worms of all paths, and was proficient in the exquisite combination of Gu worms of all paths. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the deepest. But to solve the ancient problem of dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, he needed to be at the forefront of history and create new and bold experiments. Thus, his foundation was insufficient. Even though Fan Yuan now had clues to Luopa Valley, he might be able to directly cultivate Soul Path, which had a bright future after obtaining Luopa Valley. But Fan Yuan would never place his hopes on a certain possibility in the future. Even if he were to cultivate Soul Path in the future, his efforts in the aspect of enslavement and strength path would be a precious asset to him, it would be of great help to his future cultivation. Knowing his own shortcomings, Fan Yuan had been reading extensively these days. He used that enormous amount of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul and other killer moves. At the same time, he also obtained dozens of small strength path inheritances, as well as the insights of 4 enslavement path masters. Among them, the 4 killer moves, Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush and Horse Stamp, were extremely valuable. Fan Yuan had broad horizons to begin with, and after these days of hard work, his understanding of enslavement path and strength path had deepened by several times. Different from his previous life where he only dabbled in it, in this life, he personally experienced it and combined it with theories, giving him countless inspirations. But these inspirations were far from enough to solve his problem. Actually, speaking of the transformation of the body, the earliest records are in. When Renzu was in a death situation, to save his father, Desolate Guyue came to Qingbai Mountain and killed the Rockman. Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he flipped open. Fan Yuan flipped, there was a record inside, Renzu fell into a dead end and fell into Luopa Valley, unable to get out. Desolate Guyue, in order to save his father, personally went up Qingbai Mountain and attempted to climb to the peak to obtain that one and only success Gu. As long as he made a wish to success Gu, Desolate Guyue would be able to save Renzu. But when Desolate Guyue reached the foot of the mountain, he was obstructed by the Rockman. It turned out that Renzu's second daughter had come to Qingbai Mountain and disturbed Love Gu's dream. Out of anger, Love Gu enlightened the Rockman to disturb Desolate Guyue. Desolate Guyue killed the Rockman and walked to the waist of the mountain. But Love Gu did not leave, it appeared in front of Desolate Guyue and said, "Oh human, you disturbed my dream and still want to take away success Gu. Now, I will collapse the whole of Qingbai Mountain, you can search for that one and only success Gu among the millions and millions of rocks." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Love Gu charged towards Qingbai Mountain. Mount Qingbai was not an ordinary mountain. The entire hill was made up of small stones piled up together. Once Love Gu crashed into it, Qingbai Mountain collapsed. Love Gu left proudly, leaving behind Desolate Guyue looking at this pile of rocks, falling into a daze. How could he obtain that one and only success Gu from these chaotic rocks? Desolate Guyue was troubled, he had no choice but to go back and ask Cognition Gu for advice. Cognition Gu sighed after hearing Guyue Yin's explanation, Love Gu has always been so unreasonable, sigh, even I, or my child wisdom Gu, do not want to face it. Now that Qingbai Mountain has collapsed, you can only use your hands to pick up these rocks and distinguish the success Gu. Other than that, there is no other way. Cognition Gu continued, but you need to be careful, there are actually 2 Gu on Qingbai Mountain. One success Gu is at the peak. One failure Gu is at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it has many children, those rocks are the brothers and sisters of success. When you pick up those stones, a lot of unimaginably bad things can happen. Let me tell you a trick here. As long as you persist in saying I in your heart, these bad situations will gradually disappear. When Desolate Guyue heard this, her heart couldn't help but become heavy. She asked again, then how should I distinguish the stone in my hand? Success Gu or failure Gu, what do they look like? Cognition Gu sighed, they look the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. As long as you hold them with your own hands, you will naturally discover their identity. You want to find success Gu, but that failure Gu is your greatest threat. You cannot hold on to failure Gu, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life will be in danger. Guyue nodded his head to express his gratitude. Before she left, Cognition Gu reminded her, don't say that I told you, if love Gu finds me, it will be troublesome. In the face of passionate, naughty love, thought and intellect give way. Don't worry, I won't expose you. Desolate Guyue agreed and returned to Qingbai Mountain. Looking at the large pile of stones in front of her, her heart was heavy. Success was not so easy to obtain. To obtain success, one had to bend down and take a huge risk to search for it. Desolate Guyue breathed in deeply and picked up the first stone. This stone was very ordinary. The moment Desolate Guyue held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A shallow wound appeared on Desolate Guyue's hand. This was not Success Gu, but Success's brothers and sisters, one of Failure Gu's children. Desolate Guyue was shocked. She touched the wound on the back of her hand and recalled Cognition Gu's words, when you pick up those stones, many unimaginably bad situations will happen. At this time, you need to think of I in your heart. So this is the bad situation. Desolate Guyue realized. She chanted in her heart, I. As she continued to chant, the wound on the back of her hand miraculously healed. All that was left was a shallow scar. She threw the stone in her hand to the side and picked up the second stone. When she held this stone in her hand, Desolate Guyue's heart shook, and intense fear assaulted her heart. Desolate Guyue's body trembled in fear, she almost wanted to escape and leave this place. But she persevered and continued to think of I. After a long time, she regained her senses, the fear in her heart was mostly dispelled. She picked up the third stone. This stone made her feel very dejected. She could not help but think, I want to pick up the one and only Success Gu among these billions of stones, how difficult is that? How long do I have to continue? She almost could not move, she felt that the future was dark, the difficulty of finding Success Gu was too high. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought of her father who was trapped in the door of life and death. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Guyue was shocked. Oh no, I almost forgot to say I. Desolate Guyue chanted again, trying to get rid of the dejection in her heart as she bent down to pick up another stone. When she held the fourth stone in her hand, Desolate Guyue was shocked to find that her nose had changed, it had actually turned into a pig's nose. She chanted I again to let her nose recover. Good heavens, she tried her best to get rid of the pig's nose. But the bridge of her nose was still slightly sunken compared to before. Like this, Desolate Guyue continued to pick up stones, hoping to find Success Gu among them. But countless days passed, she only found the children of Failure Gu. Some of these stones caused her injuries, some caused her to feel dejected, despair, fear, and some even caused her to turn into a pig's head or grow a rat's tail. Even though Desolate Guyue kept chanting I, there were still traces left on her body. After accumulating for a long time, these traces turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a human with a horse's body. She had 16 legs, some were covered in soft fur, some were covered in snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, and some had sturdy hooves. In the process of searching for success, people often changed beyond recognition. But Desolate Guyue also became stronger because of this. After experiencing so much, she was hundreds of times stronger than before. Those stones could no longer cause her any trouble. Success, success, where are you? Her 7 mouths spoke at the same time. Some were shouting, some were roaring, some were crying, and some were whispering. The more she failed, the greater the desire for success in her heart. After her relentless efforts, there were fewer and fewer stones left. Finally, when there were only 2 stones left, Desolate Guyue fell into hesitation. There was no doubt that among these 2 stones, one was Success Gu, while the other was Failure Gu. If she picked up Success Gu, then everyone would be happy. If she picked up Failure Gu, then Desolate Guyue would be completely lost, her life would be in danger. Even if Desolate Guyue became a monster and became so strong. One step to heaven, one step to hell, how should she choose? Desolate Guyue could not help but fall into hesitation. If I do not dare to give it my all because I am afraid of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong now, success is just around the corner. Even if I get Failure Gu, as long as I keep chanting I should be able to get through it, right? Finally, she mustered her courage and stretched out her hand, picking up one of the stones. But unfortunately, she picked up that Failure Gu. An unprecedented sense of confusion and self-doubt assaulted her body and mind. I. Desolate Guyue kept chanting I, but her voice gradually became lower. Eventually, her 7 mouths stopped moving, her gaze was dull and lifeless. She fell into endless confusion, completely losing herself. The greatest failure of a person was to lose themselves. Sigh. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed lightly, closing. For a moment, his thoughts ran wild, and the expression on his face became complicated and subtle. The snow outside the window was still falling, fluttering in the wind. As the 10-year deadline approached, the snowstorm did not show any signs of weakening, instead, it was getting stronger. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lulan led her army and arrived at the entrance of Imperial Court Blessed Land at the end of the deadline, the Alliance army had already lost more than half of their numbers. Large numbers of mortals froze to death on the way. Many Gu masters even died from the beast group's attacks. The token to open Imperial Court Blessed Land was He Lulan herself. When he stood up, a faint golden light blossomed in the air. Shortly after, the golden light shone brightly, forming a ring of light. The ring of light expanded rapidly, forming a grand city gate. On the vermilion red city gate, there were exquisite and complicated silver patterns. Copper buttons that were as thick as fists were densely covered the surface of the door. Rumble, behind the gate, there seemed to be a pair of invisible giant hands, slowly opening the heavy vermilion gate. Immediately, a dense sandalwood fragrance assaulted their nostrils. The falling snow in the air stopped at this moment. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the falling snow gathered like a swarm of bees, instantly condensing into a large and sturdy ice staircase. The top of the staircase reached the Imperial Court gate in the air. And the bottom was on the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan could not conceal his excitement, he took 3 steps at a time, climbing the ice staircase, becoming the first person to enter Imperial Court. 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fang Yuan was the second person, he had a deep gaze as he steadily walked in. Following him were Tai Baiyunxing, Hao Ji Lu and other higher-ups experts. About an hour later, He tribe's army entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice staircase crumbled, the huge vermilion red city gate slowly closed. The golden ring of light shrunk into a point and dissipated. They have all entered. The Gu immortals who were observing secretly retracted their helpless and reluctant gazes. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had completely changed. The sky was pale gold, the ground was like spring, there were green terraced fields, quietly flowing rivers, low hills, and a vast field of vision. This was a peaceful world, in stark contrast to the snowstorm outside. This was the largest shelter in Northern Plains, Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opened once every 10 years, and was specially rewarded to the kings of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around, only to find that he was alone. Although everyone had entered the same door, the moment they stepped through the door, they were scattered and randomly teleported to any corner of the paradise. This was common practice, Fang Yuan was not surprised. According to the previous agreement, he was going to move towards the center of the blessed land. There, Giant Sun Immortal's former residence, Northern Plains Sacred Palace. I'm finally in. Fang Yuan adjusted his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was just a prelude, what came next was the main point. He tried to activate Eagle Rise Goo, the crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, and poured into the Eagle Rise Goo. Swoosh. With a soft sound, accompanied by intense pain, 2 huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back, the wingspan exceeding 10 feet. Imperial Court Blessed Land did not prohibit the use of mortal goo. As for immortal goo, no blessed land could restrict them. The strong eagle wings lightly flapped, and Fang Yuan's entire body was brought into the sky. Flying in the sky, a light breeze greeted his face. The wind carried with it a unique fragrance that permeated the entire paradise. Compared to the outside world in Northern Plains, this place was tranquil and peaceful, it was simply heaven. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry, he flew leisurely, admiring the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's terrain was extremely similar to Northern Plains. Looking at it from afar, it was a vast plain. Even though there were hills, they were all gentle slopes, the contours were gentle and graceful, like a lush green without any contours, flowing smoothly and gracefully. But what was different from the Northern Plains was that every 8 li, there would be a tower erected on the ground. These towers reminded Fang Yuan of totem poles. Every single one of them was 25 meters tall and stood perfectly straight. Their surfaces were covered in gold and silver, and they were carved with all kinds of gems and agates. The tower was divided into countless compartments, like a beehive. Inside, there were many goo worms. When the worms in the Blessed Land produced goo, these goo worms would often leave the swarm and come to live in the tower. The tower was Giant Sun's current arrangement. No matter what goo it was, they would find their food in the tower. In each tower, there were tens of thousands of goo. There were many types of goo. There were a lot of common ones, but precious ones were relatively rare. Without a doubt, every tower was a huge fortune. Even Fang Yuan would covet it. He even saw a group of thousands of starlight firefly goo in one of the towers. Unfortunately, these goo worms cannot be used without permission. At the beginning of the Imperial Court contest, there were often goo masters who were extremely daring and wanted to steal, or even attack the towers to seize the wild goo worms inside. In the end, they were like candles, their skin and flesh melted, leaving behind pale white skeletons that fell to the ground, forming a pile. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the power of the Blessed Land, the power of this world. As long as they were mortals, they could not resist it. Even goo immortals would be in a difficult situation. The lesson they received was deep enough. Until now, no goo masters had any designs on these towers. If we trace back to the source, the goo immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path goo immortal. His name is no longer known. Thus, this blessed land is extremely vast, far surpassing other blessed lands of the same level. Before Giant Sun Immortal became an immortal, he luckily inherited this place and became the new owner of the Blessed Land. After Giant Sun became an immortal venerable, he possessed supreme strength and set up a great method, establishing the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, which allowed this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fang Yuan recalled in his mind as he flew. An immortal venerable's methods had already surpassed his understanding. He did not know how Giant Sun Immortal did it, but under his control, Imperial Court Blessed Land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss, after flying for an hour, passing countless towers, in the sky above a small valley, Fang Yuan was provoked by a giant python. This scarlet python was huge, at least 100 feet long, and its body was as thick as a tower. On its head, there was a sharp horn, and a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, flicking its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a strange purple color, with eerie blue flames coiling around it. Eh? It is a rare eerie fire dragon python. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, the giant python opened its mouth and spat out a lump of carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame rapidly approached, and the temperature in the air rose sharply. There were still hundreds of steps between them, but Fang Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of withering. The terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame could be seen. Fang Yuan lightly raised his eyebrows, and with a flap of his eagle wings, he flew up and easily dodged the attack of the flame. Killer move, for Arm Wind King, he activated more than 10 goo worms at the same time, and the crystal purple primeval essence in his aperture started to be consumed intensely. Beside him, 2 new bronze arms grew out. Then, like a falling star, he swooped down brazenly. Bam! He fiercely collided with the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in an intense battle. At once, smoke and dust rose, flames spewed everywhere, and the valley shook. The eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts had rank 4 battle strength, and the kings among them could match rank 5 goo masters. But Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, and after using the killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python obediently hid, Fang Yuan might not have been able to find it if he was rushing. Now that it provoked him, Fang Yuan was excited, and used the modified killer move on it. 30 minutes later, the dust settled. Fang Yuan's body was charred black, and he stood in the almost completely collapsed valley. The broken rocks covered half of the eerie fire dragon python's body. Fang Yuan coughed several times, and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The modified killer move had much smaller repercussions than before. Of course, this was also because the eerie fire dragon python did not have the intelligence of a human, and could not analyze Fang Yuan's flaws from the battle. If the wind was suppressed, Fang Yuan would have much more worries. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land's environment was excellent, and there were many goo worms, thus the eerie fire dragon python had a large number of fire path goo worms. Some of them were of high value. Fang Yuan's killer move was sharp, but his defense against fire path was not outstanding. If he could save the effort of dodging the flames, the 30 minutes battle would be shortened by at least a third. Fang Yuan started to clean up the battlefield. This mutated beast king's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood was the best food to feed some blood path goo worms. Python skin, python tendons, and so on, if placed in a mortal market, would cause a huge commotion. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious, and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan dealt with it slightly, and to save time, he only placed the things he wanted into the goo and stored them. Eerie fire dragon pythons live in caves in the form of families. If there are dragon pythons young, I might be able to raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It would be a source of income in the future. Fang Yuan thought of this, and started to search around. Soon, he found something. Oh? So there is a goo master inheritance here. Fang Yuan did not find the little dragon python, but unexpectedly found a red boulder that resembled a fire lotus. With his experience, he soon found out that this was a goo master's method. When he got closer to the boulder, this fire lotus resembling boulder split apart layer by layer, like a blossoming fire lotus. The fire lotus boulder opened up completely, revealing the goo worms inside, as well as the stone tablet. The stone tablet was one with the boulder, and Northern Plains words were carved on it. Fang Yuan saw everything, and immediately understood the whole story. The fire path goo master who left behind this inheritance was called Xianxia, a righteous rank 4 goo master. He entered this valley by mistake, and was harmed by the eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he had no choice but to leave behind all his goo worms, and set up this inheritance. In the future, if someone was fated to come here, then this set of goo worms would belong to that fated person. Xianxia had left behind 7 goo worms. But after all these years, 4 had died, and only 3 were left. Among these 3 goo worms, only one caught Fang Yuan's attention. It was the rank 4 fire pupil goo. When a goo master uses fire pupil goo, wherever they look, flames would appear and burn their enemies. Such a convenient attack method was often hard to defend against. But there were flaws. For example, if it was activated continuously, the goo master's eyes would be burnt. A good healing goo had to be used, as well as other corresponding goo worms to reduce this side effect. This fire pupil goo was Xianxia's core goo worm. Other than the goo worms he left behind, on the stone tablet, there were also goo recipes that he remembered. Fang Yuan looked through them 3 times, and stored all the information into East Window goo. Although he did not cultivate fire path, these goo recipes were useful for his future goo refinement, and even his cultivation, they would be useful as inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the fire pupil goo, it was very valuable. According to this goo recipe, rank 4 fire pupil goo was refined from rank 3 fire eye goo, together with sight strike goo, and some related goo refinement materials. Rank 3 fire eye goo, Fang Yuan knew, it was a one-time use goo, used for reconnaissance. It could transform its eyes into fire eyes, and have the ability to see through fog. It did not succeed every time, and once it failed, it would go blind. Fang Yuan also knew about sight strike goo. He tribes Hao Ji Lu had one. Hao Ji Lu had once used sight strike goo together with rank 4 swap position goo, using them together. Fang Yuan stored the fire pupil goo, he did not plan to walk the fire path. Fire pupil goo was not compatible with his own path. Attacking methods, although convenient, were limited, they relied heavily on eye contact. In this world, there were too many goo worms of all shapes and sizes. There were countless ways to block vision. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master. Goo worms were only carriers of the great Tao, they were essentially tools. When goo masters used them together, they could form extraordinary effects. Some of the more outstanding combinations, which were hard to break, were killer moves. This means, this should be the first goo master inheritance I obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought about it, feeling it was interesting. Imperial Court Blessed Land had many goo master inheritances. Because this place had the most favorable environment, many inheritances set up in the outside world were destroyed by calamities and beasts before they could find the fated person. Furthermore, all the goo masters who entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were heroes who had gone through the baptism of war. Even if he wasn't a hero, he at least had some skill. Thus, there were many inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land. As long as one was fated, they could gain something. Fang Yuan stored the 3 goo worms in his aperture, and destroyed the stone tablet. Finally, he continued his search. Sure enough, he found a cave entrance, and went deep underground. In the cave that was over 100 feet deep, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. This made him feel troubled. If they were young eerie fire dragon pythons, Fang Yuan could take them away and bring them to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, letting them hunt freely. But eerie fire dragon python eggs were not easy to hatch. They needed to be soaked in eerie fire and python blood day and night. After the little dragon python hatched, it would need to receive the teachings of the eerie fire dragon python, and learn how to use its own strength to hunt. Fang Yuan did not have the leisure to waste his precious time to incubate these few snake eggs. Without a choice, he could only keep these eggs. Soon after, he made his way out of the hot and stuffy cave. He didn't linger here any longer. He flew high into the sky and continued on his way. Like this, Fang Yuan flew for another 3 days, but there was still no sign of the sacred palace. Fang Yuan thought, it seems that after I entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, I was sent to a very far place. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace in 3 days. On the way, Fang Yuan met many goo masters and mortals. They were all members of He Tribe Alliance. After entering the Blessed Land, those with the ability gathered at the sacred palace. Those without the ability would choose a nearby place to stay. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe, there were large numbers of wild insects and fierce beasts. The arrival of He Tribe Army broke the tacit understanding here, disrupting the territories of the beasts and insects. Thus, collisions and killings were unavoidable. But the overall environment was much better than the blizzard outside of northern plains. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw several scenes of massacres. Some were corpses of beasts, some were broken limbs and bones of humans. Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation was many times deeper than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have astronomical changes, but Imperial Court Blessed Land did. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land had day and night. This might not be strange in the eyes of mortals. Because in the outside world of northern plains, it was also day and night, they were used to it. Only a knowledgeable person like Fang Yuan would know how precious this was. It was already rare for a blessed land to have astronomical changes. If it had day and night, it meant that this place already had a deep foundation, at least in terms of time path laws. Normally speaking, blessed lands with astronomical changes were first-grade blessed lands. Fang Yuan's immortal blessed land had not had astronomical changes yet. And having day and night was the characteristic of a grotto heaven. A blessed land was a small world, and above the blessed land, there were even more complete small worlds, they were grotto heavens. Imperial Court blessed land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven, it was already a quasi-grotto heaven. Xianxia blessed land had fallen from grotto heaven level. Even now, there was no distinction of day and night. Night descended. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, the glorious golden sky was slowly turning into an elegant silver. The day of Imperial Court blessed land was a glorious golden sky. At night, it was no longer pitch black. Instead, it was a silvery night. Flying high in the sky, Fang Yuan witnessed the changes in the sky with his own eyes. The silver light sprinkled down, but it didn't have the brilliance and heat of the golden radiance during the day. Instead, it was gentle and contained a hint of sharpness. Fang Yuan's flying speed gradually slowed down. He looked down, and after scanning for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his many years of experience, he knew that this gentle slope was a good campsite. However, he was not in a hurry to land. Instead, he circled around the gentle slope a few times, his body stretching freely like a bird. Finally, after confirming that the slope was safe and reliable, he slowly descended and retracted his wings. The broad and powerful eagle wings were as black as iron. After Fang Yuan stopped activating the eagle rise goo, it turned formless and dissipated in the air. Only 1 or 2 black feathers were left, scattered on the grass on the gentle slope. Fang Yuan willed and activated the lizard house goo. Immediately, a mystical light shot out of his aperture and landed in front of him. The light expanded and expanded until it turned into an enormous lizard house goo. The lizard opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, revealing the door in its mouth. Its tongue was like a flight of stairs on a red carpet. As Fang Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. When he entered the goo house, the door closed automatically. At the same time, the lizard's mouth closed, leaving no gap. Although Fang Yuan was full of energy, he was still immortal. After his fatigue accumulated to a certain extent, he needed to rest properly to maintain his full mental and battle strength. Zha. Not long after Fang Yuan entered the goo house, he heard noises coming from outside. His gaze flashed as he muttered, "Blissful snow bats again." Fang Yuan had already understood the pattern. Every time white night changed, a large group of blissful snow bats would fly out from the sky. Blissful snow bats were white as snow and had furry bodies. They did not look ugly like ordinary bats and were very cute. This beast group was huge, each group had hundreds of thousands of them. Among them were large numbers of beast kings. Myriad beast kings were common, and there were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Fang Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like four-arm wind king, he could not contend against them and could only retreat. Snow bats only hunted in the air, devouring the particles or flying insects in the air. The large lizard house goo was not in their food list. But for the sake of caution, Fang Yuan moved the large lizard house goo to the back of the gentle slope. The large lizard lowered its head and retracted its tail, curling into a ball. Looking from above, it looked like a large rock. Fang Yuan lay on the bed. Not long after he fell asleep, the cries of the blissful snow bats became hurried and noisy, and there seemed to be wolf howls mixed in. What's going on? Fang Yuan was startled by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from the bed, walking towards the window. In the silver night sky, 2 groups of beasts were fighting against each other. The snow-white group was a large group of blissful snow bats. The dark green group was an azure wolf group. Although they did not have as many numbers as the bat group, they were fierce and had great teamwork. Although there were many snow bats, under the attack of the wolf group, there were many casualties. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Azure wolves had the remnant bloodline of the desolate beast celestial wolf, thus they were born with the ability to float in the air. Adult azure wolves could display this talent to the fullest, and could run freely in the air. Azure wolves were elites, they were different from ordinary wolf groups. In an azure wolf group, each azure wolf was at least 100 beast king. Azure wolf groups were not large in size, but they had great battle strength. But no matter how strong a beast group was, they could not withstand the baptism of time and the turbulence of the mortal world. In the current northern plains sky, very few people could see the azure wolf's figure. Azure wolves were becoming rarer and rarer, they were already very rare. However, as the largest blessed land in northern plains, it was not strange for imperial court blessed land to have such a large azure wolf group. The wolf group fought fiercely, the bat group could not hold on any longer, leaving behind tens of thousands of bat corpses as they retreated pathetically. The azure wolf group, however, had few casualties. Most of the azure wolves landed on the ground and started to eat the warm bat corpses. Only a small portion of the azure wolf group floated in the air, looking around and maintaining their vigilance. Fan Yuan had a thought: after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, my wolf group has scattered. Imperial Court Blessed Land is huge, I cannot gather all of them in a short time. This azure wolf group came at the right time. Not only can it fly, it can also keep up with my speed. It can also protect me. If I encounter a bat group in the future, I can just charge out. At this time, several azure wolves discovered Fan Yuan's large lizard house goo, and surrounded it. Fan Yuan left the goo house, keeping the large lizard house goo as he charged towards the myriad wolf king in the sky. The wolf group went into a frenzy, attacking Fan Yuan from all directions. But the azure wolves that had just eaten slowed down, their desire to fight also fell by a level. To Fan Yuan, this was the best opportunity to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fan Yuan snickered, turning left and right, his body twisting and turning in the sky. With his flying master attainment, these azure wolves could only eat his dust. The myriad wolf king that he targeted was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the battle earlier, it was at the front, it was injured and lost many wild goo. Earlier, Fan Yuan had been paying attention to it, and knew about the wild goo it had. Charging in front of it, Fan Yuan activated 4-arm Wind King Killer move, beating up the myriad wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten senseless by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used this chance to use rank 5 wolf enslavement goo, subduing it. Once it became Fan Yuan's subordinate, it held, and a third of the azure wolf group also defected. Fan Yuan laughed. It was extremely dangerous to subdue the myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he succeeded, it was a different story. With the wolf group, the situation turned around. Under Fan Yuan's control, the wolf group attacked left and right, cooperating with him, and soon surrounded the second azure myriad wolf king. The wild wolves attacked furiously, but Fan Yuan's subordinates formed a defensive line to protect themselves. He himself took action and fought with the myriad wolf king. 15 minutes later, Fan Yuan successfully subdued the second azure myriad wolf king. The situation was settled. Seeing this scene, the last remaining myriad wolf king ran away, leading his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. Fan Yuan first stopped his bleeding, and checked his injuries. After cleaning up the battlefield, he stored the large lizard house goo, and moved his camp. This slope emitted a thick stench of blood, and soon attracted wave after wave of beast groups. If Fan Yuan was still there, he would not be able to bear the disturbance. 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours, before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But this time was different from the previous few days. Fan Yuan was surrounded by 2 azure myriad wolf kings, 38,000 beast kings, and 250,600 beast kings. It was a huge commotion. Like this, 6 days passed unknowingly. During this process, Fan Yuan found 3 inheritances. But they were all small inheritances. In his eyes, the gains were negligible. What was worth mentioning was that the wolf group had grown. On top of the 2 azure myriad wolf kings, another one was added. This way, Fan Yuan had 3 azure myriad wolf kings now. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true treasure land. There were many beast groups inside. Azure wolves, which were rare in northern plains, were commonly seen here. Other than the azure wolves, Fan Yuan also gathered a group of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves. These wolves were originally his subordinates, but after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were scattered everywhere. Fan Yuan only gathered a small portion of them. 2 days later, a tall mountain peak suddenly appeared in Fan Yuan's vision. The dark blue mountain peak was like a lone vulture. It had a strange shape. Fan Yuan was slightly startled, but his gaze was filled with joy. This should be Xianxia Peak. It seems my direction was correct. According to the description of Gu Immortal Lord Heaven weeping in my previous life, Vulture's gaze was on the sacred palace. Imperial Court blessed land, in the eyes of Northern Plains people, had a sacred and sacred status. It was the symbol of their spirit. It was also the cradle that nurtured Northern Plains Gu immortals. When Zhongzhou state invaded the Northern Plains, the first place to be attacked was this major strategic location. Due to their carelessness, Imperial Court blessed land was invaded by the allied army of Central Continent Gu immortals. The sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into ruins. 88-point Xianxia Tower became a lost cause, vanishing in the long river of history, making future generations sigh in regret. Lord Heaven Weeping was one of the Gu immortals who participated in the assault on Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan's plan was based on the sneak attack methods of Central Continent Gu immortals. Oh? There are people on Xingjiu Peak. Fang Yuan was about to ride the wolf group and cross Xingjiu Peak, when he suddenly stopped. At the peak of Xingjiu Peak, he saw many Gu masters, among them were some familiar faces. He was not in a hurry, he rode the wolf group and landed on Xingjiu Peak. Pan Ping greets Wolf Wang to Brother Shanin, we meet again. Seeing Wolf King descend, the Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. Two leading Gu masters walked out, one was Pan Ping, who had made a fortune in this Imperial Court contest, and the other was one of the demonic past twin demons, Zhu Zai, who was invited by Tai by Yunxing. Pan Ping had rank 4 peak stage cultivation now, and with Soul Blade Gu, his battle strength could match some rank 5 Gu masters. As a rank 5 strength path expert, Zhu Zai specialized in close combat, thus he was more wary of Soul Blade Gu than ordinary people. After he entered Imperial Court, he split up with his partner Gao Yang and rushed towards the sacred palace, arguing with Pan Ping along the way. We pay our respects to Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the other Gu masters paid their respects and knelt down on the ground. The battle with the Ma family had raised Fang Yuan's prestige to an unprecedented level, and he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the current generation. She suppressed He Lulan and even Yi Lui Sang, who possessed a fire path immortal Gu. If not for the fact that Chang Shanin did not have Huang Jin bloodline and He Lulan was the alliance leader, there might have been people shouting for the alliance to change leaders. Get up, there's no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan sat on the back of an azure myriad wolf emperor and nodded lightly. He then asked bluntly, did you guys gather here because you found some inheritance? Everyone could not help but groan inwardly. That was the truth. At first, some people discovered the inheritance on Xingjiu Peak, but they did not have the strength to take it. Helplessly, he called for the other Gu masters to work together. In the end, they lost several people. The discoverers were unwilling to accept their failure, so they searched everywhere for helpers. In the end, it attracted Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. The two fought for their own benefits, causing the situation to come to a deadlock, and finally, Fang Yuan encountered them. Now that Fang Yuan asked directly, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to lie, and could only explain the matter one after another. Wolf Wangda, it is fortunate that you came. This inheritance opens once every 7 days, and when it opens, starlight will burst into the sky, revealing a starlight door. Not only is this opening very short, there will also be insect groups that will rush out of the starlight door, blocking our entry. Pan Ping smiled as he introduced. There is only a short while left before the inheritance opens. Lord Chang Shanin, since you are here, I represent all the Gu masters here to request for you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with a sincere expression. Pan Ping's lips twitched, and he looked at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai is a demonic path expert, he is actually so obsequious. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Although Wolf King is strong, one day, I, Pan Ping, will also reach his level. Pan Ping was young, and still had some pride in his heart, but he did not show it, and instead lowered his head, expressing his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master, and naturally had a clear understanding of the situation, and knew the principle of being flexible. Fang Yuan agreed without hesitation, and immediately became the person in charge here. As time passed, everyone saw starlight slowly spreading to the peak. When the time came, the starlight majestically rushed up, piercing through the sky. A small door slowly opened under the dazzling starlight. Buzz buzz buzz, a large number of insects gushed out like a tide. These insects were of different colors, and there were many wild Gu among them. Although they were ferocious, they only surrounded the starlight door, and did not pounce towards the group. Evidently, this was a test. Fang Yuan observed carefully, and laughed inwardly. This insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with everyone's strength, they could overcome it. But Pan Ping and Zhu Zai were fighting amongst themselves, and their strength was scattered. Everyone supported one side, and no one was willing to give way, thus Fang Yuan managed to catch up. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, and saw that their expressions were somewhat ugly. Fang Yuan did not care about this, and directly ordered, when these insects show their might, they are more difficult to deal with than beast groups. Listen to my arrangements, and we can reduce our losses, and deal with them calmly. Everyone quickly agreed. Next, they were led around by Fang Yuan, and attacked in sections, luring the insects away, and killing them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, more than half of the insects were lured away, and a huge hole appeared in the tight defensive line. Pan Ping was overjoyed. Wolf Wangde is truly amazing. We were all blinded by a single leaf. Actually, exterminating the insects is not important, the key is to open a path. This way, we have plenty of time. Zhu Zai also sighed, with Wolf Wangde leading us, it is our fortune. But soon after, Fang Yuan said, stay here and restrain the insects, do not make any mistakes. I will be back soon. Saying so, he drove the wolf group towards the starry door. This, Wolf Wangde. Zhu Zai's expression changed, he did not expect Fang Yuan to take everything for himself. Pan Ping also stared with wide eyes, feeling indignant. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first used an azure wolf to scout the path, and seeing that there was no danger, he rode the azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind most of the azure wolf group to guard the door, forming a defensive line and protecting their path of retreat. Isn't Wolf King said to be proud and aloof? How can he be so shameless? This inheritance is very powerful. We were the ones who discovered it first, but Chang Shanin got it first. Chang Shanin is the great Wolf King, he actually left us here. Everyone was filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Lord Pan Ping, should we charge in as well? A rank 3 Gu master's eyes moved as he ran towards Pan Ping, urging him. Pan Ping snorted, raising his leg and kicking him away, saying fiercely, if you want to go, you can charge in. What, you want to use me as a weapon? Lord, you misunderstood, I wouldn't dare. The rank 3 Gu master quickly complained. Scram! Pan Ping shouted, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the starlight door. The hole was already empty, but now it was blocked by the azure wolf group. 2 myriad wolf kings, dozens of thousand wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and over 200 in the air. Pan Ping could not charge in at such a scale. His thoughts changed as he looked at Zhu Zai, saying in a mocking tone, this is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice? Zhu Zai looked at Pan Ping coldly, he could see through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted in disdain in his heart, this Pan Ping is still young, and has just made a name for himself recently, he is so impetuous. He is actually encouraging me to work together with him to break through the wolf group's defense. So naive. Is the Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if the Wolf King left behind an ordinary night wolf, I wouldn't dare to make a move. This scoundrel really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When Pan Ping saw that Zhu Zai was ignoring him, he snorted angrily and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Back to Fang Yuan, after entering the starlight door, came to a courtyard. The courtyard's style was peculiar, it was made entirely of blue metal, its shape was strange and abstract, not in the style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and entered, the courtyard was bathed in a thin layer of light, mysterious and beautiful. At first, Fang Yuan was very careful, but after some exploration, he did not find any tests or traps. There were 6 rooms in the courtyard, all of which were explored by Fang Yuan one by one. So this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Do Min-jun over 100 years ago. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance of the courtyard's owner, and knew this person's identity. Do Min-jun was a rank 5 Gu master, he had never married in his life, and was a maverick. He was known as the Wandering Lone Star, he was a famous poet immortal in Northern Plains, his poems were mostly about the starry sky, expressing his longing for his hometown, and his powerless struggle against fate. He was aloof, detached from the mortal world. In his life, he was pursued by many Northern Plains girls, and even men, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Later generations evaluated him, praising him. He was immersed in his own world, although his body was in Northern Plains, his heart was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plainsman, he was a poet immortal who was banished from the starry sky to the mortal world. So Do Minjun chose to commit suicide here. Fang Yuan sighed. Do Minjun could not bear the melancholy in his heart, and established his final residence on Xingjiu Peak, taking the initiative to end his life here. And he left behind countless poems for future generations to recite and revere. Do Minjun had outstanding talent, and left behind a rich inheritance. The first to bear the brunt was emotion poetry gu. Emotion poetry gu was used to store emotions, and was on the same level as painting will gu. They were both wisdom path gu. They were very rare, and had high value. Next, there were large numbers of star path gu worms, they were numerous and varied. It could basically be an exhibition of all the star path gu in Northern Plains. This made Fang Yuan feel astonished. It seems this Do Minjun had a fortuitous encounter, otherwise, how could he have so many and such a complete collection of star path gu worms? He actually created a whole set of star gu recipes? Fang Yuan looked at the recipes, and found Do Minjun was indeed a genius. He created a new set of gu, from rank 1.5 star gu, to rank 2 stars shining gu, to rank 3 stars in the sky gu, to rank 4 stars cube gu, and finally to rank 5 stars aligned gu. Although I am not a star path gu master, refining this set of star gu will be extremely helpful in opening the stargate and connecting to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a slight joy in his heart. He had spent a huge investment to nurture some starlight firefly gu in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He also got many air bubble fish to raise the starlight firefly gu's production rate. But even so, the starlight firefly gu's consumption was too fast. Every time he opened the stargate, he would lose large numbers of starlight firefly gu. And nurturing starlight firefly gu required a lot of time. Fang Yuan had it better in Northern Plains, at least one of the stargates could use the starlight in the night sky. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was no starlight to draw upon. Thus, once he opened the stargate, he would need to expend even more starlight firefly gu. But if he refined this set of gu that amplified the power of star path, one starlight firefly gu would have the effect of several starlight firefly gu. This way, the expenditure would be reduced by several times. Moreover, this gu recipe is quite interesting. Its way of thinking is different from the mainstream view. It is like an analogy of scientific data from Earth. To think that poet immortal Do Minjun had such a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan deduced a part of poet immortal's wisdom from the gu recipe. After ransacking these few rooms, Fang Yuan leisurely returned the way he came. Do Minjun was a righteous path gu master. The inheritance he left behind was a righteous path inheritance, thus there was only one test. It was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain top, the insect group that was making things difficult for everyone had already dispersed. Lord Xianxia, you are finally out. I wonder what gains Lord had inside. Pan Ping's expression was gloomy as he walked forward. His meaning was clear, you Wolf King ate the meat, you should at least let us have some soup. Ha ha ha, congratulations to Wolf Wangda, obtaining this inheritance is like adding wings to a tiger. Zhu Zai cupped his fists in celebration, not mentioning the matter of splitting the inheritance. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was created by poet immortal Do Minjun. There are still many treasures left inside. You can go and take them. Saying so, he sat on Azure Myriad Wolf King and rose into the sky. Pan Ping saw that the situation was bad and quickly shouted, Sir Xianxia, we worked hard to restrain the swarm for you, and you took the essence of the inheritance. According to the rules, you should at least give us some compensation. Compensation? Fang Yuan pressed down on the wolf's head and floated in the air, looking at the single-blade general with a faint smile. What kind of compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping requested with an expressionless face, it's hard to say what kind of compensation it is. My lord, why don't you show us your inheritance and let us evaluate it together? He. Fang Yuan laughed, saying to Pan Ping in an amiable manner, "Look at this compensation, do you like it?" Saying that, with a single thought, the azure wolf pack stared at Pan Ping, surrounding him from the ground and the sky. Pan Ping's expression suddenly changed. He held the handle of the golden saber with one hand and exclaimed, "Wolf Wangda, what are you doing?" Fang Yuan sat upright on the wolf's back, looking down at the single-blade general below him, and only sneered. Hell, the azure wolf pack charged towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping was shocked, he blocked left and right, using all his strength. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he had made a fortune from the war, his goo worms were of high quality and comprehensive, his battle strength had far surpassed before. But the azure wolf was not an ordinary wild wolf. Each of them was at least 100 wolf king, this meant that they had large numbers of wild goo worms on them. After Pan Ping killed a few azure wolves, he could not hold on any longer, his body was bathed in blood, he was in danger. "Lord Wolf King, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm your comrade, are you trying to put me to death?" He shouted loudly, using righteousness to pressure the other party. The other goo masters did not know what to do. Fang Yuan's overbearing attitude made them feel disgusted. But because of their strength, they did not dare to say anything. "Wolf Wangda, please calm down. Pan Ping does not know the immensity of heaven and earth," he offended Lord with his words, "but what kind of person is Lord, why bother with a junior like him?" Zhu Zai quickly persuaded. Pan Ping was He Lulan's favorite general, it was said that he had already been absorbed into He tribe. If he died here, when He Lulan pursues the matter, it would not do anything to Chang Shanin, but it would not be good for Zhu Zai. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. "Zhu Zai, you are thinking too much, I am not angry." Fang Yuan smiled lightly at Zhu Zai. Under his control, the azure wolf pack's attacks became more ferocious. Zhu Zai was anxious, and was inwardly shocked at Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. On the other side, Pan Ping was in a critical situation, he activated the single-blade goo, but he could only protect himself, he could not break out of the wolf pack's encirclement. "Wolf Wangda, please have mercy, Pan Ping is going to die. Pan Ping is going to die." Zhu Zai's expression was one of panic as he pleaded again. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his attacks, sighing to Zhu Zai, "Sigh, it is not that I am ruthless, but this junior does not know how to respect his elders. If I do not teach him a lesson today, will he turn the world upside down in the future?" Yes, Lord is right." Zhu Zai quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan waved his hand, the azure wolf pack's attacks stopped as they retreated, but the encirclement did not disperse. Once the outside pressure was gone, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw his expression and smiled, "It seems you are not convinced. Maybe my lesson was not enough, what do you think, Zhu Zai?" Zhu Zai's body shook, he could clearly sense the hidden killing intent in Fang Yuan's calm gaze. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Enough. Pan Ping has already received enough of a lesson." Pan Ping quickly apologized to Wolf Wangda. Pan Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, after a few breaths of silence, he finally closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "Wolf Wangda, I was wrong." But he was screaming in his heart, "Today's humiliation, I will return it to you in the future. Wolf King, remember this. Not just anyone can humiliate me." Pan Ping was originally a cautious and low-profile person, but his experience in the imperial court contest had ignited the pride in his heart. Especially when he was killed by 3 heads 6 arms in the battle with Lu tribe, but was revived by Tai by Yunxing using man as before Gu. This experience of coming back from the dead had caused his temperament to change, giving him a feeling of destiny. "According to the rules, I should have checked my gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing, you will definitely regret what you did today. Although you are strong now, you only started cultivating a few years earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return today's humiliation to you." Pan Ping shouted in his heart. Fang Yuan naturally did not know what he was thinking, but Fang Yuan had no interest in understanding what he was thinking. If I had killed him on the spot, He Lulan would not pursue the matter. But this is a blatant demonic act, it does not match my identity. Moreover, it is of no benefit to my next plan. I might as well leave this Panping for later. Panping only had that soul blade goo on him that could catch Fang Yuan's attention. But even if he killed him now, he would not be able to obtain this goo. Thus, Fang Yuan said, since you admitted your mistake, that is good, it means you have finally realized my good intentions. A junior should act like a junior, do you understand now? I understand. Panping shut his eyes tightly, he squeezed out the words from his gritted teeth in anger. Fang Yuan sneered, he was well aware of his emotions but did not expose him, he only nodded and continued, very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to properly educate you, I have spent a lot. Look at the wolf corpses on the ground, there are 15 of them. What? Panping was furious, he suddenly opened his eyes. What, you are not willing? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze towards Panping was filled with undisguised mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing. Panping took a few deep breaths, he finally nodded and agreed. This is the attitude a junior should have. Fang Yuan chuckled, his smile was very kind and amiable. But in everyone's eyes, it was even scarier. It is all thanks to Lord's teachings. Zhu Zai flattered at the side. Of course. Fang Yuan did not pass on this responsibility, he smiled and accepted all this hypocritical flattery. Next, he looked at everyone, what about you guys? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Everyone quickly said they did not dare, their faces were pale and their bodies were shivering, they were greatly frightened. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, extorting Panping's goo recipes and several goo worms in front of everyone. Panping was shaking from anger, the goo worms that Fang Yuan chose were crucial to his goo worm combinations, without them, Panping's battle strength would fall by 2 levels. After toying with Panping for a while, Fang Yuan felt satisfied, he patted the wolf's head and flew into the sky, let's do this, there are still many good things inside, they are all unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and their spirits rose. Many people could not help but think, Wolf Wang still has feelings for people, it is natural for him to take the biggest share, Lord Panping is too arrogant. Only when Fang Yuan and the Azure Wolf Group's figures disappeared into the horizon, did everyone dare to move towards the Starlight Door. In terms of seniority, Zhu Zai and Panping were naturally the first to go. The 2 first entered the courtyard, but only found Do Minjun's poems. As for the goo worms and goo recipes, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan long ago, not a trace was left. Wolf Wangde is right, these are all unique treasures. Zhu Zai waved the poetry book in his hand, smiling bitterly. Panping, who was filled with hope and wanted to get some benefits from this to make up for his losses, had an ashen expression. Guh. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot from anger. A few days later. According to my speed, I should be close to the sacred palace. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back as he estimated. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he stared fixedly at the ground below. Eh? This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Fang Yuan looked down at the ground. Only to see a mound, standing tall on the ground. The mound did not have a solid peak, there was a hole on it, revealing a huge hole that seemed to lead underground. And around this mound was a swamp. In the swamp, there were sparse small trees. At the southwest corner, there was a river. The river was not clear, but it flowed for a long time, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. Light in the soil, shine as high as 1,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms. Looking at this terrain, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase. Is this the location of Diqiu inheritance? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, he came to a realization. Back then, he had obtained information about Diqiu inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting Wolgu on the gray-white stone slab directly sent this map into the depths of his mind. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it, even if he wanted to forget it, he could not. He flapped his wings, flying around in the air, confirming that this terrain was the same as the one in his mind. So it was like this. I had my doubts earlier, using the terrain as a clue to the inheritance is usually not reliable. If this inheritance was set up in the outside world of northern plains, it would be easily destroyed by external forces, changing the terrain. But in this imperial court-blessed land, it is different. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This imperial court-blessed land opens once every 10 years. The victors of the imperial court contest would swarm in, maybe because of the battles and other reasons, the terrain would change. But when imperial court-blessed land closes, the terrain would slowly return to normal. 10 years later, when imperial court-blessed land opens again, it would return to its original state. Dicho inheritance, since it was set up in imperial court-blessed land, and even had the ingenuity to tamper with the fake gray-white stone slab. The inheritance owner spent so much effort, the inheritance inside should not be bad. With such a thought, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the hole in the mound for a while, he summoned several azure wolves and sent them into the hole. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan's side unscathed. This deep cave looked pitch black from the outside, but deep inside, it was covered in glimmering moss, so it was not dark at all. There was nothing in the cave. The air was moist, and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan also personally went down to investigate, but he also did not find anything. He frowned slightly and walked out again. He was already mentally prepared for this outcome. This inheritance isn't simple. If it were so easy to obtain, it would have been taken by someone else long ago. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this inheritance has been taken by someone else. However, Fang Yuan secretly analyzed that the possibility of this was very small. There are at least 2 conditions to come here. The first was to coincidentally obtain clues to the inheritance, and to appraise the gray-white slate. Only a Gu master proficient in appraisal could do it. Secondly, a Gu master must be able to enter imperial court-blessed land. This means that you need to survive in the battle for the imperial court and have a unique vision in order to become the victor. This inheritance isn't simple at all. It seems that to obtain this inheritance, I need to decipher the password. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. Light in the soil, radiance reaching 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What was the meaning of this password? Fang Yuan thought hard, but could not get an answer. His mind was filled with complex thoughts, without any clues. Forget it, I'll leave it at that. I still have some time left in imperial court-blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, leading the wolf group towards the sacred palace at the center of the blessed land. That was the main point of his plan. He had spent so much time in hiding, it was to enter imperial court-blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before immortal Gu was his main goal. Other than that, it was Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance in 88-point Xianxia Tower. Not just him, most Gu masters with ambition and ability would rush towards the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the core of imperial court-blessed land, and also the place where the essence was. The sacred palace was one of the 4 above-ground chambers of Giant Sun Immortal, and also the most important one. The other chambers were located in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border. And in Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal had an even grander and more glorious heavenly chamber, located in Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 traversed the long river of history, from the remote antiquity era to olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, and recent antiquity era. Each of them was an expert of their own era. Invincible and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their own specialties and differences. The bloodthirsty spectral soul demon venerable, the mysterious red lotus demon venerable, the intelligent star constellation immortal venerable, the indifferent paradise earth immortal venerable. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal was also an extremely legendary character. He was a demonic path Gu master, born in northern plains. His life was filled with endless blessings and good luck. Not only could he turn calamities into blessings, he could even turn calamities into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu immortal, he wandered around amorous, nobody could stop him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, was taken in as his concubine. Because of this, he was recruited by Spirit Affinity House as an external supreme elder, turning into the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal was a playboy by nature. After becoming an immortal venerable, he went to immortal court and became a fourth-generation immortal king. He built 5 chambers and had tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was over 1,000 years old, he even recruited girls from all over the world to fill his harem. Thus, among all the venerables, he had the most children. He had too many children, he could not even name most of them. These children had once spread all over the 5 regions, but now, most of them were gathered in northern plains. The Gu master tribes that had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Family is the world. Beauty is a woman's natural dowry. I wish I could marry all the women in the world. These were his famous sayings. Even though the world changed and time passed, the mark he left in history was still shining brightly. Especially in northern plains, the Huangjin tribes controlled the entire situation. Giant Sun Immortal still influenced every generation. Sacred Palace, Central Control Great Hall. Night. Silver light shone brightly, shining on He Lulan's face. He raised his head, looking at the plaque on the Central Control Great Hall. His muscular body that resembled a bear stood silently in the silver light. As the leader of the Alliance forces, he had the Huangjin bloodline. The moment he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he entered the Sacred Palace. The plaque on the Central Control Great Hall was extremely huge. It was 60 meters long and 80 meters wide. There were 3 words written on it: family is the world. The golden light was like glass, dazzling to the eyes. The Central Control Great Hall was grand, as if it was the residence of a giant. Compared to this huge plaque, He Lulan's fat body seemed very small. Family is the world. He raised his head, his expression was extremely complicated. There was hatred, admiration, anger, and indifference. Lord. Cunning Lord's grandson Shirhan walked over slowly, calling out softly. What is it? He Lulan turned around, his expression had already been retracted, changing back to his usual wild, boorish, and violent self. Cunning Lord did not suspect anything. He took out a letter from his chest, reporting, "This is a letter sent by Soul Blade General Pan Ping not long ago." In the letter, he accused Wolf King Chang Shanin, saying that he coveted the inheritance and extorted it publicly. His actions are extremely vile. He hopes Lord can uphold justice. Oh? He Lulan stretched out his fat right hand. Cunning Lord quickly handed over the letter with both hands. Lord, it is not me speaking out of turn. This Chang Shanin is getting more and more overboard. He even bullied and humiliated his own comrades. Sigh, Lord Pan Ping has good intentions. He originally had an inheritance. He wanted to share it with Chang Shanin because of old friendships. But he was treated like this. Werewolf Chang Shanyan's contribution is established, but this does not mean he can do whatever he wants. If everyone behaved like him, wouldn't it be a mess? Cunning Lord took the chance when He Lulan was reading the letter to carefully speak from the side. He Lulan snorted coldly, stretching out his hand again. Give it to me. Ah, Lord, you are. Cunning Lord was confused. This letter is only Pan Ping's side of the story. There should also be a letter from Zhuzai. He Lulan's gaze was sharp. Cunning Lord immediately smiled. Lord, you are really wise. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. He Lulan took the second letter, his gaze sweeping through the contents. He was expressionless, making Sun Shirhan unable to decipher his thoughts. This letter was nothing more than Zhuzai claiming credit, but together with the first letter, He Lulan had a general understanding of the situation. He clenched his hand, and the 2 letters were corroded by a layer of dark light, turning into dregs. When Pan Ping and the rest arrive at the Sacred Palace, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord. Cunning Lord bowed and accepted the order, but after waiting for a while, he did not hear He Lulan's next words. He raised his head curiously, asking, Lord, will that Wolf King Chang Shanin not be punished? Punishment? What a joke. He Lulan laughed. Why should I punish him? If it were me, I would also swallow this inheritance. It's just that his table manners are somewhat ugly. Sun Shirhan was not resigned. He urged, Lord, this subordinate has a different idea. This Wolf King Chang Shanin is arrogant and unruly. You cannot be so arrogant and spoil him. Although he made great contributions, without the support of Lord's tribe, how could he have so many wolf groups? And he is the hero of Northern Plains, his reputation is very high. If Lord does not punish him, he might become even worse in the future. In the end, his contributions might even surpass his master. Everyone knows Xianxia's name, but they do not know Lord. Ha ha ha. Lord, why are you laughing? Shirhan, you are thinking too much. Once this matter happens, what good reputation will Xianxia have left? Bullying the weak and coveting the inheritance will only cause his reputation to fall. Moreover, he does not have Huangjin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter Truyang building. After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued, from this matter, we can see that Xianxia is also immortal. He has desires and selfishness, this is good. Moreover, I still have Chang tribe and Ge tribe in my hands. He is already rank 5 peak stage, a genius like him will definitely want to advance further. But as for how to advance to Gu Immortal, I will only reveal it to him after he joins He tribe. I know you do not have a good impression of Xianxia, but when I challenge Truyang building, I will need him. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning Lord lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. You may leave. Wind was howling in his ears. The golden sky was glorious. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Wolf King's back, the wind blew his hair back. His gaze was solemn, showing a pondering expression. These last few days, he had been trying to comprehend the secret language of Diqiu inheritance, but there was no progress. A splendid palace gradually appeared at the end of their vision, with a flat, circular roof. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's gaze moved over, putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A trace of emotion flashed past his face. The sacred palace, he had finally arrived. As Fang Yuan got closer, a majestic palace slowly showed itself. It had 8 floors, over 800 meters tall. The first floor, which was the bottom floor, had the largest area. The second floor was above the first floor, and so on for the third floor. Every floor had walls that formed concentric circles. The snow-white walls were 10 meters thick, the walls were connected without any gaps. On the city wall, there were 7 colored towers spaced at certain intervals. Each tower had a different color, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, they were separated from each other. Stacked on top of one another, the entire Saint Palace resembled a towering mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, the entire sacred palace seemed to have risen from the ground, appearing out of nowhere and piercing the heavens. Majestic, sacred palace. Even though Fang Yuan was knowledgeable, he was in awe at this sight. What is flying in the sky? The Wolf King is here. Just like the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's appearance attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the sacred palace. Right now, there were over 10,000 people stationed in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they were near the sacred palace. Thus, they arrived earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lulan had already instructed them. The Gu masters in charge of receiving quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the entrance of the first floor. The moment the myriad Wolf King under Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the guide Gu master went up and greeted, Wolf Wangda, you have returned. This lowly one is fortunate enough to be responsible for guiding you into the city. Your residence is on the 8th floor, and your room has already been cleaned for you. No rush. Show me around first. Fang Yuan nodded and got off the Azure Wolf. Out of respect for the giant Sun Immortal, no one was allowed to ride mounts in the sacred palace. They could only walk on foot. Yes, sir. It's my honor. He followed the guide Gu master into the sacred palace. There were many pavilions and courtyards in the Saint Palace. Looking from the outside, the eaves were protruding outwards, the corners of the house were tilted upwards, and the copper tiles were gilded with gold. It was magnificent. All the buildings were built together and connected layer by layer. Some places were vast, bright, and grand. On the other hand, there were other places where corridors crisscrossed, palaces were everywhere, and space twisted and turned unfathomably. In the interior of the pavilion, be it the pillars or the beams, they were all covered with brightly colored paintings and carvings, full of the atmosphere of luxury and wealth. Lord, this is Joy Palace. The great ancestor giant sun is currently residing in the sacred palace, and every day, he would hold a grand musical celebration in this palace. According to historical records, in every celebration, there would be large numbers of concubines competing to perform a dance, hoping to win ancestor giant sun's favor. Lord, this is Spring Soup Palace. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Every 7 days, ancestor giant sun would invite hundreds or even thousands of concubines to soak in the water and play. This is Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. Ancestor giant sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all kinds of delicious meat fruits. And every night, the wine pool would produce all kinds of fragrant wine. The guide Gu master introduced everything they went to. He was quite eloquent. Fang Yuan strolled leisurely as he looked around, feeling it was quite interesting. At the 4th floor of the sacred palace, the guide Gu master brought Fang Yuan to the main hall. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of the sacred palace, Painting Palace. Ancestor giant sun had many talents, and was especially skilled in painting beauties. The murals in this palace were all painted by him alone. Please come this way. The guide Gu master opened the side door of the palace, and invited Fang Yuan in. The sacred palace's 8 main palaces all had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal could enter and exit them. Although Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, this rule was still passed down. Later generations followed this rule, and also expressed their reverence and love towards Giant Sun Immortal. After entering the palace, the grand murals immediately filled Fang Yuan's vision. There was nothing in the painting palace, only the surrounding walls. On these walls, all kinds of beauties were painted, some were seductive and enchanting, some were pure as water, some were grinning happily, some had their heads lowered in deep thought. All of their expressions were alluring, and there were over 80,000 of them. The women who could be recorded in the painting palace were all ancestor giant sun's favorites for a period of time. At that time, to be personally painted by an immortal venerable was the greatest glory of all the women in the world. Ancestor giant sun had countless concubines, and those who could be recorded here were all elites. Their beauty can be considered to have been preserved forever. The guide Gu master said this with a look of reminiscence on his face. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at it silently while thinking, it is not to the extent of being preserved forever. At least in the 500 years of my previous life, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent Gu immortals, and the sacred palace became extinct. Sigh, true eternal life, even an immortal venerable cannot achieve it. When bystanders came here, they would be captivated by the sacred palace's luxurious and grand aura, even if they were not mesmerized by it, they would feel reverence in their hearts. But Fang Yuan could sense a trace of decay from this glory. Without eternal life, so what if one was an immortal venerable? The glorious giant sun that had existed for thousands of years had now vanished into thin air. The traces left behind were like proof, but to Fang Yuan, this proof was filled with the feeling of failure, and carried faint mockery and sorrow. The pleasure of touring was over. Let's go, bring me to the 8th floor's residence. Fang Yuan sighed, instructing. The guide Gu master quickly retracted his mesmerized expression, hesitating, but Lord, the sacred palace has countless grand sights, we have only just started. Other than these, there is Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Charm Palace, and Pure Truth Palace. There is also Unique Fragrance Palace, female variant humans lived there in the past, and even hairy men were there. There is also Jade Statue Palace, it uses soft jade to make statues of beauties for the ancestor to enjoy. The guide Gu master was anxious, with his identity, he could not enter the places he mentioned. He wanted to use this chance to feast his eyes. But Fang Yuan did not fulfill this small wish of his. Giant Sun Immortal rarely descended to the lower realm in his later years, and stayed in the sacred palace. He stayed in longevity heaven, living in seclusion. And every year, Northern Plains would choose a large number of women for him to fill the sacred palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal came to the sacred palace, he did not have any luck with these women. He built 88-point Xianxia Tower, and after setting the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he completely disappeared, vanishing from the eyes of the world. The sacred palace thus withered, those pitiful beautiful women were like canaries trapped in a cage. Although imperial court blessed land was big, there was no freedom. No matter how big it was still a cage. In the end, they stayed here obediently, wasting away their youth. They could not escape, and no one dared to save them. Under the glory of giant sun immortal, countless women's pain, resentment, and sorrow were buried. And in Feng Yuan's eyes, the sacred palace did not have much value. It was only the inheritance of giant sun ancestor. No Gu master dared to leave behind an inheritance here. And the valuable items left behind back then had already been plundered by the generations of Gu masters. Even when the central continent Gu immortals searched together, they could not find anything. The only valuable place in the sacred palace was also the entire imperial court blessed land. No, more accurately speaking, it was the most valuable place in the whole of northern plains. That was the top of the 8th floor, 88-point Xianxia Tower, the Gu house that giant sun immortal had suggested, and long hair ancestor had personally refined. Rank 8 immortal Gu, but now was not the time yet. The top of the 8th floor was empty. Only when the 10-year blizzard erupts would 88-point Xianxia Tower gradually appear. In the following days, Feng Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for the opening of True Yang Building. The Azure Wolf Group was handed to others to manage. There was no need for Feng Yuan to worry about it. During this period, He Lulan sent people to summon him, revealing her intention to recruit him. Join He tribe and become an external elder. Facing this suggestion, Feng Yuan said he would consider it, showing a moved expression. But the truth was, he would never do that. Human skin Gu could disguise him as the Wolf King, but it was a mortal Gu after all. It could be exposed by the investigation of an immortal Gu. Recruiting external elders was a common trick of the superforces in northern plains. This way, demonic path Gu immortals could be converted into righteous path strength. It would be extremely helpful to the Huangjin tribes in controlling northern plains. As for the matter on Xingjiu Peak, He Lulan did not mention a word. Instead, there was a wave of rumors that started to spread, saying how tyrannical Wolf King was, how vile Feng Yuan's performance on Xingjiu Peak was, how he used his strength to bully the weak. The description was exaggerated, but it seemed to be true. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. Someone was clearly manipulating him from behind the scenes to ruin his reputation. Pan Ping is very likely, Sun Shirhan and the rest also have motives, even He Lulan is involved. But even if my reputation is ruined, so what? In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had a terrible reputation, a demonic Pathgu master who flirted everywhere. But now? He was an immortal venerable that everyone respected. He had a harem. How many girls had he trampled on? How much happiness had he destroyed? But even until today, no one dared to criticize him. Strength was the foundation of everything in this world. On Earth, gossip was a fearful thing. 3 people would become a tiger. That was because everyone was immortal. The rules of the world were different. It could not allow an individual to have strength that surpassed the masses. But here, it was not so. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, the golden sky suddenly began to sway slightly like water. The whole ground started to shake. Wind blew in the air. A ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly appeared at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 10 minutes before fading away. In the place that was originally empty, a tower appeared. This was a tower. It was shaped like a bamboo shoot, tall and thin, standing upright. The tower's silhouette flickered and was multicolored, like a lump of turret-shaped ink liquid that was constantly moving. This is the initial form of 88-point Xianxia Tower. When the outside world is filled with storms and snow covers northern plains, the small towers and imperial court blessed land will sink into the ground. Only then will 88-point Xianxia Tower stabilize layer by layer. At that time, I can enter and explore inside. Feng Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence, looking towards the direction of the dome. Right now, the sacred palace was filled with cheers and gasps. Gu masters were cheering and jumping, while many mortals were kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves and praising the greatness of Giant Sun Immortal. But even if 88-point Xianxia Tower forms, I cannot enter. Because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal, I do not have his bloodline. To enter, I need He Lulan to obtain the guest token. No rush. How can True Yang Tower be so easy to enter? He Lulan will need an external help like me sooner or later. A moment later, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his residence. He closed the door of this small hall, and the cheers outside immediately weakened. Arriving at a special cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. My 2 apertures have already advanced to rank 5 peak stage. In Enslavement Path, I have Azure Wolf Group, and in Strength Path, I have 4-Arm Wind King. Together with my battle experience, I am already at the peak of mortals. But to deal with Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. He was deeply aware of the huge gap between immortals and mortals. To fight against immortals as a mortal was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Right now, the best situation for him was that Tai Bai Yunxing already had the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. Fang Yuan could not make a move in Northern Plains, but in the future, it would be very convenient to make a move in 88-point Xianxia Tower. Using Gu worms, he stole Tai Bai Yunxing's river as before and mountain as before Gu, and then stole the immortal Gu recipe from his mind. With such sufficient conditions, Fang Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai Bai Yunxing, who had yet to become an immortal, and use the 3rd request from the land spirit of Langia to ask him to refine landscape as before Gu. But for Tai Bai Yunxing, as a mortal, the possibility of him having this immortal Gu recipe, landscape as before, in his mind was almost zero. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was formed when he became a Gu immortal. Heaven and earth resonated, the Tao marks attracted each other, and the 2 Gu merged to form an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature and never placed all his hopes on the vague future. If the situation turns bad, I will have to deal with Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. At that point, I could only rely on myself. The Azure Wolves and the 4-Armed Wind King are clearly not enough. Fang Yuan's strength was already at the peak of mortals. Even though he cultivated enslavement and strength path, he had not solved the biggest problem. But even so, he was at the top of the rank 5 experts. In southern border, only Shang clan's genius clan leader Shang Yanfei and Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji were at this level. Using his previous life's experience and the advantage of rebirth, along with a series of adventures and struggles between life and death, Fang Yuan's rapid growth could shock the world. But this strength, against a Gu immortal, even a newly advanced Gu immortal, was not enough. To solve this huge problem, there are only 2 ways. First, search for 88-point Xianxia Tower and find a strong Gu worm or unique method. Second, make arrangements in secret and try to scheme against Tai Bai Yunxing, making ample preparations for the moment I make my move. Third, solve the problem of cultivating enslavement and strength path, and try to increase my battle strength as much as possible. Fang Yuan calculated quietly. He was clear that the 4-Armed Wind King had already used up all of his previous life's foundation. After all, in his previous life, he was proficient in blood path, and only dabbled in enslavement and strength path. The so-called arrangements and methods used to scheme against Gu immortals were mostly unreliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew that when a mortal becomes a Gu immortal, they would be cleansed from head to toe, from the inside out, even their appearance would change. The only thing he could really place his hopes on was the 88-point Xianxia Tower. Days passed, golden light and silver light alternated in the sky. The 88-point Xianxia Tower was still brewing, the aurora was getting brighter and brighter. Eventually, more than half of the sacred palace was bathed in the aurora light. Imperial court blessed land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a cool breeze was blowing. But in the outside world, Northern Plains, it had been snowing for over a month. Wind and snow were raging, bone-chilling winds were blowing, snow was falling. Heaven and earth were covered in white, one's vision was blurry. The trees had already withered, frozen into ice pillars. The hills were covered with a thick layer of snow, and the valleys were also filled with deep snow. Beast groups had countless casualties, and even weeds with vigorous vitality were frozen into ice. A person only needed to spit out a mouthful of saliva and it would instantly turn into an ice cube. But heaven would never seal off all paths. In the unseen world, there would always be a sliver of hope. In various parts of Northern Plains, there were still tribes remaining. These tribes were big or small, but they relied on terrain like Warm Pond Valley to resist the wind and snow, struggling to survive in the blizzard. Man tribe that controlled Hongyan Valley was one of them. Discussion Hall. The elders were divided into 2 rows, and Man tribe leader Man 2 was sitting on the highest seat. Rank 3 external elder Sherwu knelt on the ground. Lord tribe leader, this subordinate is here to ask for forgiveness. Oh, Sherwu, what crime did you commit? Man 2 asked with a smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, the spirit spring D that I was in charge of guarding suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It has been completely abandoned. Sherwu respectfully replied. He, no matter. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. In fact, he already knew about this. Elder Sherwu, please get up, it is now the 10-year disaster. There is a possibility that the spirit springs will suddenly freeze and dry up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader is magnanimous, I am ashamed. Sherwu pretended to be moved to tears, but inwardly he sighed in relief. His surname was Sher, to Man tribe, he was half an outsider. Although he married a Man tribe wife, he was still ostracized. The spirit spring he was in charge of guarding had a problem. This could be a big or small matter. But fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was an open-minded ruler. He did not pursue the matter. The matter of the spirit spring is a big matter of the tribe. Man duo, how many spirit springs do we have now? Man 2 frowned and asked. Man duo was Man 2's third son. He was thin and small, but shrewd and cunning. He had always assisted Man 2 in handling the tribe's internal affairs. He immediately answered, Lord Father, there are 7 spirit springs A, B, C, E, G, Gung, and Xian in Hongyan Valley. Among them, Gung and Xian spirit springs are already close to drying up. They can't last a month. Yes. Man 2 nodded, that is to say, after a month, we will only have A, B, C, E, and G springs. What do you think, elders? Lord tribe leader, this matter is very difficult. This is a natural disaster, human strength cannot reverse it, we might as well reduce the supply of yuan stone to Gu masters. These 8 spirit springs in Hongyan Valley are the result of our tribe's hard work over these 10 years. This year's situation is much better than our tribe's history. This is all thanks to Lord tribe leader's wise leadership. There is no need to worry, the other tribes are in a worse situation than us. Even if all the spirit springs dry up, what can we do? Wait until we get through this 10-year snow disaster. At that time, new spirit springs will appear one after another. The clan elders spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Man 2 nodded. After quietly listening to these words, he said, the spirit spring is the most important aspect of a Gu master's cultivation, it cannot be neglected. Without yuan stone, a Gu master's cultivation will be hard to advance. The snow disaster has just started, not long later, snow monsters will appear. Hongyan Valley's true defense still relies on Gu masters. Saying so, he paused and muttered, how about this, we will take out a spring egg Gu from the tribe warehouse and plant it. Let's name this new spirit spring as Spirit Spring D. Lord tribe leader, spring egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu. An elder felt heartache and objected. Man 2 raised his brows, so what if it is a rank 5 Gu? You must know, with the supply of spirit springs, our tribe's Gu masters can advance continuously. Only then can we maintain our battle strength and protect ourselves when we resist the snow monsters in the future. As long as our tribe's Gu masters do not lose too many members, our tribe's vitality can be preserved. After the snow disaster, when the flowers bloom in spring, it will be the time for our tribe to realize our grand ambitions. Realize their grand ambitions. Hearing these words, the elders' eyes shone brightly. Man 2 worked hard, and under his leadership, Man tribe continued to grow stronger and had already annexed many small and mid-sized tribes. Right now, Man tribe controlled Hongyan Valley and was already an overlord of a region. But now, everyone heard Man 2's words, this Man tribe leader still wanted to go further. The current Man tribe could not satisfy his ambition. The elder who raised the objection quickly apologized, Lord tribe leader is wise and decisive, I can only bow my head and serve you to the death. I am willing to die for the tribe. The other elders said in unison. I have everyone here, I have a great ambition. Man 2 laughed for a while and ordered with a firm expression, Elder Sherwu will be in charge of the new D Spirit Spring. Everyone looked at Sherwu with envious and jealous gazes. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Sherwu was truly moved this time, his eyes turning red, I am favored by tribe leader, I will definitely do my best to repay you. Everyone discussed for a while more before dispersing. Sherwu did not leave, but followed Man Duo to the tribe warehouse and took the spring egg goo. This is the spring egg goo? Sherwu held it with both hands and looked at it with curiosity, his tone was even trembling. Soon, his expression became firm and he bowed to Man Duo, "Third young master, please teach me how to activate this goo worm." Man Duo saw that he understood the situation and laughed, "I don't dare to teach you. This spring egg goo is rank 5 and consumes a lot of primeval essence, even a rank 5 middle stage goo master cannot activate it in one go. Elder Sherwu, you have rank 3 cultivation, if you want to activate it, you will need to use endurance goo and continuation goo. However, it would take at least half a month for the spirit spring to be planted. Elder, you don't need to worry, I will help you during this period of time." The location of the spirit spring had already been chosen. Sherwu brought the spring egg goo and Man Duo to the destination. After making preparations, he started to mobilize his primeval essence. He first injected it into endurance goo and continuation goo, before injecting it into the spring egg goo. The spring egg goo floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it floated. Up and down. 17 to 18 days passed. Sherwu only slept for 3 hours a day, eating and going to the toilet as much as he could. Although it was hard, the results were clear. The spring egg goo was shining with a beautiful light after being injected with primeval essence. On this day, Man Duo came to inspect again. Seeing this, he said with joy, "The time is almost up. Look at this spring egg goo, there are already cracks, when it breaks, it will be a success." "Elder Sherwu, it has been hard on you." "Not at all, not at all." Sherwu refined the goo as he spoke humbly. He was tired, his body had clearly become thinner. With his cultivation level, forcefully activating a rank 5 goo was very tiring. But if he did it, it would be a huge contribution. Man Duo continued, "During the tribe meeting, Lord Father specially instructed us. Elder Sherwu's hard work is clear to everyone. Ask Elder if you have any requests, we will try our best to satisfy them." Sherwu was moved to tears. "I am ashamed to have troubled Lord Tribe Leader so much, how can I go overboard and have any requests? It's just that I've had a question recently." "Oh? Please speak." "Young Master Man Duo, I feel that Hongyan Valley has been getting colder recently. I see that many of the flowers, birds, and beasts nearby have frozen to death." Man Duo's expression sank. Hongyan Valley was indeed in trouble, it had been mentioned several times in the tribe meetings. The result of the investigation was that the underground lava supporting Hongyan Valley had decreased by a lot for some reason. This was completely different from the history. In the meeting just now, tribe leader Man Tu had flown into a rage and demanded everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, he tried to hide it to prevent people's hearts from wavering. "Elder Sherwu is at the crucial moment of planting the spirit spring. I will not tell him this news, in case he becomes unstable and ruin this important matter." Thinking of this, Man Duo made up a few lies to make Sherwu relax. Sherwu didn't suspect anything and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it's actually flying hand snow." Man Duo turned around and was shocked. Why is there flying hand snow in Hongyan Valley? But in the sky, intense winds blew, snowflakes in the shape of palms fell from the sky along with the aura of the rank 5 goo. "Oh no, come quickly, protect the spring egg goo." Man Duo shouted, summoning the nearby goo masters. However, the momentum of the snow was astonishing, and the wind was like blades. The might of the world was wreaking havoc. After resisting for a while, they gradually became unable to hold on. Snow monsters. Snow monsters have appeared. Misfortune never comes alone. The wind and snow condensed, forming a snow monster that was 6 meters tall. The goo master's defensive line was quickly broken through. In the sky, a large number of flying snowflakes condensed together, forming a giant hand. Under everyone's indignant but helpless gazes, the huge snowy hand grabbed the spring egg goo in the air and clenched it. Bang! With a soft sound, the snow-white hand collapsed. The snowflakes fell to the ground, but the rank 5 spring egg goo was nowhere to be seen. The silver light was tranquil and hazy like a veil, shining on Imperial Court blessed land. Howl, howl, the Azure Wolf group was running around, roaming in the sky, or diving down to the ground. Even though there were Gu masters in the sacred palace to feed them, the wolf group still yearned for freedom. They were fierce beasts that yearned for a vast world, not canaries in a cage. As their owner, Fang Yuan allowed these wolf group to roam freely. Meanwhile, he spread his eagle wings and circled in the sky, looking down. Diqiu inheritance was below him. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, roam in the sky for 100 li, praise the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What does this mean? Fang Yuan pondered. These last days, he would personally come to the inheritance site every few days. His intuition told him that this Diqiu inheritance was not simple. As for the reason he came out, it was to stroll around these wolf groups and train his basic techniques to control them. But even so, he could not stay here for too long. Fang Yuan had a high status now. He was only second to He Lulan. His every action attracted everyone's attention. It was no longer as convenient as before. This time, he did not find anything. To prevent others from suspecting him, Fang Yuan could only leave this place temporarily. With his current status, he could use his own name to encircle this place. But Fang Yuan did not do so. If this inheritance's value was too high, even if he had great strength, people would fight with him for it. He did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. To enter 88-point Xianxia Tower, he needed He Lulan's guest token. But he had sent people to monitor this place. The reason he used was because of the Azure Wolf Group. Every time he led the Azure Wolf Group out to hunt, there would be a rout. Every time he went out, he would send Gu masters to scout for him, and go to whichever route had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from, and no matter which one, they would pass near Diqiu. Putting on a show, Fang Yuan brought the Azure Wolf Group and continued to hunt according to the predetermined route. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were many beast groups, and resources were plentiful. Especially near the small tower, there were groups of worms and many wild Gu. Only a small portion of Gu masters had the chance to enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. Most Gu masters would roam around the vast Blessed Land, subduing wild Gu or searching for inheritances. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw many Gu masters. As for the area near Diqiu inheritance, there were also many Gu masters passing by. Fang Yuan was not worried that Diqiu inheritance would be obtained by a fated person. He was instead looking forward to it. If someone accidentally opened the inheritance, he would definitely hear about it, and it would not be too late to make a move then. After all, he was bullying the weak, and snatching the inheritance. He had already done it on Xingjiu Peak. Cough, rumble, a series of muffled sounds came from the ground. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King. Looking down, he saw a small tower, shining with a dazzling light, slowly sinking into the ground. Fang Yuan was not surprised. During the process of 88-point Xianxia Tower condensing, every 8 li in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there would be small towers that would sink into the ground. These small towers were like beehives, filled with the wild Gu that were accumulated over the past 10 years. Many people guessed, the wild Gu in these small towers were the source of energy to condense 88-point Xianxia Tower. From a certain point of view, these countless small towers were perhaps a part of the 88 True Yang building. This guess had never been verified. The Gu immortals who could verify this could not enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the mortals who could enter Imperial Court Blessed Land were worlds apart from the Giant Sun immortal, and they did not have the ability to scout. But Fang Yuan was an exception. 88-point Xianxia Tower has a unique design. It is truly a work of art. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Tower. Fang Yuan knew this better than many Gu immortals, because he had comprehensive information on 88-point Xianxia Tower. The source of this information was the land spirit of Xianxia. And the land spirit's predecessor was the rank 8 Gu immortal in charge of refining True Yang Tower, Long Hair Ancestor. Wait. Fang Yuan's body shook, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like lightning piercing through the fog. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something different about Diqiu. There were no such small towers near Diqiu. That's right, that is indeed the case. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He had brought Azure Wolves out several times. Even if he did not fly above Diqiu, he would observe from nearby. Now that he thought about it, he immediately discovered something strange about Diqiu. According to logic, there should be a small tower every 8 li. Actually, every tower corresponded to a region in northern plains. But there's nothing around Diqiu. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but feel excited. This was a breakthrough discovery. With this clue, he could very likely unravel the profundity of Diqiu inheritance. But Feng Yuan did not turn around. If he ran back excitedly, he would be suspected. He suppressed the slight excitement in his heart and continued to walk according to the previous route. The Azure Wolf group set off from the Sacred Palace. After taking a huge detour, they returned to the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was like a mountain. The 88-point Xianxia Tower was still being nurtured at the top. The colorful aurora that it emitted had already covered the whole of the Sacred Palace. The originally grand and majestic Sacred Palace was now dyed into a grand and majestic scene. Feng Yuan would go out every 6 to 7 days to hunt with the Azure Wolf group. However, plans could not keep up with changes. 3 days later, the colorful aurora in the sky suddenly gathered and condensed into a shape. The first floor of the 88-point Xianxia Tower had appeared. This delightful news caused a commotion in the Sacred Palace. At once, everyone was discussing this topic after their meals and tea. Of course, most Gu masters could only watch from the sidelines. He Lulan could not wait to enter. Several hours later, he walked out in a miserable state with injuries all over his body. His injuries were not light, but he could not conceal the shock on his face. The second time he set off, he brought many He tribe Gu masters with him. He tribe members had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal. They could freely enter and exit True Yang Building without any restrictions. At this time, tribesmen were more reliable. If they could keep something for themselves, why would they share it with outsiders? When He Lulan came out again, he had an extremely tired expression. And of the Gu masters he brought in, only 60% returned. Soon after, all sorts of rumors spread. They were all related to True Yang Building. Some said True Yang Building's uncanny craftsmanship, some said it was difficult to enter, some said it was difficult, some said it was very exciting. Bam! He Lulan raised his leg, kicking the tribesman He Qixing to the ground. Useless thing. The black fatty cursed loudly, his face was twitching, his gaze was cruel and ruthless. The hall was silent. He tribe's Gu masters did not dare to make a sound. He Lulan was known as the Black Tyrant. He was famous for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Especially when he was obstructed by the 54th round 6 times, his temper was like a barrel of gunpowder that was ignited. Lord Tribe Leader, I am useless, I deserve death. He Qixing crawled on the ground, prostrating himself as he begged for mercy. Fool! How can our He tribe have such a useless fool like you? He Lulan gritted his teeth, kicking He Qixing several times. Seeing him spit out blood from his kicks, He Lulan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were all silent, not daring to speak. Previously, an elder had pleaded for He Qixing, but he was heavily injured by He Lulan. He was still bedridden now. He Lulan's temper was slightly restrained during the imperial court contest. But after entering the blessed land, his violent temper and cruel nature were completely exposed. You are all a bunch of fools, useless trash. Why are you standing here in a daze? Speak, tell me a good way to pass the 54th round. If you can't think of one, I will punish you with your offerings. The tribe does not support useless people. I gave you Yuan Stone, I gave you wealth, I promoted you, I nurtured you, what was that for? Now is the time for you to perform. He Lulan screamed, his voice was so loud that even the windows were shaking. The group of elders secretly complained, each and every one of them were like frosted eggplants, lowering their heads and secretly glancing at each other, but no one dared to be the first to speak. He Lulan's tiger-like eyes swept around before finally fixing on Elder He Pei. As the most experienced big clan elder He Pei, he could only brace himself and respectfully bow. Lord, in this subordinate's opinion, this 54th round is testing the enslavement path. It is extremely difficult, only Grandmaster level attainment can pass it. Elder He Qixing might be an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by our tribe, but he is not a master. If we want to pass this stage, I'm afraid we'll need the strength of Lang Wangda's men. Humph, are you asking me to ask for help? Do you want outsiders to laugh at us and think that our He tribe is useless? He Lulan's eyes blazed fiercely as she roared fiercely. He Pei's heart trembled. He bowed deeply again and hurriedly said, Lord Patriarch is wise and valiant, leading the masses and the lord of this imperial court. With Lord here, whoever thinks that He tribe is useless is the world's #1 idiot. The so-called external help was far from it. This Wolf King Xianxia has joined the Alliance army and is Lord's subordinate, it is his duty to ask him to help. I'm sure Xianxia is very grateful to Lord, after all, as an outsider, it is his greatest honor to be able to enter Truyang building. Hearing this, He Lulan's anger eased slightly. The elders observed his expression and praised He Pei's eloquence in their hearts. To be able to become a big clan elder, he truly had some ability. He Lulan paced around slowly, he was not resigned to his fate. Right now, he only had 2 guest tokens, they were the rewards for passing the 12th light and 46th round of Truyang building. It was not that he could not bear to part with the guest token, but once he invited the Wolf King, the rewards for passing this 54th round would fall into Xianxia's hands. If it were his own tribesman, He Lulan could use the authority of the tribe leader to take all these good things for himself. But according to tradition, these rewards should go to the external helper. The rewards of 88 Point Xinyang Tower were all extraordinary, even He Lulan was moved. Be it goo recipes, goo worms, or anything else, almost every reward could allow a goo master to rise up from mediocrity. He Lulan paced around for 5 to 6 steps before sighing softly. He knew in his heart that forcing He Chi to win was useless. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path goo masters, 1 died in the imperial court contest, He Chi won among them and was the strongest. But he was not an enslavement path master, any master needed sufficient talent, it was not something that could be nurtured directly. He Lulan stopped, where is He Shu? Subordinate is here. He Shu was standing outside the hall, he was He Lulan's personal goo master follower, hearing He Lulan's summon, he immediately came in to pay his respects. Go invite the Wolf King. He Lulan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He Chi Xing, who was lying on the ground, felt his body relax, he was finally free. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu received the order and left. Bam. He Lulan kicked He Chi Xing again, you trash, why are you still lying here? When Xianxia comes later, do you want him to see our He tribe's incompetence? Lord, I was wrong. He Chi Xing quickly apologized. Get lost and recuperate. He Lulan shouted. Yes, Lord. He Chi Xing struggled to get up, stumbling as he left in a hurry. Not long after, He Shu came back with an ashamed expression, Lord Tribe Leader, Wolf Wangde is not in the sacred palace, he went out to raise his wolf group. What? He Lulan raised her voice, her eyebrows raised, anger appeared on her calm face again. The elders' hearts shook, First Elder He Pei scolded He Shu, Junior, you do not know how to do things. Wolf King is not here, are you going to return empty-handed? Can't you just send a letter and state your intentions? The Wolf King will definitely come running back. Lord, it is not that I did not do things well. He Shu complained, I have already sent the letter, but Wolf King replied, he said that he is leading the wolf group to hunt, it is a habit, he does not want to stop, he asked us to wait. If he cannot wait, we can call Tang Miaoming and the rest. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with wide eyes, he could not believe it, someone is so indifferent? Did he really say that? The evidence is conclusive. Lord Tribe Leader, this is the letter goo that Wolf King Xianxia replied to. He Shu said as he handed a star letter goo to He Lulan. This was a star path goo worm, it was rank 4 and had the fastest speed of sending messages. But when flying, it would shine brightly and create a huge commotion, it could be easily intercepted and captured by enemies. But in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no worry. He Lulan's mind entered the star letter goo and sneered, this Wolf King has a good temperament, he can actually keep his composure. Lord, Wolf King is arrogant, everyone knows that. In my opinion, Wolf King is already laughing in his heart, but he is putting on airs. First Elder He Pei's conjecture made the other elders nod. It is only right for him to put on airs. He is an enslavement path master, and also a flying master. If you were all masters, why would I need to ask an outsider for help? He Lulan shouted angrily, immediately shutting everyone up. The other elders also lowered their heads even more. Fang Yuan was not paying attention to True Yang building at this moment. He looked at Di Qiu under his feet, his heart filled with shock. There really is no small tower here. Compared to the surrounding small towers, there should be a small tower here on top of Di Qiu. But now, there is only a pitch-black hole here. Amazing. The Gu master who set up this inheritance is truly amazing. Every 8 li in imperial court blessed land, there would be a small tower. Actually, these were all a portion of 88-point Xianxia Tower. 88-point Xianxia Tower was an immortal Gu house that long-hair ancestor had personally refined back then. It was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Later, after Giant Sun Immortals arrangements, it corresponded to the whole of Northern Plains. Small towers were located in Imperial Court blessed land, and could be seen almost everywhere. In every small tower, there were tens of thousands of wild Gu, but no one dared to touch them. Anyone who touched them would die. But now, it seemed that the Gu master who set up Di Qiu inheritance not only touched the small towers, but also used them to set up the inheritance. Such methods, such talent, such ability, immediately made Fang Yuan confirm that this mysterious Gu master was not simple. No, rather than saying he is a Gu master, he is more like a Gu immortal. Even with the passage of time, Giant Sun Immortals arrangements have loosened a little, but it is not something mortals can move. Only a Gu immortal level character can move a corner and create such an arrangement. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had unexpectedly obtained Di Qiu inheritance. It was actually a Gu immortal inheritance. The light in the soil, the radiance reaches 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What did the secret phrase say? What kind of treasures would there be in a Gu immortal inheritance? Could there be an immortal Gu? Fang Yuan made a bold guess. If it was an immortal Gu, it would be comparable to a floor of True Yang building. Because even for 88-point Xianxia Tower, the final round of each floor might not have an immortal Gu as a reward. Even if there is no immortal Gu, Di Qiu inheritance put so much effort into setting it up, there should be an immortal Gu recipe. Even without an immortal Gu recipe was still a huge gain. Complete immortal Gu recipes were not sold in jewel yellow skies. Gu immortals would at most sell incomplete recipes. Even if there was a complete immortal Gu recipe, they would break it up and add in mistakes before selling it. Complete immortal Gu recipes could only be exchanged. However, this kind of exchange was also very rare in history. Fang Yuan restrained his thoughts and started to think calmly. Now that he had the key clue, his thinking ability improved by leaps and bounds. He combined all sorts of clues and deduced that Di Qiu inheritance had been set up a long time ago. At least, it had been here since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables era. But as he thought deeper, more and more mysteries appeared. Let's call this creator Di Qiu Gu immortal for now. Then who was he or she? Why did he set up his inheritance here? As a Gu immortal, how did he or she come in? The more crucial question was, how did he or she know about the arrangement here? How did he or she understand the principle of 88-point Xianxia Tower? If he or she was like Tai Bai Yunqing and advanced to Gu immortal in Imperial Court blessed land, then there would be a new explanation. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought about it. He stopped thinking about it. A star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it and saw that it was He Lulan's urging letter. Forget it, I will go to True Yang building first. Gu immortal Di Qiu could be said to have used the loophole in Giant Sun Immortals arrangement. After I enter True Yang building, I might be able to follow the clues and indirectly comprehend the secret of this place. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan replied. Since He Lulan had personally sent a letter to urge him, Fang Yuan did not need to maintain his stance. He directly returned. I will need to borrow Wolf King's strength this time. He Lulan laughed loudly when he saw Fang Yuan. He was actually very anxious. The time spent in Imperial Court blessed land could not be considered long, but it was not short either. As long as the 10-year snow calamity in Northern Plains subsided, Imperial Court blessed land would close and they would have to come out of the blessed land. Before that, He Lulan not only had to carry the tribe's Gu Immortals mission, more importantly, he had to find a strength path immortal Gu for himself. With Wolf King's return, He Lulan could not wait and formed a team again. Everyone came to the front of the building, and He Lulan handed an ancient token to Fang Yuan. This is a guest token, Wolf King, you do not have any ancestral bloodline, you are an outsider to True Yang building. To enter the building once, you need a guest token. Fang Yuan received the guest token and laughed lightly without any pretense, saying eagerly, I am looking forward to seeing the grandeur of Truyang Building. Next, He Lulan did not push open the door, but directly entered the door. Fang Yuan felt his body tense up. The moment he entered the tower, a pressure pressed down on his body and mind. But immediately after, the pressure disappeared. He entered the Truyang Building completely. In front of him was a lake. The sky was blue, the lake was sparkling, and the surroundings were hazy shadows of green. Mountains. The guest token in his hand turned into a pool of cold molten iron, dripping down through the gaps of his fingers. The guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook his hand and got rid of the molten iron. He looked around and found himself on a small island in the middle of the lake. Beside him stood He Lulan. This is the 54th checkpoint. He Lulan did not look at Fang Yuan, but looked straight ahead. Look, that is the difficult problem that Brother Xianxia has to overcome. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and saw that not far away, there was another small island. On the small island, there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had bright blue fur that was extremely glossy. Their 4 limbs were not claws, but frog webbing. Their tails were poisonous snakes, either coiled around the back of the water lion, or stood upright and flicked their scarlet tongues. Without He Lulan's introduction, at the same time, there was a message directly injected into Fang Yuan's mind: use the hedgehog fish on the island to break through the protection of the water snake lions and occupy the opposite island. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at the edge of his island. In the blue seawater on the edge of the island, he saw the figures of hedgehog fish. At this time, He clan elders came in one by one and stood beside He Lulan. Whether it is the water snake lions or the hedgehog fish, they are wild animals from the medieval era. Now, they can only be seen in the depths of the Eastern Sea. An elder said emotionally. In my opinion, this checkpoint is extremely unfair. Water snake lions are strong to begin with, one is equivalent to 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish on our side is only about twice that of the pride. A He family member stared at the small island in front of him and explained the difficulty to Fang Yuan. Brother Xianxia, there's no need to worry. I came here today to test my skills. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. After all, Fang Yuan was controlling a pack of wolves. But this time, it was a school of fish, and it was the rare and extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. Black Flag Xing had already failed 8 or 9 times. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe's Gu masters realize the difficulty of this round. Chang Shanin might be an enslavement master, but this was the Truyang Building set up by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan stared at it for a moment and frowned. He secretly estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for him to control these hedgehog fish and kill the water snake lions with his own strength. It could even be said that it was a sure thing. But even though the round looked simple, there was actually a lot to pay attention to. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had set up 88-point Xinyang Tower to leave behind an inheritance for his descendants, and to reward talented juniors. Thus, the rewards for every round in Truyang Building were divided into 3 grades: high, middle and low. Low grade round would give the least reward and directly enter the next round. Middle grade round would give twice the reward of low grade, and when entering the next round, they would even receive information about the round. High grade round not only gave twice the reward of middle grade, it could also teleport the challenger into the depths of Truyang Building, to a place called Treasure Room. In this treasure room, there were countless rare treasures and even several true immortal inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. But these things in the treasure room could not be casually taken away, they had to be exchanged by the challenger. Exchanging for goo worms, exchanging for goo recipes, even one's own cultivation experience could be used as an exchange item. Only after the contestants completed the exchange would they proceed to the next stage. He Lulan only needed low-grade round to enter the 55th round, he would be satisfied. But Fang Yuan's requirements were different. He needed high-grade round to enter the treasure room. Only in the secret treasure pavilion could he use the means that he had prepared for a long time to reap the greatest benefits. Low-grade round is as easy as flipping my palm. But I don't know what the criteria for middle grade and high grade rounds are. I can only give it a try now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and nodded at He Lulan, indicating that they could begin. He Lulan took out a token and waved it towards the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained this token out of nowhere. It represented his noble identity. As the owner token waved, ripples appeared in the air and dozens of fish enslavement goo appeared. There were rank 1, 2, 3. When Fang Yuan received these goo worms and easily refined them, the others were restrained by a formless gentle force and could not help him. Only He Lulan could still speak. He reminded, "Brother Shanin, pay attention to the time. You only have 10 minutes to finish this round." Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand. The fish enslavement goo in his hand turned into dozens of mystical lights and flew out. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and gasped in their hearts. If it was He Qi Xing, he would have to be extremely cautious and pick the goo worms one by one. When this fish enslavement goo is used, the goo master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were not careful, the enslavement would fail. It could even lead to a backlash on the soul. Isn't Wolf King being too careless? I have never seen such an enslavement. This is bad. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. But soon after, their eyes widened. They saw that after the goo worms were planted, the fishes started to move, swimming out of the island. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. There had never been a case of enslavement failure. The water snake lions were also alarmed by this situation. They changed their laziness from sitting to standing up. The lion heads roared while the snake heads hissed. Many water snake lions jumped into the water and built an underwater defense line. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His body did not even sway, showing his enslavement path attainment and soul foundation. Everyone praised him in their hearts. Heavens, he actually did it. Just this scene alone is an eye-opener for me. Wolf King is indeed an enslavement path master. He is different from others. A master is indeed a master. Maybe he can succeed in one go. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. Even He Lulan looked on with a hopeful expression. However, the shoal of fish did not go straight for the water snake lions as everyone expected. Instead, it spread out in all directions, constantly patrolling. What is Wolf King trying to do? Wolf King is very steady. It seems he is familiarizing himself with the fish group's habits. But as time passed, the fish group was still swimming freely. Everyone watched anxiously, but did not see the fish group and lion group fight. This time, even He Lulan became slightly anxious, urging, "Brother Shanin, hurry up. No rush." Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he leisurely replied. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack for a long time. Some water snake lions came out of the water and climbed onto the island. The underwater defense line gradually weakened. After a while, He Lulan urged again, "Brother Shanin, it has already been 5 minutes. No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping as if he was sleepy. More water snake lions came ashore. The old Lion King even laid on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Everyone was disappointed, cursing in their hearts. This Wolf King is all bark and no bite. To think I thought so highly of him. So what if he is a master? This is true Yan building. It seems that this time, Chang Shanyan's main goal is to familiarize himself with the fish group and accumulate experience for the next attack. Seeing that the time limit was approaching, everyone's last bit of hope was used up. It is a pity that a guest token was wasted like this. Or should I think about what to eat after returning home? After failing this round, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shanin. Just as everyone's mind was in a mess, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and the fish group suddenly charged towards the water snake lion group from all directions. They are here. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. He had already guessed, since Chang Shanin wants to save the real big move for the next time, then this time, he spent so much effort to familiarize and train the fish group. He will definitely test the lions and understand their situation and battle strength. The sudden attack of the fish group caught the water snake lions unprepared. The hedgehog fish group was like a group of hungry sharks. With lightning speed, they destroyed the small number of water snake lions in the water. So that's it. Chang Shanin was training the fish group earlier while numbing the lions. The effect of this sudden attack has already destroyed 30% of the lions. A master is indeed a master. What amazing beast taming skill. Compared to Chang Shanin, He Qixing is like a baby and a strong man. Everyone stared with wide eyes, amazed at the result that Feng Yuan had created in an instant. Roar. Seeing that his sons had been slaughtered, the old Lion King was furious. He roared and personally led the pride to jump into the water, launching a revenge attack on the fish. What was strange was that Feng Yuan swept away his previous unyielding style. Under his control, the fish group retreated again and again. The lions chased relentlessly, and when they reached a certain place, the group suddenly fell into chaos. What is going on? Everyone was puzzled. So there is an undercurrent whirlpool here. He Lulan exclaimed. Soon after, the elder's eyes shined. I know. It seems that Wolf Wang Da's men gathered the fish group not only for training, but also to investigate the terrain. That's right. A beast battle is like a battle between two armies. Not only do we have to consider the enemy, we also have to consider the terrain. Many Gu masters saw this and almost slapped their thighs, shouting loudly. The water snake lions were trapped by the undercurrent, and the fish group immediately turned around and attacked. The lions were huge, and the undercurrent had a deep influence on them. But the fish group was small, and the influence of the undercurrent was almost negligible. An incomparably exquisite battle unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. The powerful water snake lions were as weak as paper. And the fish group, under Feng Yuan's control, were like a group of invincible elite soldiers, cooperating well, advancing and retreating, splitting and encircling the lions, quickly nibbling away at them. The fish group would gather at times and attack fiercely. At times, they would scatter, causing the lions' counterattack to be futile. This is like a joke. So powerful, so powerful. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the Wolf King obtained complete victory. This round is past. He tribe members were overjoyed, their gazes towards Feng Yuan were filled with reverence, admiration, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. Good, what a good Wolf King. He Lulan clapped and laughed. Feng Yuan also laughed heartily, because the moment he completely killed the lions, information entered his mind, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Feng Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? He tribe members saw such a shocking change, their eyeballs almost falling out. Feng Yuan was in the crystal corridor. Light flowed in front of him, the four walls were translucent crystal walls that could reflect one's figure. Feng Yuan's gaze looked around, behind and to his left and right were walls, he could only walk on the path in front of him. I've finally arrived at the treasure room. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a small arc as he strode forward. The crystal corridor was long and transparent. In less than 5 steps, Feng Yuan could see Gu worms or Gu recipes appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects in amber, quietly sitting inside the crystal walls. These were the treasures of the treasure room. If he wanted to obtain them, he would need to exchange for them with items of corresponding value. Oh? There is a wood path heavenly essence treasure King Lotus here. Feng Yuan slowly stopped his footsteps and found a familiar Gu worm sealed in the crystal walls. This Gu was a blooming blue and white lotus. The washbasin laughed heartily. It had an extraordinary origin and was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was a set of rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the 10 Great Immortal Gu. Its value was comparable to Spring Autumn Cicada. Right now, it was in the hands of Land Spirit of Xianxia. Feng Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To a large extent, it made up for his lack of aptitude and was a great help to him. But for this Gu's advancement, not only did Feng Yuan lack the corresponding Gu recipe, the refinement cost was also very high. He needed to use a natural spirit spring. This spring had to be full of primeval energy. It could not be a spirit spring that had been used for many years and lacked foundation. After success, this spirit spring would be completely wasted. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Lotus required 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, another 9. At rank 6, another 11. This number was based on the spirit springs of Southern Border and other places. If he used Northern Plains spirit springs, it would be at least 60% more. It was too difficult for Feng Yuan to advance the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus back then. Moreover, his aptitude had improved greatly, so he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. But now, this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus moved his heart. The Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus is known as the Mobile Spirit Spring. Once refined, it could produce natural true essence. The rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo is no longer suitable for me. But rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current state. However, in order to obtain this Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, according to the rules, Feng Yuan had to use treasures of equivalent value to exchange for it. Then let's change. Feng Yuan could be said to be extremely wealthy now, having a blessed land was the capital of a Gu immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, to others, it was a large transaction that required them to give up their capital. For Feng Yuan, it was just a small matter of choice. What should I trade for it? Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into the two apertures. The strength path and enslavement path Gu worms in the aperture could not be exchanged. His first vital Gu, the spring-autumn cicada, could not even be taken out. But other than that, there were also many miscellaneous Gu worms. The value of each of these Gu worms was naturally lower than the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was not enough, 2 or 3 could be used to exchange for it. Oh? Why are there 18 spring egg Gu here? Feng Yuan was astonished to find that there was a batch of rare rank 5 Gu in his first aperture. But he quickly thought of the reason. I almost forgot, this is my high-grade reward, it was sent into my aperture by True Yang Building. Logically speaking, this Gu Master's aperture was the foundation of cultivation, the secret of all secrets. But True Yang Building was indeed personally created by Long-Hair Ancestor, and was also arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. It had great power and could directly send Gu worms into a Gu Master's aperture. Spring Egg Gu might not be as good as the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was also a rank 5 Gu. Spring Egg Gu looked like a white goose egg, and was obtained by killing a powerful Eggman Emperor. By planting Spring Egg Gu deep underground, it could form a spirit water spring. Spirit springs were the foundation of Gu Master's cultivation, thus large tribes and clans would collect Spring Egg Gu to strengthen their foundation, in case of emergencies. Even Gu immortals would often purchase them and plant them in their own blessed land, to form a spirit spring and nourish all living beings. Feng Yuan casually took out 1 Spring Egg Gu. But this Gu's quality was not good, the eggshell was covered in cracks. There were clear traces of primeval essence in the Gu, it had clearly been used by someone. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he sneered, it seems this Gu was plundered by Flying Hand Snow when it was activated. The rewards for clearing 88-point Xianxia Tower are all from this source. Giant Sun Immortal, in order to realize his dream of ruling the world, and at the same time to benefit his descendants, had painstakingly arranged this scheme. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken and eradicate the other tribes. Next was the 10-year snow disaster, to store the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from all over Northern Plains into 88-point Xianxia Tower. One had to know, Gu Master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal's establishment of 88-point Xianxia Tower was to take drastic measures. He plundered resources and gave them to his own descendants, and even cut off the hope of other tribes rising up. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, when Central Continent Gu immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they made use of this characteristic of True Yang Building. They sent chess pieces to infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. At the same time, they purposely scattered Gu worms, allowing the Flying Hand Snow to plunder in. Finally, they caused damage from the inside of True Yang Building, creating a crucial gap. After Central Continent Gu immortals destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, they also exposed Giant Sun Immortal's sinister intentions to the public, causing a huge commotion in Northern Plains, and the public's opinion was in an uproar. But commotion was one thing, Northern Plains was still second only to Central Continent in terms of battle strength. All the super forces and Huangjin tribes worked together to suppress them, causing Northern Plains to remain stable. The Huangjin tribes had ruled Northern Plains for so many years, they were already deeply rooted, and could not be shaken by the public's outburst. No matter how strong the public's opinion was, without the support of military strength, it was nothing. Fang Yuan moved the spring egg goo in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the sealed heavenly essence treasure King Lotus. The nearby crystal wall started to shine with a faint red light, followed by orange light, followed by yellow light. After the red, orange and yellow lights shined together, there were no more movements. Fang Yuan took out 2 spring egg goo, and moved closer to the crystal wall. Thus, another green halo flickered. But the green light was not bright, and was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fang Yuan sneered, taking out the 4th spring egg goo, and moved closer to the crystal wall. This time, the green light completely bloomed, similar to the other 3 lights. The crystal wall turned from solid to phantom, slightly shaking. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly flew out from inside, while the 4 spring egg goo in Fang Yuan's hand flew uncontrollably into the crystal wall, replacing Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus' position. Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus slowly landed in Fang Yuan's hand, and Fang Yuan's primeval essence gushed out, instantly refining it. 88-point Xianxia Tower's power was extraordinary, allowing goo masters to instantly refine mortal goo in the tower. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black. In this treasure room, there are 8 standards. The more colorful the light, the more precious the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus can be exchanged for as long as it reaches green light. Among the 8 standards, this is only the middle tier. It seems the treasure room is truly extraordinary, there are many treasures inside. Fang Yuan estimated in his heart, and immediately had a deeper understanding of the treasure room's value. He stretched out his hand, and touched the crystal wall in front of him. From his palm, he felt a cold sensation. Inside the crystal wall, was the price that Fang Yuan had just paid, for spring egg goo. Fang Yuan tried to move them, but there was no reaction. He praised in his heart. Without being modest, in this current world, Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Xianxia Tower was enough to rank in the top 3. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by the land spirit of Xianxia. The deeper Fang Yuan's understanding of 88-point Xianxia Tower, the more he could feel the uncanny craftsmanship of this tower, and its exquisite design. Not to mention anything else, just this crystal wall in front of him had a great origin. This crystal wall was created when long-hair ancestor had killed tens of thousands of goo masters, and used a secret method to extract their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the main material, it was refined by combining profound ice goo, ice wall goo, magnificent jade goo, slow turn goo, vitality goo, and so on. This crystal wall was the best place to seal goo worms, and the goo worms could enter a natural hibernation inside, and could be preserved for hundreds or even thousands of years without any damage. According to the information, the newly refined crystal wall would flicker with a gentle water-like light, and when walking inside, it would feel like a dream. By now, although the crystal wall did not have its previous elegance, it was still crystal clear. Time flies, and dripping water can wear away a stone. The power of time was one of the most majestic powers of heaven and earth. Even a rank 9 venerable would lose to time. True Yang building might be an immortal goo house, but it was activated every 10 years, and had a lot of wear and tear. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, 88-point Xianxia Tower would not have been breached by Central Continent goo immortals. Right now, the crystal wall no longer had its luster, and there was even a thin layer of crystal powder at the corner of the wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. In the crystal wall, there were all kinds of goo worms, goo recipes, bone refinement materials, and even more were the cultivation experiences left behind by generations of goo masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were all elites who had passed the first round, and the things they left behind were not bad at all. After walking for some distance, Fang Yuan stopped. The crystal corridor in front of him stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. But a stone stele blocked Fang Yuan's path. The stone stele was squarish, reaching the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and on it were written 4 words in Northern Plains: Visitor, halt. 88-point Xianxia Tower was set up by Giant Sun Immortal in consideration of his descendants. But treasure room might not necessarily be filled with Giant Sun's bloodline goo masters. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, and placed the more valuable resources behind the stone stele. Outsiders like Chang Shanin could only sigh at the treasures. But Fang Yuan was not Chang Shanin. visitor, halt? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He first tried to cross the stele, but was blocked by a formless wall. So many years have passed, although 88-point Xianxia Tower has some wear and tear, the visitor, halt steel's effect is still there, I cannot forcefully break through it. Fang Yuan probed and sat cross-legged, facing the stone stele. He had planned this for a long time and had made ample preparations. Immediately, he took out a goo worm and shot it into the stone stele. The first step of refining 88-point Xianxia Tower had begun. Refining 88-point Xianxia Tower sounded like a crazy idea, but it was not a delusion. In fact, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88-point Xianxia Tower. In the 500 years of his previous life, when Central Continent's Gu immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent Gu masters to infiltrate 88-point Xianxia Tower's treasure room. After the deed was done, they recorded the entire process using Gu worms and announced it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains Gu masters, it had extraordinary significance. The recording of the attack on Imperial Court Blessed Land spread throughout the 5 regions. It was not only to display Central Continent's strength, it was also a sinister plan to destroy the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains Gu masters. Most importantly, this detailed recording was proof that Giant Sun Immortal plundered Northern Plains Gu worms to benefit his descendant bloodline. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was shaken, people were furious. Although the Huangjin tribe suppressed the situation and did not reach the level of internal strife that Central Continent's Gu immortals had expected, it did create a Northern Plains with turbulent undercurrents and people's hearts were divided. Central Continent's Gu immortal Song Chexing, after seeing this recording, gave a direct evaluation. Once this recording spreads to the world, Northern Plains' spirit of freedom will be freed from Giant Sun Immortal's cage. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of this recording. After rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this recording. Saving Danghun Mountain was only one of his goals in this Northern Plains trip. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature, he would first think of failure before thinking of victory. How can there be such a good thing in this world? If Danghun Mountain cannot be saved, I can still obtain other compensations from 88-point Xianxia Tower. The recording of Central Continent's Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land was a huge reference to Fang Yuan. But just this recording was not enough. Fang Yuan could only see the surface from the recording. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained first-hand information from Langya Blessed Land. This way, by combining theory with practice, the chances of refining the 88-point Xianxia Tower had greatly increased. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to completely refine the 88-point Xianxia Tower. But I can refine a part of it. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of reality. He was only a mortal Gu master. To refine an immortal Gu house, he needed to be at least a rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan's plan was only to refine a part of the 88-point Xianxia Tower. The 88-point Xianxia Tower had been through the vicissitudes of time. It had long been damaged and was secretly filled with loopholes. It was too grand, too big, like a huge wooden cage. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was like a termite. The power of a single termite could not corrode the entire wooden cage. But it could corrode some of the edges and corners. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The guest halt obelisk in front of him, after being injected with a specific Gu worm, emitted a dim yellow light. Fang Yuan took the chance to stretch out his palms and poured his primeval essence into the obelisk. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt obelisk along with the primeval essence. When a Gu master refines Gu, they would use their will to occupy the body of the Gu worm. And in this process, the primeval essence was the best carrier. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. The guest halt obelisk was only a part of the 88-point Xianxia Tower. The 88-point Xianxia Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu, it was too huge. The moment Fang Yuan's will entered, he felt like he was in darkness. In this vast and boundless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It emitted an extremely weak light, the light seemed to be breathing, fluctuating rhythmically. This is Giant Sun Immortal's will? Fang Yuan immediately became extremely vigilant. The 88-point Xianxia Tower was Giant Sun Immortal's possession, it was refined by him, naturally, there was Giant Sun Immortal's will inside. Although Giant Sun Immortal's main body had already passed away, His will was placed in the body of the 88-point Xianxia tower and had survived for a long time. This will is truly vast and vast, it makes me feel like I am facing a real sun. An immortal venerable's strength is unimaginable, and this is only a small portion of giant sun immortals will that has been left behind after so many years. Fortunately, this will has fallen into slumber, my movements are light and should not disturb it. I must not awaken it, otherwise, I will end up like those two Gu immortals whose souls dissipated in my previous life. The vast and boundless darkness represented the 88-point Xianxia tower. Giant sun immortal's remnant will was as large as the sun, suppressing the center, it was in slumber and emitting a faint light. And Feng Yuan's will was only the size of a sesame seed compared to it. It also emitted a faint light, hiding in the most remote corner. Feng Yuan continued to inject primeval essence, he was very cautious. As his primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of will he instilled in the 88-point Xianxia tower also increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Feng Yuan continued to expand, gradually expelling the darkness and occupying it. Time passed bit by bit. Feng Yuan was very careful, his forehead was slowly covered in sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. My two rank 5 peak stage apertures have less than 90% primeval essence. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus I just obtained, I might have to go through a lot of trouble. After 4 hours, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and retracted his palms from the steel. His whole body was exhausted, mainly because of the huge mental pressure, it was more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Feng Yuan looked at the guest halt steel in front of him, a sense of intimacy came from the steel and went straight to the depths of his heart. But the joy of success soon faded, Feng Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. My previous life's video indeed had many cuts. I used so much primeval essence, but the Gu master in the video was only rank 5 middle stage, he did not rest during the process and only refined for a short hour. Maybe this Gu master's aperture contained some supplementary Gu worms. But Feng Yuan was more convinced of the possibility of the video being cut. The central continent Gu immortals spread this video mainly to attack the Huangjin tribes in northern plains, and to liberate the mental freedom of the other tribes in northern plains. Going deep into the 88-point Xianxia tower, they definitely had gains that they did not want to expose, or methods that could not be seen. At the same time, in order to make the video more vivid and captivating, the boring and long parts were cut out, which was also to recognize the scene. But to Feng Yuan, this was a very bad news. Refining 88-point Xianxia tower was a risk that was filled with danger. If he was misled by the video in his previous life, he might lose everything. 88-point Xianxia tower is truly extraordinary, I worked so hard for so long, but I'm afraid I did not even refine half a part of it. Feng Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel and stood up. If the 88-point Xianxia tower was divided into 10 parts, then giant sun immortal's remnant would occupy 30% of it. 10% was 10%, but Feng Yuan refined the guest halt steel and did not even have half a part of it. But even so, Feng Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around leisurely and walked a few steps back, arriving at a crystal wall with a sealed treasure material. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his hand towards the crystal wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand's path. But now, the guest halt steel flickered and the crystal wall changed, turning from solid to illusory. Feng Yuan's hand smoothly entered like it was in water, successfully taking out the treasure material inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, Feng Yuan could take any treasure in this crystal wall at will without paying any price. Oh? This should be a rushing thunder rock. Looking at the treasure material in his hand, Feng Yuan carefully examined it before confirming it. Rushing thunder rock was a rare Gu refinement material. It was almost extinct now, and would only be sold occasionally in jewel yellow skies. This rock was the essence of lightning formed when the lightning of the 9 heavens collided. But since the immemorial antiquity era, 7 of the 9 heavens had fallen, leaving only white heaven and black heaven. The chances of the lightning of these 2 heavens colliding were very low. Thus, after the immemorial antiquity era, the production of rushing thunder rock became very rare. When lightning path flourished, a large number of rushing thunder rocks were used to refine Gu. Thus, there were very few rushing thunder rocks left now. heaven and earth have changed. Lightning Path has also undergone a transformation. It no longer needs rushing thunder rocks. Only those goo masters and goo immortals who want to research ancient Lightning Path goo worms would be interested in rushing thunder rocks. The treasure room's value was extraordinary. One of the treasures that Fang Yuan casually took out was a rushing thunder rock. But soon after, Fang Yuan placed this rushing thunder rock back into the crystal wall. A lack of patience in small matters would spoil great plans. Because they could only be obtained by exchanging, the amount of treasures in the crystal wall was fixed. And every treasure here was recorded by all the super forces, and even some large-scale Huangjin tribes. If someone came later and obtained a high-grade battle record, they would come here. If they found that there were no treasures here, how shocked and suspicious would they be? Fang Yuan did not hesitate. After experimenting for a while, he walked towards the depths of the crystal corridor. When he arrived at the guest halt stele again, he paused and slowed down his speed. A few hours ago, the formless qi wall that blocked him had already disappeared. But this did not mean he could safely enter. 88-point Xianxia Tower was refined by long-hair ancestor. It naturally had other screening methods. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He willed, and at once, 5 to 6 strange goo worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke that covered his body. Fang Yuan inspected again, and after confirming that he was completely covered, he walked past the guest halt stele. Smoke of all colors started boiling, forming a blood-red light that spread to the surroundings. Fang Yuan looked around, and found that the treasures in the crystal wall were indeed of a higher grade than the previous section. Oh? This is... Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a rank 5 strength path goo worm sealed in the crystal wall. Fang Yuan had just stepped past the guest halt stele when he had a pleasant discovery. A borrow strength goo appeared in front of him. This upper strength path rank 5 goo was already extinct. It was even rarer than all-out effort goo. It could not be used alone, it had to be paired with other goo worms. Paired with heavenly strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the heavens. Paired with earth strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the earth. Paired with fire power goo, the goo master could borrow strength from flames. Paired with water power goo, the goo master could borrow strength from water currents. My killer move, for Arm Wind King, uses Wind Overlord goo and Tyrant strength goo. This combination of goo worms is a substitute for borrow strength goo. Its effect is less than 50% of the original. With this borrow strength goo, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Of course, borrow strength goo still needed to be paired with other goo worms. By now, heavenly strength goo was already extinct. But earth strength goo, fire power goo, water power goo, wind power goo and others were still widespread. But when they used these goo worms, they had already left their original range. Earth strength goo was often used to increase the fertility of the soil, to help goo masters grow crops, or to pair with wood path goo worms. Fire power goo was used as a support goo by some fire path goo masters. It could slightly increase the effect of fire path goo worms. Water power, wind power, lightning power goo and others were the same. Fang Yuan came to the crystal wall and took out close to 10 spring egg goo, exchanging for borrow strength goo. After passing the guest halt stele, he could only exchange for the treasures in the crystal wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall were clearly 1 or 2 grades higher than before. Meteor Rain Goo, Star Travel Lightning Goo, Wind Fog Hair Goo, Starfire Prairie Goo, Water Curtain Skyflower Goo, rank 5 goo that were extremely rare in the outside world were very common here. In contrast, rank 4 goo were much rarer. But once a rank 4 goo appeared, it would be a rare rank 4 goo, its value and effect comparable to ordinary rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan's gaze swept around, the blood flame light on his body was constantly being worn away. This layer of scarlet flame light was his protection to conceal his identity. Once he was exhausted, he would be discovered by the 88-point Xianxia Tower and eliminated in an instant. Before the protection disappears, I must find that floor master token. Along with the passage of time, Fang Yuan gradually felt anxious in his heart. These goo worms used to disguise one's identity and deceive 88-point Xianxia Tower were not easy to refine, and their cost was high. The main ingredient was the gold family's blood, and it still needed 98 steps of purification. Now that the battle for the imperial court had ended, it would be even more difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain this blood on a large scale. To make matters worse, there was a fork in the crystal corridor. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop and look carefully. Which path was the one he wanted to take? At this time, the image of Central Continent Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court blessed land in his previous life helped Fang Yuan greatly. He chose the one on the left and went in. The value of the treasures in this crystal wall was raised by another level. Rank 4 Gu were gone, only rank 5 Gu were left, and at the same time a rare rank 5 Gu worm appeared. Fang Yuan moved forward quickly as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something, found it. And Floor Master token was sealed in the crystal wall. It was only at the height of Fang Yuan's knee. This Floor Master token was the work of a Central Continent Gu immortal. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court blessed land had existed for so long, it had already attracted the attention of Gu immortals of all regions. Central Continent Gu immortals had even started to make arrangements hundreds of years ago. The Floor Master token was usually in the hands of the Alliance leader, and once it left Imperial Court blessed land, it would self-destruct. Close to 1,000 years ago, there was a Central Continent Gu immortal who spent a lot of effort and plotted in secret. Not only did he bribe that Alliance leader, it was said that he even used an immortal Gu. After using the power of the immortal Gu to tamper with the Floor Master token, this Floor Master token had been hidden in 88-point Xianxia Tower, becoming a hidden trap, waiting for a good opportunity. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent Gu immortals first started the Five Regions War, and not long after, they created a good opportunity to attack this place. Imperial Court blessed land was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal. It was much harder to attack this place than other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, and Central Continent Gu immortals' 1,000 years of planning and painstaking effort had finally paid off. But now, this Floor Master token was in Fang Yuan's hands. The process of exchanging for this Floor Master token was very smooth. But it was not easy to truly use it for his own use. At this point, it was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. Gu worms moved according to his will, continuously crashing into the Floor Master token. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of collisions was like music to the ears. The Floor Master token gradually floated in the air. Every time they collided, a layer of light would blossom. Only when it was covered in 38 layers of light did the gray-white color on its surface dissipate, revealing the words Floor Master token. The halos burst one after another like bubbles. The Floor Master token lost its buoyancy and fell to the ground, where Fang Yuan caught it. He quickly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the Floor Master token. The moment the Floor Master token was soaked in blood, the entire metal Floor Master token turned into a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had also seen the Floor Master token in He Lolan's hands. He immediately sensed that the one in his hands was very different from ordinary Floor Master tokens. The method I used earlier was to awaken the true identity of this Floor Master token using the image of my previous life. It seems that this is the power of an immortal Gu. Only an immortal Gu can tamper with the Floor Master token and prevent 88-point Xianxia Tower from discovering it. Fang Yuan looked at the glass Floor Master token in his hands, falling into deep thought. After more than 10 breaths of time, the blood flame and smoke covering his body dissipated completely. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down, and Fang Yuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Safe and sound. The heartbeat gradually disappeared, and Fang Yuan slowly stood up, letting out a breath of turbid air. Success! He excitedly clenched his left fist, muttering to himself, but found that his voice had become somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. Truly activating this Floor Master token and making it acknowledge him was not easy. It could be said that it was much more difficult than refining a rank 5 Gu worm. Just one step short, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass Floor Master token, I can freely enter and exit the treasure room. I don't need any high grade to pass. Holding the Floor Master token was equivalent to holding a small portion of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Fang Yuan tried to use the Floor Master token, and almost instantly, the figures of He Lulan and the rest appeared in his mind. After passing the 54th round, they had already reached the 61st round. Currently, they were in an intense battle with a golden-white tiger phantom. A true golden-white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden-white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast, and was suppressing He Lulan and the rest. Although He Lulan's side had the advantage in numbers, it was already showing signs of defeat. Fan Yuan secretly observed for a while, if nothing unexpected happens, He Lulan and the rest won't last for more than 15 minutes, and will have to retreat. I don't have much time left. Although Fan Yuan had entered the treasure room, as long as the owner of the floor master token walked out of 88-point Xianxia Tower, he would have to leave as well. Right now, Fan Yuan had the glass floor master token, and could freely stay. But now, it was not good to expose himself. Just the glass floor master token is far from enough. I still need to find that hole and blow it up, only then will I be able to create a huge hole in 88-point Xianxia Tower, and I will be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass floor master token lightly waved in his hand, and at the next moment, Fan Yuan vanished on the spot. This should be the central control room. When he opened his eyes again, Fan Yuan found that he was in a secret room. The secret room was circular, with walls flickering with starlight surrounding it, and a white jade round table was placed at the center. There was an exquisite model on the round table. It was similar to a sand table, showing the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, and even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. Fan Yuan took out his goo worms, they flew into the air and turned into black smoke that landed on the sand table. The sand table was dyed by the black smoke, and soon turned black. The black color became thicker, forming a large amount of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fan Yuan's gaze focused, he saw that the black liquid formed a funnel shape on the sand table, as if there was a hole at the bottom, causing the surrounding black liquid to slowly pour into this hole. Found it, this is the hole. Next, I need to expand this hole, and refine the glass floor master token into a one-edge floor master token. With the one-edge floor master token, I can even control any floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower at will. Right at this time, Fan Yuan's movements paused, his eyes fixed on this hole on the sand table. The entire sand table was covered in thick, black, oily mucus. Thus, at first glance, Fan Yuan did not recognize it. But after staring for a while, he suddenly realized that this hole was none other than Diqiu Inheritance Land. What is going on? Don't tell me, like the glass floor master token, Diqiu Inheritance Land is also a foreshadowing of Central Continent's Gu Immortals? Fan Yuan was inwardly shocked. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that there was something wrong with this conjecture. No. That's not right. If this is a foreshadowing of the Blessed Land, then how do I explain that secret phrase and the clues on the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly clues to the inheritance. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. Right now, the images of his previous life could not help him. Could it be that Central Continent's Gu Immortals also found this inheritance, but could not decipher the secret phrase, and used this inheritance like this? No, that's not right either. If I put myself in their shoes, if Central Continent's Gu Immortals found this inheritance that could possibly contain immortal Gu, they would definitely be moved. Then, they should not have obtained any clues to the inheritance, and only found this hole? Of course, there is another possibility. They could not decipher the secret of the inheritance, and attacking the Blessed Land is a big matter, so they chose to create this hole. But this way, Diqiu Inheritance would also be destroyed. Fan Yuan thought about it, and felt that both possibilities were possible. He had no concrete evidence now, so he could not confirm it. He could not help but hesitate. Once he used the method of his previous life to create this hole, Diqiu Inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not use it, and kept Diqiu Inheritance, then his plan to conquer 88-point Xianxia Tower would end here. 88-point Xianxia Tower's value is much higher than Diqiu Inheritance. In the worst case, I can only give up on Diqiu Inheritance. However, the person who set up this inheritance is really amazing. He could actually break through giant Sun Immortals arrangements. Wait. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious Gu immortal go through so much trouble and take such a huge risk to curry favor and use Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this Gu immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Xianxia Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself, with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Xianxia Tower is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, I would not go far and deliberately take risks. Unless... Feng Yuan's eyelids drooped, a cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless, the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Feng Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a Gu immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this Gu immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious Gu immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Xianxia Tower? Thinking of this, the information that Land Spirit of Xianxia had given him appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Xianxia Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Xianxia Tower was an immortal Gu house in essence. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly, one day, he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal Gu house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless sub-bodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years, they would attract wild Gu worms to enter. Every 10 years, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Xianxia Tower. Layer by layer, they would eventually form the complete 88-point Xianxia Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Xianxia Tower was formed, it was a process of refining Gu from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His Gu refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine Gu into a finished product. It was even more so for Gu immortals to refine immortal Gu. But long-hair ancestor had already surpassed the scope of ordinary Gu refinement. He could be said to have a unique craftsmanship that had reached perfection. Had the 88-point Xianxia Tower been refined, actually, it had not been completely refined. According to normal standards, the complete 88-point Xianxia Tower would be a tower that had taken form, existing in the blessed land and standing at the peak of the sacred palace. But this standard was too difficult. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal had mentioned it, long-hair ancestor had frowned deeply and said on the spot, if it was truly refined, this immortal Gu house would definitely be rank 9. What was the concept of rank 9 immortal Gu? Legend had it that strength Gu, wisdom Gu, fate Gu, and others were all rank 9 immortal Gu. These immortal Gu were rare treasures among treasures. They had already gone extinct and could only be seen in. Just like how rank 9 Gu immortals were called venerables by the world. In the long history of the world, there had only been 10 of them. There had never been a rank 9 immortal Gu house, but Giant Sun Immortal did not give up. Long-hair ancestor had no choice but to agree due to the might of an immortal venerable. Eventually, he thought of a method that had no other way. He obtained a rank 9 immortal goo house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus, the current 88-point Xianxia Tower was rank 8. Giant Sun Immortal was originally not satisfied, but after inspecting it, his attitude changed and he praised it greatly, saying directly, 88-point Xianxia Tower itself was the secret for mortals to become goo immortals. Why did he say that? It was because mortals needed to pass the 3 Qi to become goo immortals. 1 Qi is heaven. Heaven above, heaven's might was unfathomable and vast. 1 Qi is earth. The earth was at the bottom, virtuous and heavy. 1 Qi is man. Man at the center, the spirit of all living beings, vigorous and vigorous. Mortals were like ants, only by communicating with heaven and earth could they transcend mortals and evolve in essence. And the formation of 88-point Xianxia Tower used these 3 Qi. The contest for the imperial court was to spread human Qi. 10 years of wind and snow, it was dangerous weather. The small tower sank underground, it was using the blessed land's earth Qi. 3 Qi is 1, mortal became immortal. 3 Qi is 1, created 88-point Xianxia Tower, plundered Northern Plains resources, created Huangjin tribe super forces, and made giant sun immortals' influence inextinguishable for countless years. Wait, don't tell me. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, a divine light shot out of his eyes. The small tower was originally a part of 88-point Xianxia Tower. The mysterious goo immortal who set up Diqiu inheritance destroyed this small tower, creating a loophole. Once the loophole is formed, according to the principle of refining 88-point Xianxia Tower, the return of the heavenly force will be formed. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Xianxia Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy, it was like goo immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Longhair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, when the main body of 88-point Xianxia Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then, the main body would be created. But Diqiu inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious goo immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Xianxia Tower. I understand now. The reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, swim in the sky for 100 li, sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of goo refinement. Actually, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. But he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Fang Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden white tiger phantom and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader, greets all the lords. The He tribe direct descendant goo masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had blood stains on their bodies, they were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small, and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Fang Yuan in the crowd, all kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Ha ha ha, in this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet, we will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Fang Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round, I need to go into closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was, and how envious and jealous the others were, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Dicho inheritance. 6 days later. Fang Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Dicho inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal gu. The mysterious gu immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Xianxia Tower, using the power of the immortal gu to refine an immortal gu. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the gu step by step, even a mortal gu master could refine it successfully. That was because the immortal gu refinement did not rely on the mortal gu master's power, but the power of 88-point Xianxia Tower. But as for what this immortal gu was, Fang Yuan did not know, he could only guess from the secret language. As for this gu immortal, he most likely came from Central Continent. The gu refinement method is filled with Central Continent style. Combined with my previous life's images, this inheritance should have a complete chain, and I only obtained a part of it. Fang Yuan guessed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent gu immortals schemed and used this loophole to destroy 88-point Xianxia Tower. They should have found the clues to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many gu masters set up inheritances like this, one after another, step after step. They would leave behind clues one after another. If the fated person had the ability to break through, they could inherit the complete inheritance. If they did not have the ability, they could only obtain part of the benefits. The Central Continent gu immortals should have obtained the clues to this inheritance. They did not know the secret language. Otherwise, if they could obtain an immortal gu, they would not waste it like this. Speaking of which, this Central Continent gu immortal is quite amazing. He could actually see through the loophole of 88-point Xianxia Tower and use it to this extent. Evidently, he or she is also a refinement path master. No, to be able to reach this step, he or she is at least a refinement path grandmaster. He actually left an immortal gu as an inheritance object. This is a true immortal treasure. He or she used the fake gray-white stone slab as a clue. This is truly ingenious and ingenious. I wonder what kind of inheritor he wants to choose. The most crucial secret code had been solved, but more problems had popped up. Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what, this inheritance concerns an immortal gu. I have to try my best. Next, I have to prepare the relevant gu worms. This will take at least half a month. Light hidden in the soil, shine 100,000 feet high, swim 100 li in the sky, chant plum fragrance. These 4 phrases were simple, but if Fang Yuan did not have the foundation of a refinement path master, he would not be able to decipher them. Just based on Fang Yuan's current understanding, to make use of the 88-point Xianxia Tower's heavenly power flow to refine the mysterious immortal gu, he needed over 200 gu worms, among which 28 were rank 4 and 5. And this was only the number of successful refinement attempts. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the gu, he would need at least 3 times the amount of preparations, to prevent any mistakes during the refinement process from leading to the refinement failure. But if he failed, he would need backup gu worms. 16 days later. In the hall, He Lulan displayed the demeanor of a black tyrant. He roared fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded by He Lulan until they could not raise their heads, and even suffered punches and kicks, kept quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lulan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had become increasingly irritable. Since the opening of 88-point Xianxia Tower, he had become even worse. His temper was like a barrel of gunpowder. He would scold and beat his subordinates at every turn. Until now, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily injured and still lying on the sickbed. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not that we are slacking. It was just that these 78 trials were simply too difficult. The golden white tiger virtual image that was guarding the gate was very powerful. It already had 30% of a dire beast's strength. With our mortal bodies, even if we use all our strength, we can only harass them. We don't have any powerful offensive methods. Moreover, once the golden white tiger attacks, our gu masters will not be able to resist it. As the head of the family elders, He Pei carefully spoke after He Lulan vented her anger. He Lulan glanced at him and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. Although the golden white tiger's attack is strong, as long as we are united, we will be able to defeat it. Regardless of the sacrifice, he would definitely be able to end it before the time limit. All of you are afraid to move forward, my He tribe's brave name has been thrown away by all of you." The elders shrunk their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say a word. He Lulan's words made sense. Against the illusory golden white tiger. This was not the first time. If they really disregarded the sacrifice and volunteered to be cannon fodder, even if they died under the claws of the illusory golden white tiger, they would be able to buy time for others. Although He tribe's attacks were weak, as long as there was enough time, they could accumulate and destroy the illusory golden white tiger. But the fact was, once the illusory golden white tiger attacked, everyone was afraid of death and hesitated to move forward, causing He Lulan's plan to attack 88-point Xianxia Tower to be stuck at this stage, unable to advance any further. The hall reverberated with He Lulan's roar. No one dared to at this time. To go against this black tyrant who would not care about anyone once he was enraged. After He Lulan vented his anger, he sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with indignation, especially when he saw the silent elders. He was even angrier. Besides anger, he was also helpless. In the imperial court contest, these He tribe elders fought bravely and fearlessly. But now that he was here, he was afraid. Where did his courage go? Actually, He Lulan understood. In the imperial court contest, rewards and punishments were fair, everyone fought to be the first, it was all for fame, for power, for survival. At 88-point Xianxia Tower, the rewards for clearing the stage belonged to the tribe leader. Everyone's enthusiasm for clearing the stage was very low. The most important reason was that the imperial court contest was already won, there was no danger of survival. Even outside the sacred palace, there were many inheritances. As long as they survived this period of time, after leaving imperial court-blessed land, they would have a brighter future. To give up their lives and become cannon fodder to help others, only a fool would do such a thing. He tribe's elders were all smart people. Preserving their lives was the most important. Other than that, even if they were scolded by He Lulan, so what? Even if they were beaten by He Lulan and laid on the sickbed, compared to death, what was it? He Lulan was well aware of the elders' thoughts. Even though I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are scattered, it is not easy to lead even the strongest tribe. Never mind. He Lulan sighed inwardly, saying, "In that case, I can only open up 88-point Xianxia Tower and gather everyone's strength to attack it." To ask for reinforcements, a guest token was needed. But now, in imperial court-blessed land, besides He tribe, there were many other Huangjin tribes. For example, Yilui tribe, Ma tribe and so on. One could imagine that once He Lulan opened up 88-point Xianxia Tower to them, these people would definitely rush over like ducks. This way, they could be used as cannon fodder. When the elders heard He Lulan's words, they used their gazes to communicate with each other. This method could make them take a back seat, but they were not willing to do so. First Elder He Pei stood out, "Lord Tribe Leader, although this plan is good, we must guard against it. Although these people have our ancestors' blood flowing in them, they are not our He tribe leader. Once they pass and obtain benefits, we will not be able to spit them out." "That's right, Lord." Elder He Qixing added, "To think that our He tribe racked our brains and worked hard to become the champion of this imperial court contest. This 88-point Xianxia Tower is ours, why should we let outsiders take a share?" Although there are precedents for this, looking at history, it was always those weak tribes who won by luck, they did not have the ability to attack it and could only mobilize other Huangjin tribes. But our He tribe has a strong army. We have so many talents, how can we borrow the help of others? Humph. He Lulan raised her eyebrows, "Since you have a strong army, why can't you even defeat a golden white tiger phantom? You dog farts, all of you cherish your lives. You want outsiders to risk their lives for you, but are afraid that outsiders will benefit from it. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Different from these elders, He Lulan was already anxious and impatient. He had the great strength true martial physique, he needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Only by advancing to Gu immortal. Only then could his life be saved. But was there a strength path immortal goo in 88-point Xianxia Tower? Which floor was the strength path immortal goo in? These were all unknown. Thus, he wanted to break the rules and make the Huangjin tribes work together to attack. Every time he passed a floor, his owner token would be promoted, and he would be able to continue attacking more easily. Although he was stuck at this stage, losing time and time again. But to He Lulan, this was a good opportunity. He took the chance to attack, shouting loudly in the hall again. His furious roar reverberated in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Due to He Lulan's might and fierce reputation, the elders could only compromise. First Elder He Pei said worriedly, opening 88-point Xianxia Tower is like pouring a flood. Once the momentum grows, the losses will be disastrous. I suggest restraining it. Wolf King Xianxia's lesson is right in front of us. These words immediately caused a strong resonance among the elders. Someone said with a sour tone, "That's right, Wolf King is too shameless, he took all the benefits and kept them to himself. Even now, he is in closed cultivation, I'm afraid he is secretly rejoicing." Someone sneered in disdain, 88-point Xianxia Tower belongs to our He tribe, we let him attack it. We thought highly of him. But he repaid us like this, what bullshit Northern Plains hero, in my opinion, he is just an ingrate. Someone had a cold gaze, in my opinion, we should open 88-point Xianxia Tower this time. Don't bother Xianxia. Teach him a lesson. He Lulan snorted coldly, he was very dissatisfied with Feng Yuan's performance. If it were someone else, he would have attacked already. But Xianxia was not ordinary, his appearance during the imperial court battle was still deeply engraved in his mind. He would be lying if he said he was not afraid. But it was also inappropriate to reject Feng Yuan. Not only would he lose his magnanimity, if he angered the Wolf King, even if Xianxia did not attack, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you made this suggestion, tell me about it. He Lulan said. Hey. Pei smiled lightly, speaking with assurance, from tomorrow onwards, we can open 88-point Xianxia Tower. But before entering, no matter who it is, they will have to pay a fee. Only 800 people can enter the tower every day, and the fee will increase according to the ranking. At the same time, poison Bao Gu will be used, and 50% of the rewards will belong to our He tribe. After pausing for a while, he continued, as for outsiders, if they want to enter the tower, they will have to buy our guest token at a high price. These words made all the elders' eyes light up and they all started to praise him. He Lulan's gaze swept around, his upper body leaning back as he slowly closed his eyes. All right, I will leave this matter to you, He Pei. He Pei was overjoyed, Lord Tribe Leader is wise, thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Xianxia Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, they were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Feng Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Diqiu inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Xianxia Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night sky was filled with silver radiance, it was like a veil of mist sprinkling on the vast land. A group of azure wolves ran freely in the sky, chasing after birds in the sky or prey on the ground. They were not hunting for food, they were purely having fun. Feng Yuan stood on Diqiu, slowly opening his eyes. These days, he had not only prepared the Gu refinement, he had also recruited a large number of wolves. Not just the azure wolves, there were also ordinary wolves on the ground, including turtleback wolves, water wolves, night wolves, and others. There were already over 200,000 of them. The wolf group has already spread out for 100 li, it can serve as a warning. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of my Wolf King. When most Gu masters see this, they will understand that I, Xianxia, am hunting and will take the initiative to retreat. If they did not retreat, it meant they had ill intentions. Such a Gu master, once discovered by the wolf group, would be surrounded and attacked. Of course, there were innocent people who entered unintentionally. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. If they were killed by the wolf group, they could only blame their bad luck. Fang Yuan looked far away. Even though he was far away from the sacred palace, he could still see the radiant rainbow light in the sky. In the sacred palace, rainbow light filled the sky again. It was a beautiful sight. This was a sign that 88-point Xianxia Tower was about to condense its second floor. To Fang Yuan, this had another meaning. The small towers sank one after another, sacrificing countless wild goo to form the heavenly force of the immortal goo house. These rainbow lights signified the accumulation of this heavenly force. It had already reached the point of a qualitative change. And if Fang Yuan wanted to open Diqiu inheritance, he needed to use this heavenly force to make it flow back. Hey Lulan, in order to get through the round. She purposely opened up 88-point Xianxia Tower, causing a huge commotion and goo masters to rush over like ducks. As the news spread, the goo masters who were strolling outside the sacred palace also started to rush over. Everyone's attention. They have already gathered on 88-point Xianxia Tower. This is the best time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Without hesitation, he made his move. Go. He patted his stomach, and 36 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms. The shape was peculiar. It was pocket-sized and only half the size of a fingernail. It looked like a 5-pointed star and emitted a milky white glow. These were rank 1 little light goo, a very famous light path supplementary goo. Following Fang Yuan's mental command, these small light valleys flew into the hole in the mound. All of a sudden, the darkness in the cave was completely dispelled. Fang Yuan took out another 13 light fence goo. This goo was only a rank 3 goo, it also came from source light path. Once it was released, it could transform into a fence and restrict the target. The light fence goo also flew into the cave and mixed with the little light goo. There were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. 3 rank 5 light path goo flew out. These 3 goo were the rapid lightning goo used to increase speed, the healing unlimited spring light goo, and the offensive goo, blazing heaven illumination goo. The rapid lightning goo shone with azure light, flickering with lightning, and flew into the cave. The mound that had been silent for a long time finally had a change. Like a mechanism being activated, the soil around the cave started to extend. They closed together. The blue lightning destroyed the little light goo earlier, forming a scattered light blue halo that had an intense tendency to surge outwards. But at the same time, the light fence goo connected together. They formed a fence of light, covering the light blue light. The light was about to burst out. At this time, the unlimited spring light goo flew in, emitting an infinite jade green light that was gentle like water, suppressing the blue light. The two were in a deadlock. Finally, the blazing heaven illumination goo flew into the cave and turned into a dense red light, piercing through the green light and the blue light, sinking into the depths of the cave. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entrance of the cave completely closed. In the depths of the ground, the 3 colors of light fused together, causing a mystical change that even Fang Yuan could not explain. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he did not make a mistake in his comprehension. This was the meaning of the secret phrase, light in the soil. Although he had over 80% confidence, he was still worried about making a mistake. After all, he only had the second half of the clues to Diqiu inheritance. The first half of this inheritance was in the hands of the Central Continent Goo Immortals. But the second half of the clues specifically described how to activate this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his Refinement Path Master Foundation and the information from 88-point Xianxia Tower to forcefully decipher this secret phrase, giving him the possibility of taking the inheritance by force. About an hour later, the rumbling sounds became softer and softer. But the ground started to heat up. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deerskin shoes, he could not isolate this heat. The cave on the ground slowly opened. There was no light inside, it was pitch black. Fang Yuan saw this and was not shocked, instead, he was happy. After light in the soil, it was shine 10,000 feet high. If one were to interpret it literally, it would be 1,000 miles off. This secret phrase was also a test to see if the Goo Master had refinement path attainment. The secret phrase was related to refinement path. Shine 10,000 feet high was not just a description of the scene, it also described the steps to refine the goo. Fang Yuan was unhurried, throwing in 2 rank 5 defensive prickle goo, 3 scouting goo, 1 attacking myriad heart-piercing goo, as well as 9 assisting goo, 3 scouting goo, 3 attacking goo, 1,000 heart-piercing goo, and 9 assisting goo. But in the cave, gray-yellow smoke rumbled, but it did not leak out. The chirping of birds sounded like the whistling of arrows piercing through the air, vaguely coming from the smoke. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before it was covered by darkness again. The ground closed up again, and the cave vanished. This time, the mound did not heat up, instead, it emitted traces of cold air, causing Fang Yuan's legs to stiffen from the cold. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked towards the sacred palace. If I am not wrong, the sacred palace should be in chaos now. At this time, sacred palace. In a side hall, a hidden door opened under the cover of the trees. An old man with white hair and a middle-aged goo master. They walked out one after another. Old sir, please take care. First Elder He Pei sent Tai Bai Yunqing out of the secret door, patting his chest as he guaranteed, "Don't worry, I am here. I guarantee that you will get a guest token." Tai Bai Yunqing chuckled, since First Elder He Pei guaranteed it, then it is a matter of fact. I am naturally assured, there is no need to send me off, goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder He Pei placed his right hand on his chest, bowing as he looked at Tai Bai Yunqing walking under the cover of the lush trees. After turning a corner, he disappeared from his sight. An immortal venerable inheritance is truly attractive, to think that even Tai Bai Yunqing would come to bribe me. He Pei sighed inwardly. Ever since He Lulan opened up 88-point Xianxia Tower, First Elder He Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became a very popular person. Every day, all sorts of people would come to visit him openly and secretly. Some would try to establish relationships, some would try to curry favor with him, some would try to bribe him, and some would even try to seduce him. But Tai Bai Yunqing's secret visit still shocked He Pei. Tai Bai Yunqing was a person of virtue and prestige. He was the #1 healing goo master in Northern Plains, he saved countless people, he was an upright person with great influence. He Pei had never expected that the matter of secretly bribing someone would happen to Tai Bai Yunqing. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is also a human. There are only so many guest tokens. If it were me, I would not have been able to sit still. He Pei chuckled, raising his head subconsciously. Looking at the top of the sacred palace. Over there, the dazzling multicolored light had already accumulated into a thick fog. In the thick fog, the phantom image of the second floor, 88-point Xianxia Tower, could already be vaguely seen. It won't take long, the second floor will appear. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunqing was watching from afar. The multicolored light shone on his snow-white hair and beard, as well as his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunqing was in a daze, a scene from deep within his memory surfaced in his mind. That evening, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire, beautiful beyond compare. The 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunqing met the old beggar who changed his life. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water, it could be said that you saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it, this old beggar will do his best to satisfy you." The old beggar had a head of purple-red hair, sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was unconscious. But when he was awake, his gaze was like the vicissitudes of the sea, his whole body emitted a deep and unforgettable aura. "I want to become a goo master," the young Tai Bai Yunqing blurted out. "Then what kind of goo master do you want to become?" He, I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. The first inheritance can let you bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance can let you control wind and float in the sky, roaming the world. The third inheritance can let you transcend life and death, helping the common people. The old beggar smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The young Tai Bai Yunqing frowned and thought for a while, before finally choosing the third inheritance. The confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated. As he pulled back his mind from his memories, Tai Bai Yunqing smiled bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am still a person who is afraid of death." When he was young, he did not feel it, and because he was used to seeing life and death, he was indifferent to it. But when Tai Bai Yunqing gradually aged, and his healthy and energetic body became rotten, he became more and more reluctant to part with the beauty of his youth. Most of the time, a person's thoughts change according to the situation. On Earth, life and death could not be transcended, one had to be indifferent to it. But here, as long as there was a trace of life, a trace of hope, they would struggle. Only when he personally experienced it, did Tai Baiyunxing feel a great terror from the word death. Precisely because of this, he secretly observed and patiently waited for several batches, finally seeing the situation clearly and participating in this imperial court contest, entering imperial court blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan goo from 88-point Xianxia Tower, I can increase my lifespan. Although lifespan goo is hard to find and even harder to buy, I believe 88-point Xianxia Tower will have it. If I cannot obtain lifespan goo in the end, then I can only try to advance to goo immortal. Tai Baiyunxing inwardly thought. The inheritance that the old beggar gave him was extraordinary. It was a complete set of inheritances for a rank 6 goo immortal. The contents of the inheritance had detailed descriptions of how mortals could advance to goo immortal. Thus, Tai Baiyunxing was very clear about the huge risks of advancing to goo immortal. The process of advancing to goo immortal required the fusion and fusion of heaven chi, earth chi, and human chi. If these three aspects were slightly lacking, one's soul would scatter and die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tai Baiyunxing did not want to advance to goo immortal. Because even if he successfully advanced to goo immortal, his lifespan would not increase. However, Tai Baiyunxing's inheritance had given him a sliver of hope. But this hope was very harsh. He had to advance to goo immortal before it could be realized. All these years, Tai Baiyunxing had been searching for lifespan goo. But lifespan goo were born in heaven and earth, their traces were hard to find. Tai Baiyunxing had yet to obtain any. 88-point Xianxia Tower should have lifespan goo. I can definitely find it here. I can definitely find lifespan goo here. Tai Baiyunxing looked at the silhouette of 88 True Yang building as he encouraged himself. The entire sacred palace fell into shock and fear. A moment later, there was a huge commotion. What is going on? What happened? Why is the mist shrinking? An unprecedented scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. The condensing second floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower was slowly fading. A large amount of dense rainbow mist was shrinking at a visible rate. What is going on? He Lulan frowned. He stretched out his thick arm and grabbed Elder He Pei's collar, pulling him in front of him. His expression was distorted. He stared at him angrily and shouted, "Investigate! I want to know what happened." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the great strength true martial physique. Only by advancing to an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. But for the 10 extreme physiques to advance to an immortal, they needed the help of the corresponding immortal goo. He Lulan placed his hopes on finding the crux of his immortal ascension in 88-point Xianxia Tower, the strength path immortal goo. How could he allow anything to happen to 88-point Xianxia Tower? Elder He Pei was shivering in fear. He Lulan wanted him to investigate. He was just a mortal. How could he investigate? What could he find? He said with a sobbing tone, This subordinate does not know. There are no records of this in history. It's fading, it's getting fainter. Someone pointed at 88-point Xianxia Tower, shouting. The rainbow mist was getting smaller, the dense aurora was getting dimmer. Many goo masters looked at it in a daze. Panic and fear were spreading rapidly. Could it be that 88 True Yang building is finished? This was personally arranged by our immortal venerable ancestor. Is 88-point Xianxia Tower also unable to resist the flow of the river of time? Everyone's faces were pale, some even held their foreheads with their hands, their gazes were filled with panic and fear. It's a mess. Far away, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he smiled coldly. Even though they were quite a distance away, the panicked cries from the sacred palace could still be heard from afar. The culprit behind the panic glanced at the sacred palace from afar. Then, he lowered his head and stared at the Dichio deep hole beneath his feet. His eyes lit up as he praised, "Amazing, truly amazing." Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% of the multicolored light would be absorbed back. He didn't expect that when it was really activated, the mighty force that flowed back was far beyond his expectations. Based on this alone, Fang Yuan could see that this goo immortal's understanding of 88-point Xianxia Tower was not below his own. Who is this mysterious goo immortal? What was his identity? I was lucky to have the convenience of being reborn, and I even had first-hand information about the land spirit of Xianxia. How did he or she know so much about 88-point Xianxia Tower? At this moment, in the underground cave, the multicolored light was already abundant, and there was even a tendency to overflow. However, it was still restrained by a layer of black light at the entrance of the cave. The multicolored light rumbled, and there was a strong light inside that was getting brighter and brighter. Crack crack, cracks appeared on the first floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Hei Pei and the other elders had pale expressions as they stared at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters below the top floor of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They were either shouting, crying, or begging, "Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Ancestor, please be merciful and give us, the unfilial descendants, another chance." These voices entered Hei Lulan's ears. He stared fixedly at the first floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Cracks continued to spread on the first floor. Even though Hei Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with one of the 10 extreme physiques, an existence that stood at the peak of mortals, he was at a loss right now. He was helpless and hesitant. "No, we can't do this. I won't allow this to happen." Suddenly, Hei Lulan roared in anger. His expression was malevolent, his gaze burning with anger. "I have not avenged Mother's death. My great revenge plan. My strength path immortal Gu," he roared in his heart. Bam! A light sound echoed, but the ground shook. The first floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower completely collapsed, turning back into multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a flood that broke through a dam. It gushed out and spread rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it enveloped the sacred palace and dyed the sky red. Puff! Hei Lulan's eyes were dazed, his chest felt stifled, blood rushed to his throat and gushed out. "No. I won't allow it. Condense, come back." He opened his arms, his fingers spread wide, trying to grab the multicolored light. As if responding to his efforts, the multicolored light that gushed out gradually shrunk. The periphery of the multicolored light continued to retreat. Hei Lulan's gaze shone, the spark of hope that had just been ignited completely dimmed. Although the multicolored light retreated, it did not condense into the first floor silhouette again. The multicolored light became smaller and smaller, as if a formless beast was greedily devouring it. "No, don't." Far away, Tai Baiyunqing muttered, his eyes dazed. "Does heaven want my Hei tribe to perish?" Hei Pei's first elder pulled out a bunch of his hair. If something happened to 88-point Xianxia Tower in Hei tribe's hands, Hei tribe would be finished. The other superforces and Huangjin tribes would not let them off. Oh heavens, what happened? 88-point Xianxia Tower actually. Yi Lui Sang clutched his chest, panicking. In his chest, there was a fire path immortal Gu. Before the imperial court contest, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai had lent it to Yi Lui Sang. Right now, this fire path immortal Gu was trembling. At the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also changed slightly. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada showed its true form, trembling and emitting the might of an immortal Gu, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak. This is the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. If mortal Gu were only a tiny fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, then immortal Gu were a corner of the great Tao, a complete segment of the laws of heaven and earth. Precisely so, immortal Gu were unique. Every time an immortal Gu was born, the surrounding immortal Gu would tremble and react. The more similar or conflicting the laws of Gu worms were, the deeper the resonance between the immortal Gu would be, and the greater the trembling. From spring-autumn cicadas trembling, this immortal Gu that is about to be born is not a time-path Gu. Fang Yuan estimated, his gaze fixed on the cave, not relaxing in the slightest. Inside the cave, multicolored light was continuously being absorbed from 88-point Xianxia Tower, and was continuously decreasing, nurturing the intense light inside. This intense light was getting brighter and brighter, and the black membrane at the entrance of the cave was showing signs of breaking. "It's enough. If I don't make a move, the black membrane will be broken and the multicolored light will soar to the sky, exposing me. It is a small matter if I am discovered by Hei Lulan and the rest, but if they alert the slumbering will in 88-point Xianxia Tower, I will turn into ashes with just a thought from the immortal Venerable's will." Several times earlier, Fang Yuan had resisted the urge to make a move. Now that the time was ripe, he finally made his move, scattering goo worms all over the sky. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were many goo worms of all paths, raining down like a shower. This situation looked complicated and disorderly, but there was actually a profound meaning behind it. Not only were goo worms divided into different types, the distance between them was also very particular. In fact, some goo worms fell slower, while others fell faster. This was a top-tier goo refinement technique, known as sprinkling. Like enslavement path attainment and flying techniques, only those with outstanding talent could grasp them. But no matter how talented a goo master was, they would need to go through hundreds or thousands of trials to be presentable. Fang Yuan's technique attainment was far beyond presentable, it was enough to make some refinement path masters exclaim in admiration. After the goo worms fell, the multicolored light gradually turned into one color, like the blue sky, turning from movement to stillness. Within the blue light, there were countless birds flying, and also white lights that resembled swimming fishes. The specks of white light gathered into piles at times, and scattered like stars at times. Fang Yuan only stared for a while before he felt dizzy. He quickly shifted his gaze, looking towards the sacred palace. The commotion coming from the sacred palace had already become smaller. After the multicolored light shrunk by half, its speed slowed down. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this place, and that the scattered wolf group did not send any information about the battle, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly, next is the final step. He was extremely cautious, he did not feel any complacency, instead, he became even more vigilant. Be it this world or Earth's history, were there any lack of failures on the verge of success? Moreover, this final step caused a huge commotion. It was the part where problems were most likely to occur. Fang Yuan was already holding a smelly fart goo in his hand, he waved his hand and it flew into the cave. Immediately, a strange fragrance wafted out of the cave. The strange fragrance spread without any wind, and soon spread out. Stop, it stopped, it stopped. After a moment of shock, the goo masters in the sacred palace went wild with joy. Lord, the multicolored light has stopped shrinking, it is slowly growing again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, but in return, He Lulan kicked him. I can see it. He Lulan kicked the elder to the ground, his gaze was like a wolf and tiger, he growled, unable to conceal his joy. But he was still extremely nervous. This was the first time that the multicolored light of 88-point Xianxia Tower had shrunk, and even the floor had collapsed. What was the problem? He Lulan's heart was filled with doubts. He did not know what the problem was, causing him to feel anxious and uneasy. What made He Lulan feel even more helpless and angry was that 88-point Xianxia Tower was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I know what the problem is, I cannot solve it with my strength alone. If he knew that all of this was caused by Fang Yuan, he might risk his life to tear the seal on him from Immortal Goo Dark Limit, and fight to the death with Fang Yuan. The shocking change in 88-point Xianxia Tower shocked everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people worried about this day and night, they were fearful and did not know what to do. Fortunately, not long after the first floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed, the situation stabilized. The rainbow aurora light also stopped shrinking, it started to grow again. Maybe because it was stimulated, the aurora light's expansion speed was even faster than before. Several days later, the thick aurora light condensed into the first floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Once it was completely formed, He Lulan and the rest immediately rushed in. The process of entering and exiting 88-point Xianxia Tower was very smooth. This made He Lulan feel much more at ease. The furious He Lulan gradually calmed down. 88-point Xianxia Tower was extremely important to him, he wanted to take revenge for his mother, he had to become a Goo Immortal. And as one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, he had to obtain a strength path Immortal Goo from 88-point Xianxia Tower to ascend to Goo Immortal. Had a description of this. A person could live without strength or intelligence, but they could not live without hope. He Lulan regained hope, his mood turned for the better as he started to attack the 100 rounds. The first floor of the newly created 88-point Xianxia Tower was reset, He Lulan's hard work turned into dust, he had to attack everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a huge good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. We can get even more rewards by challenging the rounds again. Maybe this is just a small joke that old ancestor Immortal Venerable is playing on us. Each floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower has 100 rounds. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty. The number of Imperial Court lords that have passed the floors can be counted on one hand. We cannot hope to get through the final round. As long as we can pass the previous rounds, our clan's strength will soar greatly. The elders were jubilant, but to He Lulan, it was bad news. If he wanted to obtain a strength path Gu Immortal from 88-point Xianxia Tower, there were only two ways. One was to pass the upper grade and enter the treasure chamber. He used his bloodline identity to exchange for the immortal Gu in his collection. The second was to get through the final round of every floor. There was a chance of obtaining an immortal Gu. For He Lulan, the first method required her to take out an equivalent amount of treasures in exchange, so it was not realistic. There was only the second method that had a chance of success. He cleared the last few stages. It was very difficult. Now that the checkpoints had been reset, it would be a waste of his precious time to clear them again. Time waits for no man. Once the time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Paradise. If he had not obtained the Strength Path Immortal Gu before this, not only would He Lulan not get her revenge, but she would also die. Because of this, He Lulan went against everyone's opinion and stubbornly decided to expand the scale and recruit foreign Gu masters, completely opening up 88-point Xianxia Tower. They could enter and leave 88-point Xianxia Tower at will. He tribe did not charge any fees. This way, excluding He tribe leader, the sacred palace was filled with jubilation. He Lulan has an unparalleled spirit. She did something that none of the previous generations of kings had done. I, Yi Lui Sang, am filled with admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88-point Xianxia Tower, his face glowing. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe. He was originally a popular candidate for the Imperial Court Lord position, obtaining the support of the tribe's Gu Immortals. They did not hesitate to lend a Fire Path Immortal Gu to him. But Yi Lui Sang lost in the end. To protect the Fire Path Immortal Gu, he had no choice but to join He Lulan. Although he won in the end and successfully entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, to him, it was a humiliation for him to submit to He tribe as a super force. If he returned to the tribe, he would definitely be treated coldly, abandoned or even punished. If I gained a lot in 88-point Xianxia Tower, I can make up for my mistakes and return to the tribe with glory. Then, I will be able to make up for my mistake and return to the clan in glory. Yi Lui Sang was excited. Chang Shanin, don't be complacent. As long as you do not become a Gu Immortal, I will have a chance. 88-point Xianxia Tower is the foundation for my rise. Chang Biao's gaze was cold. He was also the first Gu Master expert to enter the tower. He was not alone, he had a companion with him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping's opportunity was snatched by Fang Yuan in public on Xingjiu Peak. He was filled with indignation. After Chang Biao learned of this, he purposely got close to him and the two became partners. Go, become my vanguard, use your lives to expand my path. He Lulan sneered in her heart, activating the owner token while calmly looking at the first wave of people. The grand flow of people entered the tower one after another. After the flow of people gradually thinned, a tall and sturdy-looking man, Tai Bai Yunxing, dressed in a white robe, appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai. He Lulan greeted. Lord Tribe Leader's spirit is astonishing, I am indebted to you. Tai Bai Yunxing praised. He had an elegant demeanor and a leisurely aura. Since he could enter and leave as he wished, he was not in a hurry to rush in. Rounds that could give lifespan Gu as a reward were definitely at the back. He was not in a hurry now. After the two talked for a while, Tai Bai Yunxing also entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. Soon, He Lulan sighed. From the owner token's information, in a short time, relying on the huge number of Gu masters, the first 30 rounds were quickly passed. But after the 40th round, just relying on numbers was not enough. Special Gu master experts were needed for hope. Pan Ping, Chang Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunxing worked one after another, pushing the round to the 53rd floor. Everyone had no choice but to stop. Enslavement path masters were needed to solve the problem. It seems we need Wolf King's help to pass this round. Tai Baiyunqing stroked his snow-white beard, muttering. In this imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's performance had left a deep impression on everyone. The glory of being the #1 enslavement path Gu master in Northern Plains had already been delivered to him. Thus, when they encountered difficulties now, everyone immediately thought of Fang Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chang Shanin? Yi Luisang looked around, but could not find him. Wolf King has gone out to walk his wolves. Soon, someone answered. Chang Shanin is indeed not an ordinary person, he can casually enter and exit 88-point Xianxia Tower, but he is not moved at all. Praises came from the crowd. Pan Ping snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, everyone, don't forget that our wolf Wang De has already entered this building. According to reliable sources, he even got a high-grade clearance. After leaving the building, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. Even though Chief He Lulan repeatedly invited him, he refused to go. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan. No one was willing to offend the famous Lone Blade General. The praises directed at Fang Yuan came to an abrupt end. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Many Gu Master experts' expressions changed slightly, they had uneasy expressions. Pan Ping's intentions were sinister. He pointed out that Fang Yuan had once obtained great benefits and left enough room for everyone to imagine, successfully evoking the jealousy in everyone's hearts. It would have been better if they had not experienced it before. But now, everyone was charging forward. Many people had personally experienced it and could sense the enormous benefits of 88-point Xianxia Tower. This caused the hatred and jealousy in the depths of everyone's hearts. At this time, a young Gu master's voice broke the silence. Since 88-point Xianxia Tower is open to everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain benefits is because of his ability. Everyone's gazes shifted over and found this person was not a bystander. It was Chang Shanyan's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression froze as he stared at Chang Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Although Chang Jiyu's strength was slightly lower than Pan Ping's, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father and he stared back without showing any weakness. Pan Ping's killing intent surged in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move. For a moment, he was forced into a corner by this junior Chang Jiyu. The person with the most complex emotions was Chang Biao. He was actually Chang Jiyu's own father. At this moment, he watched as his own son defended the greatest enemy of his life. His heart was filled with endless bitterness and hatred. Cough, cough. Tai Baiyunqing stood up at this time to smooth things over. Everyone, it is better to focus on this round. The only thing we can do now is to ask Lord Wolf King for help. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest prestige. As long as you personally write a letter, you will definitely be able to invite Wolf Wang de Gu masters spoke one after another. Once I spoke, Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, feeling anxious in their hearts. If Wolf King came, he would definitely be able to pass this round. But this way, not only would he be able to obtain the round reward, he would also be able to display his methods and increase his prestige. This was a situation neither of them wanted to see. Pan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. He had the intention to stop it, but he took the opportunity of Tai Baiyunqing's interruption to get off the stage. If he was pitted against by Chang Jiyu again, he would probably lose all his face. Chang Biao had been secretly observing Pan Ping's expression, seeing that he opened his mouth several times but did not speak. Chang Biao inwardly scolded the coward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd and signaling to a spy in the crowd. This spy immediately understood and shouted from the crowd, "In my opinion, Wolf Wangde is a busy person, it might not be easy to invite him. It would be better to invite Lord Tang Miaoming. Her enslavement path attainment is already close to Master Realm." Tai Baiyunqing's heart could not help but move. He had not interacted much with Fang Yuan, but he had truly experienced his arrogance. Rather than taking the risk of being rejected, it would be better to let Tang Miaoming try first. Swish swish swish, groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew over from all directions, like hundreds of rivers converging into an ocean, flying towards the cave on the mound. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils within 100 li. It was this thick fragrance that attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this step, the Gu refinement was already nearing its end. This method uses beast lives as a sacrifice. It is actually similar to the operation of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It is just that the small tower is sacrificing wild goo to unify the strength. Because of the personal experience, Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of this goo refinement. The strange fragrance gradually dissipated. Without the temptation, the remaining blissful snow bats fled in panic. Almost done. Fang Yuan's breathing became rough, his eyes staring at the cave, unable to conceal his excitement. At this point, Fang Yuan was already gasping in amazement. This mysterious goo immortal who set up Diqiu inheritance was definitely a refinement grandmaster. The entire goo refinement process was using the power of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It was ingenious and bold. Even though Fang Yuan was the host, he was more like an assistant. Goo refinement was difficult, and refining an immortal goo was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, to use an analogy, this huge rock had already been pushed to the mountain peak by the mysterious goo immortal. Fang Yuan had only used his final bit of strength to push this huge rock down the mountain peak, and when it fell, it would be a success. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the underground cave had already turned into a black whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to spin, emitting a strange sound. Next, the tip of the tower slowly appeared, followed by the top, the body, and finally the base. A brand new small tower, with countless wild goo inside, appeared from the whirlpool. Amazing! Once the small tower appeared, it more or less made up for the last flaw. Even if someone rushes here because of the commotion, they would not be able to see anything strange. Fang Yuan clapped his hands in praise. But, even though the tower was formed, why did the immortal goo not appear? Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly solemn. He found that there was an intense light flickering in the small tower. There was even a faint connection in his heart, connected to it. He immediately understood that this was the incomplete form of the immortal goo. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal goo out. Suddenly, this intense light was like an illusory shadow. It pierced through the air and flew towards the southeast direction. What's going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. At this point, the 4 steps of goo refinement, light in the soil. The light reached 100,000 feet. 100 Li sky travel, plum blossom snow fragrance had already been completed. Fang Yuan had no idea about this change. 88-point Xianxia Tower has reformed. Hey Lulan is fully open. This is truly a huge move. Logically speaking, I should be going into the tower to challenge the rounds, that is only normal. The incomplete immortal goo had already flown far away. Fang Yuan looked at the sacred palace and hesitated. Although he was out of the country, he had already arranged his chess pieces. Whether it was the Chong family or the Gu family, news was transmitted to him in real time. The longer Fang Yuan had left the sacred palace, the more suspicious he would become. If they were to stop because of a bottleneck, they would need the Wolf King's strength. If someone came looking for it, it would take some time for the message to be delivered. Fang Yuan still did not know that his enemy, Chang Biao, had indirectly helped him a little. At this moment, Tang Miaoming was in a dangerous situation. He had successfully broken through the barrier. Everyone in the building cheered. In the end, immortal goo was more important. Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He spread his wings and chased after the strong light. This powerful light was shaped like a silkworm cocoon. It stuck close to the ground and moved at an astonishing speed that left one speechless. It was also because of the bushes and trees blocking the way. It was not eye-catching. Fang Yuan chased after him in the sky, trying his best to cover his tracks. The wolf pack abandoned everything and disappeared without a trace. As time passed, the bright light became dimmer and dimmer, but its speed increased. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of mortals. He had a hard time chasing after it, but he was not completely left behind. In the end, it was because this incomplete immortal goo was not completed by Fang Yuan alone. Different from when he refined divine travel goo, this time, Fang Yuan was only an assistant. He relied on the heavenly power of 88-point Xianxia Tower to reverse flow. He was also immortal. Being able to communicate with the incomplete immortal goo was already the result of his hard work. The strong light flew out of the valley and suddenly entered a waterfall, vanishing without a trace. But through the connection in his mind, Fang Yuan sensed that the incomplete immortal goo had stopped moving. Fang Yuan went through the waterfall, but crashed into the slippery mountain rocks. Rocks flew and water splashed. Strange. Fang Yuan felt strange. The connection in his mind was still telling him that the strong light was in this water, but he split the water and even destroyed this waterfall, but he could not find any traces of the immortal goo. Am I going to fail at the last step? No, there is something fishy about this place. He flew up and looked down at this area. This small waterfall had already turned into a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a place with abundant spiritual energy. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on this pool. The connection in his mind was telling him that the incomplete immortal goo was clearly inside, but even if he went through the pool and controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, it was time to test the Goo Master's investigative goo. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He tried many methods to investigate. Although he was not good at investigating, he could control who immortal blessed land and communicate with jewel yellow skies. He did not lack rank 5 mortal goo. Only when he tried the 57th method and spent a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone, did he discover something. He saw that in the pool, there was a vague building. It was like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. He entered the pool, but could not enter the building. After trying several times to no avail, Fang Yuan gasped. A light of inspiration flashed in his mind. He finally recognized the origin of this building. Don't tell me this is the long-lost Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion? Immortal Goo were unique. Immortal Goo houses were also unique. This Water Pavilion was inferior to 88-point Xianxia Tower. It was only rank 7. But its reputation was also widespread. It was the signature of Goo Immortal Xianxia back then. Xianxia was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, a legend who created water paths. She was also the founder of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Compared to 88-point Xianxia Tower's grandeur, Water Pavilion could be attached to the water. It was illusory and miraculous. It could go with the flow. It could also stay in the mist and travel in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of frost, a quiet corner. Without the token to enter, Water Pavilion could even block rank 8 Goo Immortals. But right now, this building was ownerless. Its doors were wide open. Fang Yuan was previously kept in the dark, but now that he found out the truth, he naturally had a method to enter. To enter Water Pavilion, I can only turn into water. There is a killer move called Water Spirit Transformation. By combining several goo, I can turn into a water fairy. My battle strength will rise sharply and I will have the home advantage. Fang Yuan searched through his memories and immediately found a method. But in the end, Who Immortal Land Spirit helped him in Jewel Yellow Skies. He bought a rank 5 Surge Goo. This goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a torrent for a short period of time, charging forward for a certain distance. But it had already been eliminated by the Goo Master world. It was because the Goo Master turned into a torrent. Once they were attacked by Fire Path Goo worms, they would suffer heavy injuries at best, or even die at worst. But Fang Yuan did not use this goo to fight. Using it to enter Water Pavilion was much more convenient than combining goo worms to form the killer move Water Spirit Transformation. Swoosh! Fang Yuan turned into a torrent and charged into Water Pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small. It had 3 floors. It was richly ornamented. Vases, tables, and chairs. It showed the style of ancient times. After Fang Yuan successfully entered, he stored the surge goo and went to the 3rd floor. He pushed open a door. He found the early stage immortal goo again. This early stage immortal goo was like a cocoon. It was the size of a thumb. Right now, it was submerged in a large vermilion bowl. This bowl was bigger than a water tank. Its mouth was uneven like a shark's teeth. Inside was a pool of eerie blue liquid. Cold air was emitting from it. So it was like this. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Although he had completed 4 steps and refined the early stage immortal goo. But it was not complete yet. It still needed to be nurtured before it could be nurtured. The mysterious Goo Immortal had set up Water Pavilion here. It was to provide the early stage immortal goo with an excellent nurturing ground. On the surface of the vermilion bowl, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan tried to identify them, but even with his vast knowledge, he could only recognize a small portion of the meaning. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that they are the first characters formed by the water droplets from Qian Kuan Crystal Wall's Book Mountains when spring. Fang Yuan was shocked. This type of characters had been lost long ago. Even the Ink Men, after they were forced to move out of Book Mountain, very few knew about it. The Gu Immortals of Jewel Yellow Skies should have the research materials on Inkman characters. After all, many Gu Immortals are interested in Book Mountain. They have been searching for the gray-white stone slabs, trying to recreate Xianxia Crystal Wall. Fang Yuan had a thought, immediately contacting Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. The value of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was displayed once again. It allowed a mere mortal like Fang Yuan to use the precious resources of a Gu Immortal. After spending a huge price to exchange for some Inkman characters, Fang Yuan compared them on the spot, analyzing the characters on the wall of the bowl for the first time. The result made Fang Yuan surprised and joyful, so this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was an extremely talented person. She was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her identity was special, she was an Inkman. But eventually, she broke through the shackles of her race and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her most outstanding contribution to the righteous path was to change the demonic path overlord of 10,000 years ago, Sword Demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator. He started off as an insignificant person. But his talent was outstanding. He created Sword Path Gu worms by himself. He roamed the 5 regions unrivaled. He was the most dazzling rank 8 peak stage expert in the vast history of the world. His battle strength was outstanding. He shocked heaven and earth. His Sword Path Gu worms were unique. They had unparalleled power. He was known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was blessed by love. The meaning was, this person's battle strength was terrifying. He was only inferior to the immortal venerables and demon venerables. Fortunately, he was blessed by love. He turned from demonic to righteous. It was truly a great blessing for the world. Back then, Bo Qing was favored by everyone. He was the best candidate to advance to rank 9 realm. But in the end, he failed to advance to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao also risked her life for him, and in the end, she died with him. According to historical records, Mo Yao was a genuine refinement path grandmaster. No wonder, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal recruited concubines, Central Continent's 10 sects all offered beautiful female Gu masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House even sent several female Gu Immortals to enter the palaces and offer themselves to the Immortal Venerable. Among the concubines that Giant Sun Immortal had favored, there were several powerhouses that came from Spirit Affinity House. Since he was the person who shared the same bed, his understanding of the Sacred Palace and 88 True Yang building far surpassed that of others. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was naturally nurtured by Spirit Affinity House. Investigating the secrets of 88-point Xinyang Tower was a piece of cake for her. The water pavilion in this place could also be explained. The middle part of the ink text introduced the information of this immortal Gu, Calamity Beckoning Gu. Fang Yuan grinned as he looked at the ink text on the wall of the bowl. This Calamity Beckoning Gu was rank 7, a grade higher than Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its effect was extremely mystical. It actually involved earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle part of the ink text had a detailed explanation. Calamity Beckoning Gu could attract calamities and calamities for Gu Immortals. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations from their original targets to themselves. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Who would dare to use such an immortal Gu? Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were such troublesome destructive powers, such terrifying heavenly power. They could live peacefully, but using Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, wasn't this simply courting death? Gu Immortal Mo Yao, the great 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, why would she refine such an immortal Gu? The latter part of the ink text provided a reason. It turned out that she really wanted to die. Back then, she and Bo Qing fell in love and became a righteous path couple. They were a legend in the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was extremely talented. He was invincible in the world. People called him the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was fortunate to live for the sake of love. Looking at the world, looking at his life, the only thing in front of him was the supreme goal of advancing to rank 9. However, advancing to rank 9 was extremely dangerous. Even a Grand Sword Immortal would feel like he was walking on thin ice. He only had a 15% chance of success. Bo Qing had lofty ambitions, he was determined to advance to the peak of rank 9. Mo Yao could not persuade him, she could only help with the preparations with tears in her eyes. Bo Qing set up his inheritance and made arrangements for his funeral. His first attempt failed and he was heavily injured for 70 years, he was bedridden and could not move at all. It was Mo Yao who took care of him. After his injuries healed, Bo Qing wanted to advance to rank 9 again. Mo Yao knew this was difficult, especially at the final hurdle of advancing to rank 9, there would be endless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations descending. Even though Bo Qing had unparalleled battle strength, he lacked stamina. In order to help her lover, she secretly betrayed her sect and targeted 88-point Xianxia Tower. 88-point Xianxia Tower was the arrangement of a famous immortal venerable, long-hair ancestor's work. It was the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Mo Yao had started researching it long ago, he gained insights from it and deepened his refinement path grandmaster attainment. Even though she was only a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, during Giant Sun's era, Spirit Affinity House had consecrated many outstanding women who became Giant Sun Immortals' concubines. Among them, there were several female Gu Immortals who had obtained Giant Sun Immortals' favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House kept many of Giant Sun Immortals' secrets. Among them, they knew even more about 88-point Xianxia Tower. From these documents, Mo Yao learned the secret of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Imperial Court Blessed Land was located in the center of northern plains, it was vast and had 2 heavens, it was also separated into the black and white heavens, it had the effect of 88-point Xianxia Tower, it was extremely blessed. Thus, every once in a while, it would attract extremely fierce earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, when he constructed 88-point Xianxia Tower, he put in it Divert Disaster Gu, it was an important foundation of 88-point Xianxia Tower. This Gu was rank 7 and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, it could divert the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. This way, it formed the 10-year blizzard calamity that spread throughout the whole of northern plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal used the 10-year blizzard calamity to set the rules, forming the tradition of the contest for Imperial Court. Mo Yao found a loophole that was not a loophole at this point. It turned out that Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xianxia Tower coexisted. Every 10 years, it would attract vast and powerful heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land needed to open a crack and use Divert Disaster Gu to divert the calamities and tribulations away. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set up by Giant Sun Immortal, only mortals could enter and exit, Gu Immortals were not allowed to enter. But when Divert Disaster, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open a crack and flood of calamities and tribulations would be released, the Immortal Venerable's arrangement to prevent Gu Immortals from entering and leaving would not work. Mo Yao used this crack and risked her life to go against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She observed for close to 10 years, using her Grandmaster attainment. After much difficulty, she found the crucial node, it was the small tower at Diqiu. Next, she risked awakening Giant Sun's will and destroyed the small tower, using the flow of heavenly power to sense Divert Disaster Gu and create a cave to brew Calamity Beckoning Gu. After successfully refining the incomplete Immortal Gu, she casually set up the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside, Mo Yao nurtured the incomplete Immortal Gu and brought Calamity Beckoning Gu, using the Blessed Land's Divert Disaster Gu to sneak back to the outside world. She did not destroy these arrangements as a precaution. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again, Calamity Beckoning Gu would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, then she would enter the Blessed Land again and refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. However, this time, she never came back. Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in his second attempt to break through to rank 9, turning into ashes in the mighty heavenly tribulation. And Mo Yao died along with him. So that's it. Breaking through to rank 9 was extremely difficult and dangerous. Mo Yao secretly set up this inheritance before that. She did not point out the true contents of the inheritance because this action was a betrayal to the sect. But in the end, she still left the clues to the sect. In my previous life, 500 years later, Central Continent Gu Immortals conspired against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang building. They were using this clue from her. Fang Yuan recalled it now and immediately felt like the fog had dissipated, everything made sense. At the end of the inked text, there was a poem, "The path to immortality is long and obstructive, we meet at the ends of the world. Time passes suddenly, love and hatred have lasted for a long time. At the end of the path to immortality, I miss my Lord's safety. Life and death are boundless, I return home for my Lord's dream." Evidently, this was written by Mo Yao. The path of a Gu immortal is long and difficult, but I was fortunate enough to meet my Lord. Unknowingly, love and hatred intertwined, unable to extricate myself. My Lord's gaze was fixed at the end of the path to immortality. My gaze was on my Lord. Advancing to rank 9, 9 deaths and 1 life, I am not willing to be separated by life and death, I am willing to devote my life to my Lord, to help him realize his dream, to protect her lover, to help Bo Qing reach the peak of Gu immortal. Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning Gu to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to herself. Truly an amazing woman. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he would not make such a sacrifice for love, this did not stop Fang Yuan from understanding such a person. In fact, this understanding was even deeper than others. Living in this world, people always had desires, goals, and meanings. Mo Yao's goal was for her lover. And Fang Yuan's goal was to pursue eternal life. Different desires, different goals, different meanings, they created all kinds of people in the world, unique heroes and ruthless people. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the huge vermilion bowl again. The cocoon had already been broken, calamity beckoning Gu had completely formed. It was like a cocoon, its whole body was grayish-white, it was only the size of a pinky, it was floating in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu, and Mo Yao used it to sacrifice himself for others. To Fang Yuan, this Gu seemed useless, but it had huge value. Firstly, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could sell it in jewel yellow skies and exchange it for a huge sum of immortal yuan stone. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu worm, it could attract heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Calamities and tribulations were strong, but as long as one's body was tough and could endure it, it could be used to harm others. Finally, it was formed with the help of one of the cornerstones of 88-point Xianxia Tower, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin, one was calamity beckoning, the other divert disaster. Just with this relationship, it would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's trip to 88-point Xianxia Tower. However, although there was a layer of restraint in his heart, there was still a hurdle to completely subdue this Gu. In the inked text on the wall of the bowl, Mo Yao had mentioned it in detail. To subdue calamity beckoning Gu, certain conditions were needed. Although it did not matter if one was an immortal or mortal, it required the fated person to have a heart of self-sacrifice. If one did not have such a heart, forcefully subduing it would result in the immortal Gu's backlash, or even the immortal Gu's self-destruction, bringing disaster to one's life. In Water Pavilion, Fang Yuan stood in front of the huge bowl, expressionless. A heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough, cough, cough. Tang Miaoming covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her brows were tightly furrowed, showing a pained expression. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Feng called out, his face filled with pain. Tang Miaoming was half lying on the bed, waving her hand, indicating to Tang Feng not to worry. Tang Feng looked at the blood on Big Sister's handkerchief, sighing deeply, Big Sister, why do you have to risk your life like this? So what if you pass this round? Father and the rest have already passed away, Big Sister, you are my only kin, if something happens to you, what will I do? Tang Miaoming stretched out her hand, lightly stroking Tang Feng's hair, third brother, you are our Tang tribe leader, don't be so unambitious. In this imperial court contest, our Tang tribe suffered disastrous losses, we were almost annexed by other tribes. Now is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, we need to borrow the 88 True Yang building to make our tribe strong and prosperous again. Tang Feng disapprovingly curled his lips, but Big Sister, you forcefully passed the round and caused serious injuries, the gains do not make up for the losses. I, your third brother, feel heartache, these days I don't even have the mood to take care of the tribe's affairs. What? Tang Miaoming heard this and her expression turned solemn, her sharp gaze fixed on Tang Feng. She reprimanded without hesitation, Tang Feng tribe leader, you have a heavy responsibility, how can you be so sentimental? Revitalizing the tribe is your responsibility, it is the meaning of being a tribe leader. From today onwards, I do not want to hear similar complaints, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Feng hurriedly stood up from the bed, his face full of shame as he lowered his head to admit his mistake. Since young, big sister was the one who treated him the best. Tang Miaoming's gaze gradually turned gentle, she faintly sighed, third brother, I know you have a lively personality, you like to roam the world, living an unrestrained life. But as the last man in the family, you should be brave enough to bear the burden. From today onwards, the meaning of your life is to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, little brother understands. Don't be angry, I already have injuries on my body. Tang Miaoming was still solemn, when you return, copy the first stanza of the 3rd chapter of 10 times overnight. Tang Feng's heart was instantly filled with warmth. Since young, big sister's punishment was to make him copy books. Big sister, rest first, I will go and copy now. Chapter 3 stanza, Renzu's second daughter, desolate Gu Yue, went to Qingbai Mountain to find success Gu in order to save her father from the door of life and death. But at the last moment, she failed. She lost herself and became an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter's help, and his eldest son, Verdant great son, became even more dispirited, Renzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to survive. Luopa Valley was like a huge labyrinth, twisting and turning. Occasionally, a vast bewilderment fog would spread out, causing the soul to relax. Sometimes, Luopa wind would blow like a sharp blade, cutting the soul. Renzu was a soul body, he could not find the way out of the bewilderment fog, the Luopa wind cut his soul, causing him to become weaker and weaker, his situation becoming more dangerous. The soul fragments cut by the Luopa wind gradually condensed into a young man. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Eye Soul. Oh my son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left, in my final days, because of your company, I am not lonely at all. Renzu sighed. Northern Dark Eye Soul was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, although he did not speak much, he was very filial towards Renzu. Seeing Renzu getting weaker day by day, his mood became increasingly heavy. He was determined to save Renzu. Renzu could feel his determination, he felt gratified and pained at the same time. Don't bother, my son, I appreciate your filial piety. But I understand now, life and death cannot be forced. Humans have to die eventually, this is the fate of humans. Northern Dark Eye Soul sobbed, Father, I know what you said is right. I also know that my efforts will be in vain. But seeing you getting weaker like this, if I do not work hard, my heart will feel even more terrible. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed, he could only let him go. Northern Dark Eye Soul wandered in Luopa Valley, he was born here, the Luopa wind could not cut his soul, the bewilderment fog could not block his vision. He searched bitterly, but could not find the way out. Just as he was getting more and more desperate, he encountered a goo worm. Ayaya, to think I was discovered by you. This goo worm looked like a ladybug, it was fat like a ball, but it was extremely agile, flashing around Northern Dark Eye Soul. Northern Dark Eye Soul's eyes brightened, he asked curiously, what goo are you? My name is Accident. This goo worm answered. Northern Dark Eye Soul's gaze dimmed, so you are Accident Goo, but you are not Success Goo. Accident Goo sneered, young man, don't look down on me. I am an existence that makes Success Goo love and hate. The power of accident is very strong. Do you know what it means for you to meet me here? What? Accident Goo shook its fat body, saying proudly, what is this place? This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You are here, it means you are already dead. But you met me, it means you met with an accident and death. That is, rebirth. Hold on to me tightly, I will bring you back to the human world and revive you. Really? Northern Dark Eye Soul was overjoyed, can I bring my father with me? Accident Goo shook its head, you met me, not your father, so I can only bring you with me. Northern Dark Eye Soul was extremely disappointed, he rejected, since I cannot bring my father, I will not leave either. I want to accompany my father until his final moments. Accident Goo laughed loudly, saying in a domineering tone, the accidents of life cannot be rejected. Young man, you must leave with me. The moment it finished speaking, Accident Goo forcefully brought Northern Dark Ice Soul away from the door of life and death, returning to the human world. Northern Dark Ice Soul had a living body of flesh and blood, facing the huge world alone. He felt extremely lost. Accident Goo disappeared. He suddenly recalled Renzu's words. He had a second sister called Desolate Gu Yuein. At this time, Cognition Goo found him. Young man, don't doubt me. Cognition has always been a person's friend. I am here to help you. Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Ice Soul about Qingbai Mountain and Desolate Gu Yuein. Northern Dark Ice Soul decided to meet his second sister first. When he saw Desolate Gu Yuein, he shed tears of sadness. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried to communicate with Desolate Gu Yuein. But Desolate Gu Yuein, who had turned into a monster, kept on muttering questions. Where is this? Northern Dark Ice Soul pondered for a moment before replying, this is the human world, living beings can move around here. Above us is the sky, below us is the earth. Who am I? Desolate Gu Yuein asked again. You are a human, Renzu's second daughter. Your name is Desolate Gu Yuein. You are my second sister. Northern Dark Ice Soul replied. Second sister, wake up quickly. Our father is dead, he is trapped in Luopa Valley, we need to hurry and save him. Renzu? Desolate Gu Yuein? Save? The monster shook its head in confusion. Why should I save him? Shouldn't humans die? What's wrong with death? Why do humans live? Why do I live? This time, Northern Dark Ice Soul could not answer. Why do humans live? While Northern Dark Ice Soul was thinking about this question, Bewilderment Goo quietly arrived beside him, causing him to lose his senses of his surroundings. Along with it were Love Goo and Disguise Goo. Cognition Goo saw them and felt an incomparable headache. These Goo were famous for being mischievous, they often moved together, even Cognition Goo did not want to provoke them. Love, haven't you harmed enough people? Why don't you let them go? Cognition Goo sighed. Don't try to reason with me, I am unreasonable. Love Goo's tone was unruly. Get lost, Cognition, I don't like you. Cognition Goo was helpless, it could only retreat. Another person has come? Haha. Love Goo saw Northern Dark Ice Soul and was very happy, because it had another target to play with. It was sworn brothers with Disguise Goo. It immediately used its strength to disguise as Cognition Goo. Young man, your second sister has forgotten herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Goo. Love Goo said. Northern Dark Ice Soul came back to his senses. He did not suspect anything. He asked Love Goo, I have seen Accident Goo before, may I ask, where is this Meaning Goo? How do I find it? Love Goo used a solemn tone to deceive him. Oh human, you need to know, your lives in this world have meaning. As long as you find Meaning Goo, you will be able to wake up your second sister. Follow the direction I point, keep walking, you will find Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude and immediately set off. Love Goo, Bewilderment Goo, and Disguise Goo looked at his departing figure and laughed loudly. How could there be Meaning Goo in this world? There was no such Goo worm. Northern Dark Ice Soul could not find it no matter how hard he tried. Fool, who asked you to anger me? I will let you know that the punishment of love is extremely terrifying. Next, we will follow him and take turns to toy with him. Love Goo's suggestion was approved by the other two Goo. Like this, Northern Dark Ice Soul was toyed with by the three Goo. He suffered greatly. But in order to find the non-existent Meaning Goo, he persevered. This spirit moved Cognition Goo. While Love Goo was not around, Cognition Goo came to Northern Dark Ice Soul's side, wanting to help him again. Cognition, what are you doing here? We are having fun. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo rejected Cognition. Cognition Goo laughed, I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Oh young man, use my strength to wake up. Northern Dark Ice Soul used Cognition Goo's ability to recognize the truth. He was no longer confused and saw through the disguise. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude to Cognition Goo. Thank you, Cognition Goo. Because of you, I thought of a way to save my second sister. Oh? What method is that? In this world, Meaning Goo does not exist. But I can create a Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul said confidently. A person's life had no meaning, but it could be given a meaning. Northern Dark Eye Soul returned to Desolate Guyue and personally created a meaning Gu, placing it in Desolate Guyue's mind. I am alive to find success Gu and save father. I understand, I understand. Desolate Guyue's eyes shined. The meaning of living. Tang Fong put down the pen in his hand. It was already deep into the night. In this imperial court-blessed land, a gentle silver radiance covered the land. After continuously copying books, he was deeply moved. People living in this world will always feel lost. But as long as they find the meaning of their life, they will find their direction and move forward bravely. At the same time, they will know what they want and what they do not want, and they will not fear sacrifice. Big Sister's intention in asking me to copy books is probably this. He lightly pushed open the window, looking at the glorious and beautiful sacred palace. He thought of all kinds of people, some strong, some weak. His emotions gradually became excited. Every person's life has all kinds of meaning. And my meaning is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, Water Pavilion. Heart of self-sacrifice? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He stretched out his right hand. Without any hesitation, he reached into the bowl and took out Calamity Beckoning Gu. Absorbing his aura, Calamity Beckoning Gu's body flashed and became Fang Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth. There were no tremors or backlash. With his identity as a transmigrator, his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had already seen through life and death. Family, friendship, and love were not his interests. Only eternal life, this grand and unreachable goal, could make his journey in life show intense interest. This was the meaning he had given to this life, but pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death, afraid of failure. Towards death and failure, he accepted it calmly. In fact, whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But so what if it did not exist? Fang Yuan enjoyed this process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found the meaning. He felt that this life was full of interest. His body's low-level desires, the satisfaction of love and hate, he was already sick of them. Only eternal life was a worthy goal. Thus, I already have the resolution to sacrifice myself. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He played with the rank 7 Immortal Gu in his hand. Fang Yuan carefully looked at Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu in his hand. This Gu was rank 7, after being nurtured by the giant vermilion bowl, it had already formed completely. It was the size of a pinky, grayish-white in color and was extremely exquisite, resembling a silkworm chrysalis. As Fang Yuan played with it, Calamity Beckoning Gu continued to absorb his aura. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the deepest connection between him and Calamity Beckoning Gu was becoming deeper and longer. Fang Yuan's heart rippled slightly. It would be a lie if he did not sigh. In his previous life, he had gone through untold hardships and slaughtered countless lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Now, with the advantage of rebirth, he had obtained Calamity Beckoning Gu before he was even 100 years old, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Calamity Beckoning Gu's effect was extremely unique. It sacrificed itself to attract heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. But Fang Yuan firmly believed that a Gu master's use of Gu depended on their thoughts. Like the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, a rank 4 Mortal Gu master, Electric Saw Mad Demon, could use different methods against it. Then why couldn't he, Fang Yuan, create new uses for it? Let's not talk about other things, just the existence of this Calamity Beckoning Gu proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal had been extremely lucky his entire life. It was rumored that it was because of the luck path Gu worms he created. However, this rumor had never been verified. But now, the Calamity Beckoning Gu in Fang Yuan's hands belonged to Luck Path. It was an immortal Gu refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao through the senses of Divert Disaster Gu in 88-point Xianxia Tower. Divert Disaster Gu, Calamity Beckoning Gu, these were Luck Path Gu worms. The ink text on the surface of the bowl was a strong proof. Mo Yao even pointed out in the text that Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Gu worms could snatch other people's good luck and use it on himself. At the same time, it could also divert his bad luck and divert the calamity to someone else. As a complete path, Luck Path had a clear structure. It included attack, defense, divert, healing and other aspects. It was just that everyone had the invisible and colorless luck that was targeted at them. After Luck Path was created by the giant sun Immortal, he had kept it a secret, silently making a fortune. The giant sun Immortal is the great thief of luck. Once the giant sun dies, the great thief of luck will disappear. Mo Yao expressed his feelings in the article. This strange woman had a strong personality, she even dared to make such comments about the celestial venerables. She even speculated that the treasury chamber of 88-point Xianxia Tower might contain the legacy of the giant sun Immortal's luck Dao. If I can inherit this legacy, will I be able to replicate the success of the giant sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. He pondered for a moment before placing Calamity Beckoning Goo into the vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Goo had already formed, Fang Yuan could not refine it yet. Although the connection in his heart was extremely strong, there was still a qualitative difference from truly becoming the owner of Calamity Beckoning Goo. Fang Yuan was still immortal now, he did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Divine Travel Goo back then. In Three Kings' Blessed Land, he refined fixed immortal travel goo with the land spirit's help, he was the leader. Thus, once fixed immortal travel goo was born, it became his goo worm. But it could not be used. If not for the land spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to teleport to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And the entire process of refining Calamity Beckoning Goo relied on the backflow of the 88-point Xianxia Tower's heavenly power. Fang Yuan was at most an assistant, he did not have the land spirit's help. Honestly speaking, it was already very good to be able to reach this stage. Only after I become a Goo Immortal can I truly refine it. Before that, I can only leave Calamity Beckoning Goo here. Without becoming a Goo Immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity Beckoning Goo. If he took it out publicly, the immortal Goo's aura would spread and it would attract countless covetous people. Fang Yuan was not worried about people like He Lulan or Tai Baiyunxing. He had many wolf groups now, and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. He was mainly worried about giant sun immortals while inside 88-point Xianxia Tower. Earlier, the immortal Goo's aura was weak. Now that the immortal Goo had formed, if he took it out, would it trigger giant sun immortal's will and awaken it? Fang Yuan did not want to take this risk, moreover, his main plan had not been completed yet, he needed to hide and wait. Who would have thought that there would be a rank 7 immortal Goo in this nameless valley? But before that, I should first refine a portion of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous immortal Goo house. As immortal, Fang Yuan actually wanted to refine it, this seemed like a wild fantasy, but it was actually quite feasible. Even something as strong as 88-point Xianxia Tower had loopholes for Fang Yuan to take advantage of. Now that the water pavilion was ownerless, there was naturally an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, one had to talk about the essence of Goo houses. What was a Goo house? Not to mention Fang Yuan's previous life, after rebirth, he had encountered many Goo houses. Among them, there was the most common Goo house 3-star cave. When retrieved, it would turn into seeds. After planting, it would form a towering tree with an empty space in the middle and 3 layers. There was Lizard House Goo, it looked like a lizard with different colors. The eye sockets would become windows, the mouth would have a door, it could move freely. There was also the Mushroom Forest Goo house. By planting large numbers of mushroom room goo, the mushroom houses would form a courtyard. These were mortal goo, and there were also the immortal Goo houses 88-point Xianxia Tower and Water Pavilion. Goo houses had developed to this point, they were extremely complex, there were countless of them. But if one traced back to the source, the publicly recognized pioneers were the Green Tortoise Group of 7. These 7 were demonic path Goo masters of the Olden Antiquity era, they were septuplets from the same mother. From birth to death, they had always been in love, advancing and retreating together. They were skilled in defense, they were all rank 5 peak stage Goo masters, they even had a defensive killer move called Tortoise House when they worked together. They relied on this move to defend against 3 attacks from Goo immortals. They created the famous agreement of 3 moves that went down in history. And this Tortoise House was the first Goo house in the history of Goo masters, thus, in essence, a Goo house was a killer move formed by the combination of several or even dozens of Goo worms. Mushroom Forest Goo house was a classic example. It was a courtyard formed by a large number of mushroom room goo. 88-point Xianxia Tower was the representative of the peak. It had defense, collection, storage and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers. Divert disaster goo was one of the main foundations. After sacrificing the collected wild goo, they would form a heavenly force and form the main building. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, proud bone demon lord Xianxia had amazing talent. When he advanced to rank 6, he did not have any immortal goo, so he created a killer move called White Bone Chariot. White Bone Chariot was formed by many rank 5 goo like a white bone wheel. It was powerful and could match rank 6 immortal goo. White Bone Chariot was actually a goo house. As for 3-star cave, lizard house goo, and great lizard house goo, they were all evolved branches. They were the true simplifications of goo houses. Normal goo houses were formed by the combination of several goo worms. As for 3-star cave and the others, they were simplified into one goo, thus their power was greatly reduced. They were more like ordinary goo. And Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. This meant that among the goo worms that formed it, there was at least one rank 7 immortal goo. With my current strength, I cannot refine immortal goo. But I can still refine other mortal goo. This was the source of Feng Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion. There were not many obstacles in the refinement process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House. It was controlled by Fairy Mo Yao back then. For her lover, Mo Yao betrayed the sect and refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, sacrificing herself. This immortal goo house became ownerless. This way, Water Pavilion was an open embrace to Feng Yuan, a little beauty that he could do whatever he wanted. Amazing, there are actually over 3,000 goo worms that formed Water Pavilion. And each goo worm is interlinked with each other, faintly resonating with each other. The core is the rank 7 water fusion goo. It can allow the goo master to completely fuse with water. As long as the water exists, the goo master will not die. Other than that, there are 2 supplementary immortal goo, the rank 6 movement immortal goo Worldly Wave Trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. The refinement process was the process of gaining a deeper understanding of Water Pavilion. The refinement of immortal goo far surpassed Feng Yuan's ability. He could forget about it. What he started with were rank 1 and rank 2 mortal goo. After spending 6 hours, Feng Yuan felt dizzy as he refined 500 rank 1 and 2 mortal goo for his own use. In this way, I will have 10% control over the Water Pavilion. Even if I am discovered, with this 10% control, I can obstruct the enemy for some time. This time is enough for me to be alerted and rush over. After another 2 hours, Feng Yuan's control increased to 13%. The further he went, the more difficult it was to refine. It is a pity that I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path Instant Success Goo to assist in the refinement, otherwise the results would be much more than this. Feng Yuan's head was spinning. He knew he had reached his limit. The rank 5 peak stage primeval essence in his 2 apertures was almost expended. But just as he was about to retract his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Time passes quickly. I have finally met you today by fate. Following this indistinct sigh, a beautiful woman with a black veil over her face and eyes as dark as the night appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Feng Yuan was shocked. So much time had passed. Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she still had her will. This showed how powerful her cultivation was back then. Feng Yuan was already prepared, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had a special method. She could actually make her will enter Feng Yuan's mind without a trace. This method was no small matter. Mo Yao's will entered his mind. If she had evil intentions and attacked, Feng Yuan would not be able to bear the consequences. Feng Yuan was not a wisdom path expert. Only wisdom path goo masters had the ability to restrain such wills. There was an even more crucial point. When a person thinks, they would first have thoughts. These thoughts would collide in their mind and change, creating new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. Right now, Mo Yao's will entered Feng Yuan's mind. She could clearly sense every thought that Feng Yuan had. If Mo Yao's will knew about Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would happen? Don't be afraid, fated person, I have no intention of harming you. I just want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will said faintly. Feng Yuan did not need to guess to know what she wanted to ask. He immediately told her about Bo Qing's failure in tribulation. Hearing this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook and was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but to his disappointment, Mo Yao's will managed to maintain her form. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was very complex, there was sorrow and also relief. Just like in her poem, time has passed, love and hatred have lasted for a long time. The love and hatred between her and Bo Qing was definitely a long and complicated story. Fated person, since you could refine Calamity Beckoning Goo and found this place to refine Water Pavilion, you must already know the gist of it. Since he is already dead, let everything pass. Sigh, maybe this is the fortune of all living beings. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Xianxia Tower had already formed 2 floors. There was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Xianxia Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Xianxia Tower, Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance ground. To Goo Masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Goo Masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in. Even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Xianxia Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now, there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Goo Master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the glass owner token, he could freely enter and exit 88-point Xianxia Tower, he could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago, he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the killer moving transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned. He snorted in his heart, this killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the goo worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort. How can I be in a hurry? Mo Yao's will chuckled, young man, you are quite fortunate to possess Hu Immortal Blessed Land. We should make good use of Jewel Yellow Skies and purchase these goo from there, it is not difficult. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Dicho's inheritance, and even successfully refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, but he attracted the trouble of Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo Yao's will was able to see through these thoughts and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the Space Thought Goo to generate thoughts to think. With Space Thought Goo as the main goo and other goo worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness. Even if Mo Yao's will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts, Mo Yao's will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind. The more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually, Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are so young, but you have so many secrets. He, this is really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the Fairy of Spirit Affinity House of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. Spirit Affinity House's generation of fairies were all rare beauties, they had both looks and talent, they were ethereal and elegant, like hibiscus flowers emerging from the water. But Mo Yao was different, her deep and beautiful eyes contained a natural craftiness, if placed in the demonic path, she would be a living demoness. She transformed into an enchanting long dress, wrapping her body in all the right places. Looking at the transparent bubble-like thoughts around her, she casually grabbed one of them. Next, with a soft pop sound, she exerted some strength and crushed this thought. But she did not gain anything. This thought's content was only the simple meaning of the word eat. She gasped, her plump lips curling up into a sexy arc. Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about a problem, you will think of all sorts of random thoughts and cover up the main point. But don't you know, in this way, it has aroused my curiosity even more? Humph, you are so old, you still have the face to call yourself big sister? Fang Yuan sneered, threatening, you are already dead, you should stop. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you entered my mind. Who knows, at the next moment, I might destroy this will of yours. He, so scary. Mo Yao patted her towering chest, giggling without a care, but in this half a month, you attacked me 28 times, using 19 different methods. You not only cultivate enslavement and strength path, but also wisdom path? Humph. Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart. Ayaya, young man, don't be like this. Sensing Fang Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao shook her finger. I am your benefactor. Didn't Calamity Beckoning Goo become your immortal goo now? You are still immortal, but you already have an immortal goo. This is an incredible achievement. Don't worry, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my dying wish will be fulfilled, and this will have no reason to continue existing. Return the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion. This was already in his mouth. How could Fang Yuan spit it out? Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling, but he had no other choice. Not to mention the remnant of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was another remnant of Mo Yao's will guarding the Riverside Pavilion. Speaking of which, this Mo Yao was really amazing. In the historical records, she was a refinement path grandmaster. But her attainment in soul path and wisdom path seemed to be even higher. Fang Yuan's dozens of thought encirclement were easily resolved by Mo Yao. Fang Yuan was having a headache now. He found that even though he inherited Diqiu inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and invested a lot to refine Goo. Even though he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, he could not use it. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind. In fear of harming him, it became a huge burden and hindrance. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Diqiu inheritance. Fang Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer moving transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Xianxia Tower's loophole? You really have guts, comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Humph, Calamity Beckoning Goo is mine, Water Pavilion is mine too, even 88-point Xianxia Tower will be mine. You are just a will, how can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Fang Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh, her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said. In this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. Don't you think this is domineering? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out, her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist. No matter how Fang Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in soul path and wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. As a result, Fang Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Fang Yuan empty-handed. In his mind, he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Fang Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Fang Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court blessed land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Fang Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial borrow strength Gu in the treasure room of 88-point Xianxia Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing! Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used borrow strength Gu as the core, 6 flying zombie Gu as support, as well as 36 other Gu worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. But, I know about the 5 great flying zombie Gu. This killer move actually needs a 6th flying zombie Gu? What Gu is it? In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an east window Gu in his hand. This Gu was an information path Gu. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This Gu was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal yuan stones. This east window Gu was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these 3 came from the same origin. The first 2 belonged to wisdom path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom path, when it was first created, was a path for Gu masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a Gu immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth, forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, Gu masters would create countless related Gu worms, like the star thought Gu that Dongfeng Yuliang had once used, the empty thought Gu that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought Gu that Gu immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words. The rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words. It could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, wisdom path Gu masters created Providence Gu. Using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, they could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent Gu, free will Gu, wish Gu, complacency Gu, malicious intent Gu, painting intent Gu, and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental Gu recorded in the legends of Renzu. Following the development of wisdom path, generations of Gu masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac Gu, tender emotion Gu, emotion poem Gu, and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from love Gu. Nian, Yi, Qing. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing. With his current wisdom path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion, I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just 1 day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities, they are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it, but when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me, it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation, right now, because of who Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects. It is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor. Calamity Beckoning Goo is yours. I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Goo house is an important matter. I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission, you need at least the strength of a Goo Immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Goo Immortal. I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Xianxia Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse? Are you sure, this is your so-called 6th flying zombie goo? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse goo. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of goo worms, then using the Een soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years old mountain-sucking grass and dark-tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary and it was rank 5 like Azure corpses, Heavenly Demon corpses, Blood-white corpses, Nightmare corpses, and Plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie goo? Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly. Ordinary Earth Chief Corpse goo, of course not. But who am I? I have already modified the goo recipe and refined a new Earth Chief Corpse goo. When used by goo masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief Corpse goo. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief Corpse goo recipe. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This goo recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously, especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief Corpse goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this goo recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, you have some talent in refinement path. But you need to be careful, this killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself. Fang Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Fang Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor, the third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Xianxia Tower's condensation became faster and faster. Especially the newly formed third floor, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were, and the greater the rewards. To most Gu masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of Gu masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Xianxia Tower made this group of Gu masters stop. Jiangdong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Xianxia Tower, snorting coldly and saying to Ma Hongyan in the group, "You Huangjin tribe Gu masters are in luck. The rewards of any round in 88-point Xianxia Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyan laughed foolishly. "Leader is right, he. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high. I cannot enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. Otherwise, I can go in and broaden my horizons." Even the Huangjin tribe, the descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower. When Jiangdong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyan with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyan's shoulder, consoling him, "Kid, you are quite unlucky. But don't worry, you can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast, you will earn a lot." Yes. Ma Hongyan nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Xianxia. After He tribe recruited Ma tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyan, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now, he was only a rank 1 Gu master, his aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Xianxia Tower of course, but with his strength, it was useless even if he went in. These days in the sacred palace, he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Rumble, the ground shook, a flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky, they were endless, like a vast river, surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted, wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves, sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves, pure white as snow. There were night wolves, pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves, sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves, blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, myriad Wolf King led the pack. There were mutated wolves, they were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves, they carried a bone forest on their back, they were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves, they were armored like elephants, they could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver gray 3 eyes, they were battle maniacs. Imperial Court blessed land, in the faint golden sky, azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling, they were extraordinary. Fang Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king, the wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep, he was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court blessed land, they were scattered all over the blessed land. But Fang Yuan had already issued a mission, ever since he entered the blessed land, other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000, at this stage, he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the imperial court contest, he, Jiang Baoye, Ma Zun, and the rest were called the five great beast kings. After the imperial court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the #1 enslavement path master of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Changshan, who did not fear him, in the entire Northern Plains? How many people could be his match? But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. He, young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path, you have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yaozhuo smiled. Enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power had been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai, sister is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Fang Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xianxia, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth were all rank 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Fang Yuan was still immortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yaozhuo dumbfounded for a moment. Roar! Kill all these Earth Chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest, the shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes, they could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground, they often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails, they were all rare Gu refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in Northern Plains. But in Imperial Court-blessed land, there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li, it was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many Gu masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the Gu masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times, they had rich experience. But this time, they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, it was an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild Gu parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 Gu. Among mortal Gu masters, rank 1 was an apprentice, they had just started and had weak battle strength, they were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone, they were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders, they were the core of a force, their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals, they were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild Gu, such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. If not for the leader Jiangdong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Gu Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit, we can win if we persevere. Jiangdong moved and shouted loudly, raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed, they barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Gu Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately, Northern Plains was a common custom. Most of these Gu Masters cultivated the strength path. The Gu Masters fought with all their strength, they mainly used close combat, they would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Roar! Right at this time, the old Beast King suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Gu Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Gu Master's ribs were all shattered, he could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old Beast King was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment, it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Gu Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with. Now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture, what should I do? Jiangdong's eyes turned, he immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute, escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill, they were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past, it was difficult, I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered Imperial Court-blessed land, there are resources everywhere, it is time for me to accumulate my strength, how can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home, although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year, so, sorry everyone. Jiangdong's gaze flickered, he suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement Gu worm. His sleeves tore through the air, with a soft swoosh, he left in a cloud of dust. The remaining Gu Masters were stunned, their leader had already escaped, what was the point of fighting? Immediately, everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck! Jiangdong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone, it only chased after him. Jiangdong's methods were ruthless and fierce, it bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on, I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly, Jiangdong fell into despair. Lord Jiangdong, run! Right at this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiangdong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him, he recognized him as Ma Hongyun, he had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation, he was a logistics Gu Master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad! Jiangdong was overjoyed, he immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing, he could not help but want to warn Jiangdong. But he hadn't expected that Jiangdong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Ma Hongyun immediately ran, but Jiangdong was extremely fast, in a few breaths of time, he caught up to him. Jiangdong laughed heartily, lad, you saved my life today, it is a worthy death. As soon as he said that, he activated his Gu worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconscious. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ma Hongyun's collar, throwing him backwards. But the old Earth Chief Beast King did not want the meat that was right in front of him, it still chased relentlessly. Jiangdong's laughter stopped abruptly, he felt like his mood had fallen from heaven to hell. Just as the old Earth Chief Beast King was about to catch up, a rumbling sound entered his ears, the vast earth started to shake. Soon after, a gray line surged up from the horizon. Gradually, the line became thicker and clearer. Wolves, why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide surged from the horizon with a grand aura, it was like a surging flood that engulfed the world. Thousand Beast King paused for a moment, his body shuddered as he turned around and ran. Vermilion Flame Wolves, Turtleback Wolves, such a wolf group, right, there was an announcement earlier, the Wolf King is going to hunt here. Ahaha, heaven has not forsaken me, I am saved. Jiangdong was dazed for a moment before shouting excitedly. He sat on the ground, his body trembling in excitement, tears of joy flowed out of his eyes after surviving a desperate situation. But at the next moment, the wolf group surged over without slowing down, like a tidal wave, they tore and devoured Jiangdong in the blink of an eye. In the golden sky, above the green wolf, Mo Yao's will let out a pitiful sigh in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan, you let the wolf group roam freely, wherever they go, be it friend or foe, as long as they are alive, they slaughter them. Their killing nature is too heavy, even if you are not afraid of destroying heaven's harmony, are you not afraid of other Gu Master's thoughts? Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Feng Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person, she naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Feng Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Gu immortals, he is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Gu, he has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible, when he knows he cannot win, he immediately compromises, he is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Feng Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Feng Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Feng Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yao's will did not know many of Feng Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Feng Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Feng Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Feng Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago, only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Feng Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom, seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground, Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze, he sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, Feng Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Danghun Mountain. As long as Danghun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Feng Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what, he was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shanin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this Imperial Court blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stump of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would die thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on earth, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power, and power was the truth, but on earth, it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others, just take Feng Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind, but Feng Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Roar, a beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom, soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "It's you." He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Feng Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Feng Yuan's enslavement path attainment. TSK, to think this kid has so much talent, at such a young age, he can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal, she was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her vision was very high, and in her memory, there were many young masters like Feng Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, exhausted by the wolf group. It was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. How could a myriad beast-sized Earth Chief Myriad Beast King group be his match? The huge battlefield had a radius of 1,000 li, but Feng Yuan cleverly divided it into dozens of pieces, using the weak wolf group to surround them, and then using the strong mutated beasts to form the vanguard, clashing back and forth. First, one area was destroyed and devoured by the wolf group, then the second and third area. As the advantages accumulated, the scales of victory were tilting more and more towards Feng Yuan. Eventually, the wolf group's devouring speed became faster and faster, until the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was killed on the spot. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not bad. Although his commands are meticulous and bold, sharp and gentle, he is still far from Grandmaster level. Mo Yao thought. Gu masters nurture, use, and refinement, no matter which aspect, they were all profound. They clearly used the same Gu worms, but some Gu masters used them extremely brilliantly, even reaching the level of art. People called such a person master. Masters could only be discovered and not sought. They could not be nurtured by just relying on resources. Not only did they need talent, they also needed talent. But above masters, there were still grandmasters. Comparing a master to a grandmaster was like comparing grass to a tree. Apart from talent, and resources, one must also have opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached grandmaster, they would be able to comprehend any path, understand yin and yang, the universe, and understand the profundities of the universe, transcending the mortal world. They were immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Although he had died, his vision was still there. She had seen countless masters when she was alive, and felt that Feng Yuan's attainments were not bad mainly because of his young age. Not long after, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell to the ground, dying from heavy injuries. Bright red blood gurgled out and quickly formed a pool of blood around it. Fang Yuan flew down and personally skinned it. After cleaning it, he immediately refined the goo in the pool of blood, surrounded by the wolf group. Mo Yao's improved Earth Chief zombie goo required the freshest flesh and blood, and the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was the best, followed by the 1000 Beast King and 100 Beast King. Thus, Fang Yuan personally took action and killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The goo refinement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it succeeded. After Fang Yuan achieved his goal, he dispersed most of the wolf group and released them into the wild. He only brought the elite mutated beasts and returned to the sacred palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. From the small mountain of blood forest wolf corpses, a bloody man suddenly crawled out. The bloody man staggered and staggered. After a few steps, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "I'm still alive?" He stretched out his hand and fiercely wiped his face, finally revealing his true appearance. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by Jiangdong, he had fallen to the ground unconscious. That Earth Chief Myriad Beast King did not care about him and chased after Jiangdong. But soon after, the wolf group swept through and slaughtered all living beings. Ma Hongyun was bitten by the wolves. If it were an ordinary wild wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would have already been torn into countless pieces and stored in the wolf's stomach. Luckily, it was a blood forest wolf that was the size of a small mountain that ate him. This wolf opened its huge mouth and licked with its tongue, directly licking away all the grass within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun mixed with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and became food in the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued, Ma Hongyun would have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later, turning into a pile of wolf dung. But after the battle with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, this blood forest wolf was besieged and died on the battlefield. Its stomach split open and air leaked in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly crawled out. The battle had already ended. The battlefield was littered with beast corpses. Occasionally, there were heavily injured wild beasts that had yet to die howling and panting, making the surroundings even more deathly silent. Ma Hongyun's panting was enough. His stamina gradually recovered and the thick smell of blood filled his nose. He knew something was wrong. "I have to leave this place quickly." Not long later, many wild beasts will be attracted by the smell of blood. Ma Hongyun grew up in northern plains. This bit of survival knowledge was already ingrained in his bones. He quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sacred palace, immediately setting off. But after a few steps, he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo from the Earth Chief Myriad Beast's corpse. When the Earth Chief Myriad Beast died, the wild goo would either be destroyed or fly away. But this wild goo was caught by the broken bones and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2, that's something goo. Although Ma Hongyun could not remember clearly, it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo worm. Good goo, good goo. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for a lot of yuan stone. In the garden, silver light shone brightly as plants swayed in the wind. Sitting in the pavilion, Fang Yuan played with the Earth Chief corpse goo in his hand. This goo was shaped like an earthworm, with a yellow body and the length of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was coiled around Fang Yuan's fingers, moving like a snake. It was refined using the improved goo recipe provided by Mo Yao, using Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and flesh as the foundation. However, Fang Yuan did not test it. He was a cautious person. This Earth Chief corpse goo was refined using an improved goo recipe. What if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will in his mind, the other party was a fairy of the Righteous Path Spirit Affinity House, as well as a Refinement Path Grandmaster. He had to guard against her. But a Grandmaster is a Grandmaster. My Refinement Path attainment is already at Master Realm. But compared to Mo Yao, he seems as childish as a child. Thinking back to the process of refining Earth Chief corpse goo, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In the entire goo refinement process, Mo Yao had only mentioned 3 sentences, but they were the main points and the finishing touches. Fang Yuan benefited greatly, becoming enlightened. But he did not know that Mo Yao's will was also sighing inwardly in his mind. Double master, to think this kid is not only an enslavement path master, but also a refinement path master. He's so young, yet he's already a double master. Even in my memory, there aren't many people with such talent. No wonder he is so ambitious, wanting to become a venerable, comparable to thieving heaven, paradise earth, and giant Sunday. It is natural for a young man to be arrogant and conceited. Mo Yao still scoffed at Feng Yuan's ambition of being comparable to venerables, but it was understandable. But to become a master, talent alone is not enough, there needs to be sufficient resources. Or even the guidance of a great teacher. It seems this kid has a deep background. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Feng Yuan possessing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, combined with the double master information, she felt even more strongly that Feng Yuan had a great background. Wolf Wangda's men, the Gu family and Chang family's patriarchs have come to seek an audience. A servant came to report. Feng Yuan collected his thoughts. He was the one who summoned these two people. He said indifferently, "Announce." Yes. Outside the door, the servant respectfully withdrew. Not long after, the two of them came over and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in an extremely respectful and fearful manner. After going through the baptism of the imperial court contest and having a high position with no lack of resources, under the Wolf King, Gu Guan and Cheng Ji you were already rank 4 Gu masters. Feng Yuan glanced at the two of them. He didn't ask them to get up. Instead, he asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to do a few days ago?" After Feng Yuan won and returned to the sacred palace, he ordered the 2 tribe leaders to mobilize the Gu masters of the 2 tribes. Clean up the battlefield for him. Replying to Wolf Wangda's men, the battlefield has been cleaned up, a total of. Gu Guang wanted to report his gains, but was interrupted by Feng Yuan. He didn't really care about these spoils of war and only asked, "How many Gu masters did you capture?" Gu Guang didn't answer this time. He knelt on the ground and signaled Chang Jiyu with his eyes. Everyone knew that Chang Jiyu was Chang Shanyan's biological son. After Feng Yuan took control of Chang tribe, he appointed Chang Jiyu as the tribe leader. When Feng Yuan asked, Gu Guang let Chang Jiyu answer because he saw this relationship and was purposely expressing goodwill to Chang Jiyu. Chang Jiyu's expression was respectful, but his gaze revealed fanatical worship. He said clearly, "The human heart is unfathomable, greed is hard to satisfy." Even with Lord Father's announcement, there are still many Gu masters sneaking into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild Gu. These days, tribe leader Gu Guang and I have worked together to capture over 180 Gu masters. They are all locked up in the underground prison. But there are still many crafty ones who sneak in and out when we are unprepared, reaping without sowing. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogations. As long as Father gives the order, I will definitely do my best to capture these fish that escape the net and bring them to justice. Although Chang Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was straight. His nose was straight, his eyebrows were black, his back was broad, and his waist was thin. He spoke in an upright tone, giving off a heroic aura. Feng Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing the fish that escaped the net, saying, "The battlefield is vast, there are no gates or passes to guard, it is already not bad to capture so many Gu masters. You two have done well. As for the others, it is their ability to make them steal, there is no need to pursue this matter. Step down and bring these captives to me." "Yes, subordinate, son, obeys." Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives over. According to Feng Yuan's orders, a large hall was specially set aside to imprison these Gu masters. "All of you, go out and close the door, guard the surroundings, no outsiders are allowed to enter within 100 steps. If there are experts, inform me in advance." Feng Yuan dismissed all the other members, leaving only him and the captives behind. The door was closed and there were no lights, the hall was plunged into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. "Lang Wangda, what is your intention in capturing us? Do you know I am a He tribe member?" "In terms of relationship, Lord He Lulan is my cousin." A young Gu master among the captives shouted. Feng Yuan sneered, activating his Gu worm and flicking his finger. Bam! With a soft sound, his head exploded like a watermelon, with white brain matter flowing out. Everyone erupted into an uproar. They were frightened, immediately panicking. Soon after, with one person taking the lead, countless people responded and knelt on the ground. Lang Wangda, this lowly one deserves to die. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, to steal Lord's spoils of war, this lowly one was blinded by lard. I beg Lord to spare us, please spare us Lord. Fang Yuan was a fierce person, but now, without saying a word, he killed people at every turn. It was truly cruel. These Gu masters were not experts, most of them were rank 1 or 2, they did not have good backgrounds and could not enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan, trying to resist was courting death, they could only beg for mercy. Noisy. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, his voice resounding in the hall. With a wave of his hand, he killed the person who was begging for mercy the most. Whoever dares to make noise, I will kill them. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was so silent that even a needle dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan was satisfied, he asked Mo Yao's will in his mind, what should I do next? Mo Yao lightly laughed, this is easy, little brother, just listen to my instructions and place the Gu worms. She directly called Fang Yuan little brother. Her tone revealed a sense of intimacy. Fang Yuan coldly snorted in his heart, but did not refute, instead following Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao instructed, a Gu worm would fly out from Fang Yuan. These Gu worms were the Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, Earth Chief Zombie Gu, Azura Zombie Gu, Heavenly Demon Zombie Gu, and so on. They were either thrown onto the main beam or placed in a corner. One after another, Gu worms streaked across the sky, leaving behind colorful shadows in the eyes of the captives. These people were terrified, but did not dare to ask anything. They stood on the spot, not daring to move. Like little chicks. The headless corpses of the 2 people killed by Fang Yuan were still lying at their feet, blood gushed out from their broken necks, and the smell of blood gradually spread in the hall. After arranging these Gu worms, Fang Yuan followed Mo Yao's instructions and poured his primeval essence. The order of the infusion was very particular, suddenly choosing the Gu worms in the southeast corner, suddenly going straight to the northwest corner, and suddenly moving to the left and right sides. Sometimes it was the main Gu, sometimes it was the supplementary Gu. Even Fang Yuan was confused, he was inwardly vigilant. When all the Gu worms were activated, the lumps of light gradually linked together, quickly forming a yellow light that covered the interior of the hall, forming a lighthouse that enveloped all the captives in the hall. This is? Fang Yuan's heart shook. His pupils dilated. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed lightly, explaining, this is a Gu house. Fang Yuan could not help but blurt out, this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, is its essence a Gu house? Mo Yao chuckled, foolish kid, don't you know the essence of a Gu house is a killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. Gu houses are also killer moves, their essence is the same, naturally they can be converted. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with brilliance, he sensed Mo Yao's hidden meaning and immediately asked, according to what you said, doesn't that mean all killer moves can be converted into Gu houses? Of course. Mo Yao replied resolutely, man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. A Gu worm has a single effect. What is a killer move? It is to combine different Gu worms and stack their effects together, either making one side of the effect peerless, or making the effect complex, taking into account many aspects. Mo Yao did not go overboard, whether he could comprehend it or not, that was up to Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan was dazed, inspiration flashed in his mind continuously, Mo Yao's words seemed to have pierced through that layer of window paper, raising his vision to a whole new level. That's right. The essence of a Gu house is a killer move, it is just that the form is fixed. For example, 88-point Xianxia Tower, or Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, alludes to northern plains, plundering resources, and storing inheritances. The latter is faintly discernible and can be used for defense and storage. These functions cannot be provided by a single Gu worm, it is the combination of these Gu worms by Gu masters. Looking at it from another angle, a Gu house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a Gu house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the goo house, the bodies of those goo master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear. They found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon, they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another, each arm was different, some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Feng Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the goo masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. In the deep and serene hall, only Feng Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a goo house. In the lighthouse, there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 goo masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales, their bodies were stiff like iron, some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Feng Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. This is the killer move you thought of? Mo Yao said confidently, these goo masters were definitely going to die. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the goo master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity. Feng Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end, only 6 to 7 goo masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget, we have an agreement. He. Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, little brother, don't be impatient. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state. She replied to Feng Yuan while thinking, this lad is not simple, he can actually sense 17 flaws. With his refinement path master attainment, he can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level. Mo Yao did not know that Feng Yuan was actually playing a trick. I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws. Feng Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Feng Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws. The goo masters used for testing were all dead. But Feng Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now is only a fragment of her will. Feng Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation, but when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing, it can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire, while emotion is like water. When it is shallow, it is like a small stream, it cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these 3, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second. Thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will, and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally, a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? He. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed six-arm heavenly zombie king, not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Fang Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself, and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her will would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in Water Pavilion, only waking up when Fang Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile, that meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually, it would die. Looking at 88 Point Xianxia Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal Gu house contained giant sun immortals' will. But even someone as strong as giant sun immortals' will was slumbering now, be it giant sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless. Without any replenishment, they would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using space thought Gu now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Fang Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Fang Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into Imperial Court blessed land and seizing landscape as before immortal Gu had already caused him to rack his brains. Now, with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Fang Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted, with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Fang Yuan. He consoled, He, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard. Why are you sighing? Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms, and add 3 more. Oh? Fang Yuan's brows rose. He said calmly, I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. Communicating with jewel yellow skies and exchanging for mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Fang Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus, he continued to experiment, using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move? He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Fang Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan stored the dozen or so Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level. They could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. They would die for sure. But how they died, and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies, their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black, the nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses borrow strength goo as the core, the 6 flying zombie goo as the foundation, and the other 18 goo as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way, the goo master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times, and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support goo, there are 3 life force goo, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength goo, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding, it complements the borrow strength goo. But goo masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Psi, life force and death energy are clearly separated, they are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem, it is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force goo worms among the support goo, this is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy. At best, the killer move's power will fall, at worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time, life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? It was just that she had modified the killer move 4-arm Wind King that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days, she has used over 1,000 goo masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world, one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, he did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, so, is the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King completed? Mo Yao shook his head, not enough, the test subjects are only low-rank goo masters, we still need high-rank goo masters. Rank 5 goo masters are the best, if it is rank 5 strength path, that would be perfect. Rank 5 strength path? Fang Yuan frowned, as far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the central area of 88-point Xianxia Tower. The secret room was circular, with walls shining with starlight, and a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model on the table, it was similar to a sand table, it was the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. I am here again. In his mind, Mo Yao's will sighed. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to her, he only looked at the white jade round table. Since entering 88-point Xianxia Tower, he had first used the guest token to reach high grade and enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Next, he used the glass owner token to enter the central control room. But because of Diqiu inheritance, he chose to temporarily stop attacking 88-point Xianxia Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. All in all, Diqiu inheritance had its pros and cons. Although Fang Yuan obtained the Immortal Goo, its effect was special, it benefited others at the expense of himself. Furthermore, Mo Yao's will had infiltrated his mind, he could not get rid of it and had many internal problems. But undeniably, Mo Yao's will had given Fang Yuan many pointers these days, he had gained a lot. Not just the refinement path insights, just the killer moves like 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Ink Transformation, as well as the modified Earth Chief Zombie Goose recipe, were very valuable. Besides this, there was another huge benefit. That was, it was very useful for Fang Yuan's plans for 88-point Xianxia Tower. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, he had deep research on 88-point Xianxia Tower. Back then, he had infiltrated Imperial Court Blessed Land and created a loophole, creating Diqiu inheritance, a legendary character. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he also had the video of Central Continent Goo Immortals attacking 88-point Xianxia Tower, he also had the precious first-hand information from Land Spirit Xianxia, and now, he even had the help of Mo Yao. This time, he was very confident. But right after that, his gaze froze slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table was covered in a layer of sticky black liquid. The black liquid formed a loophole vortex and slowly poured into a hole in the sand table. The hole was none other than the location of the Diqiu succession. But now, there was no trace of the ink on the sand table, and the spot that was covering Diqiu was completely restored, without a single hole. Such a scene was like a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's confidence. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to make a guess, Mo Yao's will in his mind knew what he was thinking and chuckled, there are gains and losses. Little brother, you've already obtained the inheritance of Diqiu. With the power of the 88-point Xianxia Tower, the previous hole must have been restored. The hole on Diqiu is no longer there, and the small tower should have been rebuilt. Without the hole, how do I refine the glass owner token into an edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked. If there is no hole, you can create a new hole. Mo Yao smiled proudly, why did I teach you the refinement path killer moving transformation? You should have guessed it already. That's right, the ink you saw covering the sand table was caused by the killer moving transformation. If there is no hole, create a hole? Mo Yao's words displayed the bearing of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan's brows to raise slightly. Even though it was easy to say, how to create a hole, Fang Yuan, who was at least a refinement path grandmaster, did not have this ability. Mo Yao continued, loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Xianxia Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time, it is no longer perfect, time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Diqiu because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, if she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot, this was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes, she said, little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table, I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Xianxia Tower's operations, this will help you find a flaw. Alright. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself, it was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Xianxia Tower. The 88-point Xianxia Tower was extremely profound, Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table, it was like a small boat in a vast ocean, it felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment, he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws, 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Diqiu. This result made Mo Yao sigh, time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 True Yang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then, I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan, little brother, next, you can use the killer moving transformation to refine these flaws. Fang Yuan followed her instructions. He willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, they were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood, and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now, only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms, he had spent at least 1.5 immortal yuan stone. Immortal yuan stone had extremely high value, it could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate, it was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 immortal yuan stone. In this life, he had risked his life to obtain Hu immortal blessed land, and the highest record he had was 12 immortal yuan stones. Right now, he only had 2 left. There was no helping it, there were too many places that required immortal yuan stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms, and so on, they all required immortal yuan stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees, or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated, he commanded the goo worms, when the time was finally ripe, he shouted, ink transformation. The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud, raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw, he controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased, more than half of the ink liquid was used up, before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, put in the glass owner token in your hand. Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased, about an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. 4 hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed, on the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge, like a horn. One edge owner token, this is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Xianxia Tower, after a descendant of giant sun immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, that's right. Giant Sun Immortal planned for his descendants, he set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he built the 88-point Xianxia Tower, and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. He, speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. Sigh, it will not be like me back then, I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water, he smiled bitterly, make use of all the flaws? I won't hide it from you, I only have 2 immortal yuan stone left, I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Feng Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Feng Yuan. Immortal Yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a Gu immortal. Although Feng Yuan was still immortal, he had Hu immortal blessed land. In Mo Yao's mind, he was already half a Gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal Yuan stone? Is he speaking the truth? It should be. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement path master. He naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Xianxia Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind. Even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. No matter how well this brat hides, at that time, he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Feng Yuan with a pleasant expression. Don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges. As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Feng Yuan's gaze focused, he raised his tone and intentionally said, "You want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death?" Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He tribe, a super force with several Gu immortals protecting him. You are really daring. Since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the imperial court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him, I only want the owner token in his hands. Feng Yuan's gaze shifted. I cannot kill He Lulan, killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest. I cannot afford to offend He tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands, he will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do? Cannot afford to offend now, does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. Kill. Damn it, another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the hot air distorted one's vision. On the golden sea of sand, sandworms were emerging from the sand. As for the Gu masters, they occupied a sand dune and defended it with difficulty. This was 88-point Xianxia Tower 7th floor, the 89th round. Every checkpoint was a brand new world with all kinds of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battlefield, immediately causing the Gu master's defensive line to fluctuate. Hold on for another 45 minutes and we will pass this round. Soul Blade General Pan Ping shouted loudly, boosting the morale. He was from the demonic path, and had now officially joined He tribe, becoming an external elder of He tribe. His personal battle strength was outstanding, but this round was a test of defense. It required the challengers to hold on to a specific sand dune for 12 hours. Facing the tide of sandworms, unless they were Gu immortals, the strength of mortals was minuscule, thus the more people there were, the better. But Pan Ping's words did not have much effect. Up until now, the Gu masters had suffered heavy casualties, they were exhausted and were about to reach their limits. Damn it, another myriad beast king appeared, how can we survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat on his face, shouting strangely. His real name was unknown, because of his thick beard, people called him Big Beard. In the previous round, he passed the 18th round of the 6th floor, thus making a name for himself. From being unknown to having a little bit of fame today. He was originally a rank 2 Gu master, a small fry that could not be found in the sacred palace. But because of the reward for clearing the round, he advanced to rank 3 realm. When a Gu master reached rank 3, it was not the same. Rank 2 were common, but rank 3 were rare, most of them were clan elders or elders. When Big Beard reached rank 3, his situation immediately improved. High-quality primeval essence raised his battle strength. His battle strength increased, along with the abundant battle spoils. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes extended olive branches to him. Small-sized tribes could not afford to raise an external elder, while large-sized tribes looked down on him. This is the 89th round. If we pass it, the reward will be incredible. It's impossible for people like us to get it. It is enough for me to exchange for 2 rank 3 Gu. The bearded man thought, his heart burning. As he fought, he took the time to glance at the big shots at the top of the sand dune. They were the ones who issued the mission and gathered close to 1,000 Gu masters to challenge this obstacle. The Sandworm Myriad Beast King charged into the defensive line. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Golden light, arrow rain, fire, all sorts of attacks rained down on the Myriad Beast King. The Myriad Beast King's carapace suddenly turned golden, its defense greatly increased, blocking all the attacks. It roared again and again, charging into the crowd and stirring up a bloody storm. Changbiao stood on the sand dune and frowned. The situation is rather grim, he said. This Myriad Beast King actually has a rank 5 golden armor Gu. If we let it continue to wreak havoc, the defensive line will be completely destroyed sooner or later. Up to this point, this was already the 9th Myriad Beast King. The battle strength of the Myriad Beast Kings also differed according to the wild Gu parasitized on them. This Myriad Beast King was rather troublesome, because it had an outstanding defensive Gu, its group attack was not very effective. In such a situation, Gu master experts would normally have to personally make a move to have an effect. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Changbiao's unspoken meaning. And it was precisely because of this. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him. At this moment, he stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the Myriad Beast King appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier. According to the order. And it just happened to be Ma Yingjie's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjie. He personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Ma Zun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune, everyone praised. Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjie? Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjie was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader, his teacher was Ma Zun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now, Ma tribe was on the decline, and was only a mid-sized force. Changbiao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjie and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Feng Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Feng Yuan on Xingjiu Peak, thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Changbiao and Chang Shanin had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Feng Yuan's influence was unparalleled, he could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Changbiao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Xinyang Tower, and were already rank 4 peak stage. But to deal with Feng Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low, thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Changbiao remain silent, Pan Ping continued, Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat mainly because of Chang Shanin. Ma Yingjie's master Ma Zun died in his hands. He and Chang Shanin have a deep grudge. But Changbiao shook his head, transmitting, no. Ma Yingjie is a man of perseverance, he is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now, he wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King, instead, he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful, and our wolf-killing alliance is in the dark, this is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly, one wrong move and we will expose ourselves. Pan Ping was not willing to give up, he persisted, Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shanin is a petty person, he has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjie commands the horse group, people call him Little Ma Zun, he has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group. Changbiao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path Gu master, known as the Lone Blade General, he did things without restraint, he was bold and ruthless. From Changbiao's point of view, he was rash and unwise, unable to achieve big things. Actually, Pan Ping was also dissatisfied. From his point of view, Changbiao acted cautiously. Overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much, this was not a hero. This was the difference in their personalities. Changbiao was a sinister person, back then when he schemed against Chang Shanin, he used someone else to do his dirty work. He also cherished his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge Chang Jiyu as his son. As for Pan Ping, his nature could be seen from how he rampaged through the army during the imperial court contest, charging forward. But despite the difference, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they tolerated each other. They were clear in their hearts that the Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path, how would he know the thoughts of us righteous path people? He wants to recruit Xianxia? Wishful thinking. I told him about the wolf-killing alliance a moment ago, who knows? Xianxia would betray him and express his goodwill to the Wolf King. Sigh, how should I persuade him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. He was intelligent and immediately came up with a plan. He transmitted, Brother Pan, it is true that Chang Shanin killed Ma Zun, but don't forget who killed Xianxia's father, Ma Shangfeng. Pan Ping was stunned. His expression was blank. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping in the chaos of the army. Pan Ping had also made great contributions and obtained many rewards. His contributions back then had now become a stumbling block to his revenge. This was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was a stubborn person. He mentioned, it is true that I killed his father, but that was a battle between two armies, we were fighting for our own masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Xianxia prioritizes the tribe, then I believe your judgment. Since that is the case, we will design in this aspect. As long as Xianxia believed that the existence of the Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to his revitalization of the tribe. Isn't that better? When he said this, it was Chang Biao's turn to be stunned. He cast another glance at Pan Ping, thinking, sure enough, even a wise man with 1,000 considerations might make a mistake, even a fool with 1,000 considerations might make a correct decision. He didn't expect Pan Ping to be like this. There are also times when he's smart. At that moment, his mind raced and he began to plan. That's right, there is indeed a possibility of success. Xianxia's weakness was the Ma tribe. But how can we make Xianxia willingly join the wolf-killing league? As Chang Biao thought of this, he suddenly thought of a small piece of information. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 Gu master. He is Ma Hongyun. He was the head servant of Xianxia before, but now he is one of Xianxia's most trusted aides. Not long ago, the Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast group, and Ma Hongyun escaped with great gains. After offering it to Ma tribe, Xianxia immediately rewarded him with 3 green copper relic gu as a reward for his loyalty. He also didn't take any of the gu worms he offered and returned them to him. This kid's luck is really good. He managed to lead before Chang tribe and Gu tribe's gu masters entered the battlefield. Green copper relic gu's value is not low, Ma tribe is declining, there are many things to do, and the people's hearts are in chaos. Xianxia could not use the green copper relic gu himself, so he spent a lot of money to buy horse bones and set an example. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic gu he needed the most, and in one night, he advanced to rank 2. His speed is so fast that even I cannot compare to him. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao's background was much more noble, and he had large amounts of resources. But even so, Chang Biao reached rank 2 dozens of times faster than Ma Hongyun. This was because green copper relic gu grew naturally, and were extremely rare, and had different origins. It was also thanks to the 88-point Xinyang Tower that Xianxia got as a reward for passing the round. This kid Ma Hongyun got rich by taking advantage of Chang Shanin. Earlier, Chang Shanin even ordered Chang and Gu tribe's gu masters to arrest many gu masters who took advantage of him. What if I report this to the authorities? Chang Biao pondered. No, just one Ma Hongyun, a mere rank 2, he is not even an ant in Chang Shanyin's eyes. His status is still too low. Even if I report him, Xianxia will not deal with Chang Shanin for a mere Ma Hongyun. This matter, I need to continue planning and waiting. 45 minutes later, the cheers on the sand dune were deafening. Victory, victory! It was not easy, I finally passed this round. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes gathered on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Xianxia, and the rest. After this round, many gu worms appeared in Chang Biao and the rest's apertures. One of the east window gu contained information. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjia and the rest looked at each other after inspecting it. They had different expressions. Boom, a figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His 6 arms pounded like heavy cannons and blew up an enormous helmeted crab. At once, in this secret room, blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha. Pan Ping's hair was disheveled, ignoring the blood and broken limbs on his body, he raised his head and laughed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really powerful. Using the corpse, I can avoid the lack of strength path foundation. Thus, even if I only cultivate strength path slightly, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, savoring it. He was from the demonic path, he lacked resources and talent, thus, he had never grasped any killer moves. But even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's horizons had been broadened, he knew that this 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was as described in the records, it was extremely powerful. As long as I have it, my chances of winning against Wolf King will increase by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move, now I have one too. Wolf King, don't be arrogant, one day, I will return the humiliation I suffered to you. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of the reward from 88-point Xianxia Tower, this killer move is too powerful. The power of the killer move also shocked Chang Biao. If there is anything lacking, it would be that my appearance is slightly ugly. Chang Biao looked at the mirror in front of him with a deep gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs protruded from his mouth, his eyes were dim yellow, and his hair was a mess of red and green, it was very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back. They were all different in thickness, each looking ferocious, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Pan Ping was from the demonic path, he usually lacked resources and lived a tough life. With survival as his goal, he did not care about this image. But Chang Biao was different. He came from Chang tribe, he was noble. He was a reputable person in the righteous path, he cherished his feathers and cared about his reputation. If he appeared in front of people with this appearance, he would feel uncomfortable. However, although he is ugly, this is the only way to deal with Chang Shanin. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. Speaking of which, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move was to grow 4 arms on his back together with his own arms. A total of 6 arms. My killer move is to grow 6 arms on my back, a total of 8 arms. This was the difference in appearance. In terms of power, my killer move is also more powerful. Chang Biao compared inwardly, his impression of Fang Yuan's killer move was still at the imperial court contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chang Biao's mind, and a guess appeared in his mind, but it is also strange. The 2 killer moves were so similar. Maybe, this killer move of mine is the original version, while Chang Shanyin's killer move is an incomplete version that he obtained by chance. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chang Shanin is already an enslavement master, with talent in enslavement path, how can he also have talent in strength path? He, when I kill him in the future, I wonder what expression Chang Shanin will have when I use this killer move. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Chang Biao's lips curled into a small smile. Right at this time, a servant came to report. It said that Pan Ping was here. Chang Biao thought about it and roughly understood Pan Ping's intention, he ordered, bring him to my study room and serve him with good tea, I will be there in a while. Because he was testing the killer move. Chang Biao's clothes were already tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study room and saw Pan Ping drinking tea on the guest seat. What a pity for my good tea. Chang Biao sneered in his mind, cupping his fists, Brother Pan, looking at your joyful expression, it must be that the killer move you tested is effective? Ha ha ha, Brother Chang guessed correctly, it is indeed so. This killer move is extremely ingenious and powerful. Pan Ping laughed heartily before changing the topic, but, there are some problems. I tried it 3 times, and every time I stopped the killer move, I felt an unbearable pain in my stomach. And it got heavier each time. Is this the side effect of the killer move? Oh? Chang Biao heard this and his gaze focused. My symptoms are different from yours. You have pain in your stomach, but I feel dizzy, and even temporarily lose my hearing. Even if you did not come, I would have gone to discuss this with you. The two discussed for a while, but could not come up with anything. Firstly, they did not cultivate strength path. Secondly, they did not have refinement path attainment. The so-called discussion was just a trial and error experience. They could not go deep into it. Pan Ping suggested, besides us, there are 3 others who passed the round. Why don't we invite them over and discuss it together? Friendship is formed through interaction. When we are close enough, we can invite them to join the wolf killing alliance. Pan Ping did not forget to recruit people. Chang Biao smiled and said vaguely, I have already made arrangements for this. I believe we will see results in a few days. Imperial court blessed land, 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving forward. Crack. With a crisp sound, Ma Hongyan accidentally stepped on a piece of dead wood. Everyone stopped, their shocked and furious gazes gathered on him. You idiot! How many times have I told you, pay attention to your steps, pay attention to your steps? The group leader suppressed his voice and scolded with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not do it on purpose. Ma Hongyan quickly apologized. Shut up. Shoo, lower your voice, you idiot. The Gu masters beside Ma Hongyan were anxious. The person beside him even covered Ma Hongyan's mouth in a moment of desperation. The leader's expression was solemn with slight killing intent. He was also anxious. All of you, quiet down. If we disturb the Iron Beak bird group, we will be doomed. This time, we are only here to steal the bird eggs. We will leave after stealing them. Whoever dares to mess this up, I will kill them first. The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master in this group. He was strong and naturally had prestige. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, including Ma Hongyan. The leader looked around, his gaze stopping on Ma Hongyan. He gave him a ruthless stare. He had already made up his mind. When we return, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. After this, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. So what if he is rank 2? Sigh, I was really blind back then. Seeing that his rank 2 Gu worms are so exquisite and comprehensive, I agreed to let him join us. Gu masters are stupid to this extent. What use are the Gu worms? Swoosh, right at this time, there was a loud sound like a wave in the forest. Large numbers of iron beak birds. They flapped their wings, flying from the branches into the sky. Seeing this, the Gu masters felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Oh no, the birds are startled. Let's run. Ma Hongyan, it's all your fault. If I don't die this time, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Some were furious. No, the birds are flying towards the south, we did not startle them. It seems that there are others who accepted this mission from Chang tribe. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed. He could not help but shout. Everyone turned to look at him. As expected, their mood immediately changed. Save us, save us. A group of Gu masters quickly retreated, running towards them. Looking at the flock of birds that were attracted over, the Gu masters' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't come over. The leader shouted. If you come over, I will kill you first. Leader, look at their clothing, they should be Chang tribe members. Ma Hongyan said hesitantly. The leader stared, almost beating him up. He scolded, you idiot, do you still want to live? If not, go and save them. Ma Hongyan thought of the Earth Chief Beast group earlier. He only wanted to warn Jiangdong, but he was framed. If not for my luck. Ma Hongyan thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader. Then what do we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that Chang tribe Gu masters did not listen to his warning and were running towards them. He stomped his foot. What else can we do? Split up and run. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Ma Hongyan was stunned. He quickly chose a direction and ran with all his might. Lord, that is Ma Hongyan, Ma Yingjia's trusted aide. The escaping Chang tribe Gu masters looked flustered, but they were actually calm and fearless. Chang tribe's leader was Chang Biao's trusted aide. He looked at Ma Hongyan's back and was stunned. Is this person an idiot? He has a movement goo and isn't using it? Chang tribe wanted to scheme. They naturally had information on Ma Hongyun. They knew that his goo worms were all rank 2 and were of excellent quality. They are going to catch up. Damn it, why are they running so fast? It is because they used a movement goo. Ah. Right, I have a movement goo. While running, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead, quickly activating his goo worm and increasing his speed. I finally remembered. Eh? Why is he running towards the left? The leader was stunned again. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had no sense of direction. His sense of direction was extremely poor. Earlier, during Fei tribe's coup, his father sacrificed himself to let him escape. In the end, he took a big detour and turned back. Ma Hongyun's escape caused the situation to become grim. The leader quickly commanded, You, quickly follow Ma Hongyun and protect him. Also, tell Lady Changli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though Chang tribe's goo masters were elites, Ma Hongyun ran around randomly and often fell into dangerous situations. Chang tribe's goo masters attracted the birds while protecting him in the dark without being seen through. It was extremely difficult. The plan that was supposed to succeed had instead sacrificed many experts. Save me. Changli lay on the ground, weak, looking pitiful. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Changli. Changli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop. Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face, turning around to look. He was stunned. What a beautiful girl. He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Changli said. Changli's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. One day later. At the banquet. This time, the noble son saved my daughter. I am extremely grateful. The first cup of wine is to clan leader Ma. Chang Biao raised the cup in his hand, smiling. Ma Yingjia hurriedly raised his cup, saying humbly, This was just a coincidence. I did not expect to save Lord Chang Biao's beloved daughter. This is Hongyun's honor. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao laughed loudly, draining his cup. Ma Yingjia also drained his cup. Ma Hongyun sat beside him, becoming the main character of the banquet. Dozens of gazes were focused on him. Feeling the probing, curious, and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun was somewhat uneasy. Chang Biao gently put down his cup, using his gaze to indicate Pan Ping who was sitting beside him. They had already discussed this before. Pan Ping understood, looking at Ma Hongyun. Nephew, tell us how you saved the beauty. I. Ma Hongyun mumbled, unable to say a word. In truth, he also did not know how he saved her. At that time, he only cared about escaping. With the sky full of iron-beak birds behind him, the situation was so urgent. Even if he saved Changli, he did not think twice. Pan Ping's eyes widened, unable to wait for Ma Hongyun to speak. Luckily, Chang Biao had already calculated, understanding Ma Hongyun's personality. His gaze turned, looking at someone in the banquet. This person immediately stood up, came to the center, cupped his fists and asked, Elder Chang Biao, Lords, I was one of the people involved. I was fortunate enough to witness the entire situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is magnanimous and humble, not arrogant, but I cannot bear to see a hero be buried, thus I have the courage to take advantage of the wine to tell the lords. Hearing this, he knew that this person was eloquent. Chang Biao nodded, then speak. This person opened his mouth, his words were filled with sincerity, his emotions were vivid, with ups and downs, vivid. Ma Hongyun was portrayed as a lone hero who acted decisively, was brave and astute, and was not afraid of hardships and dangers. Hearing this, everyone cheered from time to time, praising him. Looking at Ma Hongyun's gaze, they all changed, becoming respectful, gentle, and appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes widened as he listened. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He couldn't believe it. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so powerful? Could it be that he was mistaken? There was another person who couldn't believe it, and that was Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia was the head of the Ma family. He was a hero of his generation, and he was familiar with Ma Hongyan's temperament. How could he be coaxed by these flowery words? On the surface, he had a faint smile on his face. When he heard the ingenuity of Ma Hongyan's words, he kept nodding his head, casting a look of approval towards Ma Hongyan. He had saved Changli. There was nothing strange about that. But why did Elder Chang Biao send someone to help Ma Hongyan explain things in such a manner? What was Chang Biao plotting? Although there are dozens of guests at tonight's banquet, there are only two main characters, and that is Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjia was secretly on his guard. Ma family lost in the battle for the imperial court and went from prosperity to decline. Ma Yingjia's master and father were not on the battlefield. Hardships and setbacks made Ma Yingjia mature quickly and become a hero. He secretly guessed Chang Biao's intentions. But he didn't show it on the surface. Ma family had declined, and Chang family was like the sun in the sky because of Fang Yuan. Pan Ping left the demonic path and joined He family. His current identity was an external elder of He family. No matter who it was. They were not people that the current Ma family and Ma Yingjia could afford to offend. Good, good, good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyan's heroic deeds, Chang Biao said good 3 times in a row. As expected of a young hero. Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyan and praised him. After a pause, he continued, since ancient times, heroes love beauties, and beauties are paired with heroes. I won't hide it from everyone. Ever since my daughter was saved, she has been very quiet and unwilling to leave. I asked for the reason and found out that my daughter's heart belongs to someone else. She is worried about that heroic young man who saved her in danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this reason. Once he said this, the hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief as they looked at Ma Hongyan. What kind of dog shit luck does this kid have? To be able to gain the favor of Chang family's young miss? Changli is pretty and lovely, who would have thought that she would fall in love with such a silly kid? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the forest where the iron-beak birds live. Although this Changli is not Chang Biao's biological daughter, she was adopted since young and has always been loved by Chang Biao. She is the apple of Elder Chang Biao's eye. If Ma Hongyan marries Changli, his father-in-law will be Chang Biao. At once, everyone's emotions were boiling. Ma Yingjia quickly recovered from his shock. He quickly thought and still had doubts. Could this be the reason why Chang Biao invited us to a banquet? Although there is the matter of Su Xian's night elopement, isn't this too good? Even better things were yet to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 white silver relic gu. The new generation excels the old. Nephew is a young hero of our northern plains, I have to reward you. These 2 white silver relic gu are my thanks for saving my life, nephew, please accept them. The commotion in the hall became even louder. Ah? Ma Hongyan looked at Ma Yingjia in a hurry. Ma Yingjia nodded and smiled. I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. Hongyan, why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? Ma Hongyan quickly left his seat and walked forward, kneeling. Thank you Lord Chang Biao for the gift. Chang Biao laughed heartily and also left his seat, personally handing the 2 white silver relic gu to Ma Hongyan. Under everyone's gaze, he intimately patted Ma Hongyan's hand and asked, I wonder what nephew's opinion of my daughter. Ah? Ma Hongyan raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply. After pondering for a while, he finally squeezed out a few words. Lady Changli is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao raised his head and laughed. That's good, that's good. Nephew, please return to your seat. They returned to their seats and continued with the banquet. The banquet lasted from evening until late at night before the host and guests left after enjoying themselves. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chang tribe marrying off their daughter and the lucky lad Ma Hongyan spread far and wide. On the second day, Chang Biao invited Ma Yingjia and Ma Hongyan to a banquet again. But this time, the scale was smaller and not as big as before, only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjia looked at the invitation card in his hand, his gaze solemn. After returning, he did not sleep for the whole night, pondering over this matter. The small invitation made him feel exceptionally heavy in his hands. He placed the invitation card on the table and called for a servant. Go, summon Ma Hongyan to have an audience. The servant quickly received the order, and when he arrived at Ma Hongyan's residence, Zhao Lianyun was instructing Ma Hongyan face to face, "You idiot, what kind of dog shit did you step on to actually have such luck? But this matter is too good, it makes people feel guilty instead. I think, tribe leader Ma Yingjia will definitely summon you to inquire about this matter. At that time, you just need to tell him everything clearly, you cannot hide anything." Oh. Ma Hongyan immediately agreed. Also. Zhao Lianyun's eyeballs turned, "Didn't Chang Biao reward you with 2 white silver relic gu? When the tribe leader summons you, offer these 2 gu to him." What? Ma Hongyan's eyes opened wide, shouting, "I risked my life to obtain these with great difficulty. Lord Changbiao rewarded me with gu worms, if I use them, I can immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage. This is such a good thing. You idiot." Zhao Lianyun angrily kicked Ma Hongyan's calf. Ma Hongyan immediately hugged his calf, crying out in pain, "Why did you kick me again?" Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes, unhappily reprimanding, "What do you know? Even if you advance to rank 2 upper stage, with your skills, what use is it? What is the foundation of our existence?" It was not because of his cultivation at the second transition, but because of his friendship with leader Ma Yingjia. "How did you advance to rank 2? It is the 3 green bronze relic gu that tribe leader Ma Yingjia rewarded you. You offered the white silver relic shares, that is showing your loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your 2 white silver relic gu? Humph, he has no use for them, he will definitely accept them and return them to you." Since he accepted the gu worms, why would he return them to me? Ma Hongyan asked in puzzlement. "Idiot." Zhao Lianyun rolled his eyes again, "Ma tribe is declining now, there are few tribesmen and many things are waiting to be done. In the whole tribe, there is only 1 rank 3 old Ma Yu Liang, and he is crippled. Ma Yingjia has just ascended to the position and does not have anyone he can use. He also wants to revitalize the tribe, it is time to promote talents and nurture trusted aides. Although your surname was Fei, your surname is Ma now, and you were once Ma Yingjia's head servant. Ma Yingjia knows you very well, he is more assured in using you than others. If you offer your gu worms and express your loyalty, he will definitely be happy and accept your gu worms, this is acknowledging your loyalty. But Ma Yingjia is not a petty and stingy mediocre lord. Accepting the gu worms is just a gesture, he will definitely return them to you. Why? It is to set an example, to encourage the tribesmen to learn from your loyalty. I am certain that he will not only return the white silver relic gu to you, he will even reward you. Although you lack ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Ma Hongyan was confused, what is buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins? Sigh, you won't understand even if I explain. Just do as I say. There will definitely be benefits for you. Oh. Ma Hongyan scratched his head and agreed. The two had just come to an agreement when Ma Yingjia's servant ran over to send a message. Ma Hongyan followed his words and offered 2 white silver relic gu. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjia accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyan. This caused Ma Hongyan to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. At night, Ma Yingjia brought Ma Hongyan to Chang tribe's banquet. After the banquet ended, Chang Biao asked Ma Hongyan to stay for a private discussion in the study room. Ma Hongyan was personally entertained by Chang Li. I wonder if Ma tribe leader has any insights on 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. After talking for a while, Chang Biao changed the topic to killer moves. Ma Yingjia, however, did not test the killer move, he said frankly, I am an enslavement path gu master, strength path is not my specialty. The 89th round rewarded me with this killer move, I am honestly disappointed. I plan to sell this killer move, so I have not tested it yet. Why? Chang Biao was taken aback and exchanged glances with Pan Ping beside him. The two did not expect this situation, but it was reasonable. Ma Yingjia was different from them, he had a comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to move unhindered in the world, dominating an area. This inheritance contained a killer move. Besides this, Ma Yingjia also had a powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Gu Immortal, Dragon Horse Spirit. He could not even practice these killer moves, so why did he have to cultivate other path killer moves? he had cultivated enslavement path since he was young. As long as he cultivated it well, he would be able to dominate an area and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating other paths would instead divert his attention. Since ancient times, Gu masters mainly cultivated one path. There were very few who cultivated two paths at the same time. If one's attention was diverted, they would not be able to accomplish anything. Fang Yuan cultivated two paths at the same time. That was because of his previous life's experience. Ma Yingjie also had to manage the tribe's affairs. He did not have any spare energy to cultivate strength path killer moves at the same time. I won't hide it from you, Brother Pan and I tested this killer move. Its power was astonishing and shocking. In front of Ma tribe leader, we might as well speak the truth. Saying so, Chang Biao paused, choosing his words with a hesitant expression. He looked at Ma Yingjie with a sincere gaze, saying with some awe, I hope Ma tribe leader can keep this killer move a secret and not spread it. Spread the word that the reward is something else. Chang Biao purposely evaded his words, but Ma Yingjie was a smart person. His gaze flashed as he suddenly understood. I see. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe leader, now he was the first elder. The tribe leader was his godson Chang Jiyu, while the true decision-maker was Wolf King Chang Shanin. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wanted to keep it a secret. This was a Gu master's custom. But there is a problem. If Chang Shanin hears of it and asks him for it, he will have to hand it over. Ma Yingjie looked at Pan and Chang's expressions and tone. He knew that six-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move was not ordinary. It was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was selfish. After obtaining such a precious treasure, no one would be willing to hand it over for nothing. Ma Yingjie understood this very well. Seeing Ma Yingjie's eyes flicker, Chang Biao continued, I've already informed the others. Ma clan leader could rest assured about this. We still need Chief Ma's strength for the next checkpoint. He. Ma Yingjie's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao is exaggerating. My ability is limited. I am fortunate to be able to cooperate with all the experts here. It is a win-win situation. Let's do as Lord Chang Biao says. I have no objections. Seeing Ma Yingjie agree, Chang Biao and Pan Ping smiled. Sigh, what lord, Ma tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance and immediately tried to get closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjie onto the pirate ship. Ma Yingjie wanted to develop his tribe. He also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help. The three tried to curry favor and immediately changed the way they addressed each other, calling each other brothers. The three chatted in the study until late at night. They were very happy. When it was almost midnight, the three separated after deciding on Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's marriage. Brother Chang's plan is brilliant. With this marriage, Ma Yingjie will be tied together with Brother Chang. In the future, when we deal with that Wolf King, would Ma Yingjie not be afraid? Closing the door, Pan Ping laughed. But Chang Biao shook his head. Ma Yingjie is not easy to fool. He knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In times of danger, he will definitely have a determination to cut his losses. Now is not the time to recruit him, but as long as we are on good terms with him, and let the world know of our close relationship, we can increase our resources and support that Ma Hongyun to increase our control over Ma tribe. In the future, when we declare war with Chang Shanin, as long as the enraged Chang Shanin sees Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjie will not be able to get off our ship to protect the tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was filled with silver light. It was bright and warm. Inside the carriage, Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun sat opposite each other. Hongyun, you are really lucky, you actually obtained Lady Chang Li's favor. He, I have already decided with Lord Chang Biao, the first day of next month will be your and Chang Li's wedding day. Ma Yingjie smiled. Ah? This news was out of Ma Hongyun's expectations. He could not react in time. I can see your loyalty, very good, this is your reward. Ma Yingjie sighed, patting Ma Hongyun's shoulder and summoning 3 red steel relic goo from his aperture. This? Ma Hongyun was flabbergasted. He blankly received these 3 red steel relic goo. Marrying Lady Changli, without strength and status, wouldn't that weaken our Ma tribe's reputation? Take these 3 red steel relic goo and use them to advance to rank 2 peak stage. With your aptitude, advancing to rank 3 is not a problem. I will now appoint you as the acting elder. You will be in charge of the tribe's miscellaneous affairs. Ma Yingjia announced. Ah? Ma Hongyan's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the Ma tribe leader in front of him. To him, this surprise was too big and too sudden. Ma Yingjia purposely had a dark expression. Why aren't you kneeling down and thanking me? Ma Hongyan's mind was a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled on the ground. Thank you, Lord, for promoting me. Do well. Ma Yingjia encouraged him, but his thoughts drifted far away. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move seems to have astonishing power. Since it can obtain Pan and Chong Li's attention, and it doesn't require too much strength path cultivation, why don't I give it a try? 88-point Xianxia Tower, Central Control Room. Ink Transformation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a bright light as he shouted and pressed his hands down. Immediately, all kinds of goo worms fell down like rain, quickly fusing with each other as they fell. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of ink. The ink quickly accumulated and covered the entire surface of the sand table again. Next, it found a flaw and formed a whirlpool, gathering towards it. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will saw this and evaluated in satisfaction. Very good, you are already familiar with the refinement path method I taught you, burst rain. Using this method, you can speed up the goo refinement process by at least 30%, and even raise the effect by 20%. I have nothing left to teach you about this method. You only need to remember, the essence of burst rain lies in the word burst. But you cannot just focus on speed, the entire process requires your full concentration. Thus, you cannot use this method too frequently. If you use it too much, you might become dazed and dizzy, causing the goo refinement to fail. If you use it too much, your soul will be injured and you will lose your memories, becoming demented. Goo refinement was dangerous, it was not much safer than fighting. Fang Yuan already knew this. He listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. A moment later, the ink was used up, and the owner token slowly flew up, landing in Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan looked at the owner token, it already had 5 edges. This meant the ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. It was strange. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was scarce, he could only carry out 1 more ink transformation. Why did he use it 3 more times? It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan obtained the 1-edge owner token, his authority had been raised. He could use the 1-edge owner token to obtain the rewards of any floor in 88-point Xianxia Tower. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he did not hesitate and immediately chose a floor. This floor was the 7th floor. 1-edge owner token could allow a goo master to control a floor in 88-point Xianxia Tower. The goo masters had already worked together to get to the 89th round in the 7th floor. Why did Fang Yuan choose this floor out of all the others? Because the reward for this 89th round was 5 immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan sneaked in and used the owner token to control this floor. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjia and the rest passed this round and were taken over by Fang Yuan. He secretly kept 5 immortal Yuan stones and sent the reduced version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into their apertures as a reward. The original 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used borrow strength goo as the core, 6 flying zombie goo as the pillars, and other goo worms as support. After being modified by Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's wills, the killer move handed to them had Overlord goo replaced as the core, greatly reducing its power. Although the flying zombie goo were complete, the Earth Chief zombie goo was an old version goo worm and not Mo Yao's modified goo recipe. Most importantly, the other support goo worms were also modified, adding in Will Goo and others to secretly collect the experience of Chang Biao, Pan Ping and the rest. This way, not only would the other party not suspect that the rewards were secretly tampered with, they could also test the killer move for Fang Yuan and find out the inadequacies. Looking at the time, it has already been half a month since the killer move rewards were distributed. It is time to reel in the fish. What do you think? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind with a negotiating tone. Mo Yao muttered, it is not a long time, we can take 2 sets and see the results. Fang Yuan held the pentagonal owner token and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chang Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 of them were running at full speed. Pan Ping ran as he shouted to Chang Biao, we have been here for 7 days. Even though the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court Blessed Land. but with our speed, we will cross hundreds of thousands of li sooner or later, but all we see are city walls and more city walls. The sprinting Changbiao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. We cannot fly or burrow into the ground here, we can only walk along these city walls. The tunnels here extend in all directions. We have walked for so long and have not met a single monster. Evidently, this round is testing the Gu Master's investigative and movement abilities. This round is a huge maze. The two were right, this 90th round was a maze. Just like Changbiao guessed, it was testing the Gu Master's investigative and movement abilities. But after Feng Yuan controlled the 7th floor and found these two, everything was different. Howl, wolf howl suddenly resounded. A large group of turtleback wolves appeared in front of him. Wolves, why did a wolf group appear? Pan Ping's movements paused, his expression astonished. Changbiao's expression sank, because of Feng Yuan, he hated wolves the most now. But he had never expected Feng Yuan to control this round situation. He said solemnly, our main goal this time is to probe. Now that the situation has changed, let's first kill these wolves and see what happens next. Okay. Pan Ping nodded. The two joined hands and charged into the wolf group. At first, the two had the upper hand and slaughtered. How could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon, the wolf group was endless. Other breeds appeared, like vermilion flame wolf, water wolf, wind wolf, and so on. Mutated wolf groups also appeared, like frenzied wolves, white-eyes wolves, and so on. The two gradually could not take it anymore. How can there be so many wolf groups? Could it be that this round is testing the Gu Master's fighting ability? Large numbers of thousand wolf kings and myriad wolf kings entered the battlefield. Pan Ping and Changbiao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. This round is so difficult. Pan Ping sighed. 88-point Xianxia Tower. The rounds get harder the further you go, especially from 90th round to the final 100th round, they are the most difficult. Changbiao replied. After fighting for a while, the two could not hold on anymore. The situation has been investigated. The 90th round not only has a maze, there is also a wolf group. Changbiao concluded. There are walls on both sides, the terrain is narrow. It is too restrictive for us to use human wave tactics. What do we do? Pan Ping frowned. Let's retreat first and discuss later. Changbiao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, they used guest tokens to enter 88-point Xianxia Tower. Guest tokens were precious. Thus, every time they entered, they would have to spend a lot of money. Alright. Pan Ping had long planned to retreat. He glared hatefully at the wolf pack in front of him. These damned wolf pups, sooner or later, I'll trample on your wolf king and humiliate him. Ha ha ha. He swore in a curse. The wolf king he mentioned was naturally referring to Feng Yuan. Ugh. In the next moment, Pan Ping's laughter stopped abruptly. A look of shock and fear appeared on his face. What's going on? We can't get out? Beside him, Changbiao also discovered this serious problem. Originally, when the two of them used the guest token to enter the building, they could leave with just a thought. The two of them went in and out many times. He was already very familiar with this. But now, Feng Yuan was in control of this floor. The pentagonal owner's token was much bigger than the guest's token, so the two of them were like birds in a cage, trapped in a hopeless situation. Damn it, what should we do now? I only have 30% of my true essence left. Pan Ping shouted, his voice filled with panic. Changbiao's face was grim as he shouted, calm down. His situation was slightly better than Pan Ping, he still had half of his primeval essence left in his aperture. However, even if his quintessential essence was in a perfect state, the pack of wolves in front of him was endless. It would run out sooner or later. This situation is very rare. Why can't we get out of 88-point Xianxia Tower? This checkpoint was quite strange. It is likely testing the Gu Master's courage. We cannot be cowardly. Changbiao thought for a while before shouting. Hearing his words, Pan Ping's panic eased a little. He remembered that in the past, there were indeed some strange checkpoints that tested nothing else but the Gu Master's mental state. In these checkpoints, the more cowardly the Gu Master was, the stronger the monsters they faced. Pan Ping and Chang forcefully calmed down, attempting to break out of the wolf group's encirclement. But Feng Yuan was in control of this round. The so-called maze was clear in his heart, he knew every corner. He could easily mobilize the wolf group. No matter how Pan Ping and Chang charged, there would always be wolf groups chasing and obstructing them. No, I cannot die here. Damned wolf brat, watch my killer move. Pan Ping's primeval essence was almost exhausted. He had no choice but to activate the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-arm zombie. His battle strength rose sharply, and everywhere he went, he set off huge waves. The wolves suffered heavy losses and were unable to resist. Chang Biao used his primeval essence and followed behind Pan Ping, saving a lot of energy. Good times did not last long. Pan Ping's primeval essence was soon completely exhausted. Chang Biao quickly saved him. At this critical moment, we can only work together to have a chance of escaping. Rest, use Yuan stones to recover your primeval essence, I will protect you. Chang Biao also used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move, firmly protecting Pan Ping. Like this, the two helped each other and stabilized the situation. Like this, 7 to 8 days passed. Chang Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence was completely exhausted. They could not hold on any longer. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared towards the sky. Damn it, there must be a way out, there must be a way out. Chang Biao lost his usual demeanor, shouting loudly. Just when the two were in despair, they suddenly saw a large pile of Yuan stones at the corner ahead. Yuan stone. Yuan stone like a small hill, so many, I didn't see wrongly, right? The two were overjoyed at having found life in this desperate situation. They quickly gathered their remaining courage and rushed over, using Yuan stone to absorb their primeval essence and stabilized the situation. I get it, this round is testing the Gu Master's endurance. Chang Biao shouted in joy. So that's it. Pan Ping heard this and realized. The two were overjoyed, but did not notice the abnormality in their bodies. As they activated 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King more and more times, unrecoverable liver mortis appeared on their bodies. This Yuan Stone Hill is enough for us to hold on for another 2 to 3 months. Pan Ping threw himself on the Yuan Stone Hill, crying tears of joy. Hurry up and recover your primeval essence. We cannot just sit here and do nothing, there should be other Yuan Stone Hills. When we are thirsty, we drink wolf blood, when we are hungry, we eat wolf meat. If we persevere like this, we might be able to pass this round. Chang Biao's eyes shone with brilliance. Brother Chang, you are right. Pan Ping suddenly sat up. Chang Biao's description made his face flush with happiness. This round is so difficult, there is a slim chance of survival. I wonder what kind of generous rewards there will be for passing this round. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Gu Masters who are trying to pass it? The pitiful two still did not know that this Yuan Stone Hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Feng Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Feng Yuan's grasp. Even if the two did not want to use their killer moves. If they used their original methods, Feng Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Feng Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously, they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the liver mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize. Right now, it was already too late. I am not resigned, I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Ping Xian died. Before dying, he cursed Feng Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret, and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, Exit, where is the exit? He had too many things on his mind. Too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Xianxia had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son, Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a bellyful of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly. Activating the killer move for the 2311th time, although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Fang Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly, the experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem: even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Fang Yuan stored the Gu worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their Gu worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path Gu worms, they were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's Gu worms were also extraordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's soul blade Gu had some collectible value, and Fang Yuan took a few more glances at it. A few days later. In the study room, Fang Yuan held an east window Gu, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility Gu can condense hostile intent. Hostility Gu has strong and fierce attacks, invading. Like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination Gu can condense determination. Determination Gu is sharp and unstoppable, like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained Will Gu can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints, it is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This east window Gu contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal Yuan stone he had. But it was worth it. Fang Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered, in this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path Gu worms, among which, there are 6 that involve wills. They are, Hostility Gu, Determination Gu, Unrestrained Will Gu, Change Will Gu, Cold Will Gu, and Chaos Will Gu. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious Gu master path. It was broad and profound, originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable. It existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then, is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Fang Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire, her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Fang Yuan analyzed and felt that Mo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of Wisdom Path. There were definitely large numbers of other Wisdom Path Gu worms. It seems, I need to continue collecting information on Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Fang Yuan was not familiar with Wisdom Path, he did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself, on the other hand, I will use her to explore True Yang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It's done, this time, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is truly perfected, there are no more flaws. Mo Yao said, her tone was weak and her expression was tired. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He had always thought that no one in the world could be relied on. The only one he could truly rely on was himself. Thus, when he obtained the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, he started to research it. This killer move was originally modified from his foundation. Moreover, these days, under Mo Yao's guidance, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment had deepened and his horizons had changed. Therefore, he understood the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King like the back of his hand, clearly and thoroughly. Right now, when he saw this perfected killer move, he did not need to experiment to know that this move was extremely perfected. Mo Yao had removed many supplementary goo worms from the original foundation. The core and 6-pillar goo worms were not changed, but he added several supplementary goo worms. Fang Yuan exclaimed in admiration as he sensed the ingenuity in it. In his mind, Mo Yao's will explained, "This is all thanks to the Wulguan Pan and Chang. With their experience and knowledge, I was able to modify it to this extent. This killer move is already perfected to the extreme. As long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, no matter how many times it is used, it will not accumulate corpse energy in the body and cause livor mortis." Fang Yuan nodded, knowing that Mo Yao was speaking the truth. This killer move was indeed perfected to the extreme. According to this train of thought, it was already the best. Unless immortal goo were added in the future, or the core goo worms were changed. But if immortal goo were added, the original system would be broken and would need to be reconstructed. It would be completely different, like the saying, "Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected." If the core goo worms were changed, it would be like changing the entire train of thought. Changing the train of thought. The entire killer move would be completely different. After reconstruction. Rather than calling it 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, it would be more accurate to call it a new killer move. All in all, this killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, be it the core goo, the pillar goo, or the supplementary goo worms, they were all perfected to the extreme. There was no longer anything that could be modified. Even though there were still repercussions, after 30 minutes, the corpse energy would cause damage to the goo master's body. If the time was exceeded, the goo master might even turn into a zombie. But this was caused by the goo master's improper use. It could be avoided. Because no matter how many times it was used, it would not accumulate livor mortis. Goo masters could activate it frequently and obtain the effect of activating the killer move for a long time. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with such a great achievement. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. "If you have any other ideas to perfect the killer move, I'm all ears." Mo Yao sneered. Reaching this step, the 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King is already the limit. There is no room for improvement. But there is one thing that I am not satisfied with, that is the after effects of this killer move. Fang Yuan said. It has been perfected. The current 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's power had doubled again, and it could last for as long as an incense stick's time. It is enough for you to deal with all the challenges in the mortal world. What else are you dissatisfied with? You have to know, any killer move is a combination of goo worms. It is the use of goo worms. There must be some drawbacks. The after effects of killer moves were unavoidable, but they were severe. Some were weak. Such a strength path killer move is among the top 5 in my memory. Brat, don't be greedy. Mo Yao lectured. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His imaginary enemies were goo immortals, existences that had transcended the mortal world. With 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, even if Fang Yuan gave up enslavement path, he could move unhindered in the mortal world. But against goo immortals, it was far from enough. Fighting an immortal as a mortal, this goal was too arrogant, it was too sensational. Fang Yuan felt disdain, and it was not convenient for him to tell Mo Yao. Immediately, he continued, preparedness leads to success, unpreparedness leads to failure. What if one day, due to special circumstances, I use the killer move too much and turn into a zombie? I am also clear that the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King cannot be improved anymore. Next, I need to get rid of this after effect. Mo Yao understood Fang Yuan's meaning. She fell into silence. Fang Yuan was young and successful, Mo Yao did not expect him to have such a cautious side. In truth, this made Mo Yao look at Fang Yuan in a different light. This lad has talent, resources, fortuitous encounters, he has perseverance and knows when to yield or when to stand tall. On one hand, he strives forward bravely, on the other hand, he is steady and cautious, taking everything into consideration. Sooner or later, this lad's name will shake the world. The silence was short. Soon, Mo Yao said, to get rid of this after effect, it is somewhat troublesome. 6 arm. Heavenly Zombie King is not an ordinary zombie. The zombie energy is extremely dense. Once a Gu master transforms, they cannot even use yin-yang rotation Gu. You are a grand refinement grandmaster, even you have no way? Fang Yuan did not believe it. Mo Yao was not affected by Fang Yuan's provocation, her tone was still calm. I need a rank 5 Gu master to completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and then experiment on their body. I need this experimenter's full cooperation. I need to grasp their state at all times, physical aspect, mental state, perception, these are all important information for reference. Mo Yao did not want to think too deeply and exhaust herself. She used the same trick again, using a living person as an experiment to replace the process of her deep thinking and difficult deductions. Fang Yuan frowned, rank 5 Gu master? And they need to cooperate fully? That's right, it is best if they are willing. Because when I use slavery Gu and so on to control them, it will interfere with the proper expression of their emotions, and also destroy the experience and feeling of transforming into a zombie. This was difficult. If Fang Yuan wanted to resolve the problem of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's after effect, he would need to find a rank 5 Gu master, and he or she would need to be willing to listen to Fang Yuan's words, and take the risk of dying to fully cooperate with the experiment. Where could Fang Yuan find such a person? 3 days later. Central Control Room. From the ink whirlpool, the owner token rose up and slowly flew into Fang Yuan's hands. Activating the refinement path killer moving transformation once again, the pentagonal owner token turned into a hexagon. Fang Yuan was half happy and half worried. He was happy because he now had a hexagon owner token. Once He Lolan's owner token reached 4 corners, he would be able to snatch it and refine it into a 10-edge owner token. With the 10-edge owner token, he would be able to inherit a true inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. An immortal venerable's true inheritance was a huge temptation to anyone. He was worried because for this 6th ink transformation, Fang Yuan had really emptied his savings. To raise funds, he sold the immortal Gu remnant recipes again, causing these remnant recipes to lose their value. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rock men, fox groups, wolf groups, Gu worms, and even precious hairy men, as well as a few air bubble fish. For example, the rank 4 emotion poem Gu, golden dragon Gu, golden wind Gu, several rank 5 spring egg Gu, Vidra angry gaze Gu, touch gold Gu, loose bones Gu, crow 7 Gu, and clues Gu were all sold. Right now, I only have the enslavement and strength path Gu worms in my aperture. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, there is one of Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritances, rank 4 Blood Skull Gu. Rank 3 Bone Flesh Unity Gu, as well as Yin-Yang Rotation Gu which has already used up its Yin Gu. There are also some Stargate Gu, Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, Divine Sense Gu, Burial Soul Toad and other supplementary Gu worms. Some of these Gu worms were extremely important and could not be sold easily. Some were absolutely necessary and needed to be used. Who Immortal Blessed Land has almost been squeezed dry by me, I need to recuperate for a period of time. But I have the 6-edge owner token, I can control any 6 floors of 88-point Xianxia Tower. I can take away the rewards from each of the 6 levels at will. This amount of wealth is extremely abundant. If I take it all, my wealth will increase by over 60 times. Fang Yuan had his own plans. But now, he could not touch these riches. He Lulan had gathered a large number of experts and was already at the final round of the 5th floor. Not long in the future, he would have a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check the rewards of any floor in 88-point Xianxia Tower. If Fang Yuan took away the rewards, wouldn't he be exposed? At the final stage, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone is sent out, I will take away the rewards. At that time, no one will know. Boom, the bear paw slammed heavily, the ground shook and rocks flew everywhere like cannonballs. As the dust settled, 5 to 6 horsecart-sized bear paws slowly rose up, leaving behind a huge crater on the ground. The rank 4 Gu master who was unlucky enough to be hit by the bear paw turned into a pile of red meat paste, mixed with bone fragments and brain matter. It is too fast. No one could react in time. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only a flying bear phantom, it only has half the strength of the real body. If it was a real desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The Gu masters on the battlefield were all injured, they were in a sorry state and had lingering fear. The one guarding the 100th round of the 5th floor was the phantom of a desolate beast flying bear. It was huge, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in white fur, white as snow. It had all sorts of excellent wild goo on its body. Its attacks were fierce, but its movements were light and quick like lightning. It did not match its fat body. The battle had not even lasted 30 minutes, but the Gu masters had already suffered disastrous losses. Lord Tribe Leader, let's retreat. This time, we were mainly probing it. We have already investigated the Gu worms on the flying bear. We have already achieved our goal. Our goal has already been achieved. Sun Shirhan stood beside He Lulan, advising. He Lulan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was a person who knew his soldiers well. He immediately understood that his side's morale was low. Ever since I entered 88-point Xianxia Tower, the strongest opponent I have met is this flying bear phantom. To destroy it, we are far from enough, we need to gather more helpers. He Lulan made up his mind, he snorted and said, retreat. Sun Shirhan let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, the other Gu masters had thoughts of retreating, but because of Black Tyrant's reputation, they did not dare to say it. Everyone left 88-point Xianxia Tower. He Lulan sent out an order that night to recruit experts. He was this alliance leader, according to the rules, the entire army was under his command. Everyone knew of the Black Tyrant's ferocious name. Adding on the time when he opened 88-point Xianxia Tower to the public without asking for compensation, he was even more benevolent. With both benevolence and authority, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. Thus, as soon as the order was given, it immediately stirred up a storm. Almost everyone who was summoned showed up. Wolf King Chang Shanin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Demonic Path Twin Demons Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, Little Pony Venerable Ma Yingjia, Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunxing, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, Dou Yi, Nye Yaqing, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining generals and heroes, causing the wind and clouds to rumble. Old sir, with you here, you are like a huge pillar supporting the sky. I do not have to worry about morale dropping. Ha ha ha. He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking around with great ambition, he laughed loudly. Among those present, Tai Bai Yunxing was the most famous, he practiced medicine and saved countless people. Even He Lulan and Chang Shanin could not compare to him. But the one to the right of He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yunxing, it was Wolf King Chang Shanin. Fame was one thing, but combat strength was another. After the imperial court battle, everyone recognized Fang Yuan as the most powerful. Dual cultivator, flying master, enslavement master, these halos stacked on top of one's head, it was extremely glorious, thus Fang Yuan was ranked first, no one had any objections. Thus, after He Lulan greeted Tai Bai Yunxing, he said to Fang Yuan, Brother Shanin. In this battle, let's see how powerful you are. If you pass, I will reward you with 50%. He understood Fang Yuan's character. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. Thus, he tried to entice him with benefits. The reward for the final checkpoint was no small matter. As soon as He Lulan opened her mouth, she gave half of the profits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he and the others could only split the remaining half. It was a matter of vital interests. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the hall. Many people were dissatisfied with such a division, but no one had the guts to openly question the Black Tyrant's division and offend the mighty Wolf King in public. Alright, let's divide it like this. Fang Yuan nodded his head. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the hall, and the buzzing sound stopped. What's wrong, Elder Pan Ping? He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping came from the demonic path, and now he had joined He tribe, becoming an external elder. As the current leader of the He family, He Lulan couldn't summon Pan Ping. This made He Lulan a little dissatisfied. Actually, he didn't know that it was Pan Ping or the Chong clan's #1 elder, Chong Biao. He also didn't come. But Chong Biao's surname was Chong, and he was a Chang tribe member. He Lulan was hindered by Fang Yuan, so she closed one eye. Fang Yuan did not bat an eyelid. The news of Pan and Chang's deaths had not spread yet. That was because clearing 88-point Xianxia Tower would normally take several days. Or even half a month. The harder the checkpoint, the longer it would take. Especially people like Pan and Chang. They did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and every time they entered or left Truyang Tower, they would need a guest token. Because of this, these outsiders treasured every chance they had. If possible, they would often live and eat in Truyang Tower. He Lulan had just finished speaking when his trusted aide He Shu stood up and reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chang Biao went to the 7th floor not long ago. I sent people to inform them, but found that the 7th floor's checkpoint has a complicated terrain. It is a huge maze. Letter Gu are forbidden in the maze, and there are wild wolf groups roaming in the depths. Our subordinates searched for many days, but only found some traces of battle, and did not find Lord Pan and Chang. He Lulan snorted coldly, waving his hand. Forget it, let's not wait for them, the guest token has been prepared, we will set off tomorrow morning. On the second day, everyone majestically charged into the 5th floor. This was the largest scale of Gu masters working together since the opening of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It attracted the gazes of countless people in the sacred palace. The 5th floor's final checkpoint was a barren mountain range. The brown mountain soil was as hard as iron and stone, there was no vegetation. The moment everyone arrived, the flying bear phantom sensed them, it raised its head and roared, exploding the air and echoing like thunder. Swoosh, but in the dusky yellow sky, a white whirlwind swept past, pressing down. The experts scattered in all directions. The flying bear phantom heavily smashed on the ground, with a loud sound, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Intense winds blew, causing many people to be unable to stand still. It is truly ferocious. Pei Yanfei's expression was solemn. If he had taken it head-on, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he did not die. It is all thanks to tribe leader He Lulan's reminder, otherwise, we would have been ambushed by this bear the moment we entered. Gu Guolong said with lingering fear as he looked at the huge pit, at the reckless roar of the flying bear. This is called learning from experience. The last time we entered, we were ambushed by the flying bear, 5 experts died on the spot. He Xiaoi gritted his teeth, replying hatefully. Brother Shanin, it's up to you. He Lulan urged. According to the battle plan, the first wave of attacks would be launched by the enslavement path Gu masters, to exhaust the flying bear phantom's battle strength. Needless to say, large groups of wolves charged towards the flying bear phantom from all directions, from the sky to the ground. In the sky, there was the azure wolf group. On the ground, there were white-eyes wolves, frenzy wolves, blood forest wolves and so on. Fang Yuan had brought 400,000 ordinary wolves with him. At once, the wolf group covered the sky, like a huge wave in the sea, they flooded towards the island like flying bear phantom. Hell, the flying bear's roar shook heaven and earth. Hell, the wolf group howled, not willing to show weakness. An intense battle erupted, creating a rain of blood. The flying bear phantom's 4 paws slammed, each attack killing dozens of wolves. The wolves could only cause harassment, only the mutated wolf group could slightly injure the flying bear phantom. But the essence of enslavement path was to drive down the enemy at the same time. The main point was to exhaust the enemy as much as possible. Fang Yuan commanded the wolf group, suddenly fluttering like the wind. Suddenly, like a pile of snow pressing down, the flying bear phantom seemed to have fallen into a swamp. It slaughtered and attacked, but could not break out of the encirclement. So, this is the mastery of a master. Wild beasts are wild beasts, they do not have human intelligence, Chang Shanin is toying with them. The beast group is like a work of art under the Wolf King's command. Everyone was dazzled. Enslavement path Gu masters Tang Miaoming and He Qixing. They could see the intricacies behind this, they could not help but feel admiration and admiration. But good times did not last, the flying bear phantom suddenly stopped moving, its mouth bulged and it spat out. With this spit, heaven and earth changed color, starlight shined brightly. It was like a galaxy. Rank 5, Galaxy Gu, the galaxy roared down like a dragon or a python, sweeping away the wolf group wherever it went. Be it the frenzy wolves, blood forest wolves and so on, they were swept away by the galaxy and whittled away. Some used defensive goo and struggled to hold on, some did not, they quickly turned into specks of starlight. At once, the wolf group suffered heavy casualties. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, he ignored it. He persisted for a while longer. Only when there were less than half of the wolves left did he call off the wolf group. Tang Miaoming and He Qixing immediately mobilized their beast groups. They took over. Of these two, the former was called Little Fox General. He was a quasi-master. In terms of enslavement path attainment, he was only below Fang Yuan in the sacred palace. The latter was an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by the super force He tribe. Although he did not have the talent to become a master, he had a solid foundation and great strength. Tang Miaoming controlled the fox group, while He Qixing controlled the eagle group, one heaven and one earth. They worked together. But the flying bear phantom became even more ferocious. The galaxy encircled it and subdued it. With another loud roar, intense winds blew and white clouds appeared in the sky. In an instant, the winds condensed into the shape of a tiger, turning into a wind tiger. The white clouds condensed into the shape of a dragon, turning into a cloud dragon. Rank 5, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu. Thousands of wind tigers and cloud dragons charged, clashing with the fox group and the eagle group. At once, the battlefield became noisy. It was a scene of carnage. Oh no, if this goes on. Tang Miaoming's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She had a splitting headache as she gritted her teeth. The battle was too intense. She wanted to preserve the fox group, thus her meticulous control caused her soul to be consumed to the limit. As for He Qixing, his situation was even worse than hers. The fox group was still resisting, but He Qixing's eagle group had already been slaughtered by the wind tiger cloud dragon. They could not attend to one thing. The other Gu masters retreated again and again, but there was no surprise on their faces. Star River Gu and Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu were found in the previous probing. Everyone was mentally prepared. Did you find it? He Lulan asked the investigative Gu master beside her. The investigative Gu master was very nervous. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on activating his Gu worm. His brows were tightly furrowed. He replied with a trembling voice, I found the location of the Star River Gu. It is in the flying bear's mouth, residing on the longest fang on the left side. As for the other Gu worms, we need to continue investigating. Dealing with fierce beasts was different from dealing with Gu masters. The Gu worms on fierce beasts were wild Gu, they could be captured. And the Gu worms on the Gu masters were basically all refined. This was the reason why He Lulan ordered people to investigate the location of the wild Gu worms. As long as they could capture the wild Gu on the flying bear, it would be much easier to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, they could just destroy it. Gu worms were very fragile, like the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan only needed to pinch it lightly to kill it. Wild beasts did not have apertures. Wild Gu lived on their bodies. This was a huge weakness. He Lulan snorted, shouting, continue investigating. He was not satisfied with this result. The Star River Gu was residing in the flying bear's mouth. It was too difficult to capture it. While they were talking, the situation became even worse. Tang Miaoming and He Qixing are unable to hold on. Pei Yanfei's expression was grim. Wild Gu could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air and could be activated at will without any worry of primeval essence depletion. But in an intense battle, the more it progressed, the fewer times the wild Gu would be able to activate. When the battle situation turned bad, these wild Gu would rely on their instinctive reaction to danger to leave their host and escape on the spot. Thus, when attacking ferocious beasts, especially beast kings or desolate beasts, their firepower would usually be fierce in the early stages of the battle. After the battle continued for some time, their attacks would gradually lose their ferocity. Even so, we cannot let the fox group and eagle group suffer losses like this. Lord Changshanin, please make a move. He Xiui said from the side. Make a move, make a move? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, standing proudly at one side and sneered, according to the previous battle plan, I will make a move first, then the two of them will take over. This will repeat over and over again, with each round lasting 15 minutes. But right now, they have not even lasted 15 minutes, it is not my turn to make a move. If they went on stage now, the wolf group would only suffer the cruel slaughter of the flying bear phantom. Although they would achieve the goal of exhausting the flying bear's battle strength, if they could reduce their losses, Fang Yuan would be happy to do so. As for how severe the other people's losses were, what did that have to do with Fang Yuan? He Xiaoyi was furious, but due to Fang Yuan's status, he could only suppress his anger. Wolf Wang Da's people, everyone has to give it their all in this battle. Right now, Tang Miaoming and He Qixing are fighting a bloody battle, but Lord is just watching from the sidelines. Isn't this too much? You dare to lecture me? Fang Yuan raised his brows, his killing intent surging. He crossed his arms. But a monstrous arm suddenly shot out from his back. The monstrous arm was heavy and powerful, but moved like lightning, smashing towards He Xiaoyi. He Xiaoyi had never thought that Fang Yuan would dare to do this in public. He dared to try to kill him in such a crucial battle? Before the fist even reached him, he felt a strong gust of wind blowing towards him, causing his face to feel pain. An incomparable sense of fear and danger instantly filled his heart. At the crucial moment, the awareness that he had developed from many years of battle finally saved his life. He didn't even think about it. Almost at the first moment, he mobilized his defensive goo worms and barely put up 3 layers of defense. He was a defensive goo master, precisely because he specialized in defense. During the struggle for the throne, He Lulan had sent him to Fang Yuan's side to protect Fang Yuan. But in the great battle that followed, He Xiaoyi was concerned about his own safety and threw this mission to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was left alone on the battlefield. The strange punches were as easy as breaking dry weeds. In a short period of time, his 3 defenses were shattered, and finally smashed into his chest. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. He Xiaoyi's sternum was completely shattered. A huge force surged forth, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew in the air, spitting out a trail of blood. Then, with a loud bang, it smashed into a small mound several hundred steps away. With a loud bang, the smoke and dust dispersed. Half of his body was embedded in the mound, unconscious. He instantly lost the ability to fight. Wolf Wang Da's people. What's going on? What's going on? Why did they attack all of a sudden? He Xiaoyi persuaded Wolf Wang Da's people to immediately join the battle, but in the end, both sides had a disagreement, and Wolf King suddenly attacked, sending He Xiaoyi flying. Everyone was in an uproar at this shocking change. The internal conflict came so suddenly, and was so serious. He Xiaoyi's identity was not simple. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army, and was also an important person in He tribe's higher-ups. Fang Yuan hit him with such a heavy blow. This was no different from openly provoking He Lulan. Once it caused a conflict between He Lulan and Xianxia. Not only would this battle be ruined, it might even cause a political storm in the entire sacred palace. Wolf King, what is going on? I want to hear your explanation. He Lulan's expression was heavy as water as he walked over and questioned. He usually called Fang Yuan brother Xianxia to show his closeness. But now, he directly called him Wolf King, which meant he was very angry. But no matter how angry he was, why would Fang Yuan be afraid of him? Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at him without fear, his killing intent dissipating as he sneered, "Tribe leader He Lulan, you came at the right time. Your subordinate is so insensible, he actually dares to lecture me. So impudent and disrespectful, I taught him a lesson for you. Don't thank me, what kind of friendship do we have?" Putting the blame on him, impudent, disrespectful, these 2 labels were directly thrown over. The last sentence, "what kind of friendship do we have," was even more profound. It seemed like he was saying that they had a deep friendship, but at the same time, it seemed like he was saying that they did not have any bullshit friendship. He Lulan stared angrily at him. This Xianxia is really too arrogant. He actually dares to hit my people. Look at your lawless attitude, you really think I can't deal with you just because you have the highest battle strength? Black Tyrant roared in his heart. On the surface, he was a dark path cultivator, but because of the great strength true martial physique, he cultivated the strength path. His battle strength was strong, but he could not casually use strength path methods, because it would accelerate the calamity of the 10 extreme physiques. I'll endure it. Right now is the crucial moment of attacking the flying bear phantom. If I have an internal conflict now, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The most important thing for me now is to find a strength path immortal goo and advance to immortal. As long as they successfully killed the flying bear phantom, He Lulan would be able to pass through this floor, and the owner token in his hand would immediately become a one-edge owner token. With the one-edge owner token, he could check the rewards of any round in every floor. If he knew which floor rewarded a strength path immortal goo, he would have a target to attack in the future. Thus, killing the flying bear phantom was an extremely important matter. Even with He Lulan's violent temper, he had to endure it. Today, I will let you be arrogant for once. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet and lick my toes. When I tell you to shut up, you don't dare to make a sound. When I tell you to bark twice, you start barking like a dog. He Lulan was extremely furious, veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at Feng Yuan with a fierce gaze. Just as everyone was feeling stifled and uneasy because of this tense atmosphere, He Lulan suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Good. Brother Shanin, you did well. This disrespectful person needs to be taught a lesson. This was like He Lulan taking the initiative to admit defeat. Everyone who was familiar with his temper was shocked. His own people were beaten until they were half dead. He Lulan actually agreed? Wolf King is too domineering. He did not care about a super force like He tribe. Now even He Lulan has to admit defeat. Bullshit, this is He Lulan tribe leader looking at the big picture. He is not willing to lower himself to Chang Shanyan's level. Chang Shanin beat our He tribe people, he will suffer sooner or later. Everyone criticized silently, while some secretly transmitted their voices. Roar, the roar of the flying bear attracted everyone's attention again. The flock of eagles and foxes were being routed. Sirs, this subordinate has failed you. He Qixing's mouth and nose were bleeding, his face full of shame. Tang Miaoming's face was pale and her delicate body swayed. Protect the two lords. Tai Baiyunqing shouted. The two of you have worked hard and made great contributions. He had a sincere heart. After this battle, there will be a great reward for you. He Lulan took the initiative to console him. Without any obstruction, the flying bear charged towards them. Logically speaking, it should be a pack of wolves surrounding and attacking. The consumption continued. But when He Lulan glanced at Feng Yuan behind her, she saw Feng Yuan standing proudly with his arms crossed. He did not say a word, but the wolves on the battlefield retreated faster than anyone else. I'll endure it. One day, I will teach you a lesson. He Lulan gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not mobilize Feng Yuan. If he forcefully requested and Feng Yuan rejected him on the spot, he would be embarrassed instead. His reputation would be damaged. Thus, He Lulan shouted, "Move, execute the second step of the plan. Go." Immediately, two figures shot out like lightning. The first figure had a graceful figure, wearing a fluttering blue dress. It was White Fairy Xishui. The second figure had a sturdy build, wearing a yellow robe. It was Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong. White Fairy Xishui flew in the air, her sleeves fluttered as she shouted. Snow started to fall from the sky. It was her signature rank 5 Gu worm, Flying Snow Gu. Gu Guolong was running on the ground, his legs were moving like windmills. Everywhere he went, dust and sand flew. It was also a rank 5 Gu, it was called Flying Sand and Moving Rocks. At once, the sky was filled with white snow, while the ground was filled with yellow dust and brown soil. The mountain-like flying bear phantom was in the middle of the snow and dust. Its speed fell by several times, and its vision was greatly affected. It roared and waved its paws in the snow and dust, creating fierce air currents that caused the snow and dust to fly even more, blurring one's vision. Seeing this, He Lulan laughed sinisterly, ordering, "Third step." This time, close to 10 figures rushed out. Each of them was a famous expert. There was Bian Xixin, Hao Ji Lu, Pei Yanfei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Dou Yi, Nie Yaqing, Tao Yu, Lu Shuang. These Gu masters were either rank 4 peak stage or rank 5 experts. Together with Gu Guolong and Xishui, the lineup was extremely powerful. They entered the snow and dust, attacking the flying bear phantom from all sides. The flying bear roared and showed its berserk nature, retaliating randomly, but the effect was not good. In contrast, the group of Gu masters used their prepared investigative Gu worms. Their vision was clear as they dodged and attacked the flying bear phantom indiscriminately. Pei Yanfei had wings on his back, the swallow wings were like scissors, cutting through the air. Swallow wings goo. Golden coat goo. Rainbow transformation goo. Killer move, golden rainbow strike. He turned into a golden flash of lightning, and with a cracking sound, he slashed down rapidly. The flying bear roared in pain, blood splattered, and a huge wound appeared on its chest, from its left shoulder to the right waist. Xianxia followed closely behind. He was a rank 5 Goo master, activating Iron Hook Silver Slash Goo. His palm turned into an eagle's claw, aiming at the flying bear phantom and hissing fiercely. Immediately, several bright lights appeared in the air, some were black like iron, some were silver like dazzling. His claws continued to tear the air, countless bright lights landed on the flying bear's eyes, nose, and mouth. Xianxia attacked its weakness, beating the flying bear until it could not even raise its head. Overlapping shadow. Bianxi Xian shouted, lightly waving the shadow sword in her hand. A dark shadow sword light flew hundreds of steps and soundlessly hit the flying bear's right leg, leaving behind a 10-meter-long wound. Protect me. Yi Luisang gave a loud roar and raised both of his palms up high. A fireball appeared above his head and quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fireball became bigger and bigger, turning the battlefield red. The blazing light could not be concealed by the snow and dust in the air. The flying bear also felt danger, struggling and charging towards Yi Luisang, who was in the air. But at the next moment, it was attacked by Doi, Gu Guolong, Tao Yu and the others. Doi was a transformation path Gu master. He turned into a giant crocodile and stood up, fighting and retreating at the same time. He opened his huge mouth, shooting out his teeth one by one. These teeth landed on the flying bear's body, embedding deeply into it, and in 2 to 3 breaths of time, they exploded, turning the flying bear's body into a bloody mess. Gu Guolong waved his sleeves, dozens of goo worms flew out. These dozens of goo worms landed on the ground, causing the ground to bulge like a mound of earth. The mound of earth cracked, and huge stone statues resembling rockmen stood up, attacking the flying bear phantom. Tao Yu was also an earth path Gu master. But his method was different from Gu Guolong. He continuously extracted earth chi and gathered it around him. Next, he punched continuously, each punch sending out a lump of earth chi, flying in the air and turning into meteors, smashing on the flying bear. Bam bam bam, the intense meteors greatly slowed down the flying bear's attack on Yi Luisang. Finally, Yi Luisang finished gathering. He pressed his palms down. The huge fireball was like a mountain, hitting the flying bear phantom without any suspense. Boom, the intense explosion was deafening to the ears. A frenzied wind started to blow, quickly spreading in all directions, blowing away the snow and dust that filled the sky. The expressions of the Gu masters at the side changed. The intense winds blew, causing their clothes and hair to shake intensely. After the dust dispersed, a huge crater appeared at the center of the battlefield. The ground around the crater was burnt to a glass-like state by the intense flames. The flying bear phantom shrunk its head and crossed its arms, curling into a ball, not making a sound. The bear's skin on its body shone with alternating black, white, red, green, and yellow lights. Rank 5, 5-element bear skin goo. Although this goo could greatly reduce the effects of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path goo worms, under the fierce attacks of the experts, the flying bear was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out, some wounds were deep to the bone. The Gu masters stood at the periphery, staring at the flying bear with full concentration. The flying bear phantom was strong, but after 2 rounds of battle, it had achieved such results. Be careful, don't forget that it has Grand Chaotic Dance Gu. Sun Shirhan reminded. The Gu masters had solemn expressions, while some nodded. Grand Chaotic Dance Gu was a rank 5 Gu. It could cause the flying bear to enter a berserk state, increasing its speed and strength by several times, and its limbs could twist at will. Once this wild goo was activated, the flying bear's danger level would rise sharply. If it was careless and got caught by the flying bear, it could not last for a few breaths before being smashed into meat paste. What are you afraid of? Don't forget we have old Sir Tai Bai here. Whoever charges first will be heavily rewarded. He Lulan shouted. The rewards made the Gu master's eyes brighten. With great rewards, there would be brave people. Let me. Hao Jilu shouted, raising a huge wave as he charged towards the flying bear. Under everyone's gaze, he rapidly charged towards the flying bear. 1,000 steps, 500 steps, 300 steps, the flying bear suddenly raised its head, its eyes were blood red. It opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a transparent air bubble. The air bubble expanded at lightning speed, enveloping Hao Jilu and the flying bear, before shrinking and vanishing. End of chapter 589. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.